While I'm away, I thought I would also tell you a little bit about the sponsor of this show, our first sponsor, Manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their 4th generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer. Men, if you've been shaving with the same nut trimmer on your face, you've been doing it wrong. No person wants to end up with pubes in their mouth. It's time to get your own ball, hair, and body trimmer with Manscaped to make me time the best time and enhance your confidence with some nice, smooth boys. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. 20% off, free worldwide shipping with my code NEST. Help yourself, help your boys, help the show. It's appreciated very much, and thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring the show. Hello, and welcome to the TheSeahawksNest live stream show, and we have a game to go on tonight. Woo! Here we go, against our toughest rival. Fight of our life. The chances, the odds are long. In fact, so long, I don't even want to talk about our chances to make the playoffs at this moment. But right now, today, coming up here in about 45 minutes, our Seattle Seahawks are going to go into that city of angels, that city of sin, smut, and attempt to win a game against the Los Angeles Rams on their turf, a game where now the Rams are seeing the division title door start to creak ever open, with the Cardinals losing to the Lions this past Sunday, and certainly with the NFL helping out the Los Angeles Rams at every turn. That's going to help matters too, isn't it? For, as we all know, and I'm sure you guys are well aware as we've watched this twist and turn through, and granted, Seahawks and the Rams are not the only teams playing tonight because of COVID situations. Okay, so we're not the only one. I see that they moved the metric on that one too, but I just can't help but feel like sometimes the NFL is very well aware of the fact that the Los Angeles market has chewed up and spit out 2 different NFL organizations over the course of their history. And that has happened because they can't get enough fan support. And this used to be more of the rule of thumb because of everybody moving into LA. No one's actually born in LA. That used to be the going joke. But there's been times when I've watched since the Los Angeles Rams have moved from St. Louis to Los Angeles, there to be certain little pops, little sparks, indications that they were very happy to try to help them along their way. I kept seeing them dump these contracts at times where you see them dumping Brandon Cooks where they seem to have put themselves behind the 8 ball in a contract there. No, you got out from under that. Well, you got Todd Gurley. You finally paid him. Now the Piper's coming. Here you go. They're going to have to pay. No, some team came in and saved him out of that contract. Well, Jared Goff. Okay, now they're finally paying their franchise quarterback. No. Somebody bailed him out of that one too. Now look, I've told you guys many times before, I have a mind that works towards being a little bit, let's call it paranoid. But I just can't help but feel like if the shoe was on the other foot, if it was our Seattle Seahawks that had gotten decimated, if it was our Seattle Seahawks that presumptively had gone outside of their normal protocols, I can't help but wonder if it might have just been really close to a forfeiture for our Seahawks, if the NFL would have mandated that. Don't know for sure. And again, I'm probably being a bit paranoid on this one. I'm not going to belabor the point too much, but I wasn't really happy with watching them move the game as they did here. And again, it just also happened to help out Aaron Donald, who had a sore knee and was not even getting through practice throughout the week, and then gets a couple extra days of rest. So we need that guy extra healthy and fresh to come get us. Now, as I spoke about at the top of the broadcast here, we are indeed looking at very long odds now here to get to the playoffs. We are mathematically, technically in it, but I don't think our odds have improved past that 3 or 4%. I don't even want to check after I see the Saints go and beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then the Vikings, of course, handled their business as well against the Chicago Bears. So these are two teams that when you lose the tiebreaker, and that's the first thing that comes down the track unless you have some three-way tie, this is where it gets problematic to finding us a way of getting into the playoffs. Most certainly now we need to absolutely, well, without a doubt, you've got to win your last few games, but you're going to need quite a bit more help. And you sure would have liked to have seen some of that relieved over the course of this weekend. It wasn't all bad at every turn, but yeah, we're going to need some help on that one, folks. Still, all that being said, that's for next week. That's for if we can survive this game, because this is a big game in front of us. We are actually going to be down Tyler Lockett here. I think the Rams are getting back most of their key guys, if not all of their key guys back, and we're going to be down Lockett and Collins coming into this game. I can only maybe hope that Rashad Penny can bust off another type of game that he did like last week, where suddenly he has just caught all of his talent into a little lightning in a bottle situation for a short 5, 6, 7 game stretch. And suddenly he looks like the dynamic back that was the first round pick by the Seahawks a couple of years ago. One can hope it's that, or DK Metcalf goes for 262 yards. It seems like one of those two today as far as this game will go. We already talked a lot about the other, I guess the other keys to this game. We already spoke about it here in the last live stream. So again, I won't dive into that old ground. Let's talk with you guys a little bit here as we're leading up to the game. I'm going to be doing, of course, just to give you guys a fair warning, I'm going to try to get through as much kind of the chat as I can to a degree here off the top, because then once I get to doing the play-by-play and just talking about what's going on in the action, it gets harder for me to necessarily reply all the way over to the chat. I still do as I can, but it's a balancing act, folks. I'm spinning these plates all at once. You got to keep them all spinning, and you got to keep them spinning with some speed. So let's see how you guys are doing tonight. Thank you to everybody jumping on in the chat. I already see we're already filling on up, which is amazing and awesome. The growth is just going right through the roof, and I dig that about you guys. But if you do like what you're listening to today, please do hit that like button for me. Helps out the channel tremendously. And again, thank you to the sponsor, Manscaped, for sponsoring this show. Get on there and get over there for this Christmas, any last second gifts, and get yourself, get your man, or get yourself, give yourself a Christmas present. Get your balls a Christmas present. Use my code NEST. Zaria, I just got to do AI. I forget about that sometimes. Israel, you're our first, brother. How you doing? And Malpada, yo, TJ. This was BS. We can't get it postponed, but it's okay. We got this. Yeah, I'm mildly frustrated. I'm not pulling my hair out and screaming at the moon, but I again just can't help but feel like the NFL is really aware that they can't have 3 failed franchises in Los Angeles, and so if there's any little ways they can help them along at times, and that I wonder what those trades that they got bailed out of, all those bad contracts that didn't seem to make any sense for the team taking on the contracts. Part of me wondered. I just wondered, it was good. Goodell maybe make a call. Maybe reached out. Ryan Austinson, big game today. Big game today. Let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks. A little up against it with the COVID thing, but no excuses today. Let's get this done. Hey, no excuses. You've lost games you probably should have won this year. So how about we go win a game that everybody's counting us to probably lose? That's it. Let's balance the universe a little bit here in this one, Ryan. I agree. AI says this is a made up S so they can have football 4 days a week. Now it does stink. It does wrinkle. It reeks a little bit to me. Some's rotten in Denmark, okay? And I'm all the way over here on another continent. That's all I'm gonna say on that one. Spud Homer says fire Carroll, fire him, and the Hobbit Schneider. The El Rambino. How you doing, El Rambino? AI says fresh balls. Hell, yeah. Hey, fresh balls. You don't know what you've been missing as a man till you've had your balls freshened. Okay. You think you've been living a normal thing, and like, wait, why didn't somebody tell me about this years ago? Had my dad ask me once, he said, why are you shaving down the blown? I said, Dad, it opens the door for the ladies. AI, my old lady can suffer. Jace, but I get to watch the Hawks game along with your reactions, so there is a bright spot. There we go, Jace. Oh, first I get cold, then I have COVID, then I have a cold again. I'm missing game against people I used to play with. I really wanted to play. Also, I can't make videos right now to do no voice. I'm sorry to hear that, Jace, man. Hang in there, buddy. Just lots of fluids, lots of rest. Take care of yourself. Don't try to push it back too fast. Don't go in that direction, you know. Danny P, whatever, man. What's up, Danny P? JDM subs 12. What's up, what's up, JDM? JDM says, who all is pre-funking? I'm high as F, but might start knocking down a beer. I've got to work tomorrow, and this is going to be about probably an 8-hour stream maybe even a 9-hour stream by the time we're done tonight. So I got to keep myself frosty. But the rest of you are free to, partake, do as you do when in Rome. AI says it's 3:15, bro. I had a couple people hit me up on Twitter asking me if I would go a little earlier. They were wondering if I could jump on just a little earlier and talk and stuff. And sometimes I just hop on right as the game starts. And so I figured this would open it up just a little bit of chat before we get to the game time, if there's anything on your guys' mind. GoX05 says, spoon feed DK the ball tonight. That's it. Let's commit to 5 bubble screens. Let's do one end around with, or one fly sweep with them, just because we never do that. Let's go. We're, in all honesty, we're going to have to spread the ball around. We're going to have to hit to other sources tonight. Russ is going to have to be really good in his reads, but this also probably means more running game. Let's face it, because unfortunately our Seattle Seahawks have not exactly, built up a bevy of backup receivers that we can rely on. Freddie Swain is a guy that a lot of you guys liked in the fan base, but he's just not been good this year. He's been like league worst or near league worst, not the worst in the league, but in the bottom of the barrel league as far as receivers across the sport. And Penny Hart's not far off of him, and Eskridge has actually had us giving us some flashes, but admittedly it's only been in flashes. Eskridge better show us hopefully tonight a little bit of why he was the second round pick. He's the guy that's got to kind of more even than getting extra touches to DK, getting some touches over to Eskridge as well. Rambino wants to see more Penny Hart in this game. Well, you are going to see more of him. He says for some reason. Well, to each his own. You know what I mean? He doesn't do much for me. Like Freddie Swain, those guys don't do terribly much for me. I think that they almost get to a spot of being below a jag, below just a guy. That you're not even at the just a guy phase of things. You've eked below that level. Paul Third says, I've seen the players out. Call the doc next door. Tell him to get the maker's mark ready. I would, man, but I've got to get up at the crack of dawn tomorrow morning and work. So I'm committed to my damn these Tuesday games, Paul. Damn these Tuesday games right in the middle of the week. I don't even have the next day after. If I can just get through one day, then I get the weekend. And it's like, no, if there's another work day after that. So I'm like, that's going to be a tough one for me, especially because I'm older and it takes me a little bit more time to recover from my sessions. El Rambino, Josh Johnson, well, he was activated off the practice squad, El Rambino, so you're going to see him probably in this game for at least a couple of carries. He is more, to me, just a third down back kind of guy, even more so than DJ Dallas, who's really, and Travis Homer, who are really just kind of those kind of guys. So he is really in that lane of things. As far as his player type, I scouted him pretty decently coming out after they signed him as an undrafted free agent. But he's got some great skills in pass protection. If he's asked, guys going to be really impressed by him. If he's asked to take on a blitzing corner or whatever, he will stop them dead in their tracks. And he is good out of the backfield as well. He can catch in the open field. He can shake a guy. Life and Sports Talk with Jake. It's sad, but Hawks don't have a chance. Would like the win, but being realistic. It's fair. It's fair, Jake. And it's, if you look at this team with a sober eye and not to, that's, this is where they've been. Look at the wins we've stacked up this year so far. I mean, the Colts win was big, but, you also caught the Colts kind of at their worst time of the season where they were sitting with their injury situation and Fisher just coming back off his major injury before they could really get that offensive line rolling. You look at a couple of your wins. You've got the Niners a couple times, but you've had their number recently. Jaguars, Texans, you don't have that quality win. And I think that while I'm hopeful we can win this game, and while I believe we have the talent to win this game, I certainly wouldn't favor us to win this game. And I think especially with the way the NFL helped him. If this was on Sunday and we were down a few Rams, I might have given you guys a different proclamation, but giving them a couple extra days of health and them not being down anybody, then sort of changes the outlook on things a little bit. But I am hopeful, and while you're alive, you got a puncher's chance. And they're not going to show us anything today that we've never seen before. They're not going to have some wrinkle that McVay hasn't unwrinkled out 10 times before in playing them. So it's just about playing what you know how to stop, what you should you've practiced to stop, as Carroll referenced in the last Ram game about they're just hitting with stuff that in practice we're getting it right, but we're just now getting it wrong in the game. Okay, now you're going to see that same stuff. Flood zone concepts all day long in the passing game. All day long. And how are you going to cover it up? And they're going to go right at Jordan Brooks tonight. Keep an eye on him. He's going to be a guy that's going to draw a lot of that action. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Starting things off right, my man, Charles Riley. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. He says, Brando, sorry if you've answered this, but what is the injury status for both teams? Well, as I understand it, we're going to be down Lockett, Collins, and also Monet. As far as we're looking there, I tried to look a little more into the Ram stuff, and I got a variety of different answers on stuff with the vid situation brought into the fold. I think that they're basically getting everybody back in, and the chat can probably correct me on this, Charles, if I'm wrong. And I tried to find certain answers, but there's like more of a source I can find with it that just goes, here you go. Here's the final. This is what it is, and this is what it isn't. But with the being all this last minute stuff and the moving of the game, I think it changed around how this stuff gets reported a little bit. But as I understand it, they're not really down anybody. If I was looking at the Rams situation properly, obviously Robert Woods is still out because he's got the ACL. But I believe that everything else, and again, the chat probably is going to correct me with about 5 guys I'm missing here, Charles. But as I understand it, they're pretty well, all their key members that I was looking at were coming back off the vid situation. So they may be good to go here, kind of near full strength. I will say too, I know that Stafford's fighting through some injuries as well. So he is a guy that is beat up coming into this game. He's not at 100%. He's probably like in watching him, he's probably at like a 91, 92% right now. Ethan Deckwell with a $5 donation. Thank you, Ethan. You're awesome, brother. I appreciate you, man. He says, it has been far too long for me not to have contributed to you and the channel. My appreciation for your content is to the moon. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Ethan, and thank you for your $5 donation. I always say, man, if you're watching, you're doing me right. If you have a chance to donate, great, but that's not ever anything that I would require for you to watch. Maybe I ask you to hit a like button too, okay? I do ask you to do some clickety-clacking. But, hey, man, just watch. I appreciate it. When you're on board in that way, when you're committed as you are, when you're in the chat as much as you are, engaging all of us in discussion, man, it's a beautiful thing. So thank you for the donation, my guy. I appreciate you, and let's go get this win today, man. Let's go beat the Rams. Let's go shock the world. Shock the world. The Tuesday win heard round the world. Spectre 7, saw Brock Heward is going to be in the broadcast booth tonight. Oh, I'm going to miss Brock Heward in the broadcast booth. Oh, I like Brock, man. I do like him when he's broadcasting games. I do. If I had Brock all the time, I might have to wait to do my stream until after the game. But hey, that's awesome. That's awesome. Brock's very good at what he does with that. He's good all around. He's good on the radio and he's good in the broadcast booth. But I also grew up with Brock, so like right around somewhat of the same age quotient thing. Boom. Ethan E says the Saints winning was awful. It was awful, Ethan. I was, sitting there watching just before the game going, okay, Saints are going to steamroll this. Taysom Hill. And even the highlight they showed from the game where Hill like hits a bomb down the field, he still underthrows the thing. And they're like, well, what a great throw by Taysom Hill. That's a back shoulder post. You don't see much of those. And like, that's him underthrowing the ball, Collinsworth. But yeah, that one hurt. That one particularly, Ethan, that one particularly stung up in the upper portions of the ribs. Kevin Skill, I'm going to miss half the game because I have to work. I hate it when that happens, Kevin. That's one of the things about them doing these Tuesday games. And if they're going to do Tuesday, Kevin, I'm sure you'd attest to this. If they're going to do it, then do it at the 5:20 time. You do a Sunday night or a Monday night game. Do it to where people can get home from work at that point or plan their day, especially when you give them such a short range of time to be able to adjust their schedules, But the NFL doesn't care. They're printing money. Go Ox05, Lion Taylor up on the right tackle all night, third stringer. That's about the only matchup for our defense can win tonight. Exploit it. Well, to your point on this, Go Hawks, one of the real, I thought one of the real eye-opening sound bits that came out of this year from when Seahawks have been mic'd up on the sidelines was from that opening game against the Colts, where Taylor really did have a good game. And he got pressure, I think, the second time in that game, really almost, it wasn't like back-to-back plays, but over the course of back-to-back series, he got pressure, and he was coming off the field, and he says, I'm good on the right side, but I'm dominant on the left. And a little bit of what's held him back from doing more of the left side stuff this year has been that Carlos Dunlap is naturally, and the only place you're going to place him is over on that left side because he's more of the bigger defensive end type that you usually stick in that four technique, essentially, right? And or however you want to play. He's always to that side of the field, essentially. He's never the Leo most snaps. He might get like a couple percentage points of snaps a season at the Leo. Whereas Taylor is naturally built to be a Leo within this defense, which would be theoretically on the right side. But Taylor's more comfortable rushing from the left, just like there are left tackles that are comfortable being left tackles and right tackles that are comfortable being on the right side. And if you flip them from one to the other, they're vastly different, or they look vastly different. So it's going to be interesting if they give him a lot of snaps over there and they ask Dunlap to kind of sit down a little bit with the Go Hawks, but I sure would like to see it because I think Taylor might be more of our long-term future coming from that left side of the field. And this is going to be more to unpack in the offseason, in my opinion. A little bit more reason why I think we should transition to a 3-4. But Taylor is a guy that I think eventually might be at his best over the left side rather than that Leo. Ethan E says D. Eskridge is about to go crazy today. He is, Ethan. He's going to get probably minimum 7 targets in this game, I would say. They're going to throw him a couple. You've got to be quiet if you're going to sit on my lap. That's the deal. No, they don't want to hear you. You're not the show. You're not the show. If DK doesn't have 10 plus touches tonight, we lose. I agree with that. Maybe. I guess it depends on how if they mix the ball around. I mean, there's a way you win it, but I'd say that's you're more likely to lose. Big Country, yep. Saints winning was not good for us. Yeah, it's not the backbreaker, but it's the Batman 3 with the Nolan, where you've got Bane as the dude and he breaks his back. It's not fully broken, like an old wizened man could still come back and snap it back into place and we'll be right back on our feet. But I'm not seeing any wizened men right now. It's pretty vacant. MSR Brooks says Gerald Everett revenge game. That's right. You didn't want to pay me? You want to pay me? Oh, you're gonna pay everybody else? You're gonna pay everybody else and their mama? But you're not gonna pay me? Okay. GoHawks05 says Curran better bring his nuts tonight. He's going against 2 fantastic edge rushers in second star, but better step up, youngin'. He better step up. Charles Riley, thank you for becoming a member, my guy. You're awesome. Hell yeah. Really starting off this stream right now. Oh, for 4 months you've been a member. God, I forgot about them. I'm getting used to that one. Congratulations on 4 months. He says, show us the Hawks. Good luck, Cat. Yeah, here. Oh, she ran for it. Okay, guys, this is like Vegas, okay? You blow on the dice, I'm blowing on the kitty. I'm not going to make a dirty joke there with this, but okay, here we go. We're going to win? We're going to win? You think so? We're going to win? Okay. She said yes. You guys heard it. The cats are like basically psychics, just that they don't have a very refined vocabulary. Yeah, Curran's going to be a little bit of he's going to be in some trouble tonight, folks. There's no two ways about it. Seahawks don't show really much commitment to block and help out guys against Aaron Donald in the middle. Why would they do that for a right tackle? Especially when sometimes you're trying to maybe do it for the rare times you do block to Aaron Donald. You can't double team everybody on that defensive line, and that's part of the reason why the Rams made that trade for Von Miller like they did. I wish I could prescribe a good night for him, that he's going to find a way, that the kid just is a gamer. He's gritty. He's all those, weird cliches that you don't know what they exactly mean. He gets the job done, bottom line, up until this point. And I have short-sold Curhan at every turn going back to training camp, and he has far outperformed everything that I've said of what I thought he was going to be. And so maybe he shows us tonight that this is actually a guy that we can hitch more of a future to, rather than being a young guy on a rookie deal who's undrafted and really cheap. But you can bring in on spot starts and, as a backup. I like minimum that's at least his floor right now. Because we're going to need more depth on this offensive line going forward. And that, on top of the talent on the front end of the offensive line, one of the things missing for this team over the course of the last 5 and 6 years has been the talent on the depth as well. So you always seem to have injuries to the front line guys who suck, and then your backup guys suck too. Now maybe we could have guys that don't suck as much, at least as backup, and then build to the front. That's how you do it, right? You build back up to the starters. Back up to the starters. Ryan says, go Hawks, let's roll. Who cares about next game? Let's get this win. You're awesome, Brandon. You're awesome, Ryan. Thank you. Let's get this win, man. I'm feeling it tonight. I don't know. I'm not making no predictions. I'm feeling good. I'm hopeful. I'm like that pilgrim jumping in the boat. Like, here we go. El Rambino says it's kind of disappointing that Jake Curhan is playing way better than Stone Forsythe. No, it's understandable, El Rambino. Just like I was saying a second ago, there's sometimes people will put a ubiquitous tag on offensive linemen. So they'll say, okay, you're a tackle. And that means whether I put you at right tackle or left tackle, you're going to be the same. And that's not the case more often than not. Sometimes certain guys can be ambidextrous, but other guys are just one guy that can be onto one side. That's where they're comfortable. And then you flip them over and they feel like they're playing opposite handed. And that's the case if you do that with Stone. Stone's a left tackle. He needs to stay at left tackle. When he comes into games, that's his one position. I know this coaching staff has led a lot of the fans to believe you can move offensive linemen all across the board. But no, that is what Stone plays. He's a left tackle. That's where he will be at his best. So it's okay if he doesn't play as good when he was put out at right tackle versus Curran at right tackle. Stone has still done very well. He still, I think, scored 76 in the game he was at right tackle. So he's still performed, much like Curhan, very well at every single turn. There's no place that these young guys have failed at yet. They have holes to their game. There's how things we can pick apart about them, but they haven't failed yet. They haven't embarrassed themselves on the football field yet. And I know that might seem like a low bar, but let's look at our offensive line play over the last couple of years. There's been a lot of yucks. There's been a lot of LOLs. DBH says, what are the chances of us winning this game? You know, 35-40% probably. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I'm not going to lie, you guys. I don't do that to you guys. I'm not going to do that to you here. It's going to be a day. But hey, we got to, look, we know this team again. I'm going to say this. I'm basing my prediction on this game not on what we have as a team or what we have as a quarterback or, okay, you're down Lockett, but you still have a lot of talent on this football team. So this isn't about we don't have it in us to win this game, but it's just like I was mentioning before, when you look at what we've won, where we've won this year and the teams we have beat and how we struggled across the board against teams that are of quality. I mean, how Colt McCoy beat you at home with no DeAndre Hopkins, no Chase Edmonds, no starting guard. I mean, you got to show us before we can start predicting you can get there with it. But you should be able to get there with it. This was a team coming into it this year that was every bit as talented as the team that went out last year and won the division, if not more so, and probably more so. They've underperformed up into this point overall, but they've turned it around recently. You got 2 wins in a row going. Maybe the team's starting to find itself. Historically speaking, on average, Coach Carroll teams do tend to get better as the year goes along. That does tend to be the way they go. So it does make sense if they're starting to kind of click into gear along with that. So I'm hopeful. I just don't know. April Feenan, thank you for subscribing, April. I appreciate you. Very kind of you to do so. Thank you so much. You guys are starting this off right. Starting the show off good here. Donos, subscribers, members. Well, let's go. Let's go. Charles, rather than another $5 donation, says, Brando, Should I be worried from a luck perspective that the cat initially took off before you were able to do the Vegas ritual? No, because that's always what she'll do when she senses I might be reaching to grab for her and hold her up for a moment. If she senses that she's going to get held, she makes a break for it. And that's because there's a cat in the house that's on the prowl at all moments. This male that just likes to stir stuff up. So he just comes in there and just starts beating up on my girl, tries to beat up on the girl. He just comes in there just like I have to shoo him out constantly. He doesn't really do anything with him. He just wants to scare him and just show that he's the alpha in the house, I guess. But when she's gotten me in her arms, she starts to think that, where is he? Is he now you're holding me. You're giving him a free rein to come up and attack. I need my arms. Ahmad says 37 minutes till game time. I count 18, but I'm behind the chat, so what are you going to do? William Leonard, hey guys. What's up, William? Keldon, Shanahan showing you guys how to do it. Turn DK into a running back. I wish. I think Deebo Samuel is a very special talent, and that even when they run it with Brandon Ayuk, he has certain similarities to Brandon Ayuk that I don't know are necessarily within DK's game exactly. And I don't know if I don't think he would run it as well doing those type of plays. People have mentioned Keldon to do it in the chat, but hey man, the 49ers are looking good right now. If I wasn't the Seahawks, if it wasn't we had your number, every other team in the NFL, I wouldn't want to be playing you in the playoffs. Randall McDaniel says Penny Hart's is going to pop tonight. He's a less talented poor man's Tyler. By poor man, I mean unemployment line. That's right. Real poor man. we're at food stamps city here at that point. Paul Dirt says, I saw a clip of Kittle saying he was on the phone with Seattle 1 minute before the Niners rang. Wow. What could have been? What could have been, Paul? What could have been? I've heard that same story with it, and that one hurts. You know what I mean? That one hurts. He wasn't. The thing you got to say about Kittle is this is one of those prospects that fall into that category. I think Justin Herbert's a little bit like this, where the player you saw in college is not the player you see at the pro level. And to make that determination that he was gonna make that step in his development to becoming what he's becoming right now, I guess that's why you pay the scouts the money you pay them, is to be able to make that extrapolation. But there was a reason he fell down to where he did, and even the Niners where they plucked him, it wasn't like they grabbed him in the third, second, it was all the way to the fifth round as well, I believe. So a lot of teams were sort of like, we like some things we see, but we're not really sure with him. And that led to him dropping a little bit. But Kittle's awesome. Randall says, if you got to get up early, just don't sleep. Problem solved. There you go. Yeah, snow. That's right, Randall. We are going to be just decimated by snow. So I might just call it a day tomorrow when I get up anyway and be like, you know what? I worked last night. I was doing my play-by-play last night. I don't think Al Michaels gets up the next morning after. MSR Rook, don't worry. They will use Penny Hart as the speed guy and third wide receiver instead of using Eskridge, the guy they drafted over Creed Humphrey. MSR Rook, you're right, and it hurts, but you are right. MJP, so the Rams went to a party and a concert, Matt Stafford's birthday party. NFL is officially dishonest. Hawks gets punished for doing it right. No integrity in the NFL. Wow. I didn't, MJ, I would fully believe, like I said, and I didn't know of that information before I said breaking the protocol stuff. I'm making an educated guess, but when you have one team, for instance, in Seattle with no cases, no instances, no things going on, and then you have another team in LA where there's this massive outbreak, I understand that this stuff's very contagious, but you go, maybe they weren't doing stuff they shouldn't have been doing. I know they're not living in a bubble, but they do have their rules of the road. And I agree with you, MJ. I feel like they're not getting punished. They're getting off from it. And look, people can go with the NFL. Well, what was the NFL supposed to do? What was the NFL supposed to do? The NFL forced the Broncos to play last year with a wide receiver at quarterback for the whole game. So, they obviously on certain teams and certain situations choose to put their foot down. This is one where they're deciding not to. It starts to seem subjective at that point. Starts to feel a little arbitrary at that point. BD Boy says the NFL has given Seattle an early Christmas gift of yet another excuse. Hollywood Rams would have beaten the horrendous Hawks regardless of a short week. Seattle's season ended around week 5. Well, BD, it's good. The NFL's helping you guys out so much. It must be nice. It must be really nice to have the NFL help you out. See, when my team was great, back in 2013 and 14, BD, when my team was a legendary team and put one of the most legendary defenses on the football team, when they fielded one of the most talented rosters in NFL history for not one season, but the collection, of course, of a couple seasons, you know what the NFL did post 2013 and 2014 and 2015 and 2016? Well, it was a funny enough thing. Our Seattle Seahawks over that three-year period were the most penalized team in the NFL. But the funniest part about that was that every year, the given opponent they played week by week was the least penalized team. So odd. But boy, it does suck. Or we got 2005, of course, 2BD, where we literally had a more talented roster, better team, stacked with a couple Hall of Famers in their prime. Should have won that game, but then the refs stole that one from us, didn't they? Again, the NFL just doesn't seem to like Seattle. Doesn't want to help us out too much. But you guys, hey, you're in LA, right? Bright, shiny little market. So they're going to take care of you. They're going to make sure you're doing okay. That must be nice to have that advantage. Must be good. I'm not whining about it. I'm just appreciating it for your sake. Ethan, the idea that the Rams have done all the protocols correctly or all vaccinated schedule game is understandable, but Coag can't just flip something to a different plan mid-season. That's my thing, Ethan. If there's a plan or rules are in place, then there are the rules or they're not rules. If we're not living by rules, what are we doing here? We're back in the jungle? Is it the rules of the jungle again? Is that what we're going to do? Every man for himself? Huh? We're going to go purge style? Gohawk says Rams out Havenstein and Higbee. Okay, well, that helps. Yeah, it's a little bit better. Spud Homer, with the Eagles having 3 first-round picks, would you try to convince Russ to waive his no-trade clause for those picks and Hurts? Spud Homer, really for me, Spud, I can't answer that question on just the face of that question itself. I need 2 other questions answered before I can answer that question. First and foremost, what's going on with Carroll long-term? Does he remain or does he go? And then, does Russell Wilson want to remain based off of the answer of that first question? And then I make my determination from there. I still lean towards, if at the end of the day, Wilson's truly committed to being here long-term and you're moving on from Carroll instead. And, I lean towards as my first plan. But if Wilson wants to be out, Spud, that's the ideal deal to be able to go out and pluck. That would be the best on the board because you're getting all of the picks in this draft probably, or at least 2 of the picks, and that they may be their highest in this draft. Jamar Terry says, isn't DK out? I do not believe Jamar. He is out. He is in, I believe. And DJ Reed's out. That's right. DJ Reed's out. I forgot that one. I think Quandray's in this game, though, isn't he? Is Quandray out? Oh, my goodness. If Quandray's out, that's crazy. That's crazy town. Maybe, though. Kevin Duke. How you doing, Kevin Duke? Go Hawks. Mr. Round Eye, DK, and Diggs are in. Good. I thought that. Good to hear. And thank you for 4 months of membership, Charles, in the Hawks Nest Pro Bowler Club. Kevin Eskeel, one of the guys I work with, won Seahawks tickets for the Lions game, but you have to be vaccinated to enter the stadium, so he's not going to go. Well, that's going to hold a lot of people up from going in that requirement. Charles says, haha, thanks for the luck, cat. Hey, man, I blow on dice, I blow on cats. That's just the way I get my luck. Jason Tudor says the cat's meows are adorable. Yeah, she's the most talkative cat you've ever heard. I've taught her how to say the word water, and then she taught herself how to say the word lay down. And I think she got that one because I kept telling her, will you stop? Just lay down. Yeah, the kitty said yes. She said yes to the win, Ethan. You heard it. The gods have spoken. GoHawks05, Diggs will haunt Stafford tonight. He will. He's in his head, man. He's in his head, and Staff knows it. He's like, all those days on that practice field, all that time he saw me. Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know how to counter this. He's going to know what I do before I do it. Damn it. Come on, Diggs. Get yourself 2 tonight, like you did a couple years ago against the Rams in L.A. Get yourself a 2-fer. It's Christmas time. Get yourself a 2-for-1, Quandre. Keldon, it's been said that animals can predict natural disasters, and football game results. Like I said, it's a known thing. It's a known, it's not scientific fact, quote unquote. I mean, if you like those things, but it's what we know in a soul truth, here. Kevin Duke says, can we do prediction scores? Prediction has a little Freudian slip there, Duke, on that one, because we may be going to the road to perdition after this game. Yes, we can do a prediction score. So I'm going to put us, giving that Rams an extra couple of days to stretch their arms out and Donald to get his knee right, probably puts this at a 6-point loss for me for the Rams. Rams will probably put a 30. Yeah, the Rams will probably put a 30 burger on us, and we'll probably put a 20 burger on them. So probably like 31-24, something like that. Like I said, I don't feel good about this game right now at the moment. I wish it felt way better. Ethan Tech World, watch Curhan block Leonard Floyd all the way to the sideline and over the barricade, like Michael Orr from the blind side, except on the right. That's right, man. That'd be awesome. I'd like to see it. Maybe break Floyd along the way. I mean, I'm not hoping for injury, just saying if it were to happen. Randall McDaniel with the $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. You are awesome. Hell yeah, brother. Getting it going right today, folks. We're getting it going right. I love it. This is, will McVay come through with the Mortal Kombat finishing move and end Pete's career? I don't know. He might be doing it tonight, right? We might see that big meat hook come flying out across the field from one sideline over to the next. You guys will look at that. You go, is that the overhead cam? No. That's the hook that he's sticking into the back of Carroll's neck, and then he's going to tear it out, and then it pulls the spine and the skull out at once, and it's gnarly. That's what they call the finishing move in Mortal Kombat, and he's getting ready. So if you look at Mr. McVay on the sideline tonight, and he's got a little hook at his sideline on his side, if the camera pans down, they show. Just know he's prepping. He's prepping. Hopefully Carroll's ready. We'll dodge and weave. MJ says, who makes up for Tyler? Any surprise stars tonight? Penny Hart or D. Eskridge? Well, like somebody said above, MJ, and I agree with them on this, they'll probably end up putting Penny Hart above Eskridge on the depth chart for whatever reason, if not Swain above Eskridge at that point, even on there, and then just sort of sprinkle Esky in, a little Esky here and a little Esky there. So that would be my thinking, is that's what they've sort of done up until this point this year with him, even when he's been healthy. So I'm basing that off what we've seen so far. And yeah, again, Josh Johnson's not going to be like an early down back. Any of your under center stuff with Russell Wilson, you're not going to do with Josh Johnson. He's going to be completely really out of the shotgun 95% of the time, and as a third down back specifically. So he's really in there as insurance that they don't have to go to him ideally. I think they would like to go to the other guys and work through them. But if they do, that's how they will try to use him, I think. MJ says, low chances. Defense has got to get 2 turnovers to win. Agreed. April Feenan says, what country are you guys in? I am in the United States, and I'm in Washington State. I'm over in Spokane, April. I'm in the Spoke. Mike B, if we win today, Pete will never leave until he dies. Losing tonight is the better option. Even that would not ensure he steps down at the end of the season. No, Mike, I agree. I mean, only Pete knows if he's going to be truly willing to do that, and I don't have any idea at this point as to what he's going to decide to do. I really don't. We've heard rumors, and we've heard, well, this is probably going to happen, and this is on the board, and maybe the owner is going to come in and do something, but we have not yet actually seen anything really, really for sure coming down. Herbicide, what's up, everybody? How you doing, Herbicide? Theodora, how you doing, Theodora? I think that's something maybe close to English, something tech. Mark Pedri down by 42. He has Goddard and Smith. I have Eagles D and Cup. What are my chances? PPR. Weren't the Eagles they're down their quarterback, so that helps you out quite a bit. And Cup has been unstoppable, and he's been unstoppable against us at times. So pretty even Steven on that one, Mark. Normally I'd give them a little bit of a more of a edge to them on that a bit. But being the case, I think you're right on the 50-50 line with that. Kelvin says, that's true. I don't want to see you guys in the playoffs. I know, it's just weird, Kelvin. We just have your number. But hey, we're going up against the team tonight that has our number. So, I mean, turnabout's fair play, I guess. Paper, rock, scissors. And we as paper tonight are meeting our scissors. And Megan Gok Roger, thank you coming in with the $8 don't know tonight, Megan. Thank you so much. All you starting off so right. All my biggest donators of the channel. Thank you so much, y'all. Says greetings 12s on the phone as I'm reformatting the laptop. House to myself. Hawks game and live stream. All is good in my world. Well, that is good to hear, Megan. I'm glad to hear you're up and rolling around. I guess right now it's actually not. It's a little early right now for you. It's a little early, I think, if I remember correctly on your timing on this. But, well, good of you to hang in there tonight, Megan. And hopefully our Hawks reward you with a big fat win tonight. And I'm going to give you a big fat thank you for the big fat donation. So thank you so much for that. Randall, you are amazing as always, too. And, of course, Charles Riley, Ethan Tech World, hell yeah. Hell yeah, guys. We're rolling tonight. We're going to be lit tonight. But get ready for it. Get ready for it. Travis Ward, if the Seahawks win, are they going to be in the hunt? Travis, they would be in the hunt, technically speaking, but if we were to say, like last week, we needed some help, we didn't get as much of that help accomplished this particular weekend where it was sort of set up to be done, for instance, the Saints against the Bucks. So it's the odds are still really, really, really long. But hey, we've got a chance. We got a chance. And crazy things can happen with the season winding down. You never know. James Watson says, Lockett, Reed out, but Rams players are back, shaking my head. Oh, I know. Isn't that crazy, James? Isn't that convenient? Isn't that convenient? All right, folks, we got the start of the game just about to go here in a second, so I will be flipping over to the live stream action. So if I miss you in the chat, just pop back into it. We will be doing a post game on this chat as well. So as you guys know, been with me, I do live stream. I'm kind of just doing play-by-play a little bit. I try to respond to the commercial breaks as I can. It gets dicey with it, but we will be doing post game along with the play-by-play. So just either way you're on it, whether you're jumping in now, in the game, after the game, either way, I'm going to be here all night. Okay? I'm here all night. Remember to tip your waitress. Gary Hardy, shout out my boy Beatty. Shout out Beatty. Beatty, have a good night, man. Artem Laboff, Kirk Cousins is a top 5 quarterback. Pay that man. That man's made more money than any quarterback in the last 8 years in the NFL. He is not struggling for ducats by any measure. But I don't know if he's top 5. Did you see the interception he threw the other day, a couple days ago, where he threw it into the middle of the field, 50 yards down the field to Nowheresville? Kirk Cousins fan in the chat. I think Kirk Cousins is in the chat. I can't agree, Artem. I don't think top 5. I'll give you top 15. I might give you top 12. I ain't going to give you top 5, though. I can't do it. The Great Cheeseburger Man says predicting scores is so unbelievably stupid. I agree, man. I try not to do it as much as I can. But hey, if the chat asks me to do it, I'll give them a score. I'll do them a solid if I can. Jason Tudor says, I want to win, but this looks like a 20-13 loss to me. Yes, I think they'll put a little more points on. I think we'll get a couple more on them. But yeah, it's probably when it all shakes out at the end of the day. Might be a little rough. Randall McDowell says Road to Perdition. Yeah, that was a good movie. Really good movie. Randall says, I heard Tyler Higbee's a flat earther. Well, he's a flat footer. Ethan says, all right, I'm pumped now. I've got my drink, got my food, got my Metcalf jersey and Seahawks socks. Now I don't need to leave the TV room. Consider my Jinx rules set and ready to go. Let's go, Seahawks. Let's go, Seahawks. Let's get this. Yeah, let's go. Let's go, Seahawks. Say that. Yeah, that's what I mean. Charles Riley with a $2 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says Brando, I'm streaming off Sling. What's the delay? Well, it's 2:00 right now on the dot, man. So 4:00 on the dot. Sorry. So we're just starting up as we speak here. They're going through their stuff. Let me see. Yeah, we're rolling, but I don't know why they're showing. It's 4:00. They had it as like a solid 4:00 start, but they're still showing like highlights and stuff. So I don't know. Weird thing. Mari Moore says Seattle's going to win. I love it, Mari. I love it. Let's get it. Great Cheeseburger Man says, I'm going to get super high before this crapshoot starts. That's not the worst of ideas. It's not the worst of ideas. Not tonight. It's not. Herbicide says, what I thought Minshew is not on that list. Which list? You gotta be quiet, kitty. You gotta be quiet. You gotta be quiet. Black Hoodie, Benelli, let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks, Black Hoodie. Good to see a lot of new names in the chat. Love it. Goldie Nell, I'm spared. Go Hawks, says Murray. Go Hawks. Kevin Skeel, I'm from Spokane too. I love the Spoke, man. I grew up in Western Washington, but I ended up out here. I may end up back in Seattle. You never know. The whole state is my playground, so I bounce around. Mari says Rams don't deserve anything. No, they don't, Mari. You don't give the rule breakers wins. That's not the right way. It's the world that I was born into. Tim DB11, my heart says beat Rams. My mind says lose bad to hopefully get PC fired. Don't want to lose Russell Wilson. Understandable, Tim. Understandable. This is one of the big worries at the forefront of my mind beyond upcoming games. And what is going on? Why is there a delay here? This is weird town right now. This is weird town. I don't want to see it either, and I can understand where you're coming from on wanting to see something that just absolutely pounds the nail into the wood that it's time for Carroll to go. And certainly getting embarrassed tonight by somebody who has become a bigger nemesis for him quietly and quickly, much further past anything that Harbaugh even probably was, in the respect of just beating him, of him having no answer for him. You know, he solved Harbaugh relatively quick by the time he got to the pro level of things, but he has had no answer for McVay up until this point. And that's been kind of one of the things at the head of the issues for us here over the last 4 or 5 years. Mr. Round Eye, a reminder from my phone popped up today for a photo from 2017. It was the night I drank myself to sterility at Hawks Nest in West Seattle to never remember being down 40-0 to the Rams. Well, good. That's nice. I hope it will, and hope in some way it reminded you back of me and the channel here, Mr. Round Eye. But yeah, hopefully we're not looking at that tonight either. Let's get a close game tonight, fellas. You're fighting for your lives. You're up against the wall. Don't lay down for this team. I know they're talented. I know they're good. I know they've had your number. But come on. Let's bring it tonight. Spo Compton in the house? That's right. Hell yeah. What's up? Randall says, my wife's having a craft party. Not sure what that is exactly. Me neither. Buddy coming over, but not until about after 5. Long story short, I'm signing off because I'll be delayed. # go Hawks. Nice. Well, have a good one on that. I'll be around. I'll be here all night, Randall. All right, so they're just doing the runouts right now. I don't know if they got delayed, but according to my thing, it said this was going to start right at 4 o'clock sharp. So I don't know. Maybe I'm off. Maybe I'm off of my timing of what I saw. 4 p.m. I mean, it says 4 p.m. Weird. They're just doing the coin toss right now on my stream. And again, if you're watching your game as we do this live, I am going to probably be about 12 to 14 seconds behind the live game action. So if you have a way to delay your stream or whatnot, if you're watching from home, just set it yourself, pause it, wait 12 seconds, start it up. I'll be given some time markers throughout the course of the game saying, okay, we're set at 6:52, 3:11 on the clock. This to give you kind of a point of where you can key into of where I'm watching the game if you're trying to watch along with what I'm sort of talking about. I know it can get a little bit weird when you might be up ahead of a little bit where I am with it. So yeah, that's the key. That is the key. Mr. Round says, I'm feeling good tonight. I'm feeling good tonight too, Mr. Round Eye. I'm not feeling 40-0 energy. I don't know if I'm feeling full win energy, but I'm feeling like we're going to get a good game. Alex Acedo, what's up? One of my OGs. Hello, Alex. It's always good to see you, buddy. Says, go Seahawks, beat the Rams. Let's get the win, Russ. Seattle Nation, people. Seattle all the way. I love it, Alex. Let's go. I can feel your energy, and I love it. Let's get this win tonight. Mike T says, go Hawks, go Hawks. Master Games. Hi, what's up, Master Games? What's up? VBO Gamer, upset the Rams tonight. Let's do it. Brian Roberts, Bellingham checking in. All right, Brian. We got the whole state calling in. The whole state at their post, north, west, east, south, on point, ready to go. On patrol, on watch. Devin Martall says, I'm in Red River, New Mexico. Hey, I spent some time in Santa Fe. I did a little time down there in Santa Fe. It's hotter than balls there, but beautiful, beautiful country. Schecter 7, I think the stream delay between you and him. Yeah, there might be a little bit of a stream delay, but usually we're getting started now. So, and again, I will say the time. So if we're a little weird with that. Herbicide, hey everybody, where are you from? Everett checking in. All right. All-State. Megan says, not sure how I'm feeling about this game. Hopefully we win. Not sure. I'm not sure either. All right, here we go with the kickoff Let's go 12s. Let's get this win, folks. Here we go. Rams on the return. Seattle seems to have deferred. Nice return by the kicker up to about the 30-yard line. Kind of reverses his field a little bit. 14:54 on the clock right now. So the Rams offense will take the field. Charles Ryan with a $2 donation. That Jen Hale is a pretty gal. Yeah, she's pretty. Yeah, she's not hard on the eyes, is she? She's not hard on the eyes. There's something about her. She's a pretty one. Thank you for the donation, Charles. All right. 14:54. Stafford under center. 3 wides. Right out the gate here for the Rams. Stafford checks the play at the line of scrimmage. Van Jefferson comes in motion. Back across. Looks like he's checking to a run play. And that is what he's doing. Nice job by Seattle staying in their gaps on the play. So he saw Seattle overloading one side, tried to reverse to a running play back to the other side. Seattle didn't adjust their formation to his change, and they just stuck in their gap, held their ground. It's part of the nice part of having a 2-gap system is your guys aren't shooting a gap, so they're not leaving holes open on a backside like that when it gets cut back, if they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. Second down here. Stafford again under center. 2 tight ends, 2 wide receivers. Sony Michel behind him. The give is again to Sony Michel. Poona Ford just sprinting down the line of scrimmage, scraping his way down the line and picking up the tackle. Only about a 1-yard gain. Excellent job there by Poona Ford to get off that line of scrimmage there. I think he's unblocked at that point because his guard is essentially pulling back across the formation. So he just realizes he's not blocked. Get up to speed as quickly as I can, and I'll chase this play backside. Chase it down backside. All right, here we go. 3rd down and 3. 13:37 on the clock. Stafford in shotgun, 5 wide receivers, spread formation. Stafford drops, hits his back foot, and there's the catch. Odell Beckham. Looks like he ran a little slant route. And they're showing a good shot of this on the overhead tape here to kind of show you what happens. And there you go. That's called a flood zone concept, folks. So you can see Stafford and Sidney Jones, right? Sidney Jones and Ugo Amadi and Sidney Jones. Ugo's got to pick up the inside guy. They attack the zone where Ugo basically leaves to pick up the inside guy. Sidney's got responsibility to the deep corner on that play. So, bam, flood zone concept on a 3rd down, hits him right out the gate. Back in shotgun, Stafford, little bubble screen out to Cooper Kupp. It's well defended by Ugo this time, but Cooper Kupp is nifty on the sideline and manages to turn what should have been a negative play into probably about a nothing gain there. So it should be 2nd and 10, 12:40 on the clock. But this is what happens. You've got here's Sidney Jones, and then here's Ugo Amadi, or go the other way. So this is Ugo Amadi, and this is Sidney Jones. And Ugo takes the inside guy and goes with him, and then you run Odell Beckham like this. But Sidney Jones's responsibility is to the deep end of the field. That's the way McVay attacks this defense. All right, we got around 2nd and 10 now. 3 wide receivers. Again, Stafford back under center. The give is to Sony Michel on a wide zone. Sony breaks free, out loose into the open, and gets a good 11-yard gain. A wide zone stretch play there, and he is able to, that time, get those defensive linemen out of their gaps. And in this play, again, they go right at Darrell Taylor, who's playing defensive end on early downs. I've harped on this before. When you see Darrell Taylor on early downs on the football field at defensive end, he is going to get attacked in the running game until he proves that he can be somewhat of a force in that. And that still yet remains to be seen. 1st and 10, 11:33 on the clock. Again, Stafford under center, 3 wide, showing a lot of this look out the gate. Play action. Stafford flips it back over to a second read, Sony Michel, for a nice 15-yard gain. Easy peasy. Nice job by Stafford there, who was looking deep initially and then checked it down. We do have a flag on the play, though. 11:12 on the clock. And again, if you're in the chat, it's going to be hard during the game for me to respond to the chat. If you do a super chat, I will respond 100%, but it's going to be in and out as far as between commercial breaks and responded. So bear with me. We'll be doing some post-game stuff too. So Looks like Puna got held there a little bit. And yep, your hand gets to the outside shoulder. That's when it's money time. So that's a good call. Nice job by Puna, trying to generate some pressure and causing the hold there. That's a first down. Or not just a first down, it's a big gain, I should say. 1st and 20 now. Stafford in shotgun, 4 wide receiver. Trips to the top of your screen. Ooh, nice job by Sidney Jones. Again, Stafford just trying to throw a little check down. Sidney Jones first in his responsibility on the cover 3 deep. Plants that back foot, drives forward, comes up and makes a play short. This is a play that looks very easy when it's in, watching game film, but you got to first understand he's making that play with the responsibility of first having that deep cover responsibility, then he's got to drive forward on it. Stafford back in shotgun now. Wide open, wide. I mean, I'm talking not a Seahawk within 10 yards of him. Riding, Rowan, whatever the hell that guy's name is. Wow, that defense left a just gaping hole out there for that wide receiver on that play. We got a 3rd down, though. 9:55 on the clock. 3rd and 5. My goodness. That was, Danita, that was, whoo. They don't get more open than that. That was like, or did we have not enough? We have like 9 men on the field open. 3rd and 5, Stafford in shotgun. Again, spread concept. I'm guessing we're going to see the flood zone here. We do have a flag. Again, Odell Beckham with the catch. He is tackled. But there is a flag here. And this wasn't as much of a flood zone concept as they just ran a crosser with Odell from one end of the field to the other end. So we have an offsides by the Rams. False start, I should say. By the Rams, or illegal formation. I don't have the audio on, folks, so I've got to sometimes pick this up off visual cues. I'm doing it in sign language. Well, Seattle's playing man, I think, in that. That looked like a little more man. Edgar Marcel, hey man, subbed last night, left my phone in your car. You're awesome for that. Cheers. Thank you, Edgar. I appreciate you subbing, brother. You are awesome. Knock Knots, thank you for subscribing. You are awesome as well. Hell yeah. Stafford shotgun, 3rd and 10. The give is to Sony Michel, and he is stopped dead in his tracks. LJ Collier. LJ coming up and hunting. LJ Cup and kind of an odd call by the LA Rams there in that situation. They're on the 40-yard line. You do have a 4th and 10, which is going to be hard to get. But why would you not just throw? You've got all these plays that are, even initially in this game, wide open underneath. Why wouldn't you just hit that stuff and just go lean into that? You know, why run the ball there to Sony Michel, who's your backup running back, who's not been all that effective? Very strange call by McVay there. Very strange call. Very Seahawky call is exactly right, Daniel. That's exactly right. We didn't hit the kicker, did we? Please don't. We got a flag on the play on the punt return. Of course, Sweating. Fair caught it. Shocker. But looks like we do have a flag here. They're going over to McVay. McVay is going over there to bitch and moan about something. Did we not hit the kicker? Please don't tell me we hit the kicker on a play. We're going to give them. This would be so much a Seahawk thing to do to give them a first down. No, we didn't. They got their defense going up. Do they? No, we ran into them. That's what we do. This is the... Okay. Wow, we got lucky. It's only going to be a 5-yard penalty. What are you doing, dude? You're not even close. Like, our team doesn't think sometimes with stuff, man. They use the head stuff. Like... Use the head there. Like, what are you doing? We got lucky the officials didn't call it differently. And now we put them in field goal range. Beautiful. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Where's my whiskey? 55-yard attempt by the Rams kicker here. Looks good. Right down Main Street. Nice job, Alton Robinson. You gave him 3 points for nothing. For no reason. Like, you've barely been able to get on the football field this year. You've been a rotational guy. You're on the field for a punt. You're going to finally get that, and you run into the kicker, and now give him 3 points. How do you, like, as a player, like, how do you do, what are you thinking in the play? You're nowhere near, he was not like he was leaping through the air and his fingers just grazed the football as he was flying through the air. He was nowhere near blocking that kick. And people wonder at times why there's some things that annoy us with this coaching staff and stuff, is that too often the players don't play smart. They play wild and free, but they don't play with their head on straight, thinking. That's a controllable mistake. There are mistakes you can't control. There are mental, stuff, this to that. That's a mental error. That's something you could have controlled. That is stupid. You can't give this team points in this game. And Alton Robinson just did. Sector 7 with the $2 donation. Thank you, Sector 7. You are awesome, brother. Says, calling it now. We lose by 3. Well, I could see it easily. And then we all get infuriated and driven crazy by this type of stuff, because you go, you're an offensive lineman and you're the heat in the battle, and a guy's pass rushing against you and you're fighting him and he's fighting you and you're hand fighting and you're clutching and you're squeezing and you're trying to protect your quarterback and you get a holding call. That's one thing, right? That's in the course of the game action. Bullets are firing and whizzing. You're ducking and dodging and weaving. It's a punt return. The ball's going to be punted. Your guy's not going to be able to return it more often than not. That's just a silly penalty, folks. Really silly. Richard Paget says, still sick about that rack punt, the fake punt you guys ran on us after the first series in Seattle, 3-and-out. Yeah, that kind of won us that game a little bit, Richard. It gave us that momentum we needed in that game, because I don't know if we were going to be able to mount a hole quite enough to get past you on that one with where we've been going. But that one helped. That one felt good. A nice play by Collier there on 3rd down, but strange call. Very strange call. Russell Mark says this team has no discipline. No, they don't. It's just at times they don't, the thinking spot of things. I'm not a huge fan of Bill Belichick, but one thing that he does with his teams is he makes sure that they're intelligently aware of what they're doing on the football field at all times, all situations, all points of a game. They usually are not going to beat themselves, is what I'm trying to say. And that's the type of thing where you're beating yourself a bit there. That's not the Rams got themselves into field goal range. You let them get into field goal range with a stupid mental error. And I'm not going to hammer this too hard, but just come on, team. Let's be thinking today. All right, Russell Wilson takes the football field here. Russell looking good in the white uniform. Looking good. 8:16 on the clock. 3-0 Los Angeles Rams. I should probably do my little thing here in a second. We got faith, Juan. We got faith. Russell in pistol here. 2 wide receivers. Freddie Swain is the 2. Oh! Rashad Penny gets the carry right up the middle and nearly breaks it. He came about 2 yards there from just about housing that. Using that vision. Oh my gosh. If he gets past those 2 tackles, he is gonzo. Great run by Penny. Nice. Like it. Set the tone. Russell back in shotgun, running a little up tempo. 7:44 on the clock. Rams in their 2 high shell. Nice little throw to Gerald Everett for about 6-7 yards. Little in-cutting route. I like it. Quick throw out to get Russell the ball out of his hands. Russell right back with up tempo. Again in shotgun. Penny to his right. Give us the Penny. A little delay for a second, then finds his hole, picks through it, goes up through for about 3 yards. 2-3 yards. We'll bring up 3rd and short. We got all right. Draco, don't spam the chat, dude. Please. Don't spam the chat. Russell and shotgun again here. Again, up tempo. Again, the play action to Penny, and the throw is into DK Metcalf for a catch. 1st down on a little slant route. I like it. I like it. The read option brings the linebackers up a step to give you a little bit of more width of space opened up there on the spread. Wow, the corner had inside leverage there too. So they won with that slant route with the cornerback essentially with his leverage trying to take away the slant route pre-snap. Seattle comes right back up again with a up-tempo look here. Again, the give to Rashad Penny out of read option. I don't like this look with Rashad Penny out of read option. They've run it a couple times now. This is not his game. The first run of the game, you had Russell essentially, at least, even the pistols a little bit more lets him get up to speed. This read option thing was more Chris Carson, Marshawn Lynch type game. All right, 2nd and 8. 5:48 on the clock. Ramsey lined up with DK on the outside. He's up in press. Russ in shotgun. Russ, the give to Rashad Penny again. Looks like for about a gain of 1.5 yards or so. This will bring up 3rd and relatively long. 3rd and 7. Again, another handoff to Rashad Penny out of shotgun in a read option look. All of his carries so far in this game have gone up the middle, and as I harp on very often with Rashad Penny, this is not his game, really. It's not really what he does at his best. As Herbicide says, all day up the middle, man. Come on. Russell and shotgun, 3rd and 7 here. Shotgun, 4 wide receivers. DJ Dallas in next to him. Rams bring a blitz. Russell throws it into DJ Dallas, who is easily swallowed up whole and eaten and bitten in half by Aaron Donald. They tried to run kind of this little quasi-screen thing out to DJ Dallas. And Aaron Donald had it figured out the whole time. Boy, Gabe Jackson overblocked Aaron Donald. You on the screen game, you need to let the guy get through, and he held Donald up. He blocked him better on the screen than he blocks in pass protection against Aaron Donald. 4th and 12. Here comes Dickinson. Seahawks MVP out to punt. Dickinson with a nice little bopper there. Weird at camera angle. Looks like he got inside the 20, as he does. Costa Rica sports fan, this is how we throw away so many winnable games this year. The Tennessee game, Steelers, Saints, Packers, Washington, Arizona, shaking my head. Yep, me too, man. Controllable things. You've got things in football you can't control. You've got heat of the moment things that'll happen. But there are things that go beyond that. And then this is one of those, especially that penalty that, yeah. Danita says, I hope they grow balls to play aggressive today. I hope so, Danita. It doesn't look good out the gate. A lot of running here early on. Richard Pageant says, if you guys win today, calling it now, all the NFC wildcard teams will be NFC West teams. It's going to be hard, Richard. The thing you have to consider with this is that we lose the tiebreaker with the Vikings and the Saints and the Washington football team. So we have 3 tiebreakers that sort of exclude us a little bit if that turns out to be the case. Unfortunately, the only way in is kind of through you guys. Ooh, stream cut in and out. That was weird. Danny W says, man, Russ never keeps the ball man anymore. I want Malik Willis so bad. You might just get him. Megan says, go my boy, Dixon rules. He does rule. Can't question him. Jamal Adams Shoulder says, why do the Seahawks always run that stupid play with the receivers at the corner and it's an obvious run? I don't know. They're not good at it. They don't seem to get very many yards out of it. I don't know why in that opening drive you bailed out on so much of the stuff that was working last week with the under center stuff. Look at Penny's big runs in that game. They came with Russell going under center. Maybe it's Russell just doesn't like to do that. And he wants to be in shotgun so he can see the whole field, so he can be back a couple yards, an extra couple yards behind his lineman to see it. But it's what they do most effectively, so do it. Your offense is not very effective right now. It's not very good right now. Stop doing the things that it does crappily and start leaning in to do the things that you do maybe somewhat decently. Brian, thank you for reminding me. Please go hit that like button if you like what you're listening to right now. And Michael Dixon with 35 punts down to inside the 20-yard line this year. That is a Seahawks single-season record. Takes a lot of 3 and outs for that to happen, doesn't it? All right, Matt Stafford under center, 4:02 on the clock. 2 wide receivers, 2 tight ends. The give is into Sony Michel, and Boona ate his Wheaties today. Boona penetrates into the backfield and just eats him up. Good job. Stops that play dead in his tracks. Loss of 2. Boona's lit on fire today, folks. Boona's doing Longhorn Nation proud today. Richard Pageant says, 49ers fan, liked and sub. Thank you, Richard. You're awesome, brother. I appreciate you. As I always like to say, I got Keldon in here. We got a few Tim Jobs coming in. We got a few 49er fans come in here. All are welcome, man. We have good, honest football discussion here. We talk stuff with each other and rib each other too, but, we could do both. Seahawks second and 12. Ooh, nice play by Bobby in coverage. Just a great play by Bobby in coverage. I believe he's matched up there with, is that Van Jefferson he was matched up with? No, Blanton. Okay. Great job by Bobby. Closed in on that play, stayed tight in coverage. The All-Pro in 2021, this year right now, is showing you why. 3rd and 12. Here we go. 3:14 on the clock. See if our Seahawks defense can hold this up here. Again, the Rams coming out in a little bit of that spread look. Empty. Stafford and shotgun. First down. Stafford has all day in the pocket to sit and look and take his time. Rams block it up well. Hits Van Jefferson down the field for about, like 14, 15 yards right in the middle of the football field. Oh, Quandre Diggs took a weird route on that one. He took a real weird route. Quandre came up, I think, to jump that route, and he took a bad angle from it, which opened it up. Alrighty, here we go. 1st and 10, 2:36 on the clock. Seahawks come out with their typical 4-3 under look here. The give is to Sony Michel. Bobby Wagner finds him in the middle of the hole just as he crosses the line of scrimmage and says, "Ye shall not pass." Nice job by Bobby. Nice job, Bobby. It's like the Washington football team took an early lead there over the Eagles, 7-0. Richard Paget, Poona Ford's underrated, kind of like DJ Domes. Very similar, man. Yeah, very similar. Stafford play action after going under center here. Hits Cooper Kupp right at the line of scrimmage, and he is quickly tackled by Jordan Brooks for a short 3-yard gain. Nice job by Seattle to be kind of in on that play. A little sort of misdirection to one side and come back to the other. We got a 3rd and 4 now. Cooper Kupp is having an amazing year. They're showing some stats on him. My goodness. All right, 3rd and 4. Here we go. Stafford back in shotgun. Again, they're empty. Again with the spread look. Again, he has all the time in the world to just put this ball wherever he wants to put it. And you can't call. You're going to call a flag on that? He turns back into him. They're going to call a flag on that? Ugh. Okay, the officials are going to give it to him tonight. Odell's running down the field one way, and then he just turns back in the defender. The defender's just got to, you can call him for the hold. You can call him for the hold if you want. I don't know. Okay. I mean, I guess the ball's in the air on that angle, so. All right. Okay. 541 Baby says, what's the score? It's 3-0. I'm sorry, let me get the scoreboard up. I usually put that up, and I've been bad about that today. Stafford first and 10, 57 seconds on the clock. They're up near midfield now. Stafford with a little bubble screen that's a little off target there to Cooper Kupp for an incompletion. Let's see here if I can make this work. There we go. There, I got the score up there for you guys. Now you can see that. Sorry about that. I usually mean to do that before the game, and I forget. And I'll forget sometimes. Uncle John says wide receiver rules just ain't fair these days. At first it looked egregious, the call as being bad. I can't say it was as bad. So at second look of it, I'm like, okay, it was a tiny bit ticky-tack, but okay, by the letter of the law, Another completed pass here, just in front of Bobby Wagner. This is some of the tough measure of what you're going to have when they bring you a spread formation look and you stay with the two linebackers on the football field at the same time, rather than bringing in the dime look. And they attack it again in the middle of the field. Easy completion right there in the middle of the field. Easy drive here for the Rams. Stafford starting out 7-9 for 56 yards. Very comfortable right now in the pocket, having all time to throw, go through his reads. Skoen Rowanek has got 37 yards. I don't even know who the hell that guy is. Did they just pull him out of the stands? And this is going to end the quarter. What you're seeing, though, happening here is because of the Seattle Seahawks with their short cornerback situation, no more Trey Flowers here, no more Keelio Witherspoon here, no Trey Brown here. So no DJ Reed here, right? So now we're down to not only are we beyond our frontline guy starters, you're to your backup guys. And what that's done on top of that now is it's also reduced down the amount of cornerbacks you have on your team so that when you go to dime, you need to have 4 cornerbacks on the football field technically. And while Seattle has augmented this with safeties at times, even your safety situation has been driven down similarly to your cornerback situation. No Marquise Blair, no Jamal Adams. So where early on this season, you ran a dime package out where you had both Marquise Blair and Ryan Neal as your de facto 2 extra cornerbacks on the field. Now you don't have that. And so what this presses you to do defensively is to stay in nickel when you should actually be going into dime. Because now instead of going into dime and having the 4 corners, you're going with the 3 corners and 2 linebackers, which as you guys can do with your math here, you eventually are left with having your linebackers having to cover wide receivers in space. And that's not exactly a recipe for production, good results. You've got to have some amazing linebackers and their coverage abilities to be able to pull something like that off. And right now, between both Jordan Brooks and Bobby Wagner, for separate reasons, neither is at an amazing coverage spot in their career right now. But the Rams are attacking it. If you're noticing, all of these passes are going mostly into the middle of the football field between the numbers. And that's happening where the linebackers are having to cover. Richard Pageant says, haha, Witherspoon. That guy's in Pittsburgh now. I think he was a bit of fool's gold for us in 2019. Actually, Richard, you're going to be interested to hear this. It was a painful stat I saw yesterday, but one I saw nonetheless. Did you know right now, when you look at the passer rating of cornerbacks across the league right now, Keelio Witherspoon's sitting at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's at 7th, allowing a 49.2 passer rating with the Pittsburgh Steelers this year. Did you guys know that? He's having he's having an okay year for the Steelers. He's having an all right year for the Steelers. He's having a great year for the Steelers this season. 49.2. And, we basically just gave him away because he wasn't going to fit in our scheme. It wasn't good for our system, Charles Ryder with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. You're awesome. You know you are. I appreciate you. You know that, but I want you to know it again. He says, I know this game may not have a desired result for Hawk fans, but I appreciate you doing the live game stream, Brando. Oh, thank you, Charles. I appreciate the donations. I love doing this. So I may not like the results, but don't make no mistake about it. Oh, Quandre Diggs with interception, and he's up the football field right off that. He's back up the field. Woo! Okay, here we go. Here we go. No penalties, right? Wait, hold on. Don't let me get excited. There's no, is there penalties? Yellow. Yellow? No? Okay. Woo! We got to We're good. We're good. I told you guys, we're going to get those. I said, Quandray's got to get those 2 picks tonight. He's in Stafford's head. I told you all that. He's up here. He's up here with him. He played too many years, too many practice fields. He knows what he's doing. That away, Quandray. Nothing going right. You need a play, and he comes up and makes a play. I don't know where Stafford was going. It looked like maybe an option route with the receiver, where the receiver didn't really run the route. Quandray ran the route better than the receiver did. Odd, but great play by Quandray coming right out of the break on that as we're not forecasting a good result. But Charles, I love doing this play-by-play, man. I'm going to keep doing this now and evermore, and I'm happy to do it, man. I love it. I do appreciate all your support on the channel. Like I've said to you before, it's your support, along with a variety of others, who are helping allow me to be able to do this basically full-time really, really soon. So it's a phenomenal. We're moving in the right direction here, Charles, and the more we can get closer to that point, the more I'm going to keep expanding this channel out. And I've got some big plans coming in for January with my new studio set up and my green screen. So you guys see some of my. We're gonna be getting funny with it here this off season on some of my bits. So I can't wait. I'm stoked. Future of this channel, we got some big plans. Big plans, Charles. Sector 7 with another $2 donation. Thank you, Sector 7. Also multiple donations for you tonight, man. Thank you. You're awesome. Says you and me, Brandon. Let's go rush Stafford. Hey, there's times where you start to think, man, I could at least get a hand on him in a game. They're not getting even close to him here so far. So they're running a lot of not full max protect are the Rams, but Seattle's not exactly blitz heavy either. This again goes back to relying then on your front four to get that pass rush. And that's the part that has been held up this year, quite frankly, to a degree. But even on that pick there with that Stafford looked like, that was just miscommunication, it looked like, between the receiver and not necessarily Seahawks, driving a lot of pressure. But I think Poona Ford's the only guy that I've seen get anything close to a pressure on Stafford so far. Great pick by Quandray. Man, you need that there where they're driving down like that. My goodness, do you need that? Harry Murray says the fact Adams will stay and Diggs may leave in the offseason is sickening. Shaking my head. It's going to hurt, Harry. It is. It does look like that's probably that's probably the likelihood, quite frankly, at this point. I mean, the price for Quandray is going up by the interception, and you already didn't really have the money to pay him as it was. Okay, now what happens when there's somebody offering him $12, $13 million a year, and that's Quandray's 5th interception this season. Just balling out, man. Great year by Quandray. He has not been that problem in the defense. We've had some problems defensively. He's not been it. Russell under center here. Hand off to Rashad Penny. More to the outside, and Rashad breaks it outside. Look, folks, this isn't hard. And there's a flag. Damn it. But this isn't hard. You can see that, of course, like when he gets to the outside, maybe it was the hold that freed him up. But when you get him to the edges, he's really successful. When you try to hammer him up in the middle on read option plays, it's not going to work. And of course, he finally gets a call out there and one of our linemen hold on the play. But I wish they would use Penny Wright for just 5 minutes. Man, I don't know what he saw. Boy, yeah, Stafford got locked in there. He'll do that, man. He throws you 2 or 3 balls a game. He does. Play action by Wilson. Nice job by him on the play action. He had pressure in his face almost immediately. Had to reroute, wanted to look deep down the field, had to come back underneath to Gerald Everett. Nice, easy completion there. We got 2nd and 11. Good job. You're behind the sticks there with 1st and 20. You really need to pick up some yards in that 1st down to get yourself into more of potentially the makeable 3rd down. And keeping the Rams out of their blitz packages, especially if you get this into more of a 3rd and short. 2nd 11, 13:55 on the clock. Russell in shotgun. Penny to his right. Rams looking like they're going to bring a blitz here. Bringing a blitz, Russ. Got to get rid of it. See, Russ has got to pick up there. You saw me with me seeing it. You could see it. The defenders jumped their blitz gaps early there. They showed their hand. At that point, the quarterback's got to adjust. Do you have your hot route set? Do you have multiple hot routes set? Do you know where you're going to go with your first read and your hot route? Instead, Russell ended up throwing it at the feet of Rashad Penny, just sort of just grounding the play. And it's like you can't That's not really where that should go there. You pick up the blitz, find your hop. Maybe it's just a great call in the defensive coordinator versus the call they had. Russell and shotgun, third down, 3rd and 11. Looking. Man, he just cannot get away from anybody anymore. Von Miller with the sack. 4th down. Von Miller coming off the blind side here. Gerald Everett trying to block him for a bit. Then Dwayne Brown. Oh, man. Oh, goodness. Rough series by our Seahawks here to open the gate. Just a rough series. You got the run with the 1st and 20, and then Russell grounded on that 2nd down, then 3rd down. It just doesn't. I'm going to get some more coffee, folks. I will be back in just about 3 seconds here, so bear with me, please. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for bearing with me here. Spectre7 with $2 donation says, no, Lockett is a killer, you can tell. Does seem to be missing a bit off the gate here, Spectre7. It's a little bit, again, as we've seen throughout this year a little bit, you go, guys, odd play calling. A lot of read option stuff to Penny out of shotgun. Not as much past a throw here or there where they've thrown it into Gerald Everett. Not much of working it to the short game a bit. You kind of go again and again a little bit with the offensive concept. You can understand if it fails and you're trying to accomplish something, but you can at least see them trying to accomplish something in particular. Sometimes you watch this offense and you go, what is it you guys are exactly attempting to accomplish here? What is our modology here? Like with Rams, you go, okay, they're going to run the flood stuff and flood zone concept stuff, and they're going to get their guys wide open at times because they're just going to attack your zones. You can understand what they're trying to do there. This, a little bit different sometimes. Twisted Temper says, wait, is Lockett out? Yes, he is. Gail Anderson, thank you for subscribing, Gail. You're awesome for doing so. Awesome. Appreciate it. Harry Murray says, where are the basic checkdowns to Everett, Disley, Parkinson? The constant need for feast or famine on offense kills me. No wonder the defense looks pissed. Back on the field in no time. Yeah, I would be pissed about it too. Come on, offense. Yeah, the feast and famine stuff's stupid. Harry, I agree. I'm tired of watching it too. This new offense was not supposed to be that way. But again, you just don't see quite a commitment to it that you'd like to see. Stafford back under shotgun, 12:53 on the clock. Takes the give to, they got their main dog back in the day, and looks like Henderson's back in there in this one. They had Michelle taking a lot of the carries early on, but he's back out there and takes it for about a 3-yard gain. 4 yards they're going to give him. All right, 2nd and 6, 12:28 on the clock. Total yards in this game through a quarter and a half, 88 for the Rams, 23 for our Seahawks. Seahawks showing their 4-3 under look. Alton Robinson is the Sam. It's a fly sweep to Cooper Kupp. Alton Robinson comes up and makes a play. Nice job, Alton. Stuff for Alton there. He's playing linebacker there early down, so he's got to basically keep his leverage on the outside shoulder there and keep moving in space. He's a defensive end. Now, those guys don't want to get moving that far laterally naturally. 3rd and 5 now, 11:51 on the clock. See if our Seahawks defense can continue to kind of remain rigid here. Stafford and shotgun. Trips to the far side of the field. Oh, he's wide open. Yeah, wide open. Just run another little crosser there underneath. Saw them do this earlier a little bit with Odell. Now they do it with this Hopkins guy, and easy catch, easy first down. Just kind of runs away from Neal there. Neal's in press off the snap. And Neal presses him, but doesn't really commit to the press. He sort of half presses him there, which gives him the ability to then create that space. You're not Sherman. No one-handed stab press moves here, buddy. You got to full-on two press it or don't press it and keep your legs moving underneath you. 1st and 10, 10:45 on the clock. Stafford under center. 2 wides. And we look like we might have a timeout. Is this Carroll burning one? No, McVay burned it. Okay. McVay didn't like what he saw. Didn't like what he saw. Costa Rica sports fan says Wilson's a former rushing quarterback that can't adjust and become a pocket passer. His playing style won't allow him to play for 10 more years. Well, if he increasingly cannot seem to escape out of anything in the pocket anymore, which is where it's starting to get to a little bit, where, like that play with Von Miller, he would have, young Russ just would have rounded around that and allowed come back into the leverage of his block there with Everett or with Dwayne Brown. But he didn't do that. He kind of went a different way with it a little bit and just got dragged down. You see more of that with him, where sometimes he just can't get away anywhere near what he used to do. He used to be one of the best all-time quarterbacks about getting away from pressure in the pocket, and now sometimes he just gets, if they get a hand on him, it's done. Stafford under center, 10:41 on the clock, 10:42 on the clock here. Quick throw, finds Cooper Kupp for 10 yards. Easy peasy, right in the middle of the field. That is where they are making their hay while the sun is shining. You got Blesson Austin out there in the width, and yep. That's again, nice shot by the overhead there to show you that's a flood zone concept, right? You see Austin get pulled to one side initially, which opens up the hole to where Cooper Kupp can go where Austin would go if not for that wide receiver pulling him out of the zone. Kupp attacks the zone. Easy catch, nearly first down, I guess, 9 yards. 10:02 on the clock here. 2nd and 1. Stafford under center, 3 wide receivers. The give is to Darrell Henderson. He pounds his way for a 2-yard gain, but a first down. Megan says, this makes me glad I'm reformatting the laptop so I can't see the game at the moment. It's not the greatest show we've seen so far here. I'll tell you what, man, Poona Ford is playing a whale of a game here. He came up and made that stop again. He's handling business down there. Robert Kimdichie sighting down there on the defensive line right now. We got LJ Collier and Robert Kimdichie and Benson Mayowa on our defensive line right now at the same time. Instills confidence. Oh, God. Stafford and shotgun. They actually got some pressure on him. Hey, good job, boys. Ooh, Darrell Taylor lays a little smack. He put the running back on his butt after he made the short catch and a little flat route out to him. Taylor came up and hit him right up in his shoulder pads and put him on his back. Oh, yeah. Oh, those dreads go flying. He nearly knocked his dreads off. Love it, man. Out of the way, Darrell. 2nd and 7, 8:35 on the clock. Rams on the 40. The give is back into Darrell Henderson on a wide zone run outside. He takes it for a good 7-8 yards. Nice job on his part. Wow, look at that. A team attacking on the outside with the running game. How inventive. How inventive. Twisted. Taylor with the Madden hit, says Ethan. Yeah, that's right. That was a Madden hit. Harry Murray, not sure you agree, Brandon, but it seems physically and mentally the Rams are always up for this matchup, and Seattle never seems bothered. We got Al Woods down. Ooh, that's bad. We're already light right now with Brian Monet in this game. You're in trouble if he goes down. You're in big trouble if he goes down. Big trouble. Big trouble. They needed to physically get up for this game and lay the wood. I don't know, man. I think that we get up for it. I mean, I think the defense has gotten up for this game overall to a degree. I think that just the Rams offense knows how to attack this defense, and the defense has never really adjusted to that. Seattle's still running out 2 linebackers at this course. You can say that that's because they're being driven because of the injury situation. I say it's being driven because you didn't really value cornerbacks this offseason like you should have. And, you keep getting attacked by the same thing over and over again. It starts to be hard for me to pass off that as being you're not up for energy-wise. I'm kind of pointing out on a couple of these plays where they're attacking with, for instance, the flood zone concepts that just reap the whirlwind upon your defense. Where is Seattle's adjustment to that? Where is any of the wrinkle? If any of you in the chat can mention a wrinkle you've seen and their adjustment to that over the course of the last 4 or 5 years in playing McVay, I would be all ears and love to hear it because I haven't seen it. There's no adjustment to this stuff. We're going to keep doing what we're doing. Oh, they beat us with it. We're going to keep doing what we do. Oh, they beat us with it. We're going to keep doing what we do. They beat us again, man. How'd they do that again for a 3rd straight time? Okay, 4th time. Here we go. We're going to do what we do again. This time we got, golly, they got us again. How could you see it coming down? Okay, 5th time. It's 5th time. We're due now, right? We're due. We're going to keep doing what we do. And it's like a hit. Just eventually you're due. Oh, they got us again. God dang. It's that. It's really just like this. I know I'm making it simple, but frankly, I don't see it being that complicated. I really don't. At the end of the day, you don't have an answer schematically to deal with what they're doing schematically to attack the weaknesses of your scheme. 3rd down run. Nice try by the Seahawks defense to stop him, but it looks like he did peel and twirl around his way. Sony Michel did for a 1st down. .7:31 on the clock. The Rams are up. Now, this has been a bad half for our Seahawks team overall, but we are only down right now 3-0, and we do get the ball back at the start of the second half. So while it's looked ugly, while it's looked dirty, while it's looked like your typical Seattle Seahawks game, we can hold up maybe. Looks like it's Bless on Austin, or Bless Austin is down and up. Looks like he's hurting a little bit. Elwood's back up on the field. It's good to see. .7:24 on the clock. 1st and 10 here for the Rams. Current drive is 8 plays, 35 yards. They've taken off 5 minutes and 29 seconds. Just basically lived offensively on the football field this first half. Stafford in shotgun. Cooper Kupp on one side of him. Sony Michel on the other. Cooper goes out for a flat route. You could see that coming a mile away. Still makes the catch. Still gains 3 yards. If you see Cooper Kupp as a running back in shotgun, I'm sticking right into coverage of him out of the backfield. Like, I've watched the Rams play in about 6 games this year. When Cooper Kupp's in shotgun at his side, he always goes out on a swing route. That's the route he runs every time, and then he turns it into like a wheel route going up the field. Every single time. Stafford in shotgun, spread formation, 2nd and 8. Oh, a drop by Show and Neck and Quo and Wecken, Neck and Wecka, Hecka, Neck and Mick. And it looked like another one of those easy completions just set up right there in the middle of the zone. Again, attacking Jordan Brooks in coverage in his zone. Just talked about this a second ago. You should have basically in this situation, spread 4 wide receivers. You should have dime. You're coming out of nickel instead. So you have a linebacker trying to be matched up against a wide receiver, which is it's a difficult thing. Seahawks defense looking tired. 3rd and 8, 6:38 on the clock. Stafford back in shotgun, back to the 4 wide receiver set again. And sack! Rasheem Green gets in there, just fighting, scratching, biting, punching, hitting, walking his way, inching his way up the field, just trying to do everything he can to collapse the pocket. And finally, with Stafford holding the ball for a long enough time in the pocket, he is able to get the pressure. Nice job by Rasheem doing that out of the essentially doing this from what would be the NASCAR package here in the 3-tech, actually fights through a hold, frankly, which should have been called to make that sack. So uncalled hold, but still gets the sack. Nice job by Rasheem Green when you need it. Defense is coming up when you need a big play. I mean, this has been, look, you can go, yeah, but they're giving up yards and they're letting them drive and they're da-da-da-da. But like the defense this year has given up yards. But they showed this stat in this game. At the end of the day, they're 5th in the league in points. 5th. Ooh, Freddie Swain with a little bit of a nifty return there. Gets up to the 16. But they're 5th in the league in giving up points. And that's where, at the end of the day, as a defense, you can talk all day about, I don't like the yards, I don't like the bend but don't break as any more than a lot of you don't. But at the end of the day, it is effective in the way that they run it in keeping those points off the board. It's pretty incredible that they're at 5th, frankly. I mean, it's credible in this game. You're at 3 points. We're watching this first half, you'd go, man, this ain't working in favor. That's working wrong. But you're there. You're in this game. Hell, you go down and score points here. You steal a possession. Let's go, Russ. Let's go, company. Now here, I bring Russ back on the field. There's 2 things I do. I attack with the running game to the edges. No more read option stuff with Penny, okay? And then let's embrace the short passing attack a little bit here now. Let's script some easy throws in for Russ. Okay? Ryan Austin said, did you see him roll Swain's ankle? It looked a little bit like he leaned on it for an extra time. Did he do that gator roll, Ryan? That gator roll? That was the first, I remember last year we were playing the Cowboys, or 2 years ago, maybe it was, man, these seasons all run. No, it was last year. The Cowboys went home, and they had a guy gator roll Carson. And that was the first time I had heard that term. It's an awesome term, though. It's so perfect. It's so apropos, fits perfectly for that type of tackle when guys do that, the gator roll. Because it's just what it looks like. Uncle John says, haven't stopped anything in a few years. Charles Riley with the $2 donation. Thank you, Charles. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah. Says, hit that like button, folks. Yes, please do. Hey, it doesn't cost you anything. And I know it seems like a silly, weird thing, but when you hit that like button, you help YouTube, you alert YouTube to the fact that this channel should be posted for other Seahawks fans when they're looking for Seahawks content. So when you do that, you cause that, which helps this. And I appreciate that. Jamal Adams' shoulder says Swain needs an extra gear. Supposedly he was a 4.4 guy coming out, Jamal, but I've always said that that's one of those track times versus football speed. And then when Freddie gets on the field, he's not a 4.4 guy. He doesn't run like a 4.4 guy. Michael Crow-Hershaw says, I called for pressure, and finally there it is. They did it, Michael. They heard your call. They heard the call. Thank God they did. Dude almost spun his foot off. Some dude at that point was going to do one of these gator roll tackles. And, I mean, we've already seen, hell, didn't Mac Jones do it to Brian Burns this year on a play, too? Where he's like, I thought he had the ball. Brian didn't even have the ball, and he's just doing like this MMA twist. And, I mean, you can easily break a guy's foot doing that. It just takes the right leverage at the right angle. Dupree Squid says we needed to be taking more quick fire shots on slants and checkdowns. Agreed. That's how you attack this defense. That's how you do it. You're not going to have the deep plays down the field. They're going to take that away from your Seahawks. You've got to get your stuff done on the short stuff. Play action by Russell Wilson on first down. He's looking. Finally throws a ball late into Eskridge, and it is knocked away by Leonard Floyd, the linebacker coming up in coverage. It's just, again, like he's sitting back there, patting the ball, looking around, baking a cake, taking his time. Is there nobody open? And Eskridge just stops, buddy. You got to come back to the ball, and he's got to make that catch. That's a drop by Eskridge there. He did not break that ball up. That's a drop by Eskridge. That's, by the way, the second drop of the season by Eskridge, who has about 6-7 targets on the year. One of the things I posted about one of my issues with Eskridge in making that pick was his drops. There's too much of that on his college tape. It's going to show up at the NFL level. There you go. 2nd and 10, Russell in shotgun. There we go. Finally, a nice easy throw to DK Metcalf, who gets up the field for about 5 yards, does what he can with the ball. I like it. At least you're manufacturing a touch there for DK. Good job. That's good. Makeable 3rd down now. We're going to have to convert some 3rd downs at some point. So, I mean, if we're going to have any chance in this game, they got to decide if they want to get 1 or 2 of these. Oh, the NFL showing their NFL LA Stadium. Ooh. Oh, we're so proud of our LA Stadium. Ooh. Whoop-de-doo. Russell Wilson, shotgun, 3rd and 6. Seattle in a 3 wide. Again, Rams bringing a blitz. Russell throwing deep down the field. Ball's tipped by Ramsey. Incomplete. 4th down. Oh, my goodness. So we did none of the things that I said we should have done, and we didn't get anywhere. I don't know, man. Are we overthinking this offensively? Is that what's happening? Like, what? I don't see any of Waldron's scheme here. I'm not great play down the field on a punt return by Jones. I'm not seeing anything as far as Waldron's scheme here. I mean, Brian Marvin says, what happened to the short passes always got deep. I'm trying not to bang it too hard because I know I'm being a little negative here at times on this, but like it's the part I don't get with this team and watching them is I guess I can understand more at failing if you're seeing more of the short completions not being completed, the ball being knocked away, the receiver not getting any separation, Russell being inaccurate. But as you see on that first down play out the gate where they run play action, it looks like a deep shot playoff first down is what they're trying to accomplish there. Again, your offense is scuttling throughout this game. They have no momentum. Nothing's really clicking or going. You've got to manufacture that momentum as a play caller then. You've got to manufacture touches, manufacture completions. The second down throw to DK Metcalf where he comes back across the formation and then kind of goes out into the flat off the snap, and then they just sort of manufacture a 5-6 yard gain. You should have a collection of those plays as an offensive play caller in your playbook you're going to. Again, they might fail, but we're seeing a lot of Russell Wilson holding the ball, looking, right? And not a lot of the short passing game being implemented here consistently. Say nothing again of no outside running game in this game at all. Nothing with Penny to the outside at all. Odd the game plan sometimes structure because you're watching with the Rams and how they've attacked us in this game at times. And they haven't had a tremendous amount of success in scoring points, but where they've had their success in doing just the things I'm talking about. They're attacking when they do well in running the ball in this game. It's been to running to the outside. And when they've done their best in this game, it's attacking with the short throws over the middle of the football field against our Hawk defense. It's very similar with the way these teams' offenses need to attack to have success against both defenses. But I see one offense having a methodology and approach in how they're going at it. Another offense that's just sort of like blinded in the dark, reaching for things a little bit. Charles Riley says, Ramsey got up for that deflection. Dude is good. He is good. No, it's a great play by him. Ramsey made a great play on that throw. Remember the time I kind of want to see some jet sweeps with Eskridge. It's something different. I'm good with that, man. At least you're attacking the outside on that, right? Which is what I'm calling for in the running game. You can accomplish that with fly sweeps just as easily as you can accomplish that with outside zone runs. All right, we got 4:42 on the clock in the second quarter. The Rams take over the 25-yard line, up 3-0. 4:42 on the clock. Stafford slides into shotgun based off of what he sees with the defense. Another sack? All right, another sack. Hell yeah, Carlos Dunlap. Los, man. Los showing up. Very similar a little bit to Rasheem Green's sack, just kind of walking his man back, pushing him back. Seattle brought a blitz there, which brought the running back out from being able to help the lineman. Nice job on that blitz timing by Ugo Amadi. He's been a very good blitzer for us recently, but that brought the running back from being able to help out the lineman inside, and then Los just made a great move inside. Quick move inside. Just caught the tackle off guard. I'm guessing he probably set that move up. And a nice job on second down there to get up and tackle Henderson on a short little run up the middle. Like Quandre Diggs came up there and made the stop. Or was that Reed? Rams come up in a hurry up here in 3rd and 17. Interesting call. Seahawks don't call a timeout, which is an interesting call. Stafford going deep down the field and wide open is Cooper Kupp. Wide open is Cooper Kupp. The pass rush just ran right past Stafford. I mean, just left him absolutely open and cleared, and he just hit Kupp deep down the field. What is the corner doing here? You've got what is the defense they're running there? Why? Boy, I don't know. I don't know the defense you're running there with the why the corner's not carrying Cooper up the field. 3rd and 17, and you allowed it like it was just easy. And you allowed him to throw to the one guy in this game who I said, don't let this guy get you. And you've got him running wide open down the football field. Whew-wee. All right, 2:35 on the clock here. Randall McDaniel, you were talking about Ugo Amadi chopping knees down. Somebody was a couple weeks ago. He just chopped Cooper's knee down. Looks like cover 6. Yeah. Oh, Puna almost had the pick. Oh, big Puna almost had the pick. That was crazy. Stafford was rolling out and flicked it over to the man, hit his man in the hands. The man knocked it up in the air, and Puna almost had himself a picker, a Puna pick. He's going to be thinking about that one all night long, big man. He's going to be like, if I caught that, I'm housing that back the other way. Sector 7 with $2 donation says, if that was Austin in coverage, he ain't it. No, he's not. That was Reed, I think, that they had in coverage. I think Austin got injured here, Sector 7, so they had Reed on that deal, but then they did have him. It was like a flag here. I don't know if it's delay a game. There we go. This will make it 3rd and 12. 2 minutes and 4 seconds on the clock. Yeah, they had Reed on that was Reed on that coverage, Sector 7 on Cooper Kupp. And he had he was staying on a short zone. Like they had him playing up to come up for the running back who would be leaking out late, and then have the safety have to drive over to Kupp late across the football field, or not even the safety, but essentially Ugo Amadi there playing his zone coverage deep. Sort of it just looked, the whole play looked a little weird. Charles says Puna may be the widest human being I've ever seen. He is. He is a wide boy. He is a wide boy. Eric99 says this offense is non-existent and this defense will only hold on for so long. I can't watch this game, this garbage of a game plan. I get it, Eric. 3rd down, 7. Stafford and shotgun. I guess they didn't called off the penalty as they would. Bobby Wagner comes up and makes the play. Are they short? They are short. Let's see if the Rams go for it here or take the field goal. Interesting call here now by the Rams. That'll take us to the 2-minute warning. Eric, the game plan has been very strange, offensively speaking, and this has been a common theme throughout this season. I don't know if I can blame it all on Waldron or not. I don't know who to blame it on. It just is what it is, though, and that it's odd and it doesn't seem driven by just doesn't seem to be driven by a certain approach. We want to accomplish this. We want to accomplish that. We're going to set up this to then get to that. You know, you don't see them setting their chess pieces up across the board, you know. Brian Koski, Kupp from Yakima is a badass, though. I loved what he did at Eastern Washington, smashing records. I was hoping the Hawks would have, I do, Brian. I would have loved to see him pick him up as well. Hawk scouts weren't really big on Cooper Kupp, though, I guess. That's the word out of here in Spokane. Joseph Arsanano says cover OBJ. That might help. Ryan says with the refs, sometimes I just feel like, it's the Rams. It's the LA team. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. I get that feeling too, Ryan. Like I said, I'm a little bit of a paranoid guy, so I can sometimes see stuff that isn't necessarily always going to be there with things, but this one feels a little bit like it. I mean, them wiping off that penalty there when they just called the delay game, waited a couple seconds, come back, and then it's no call. Huh? What? RW3 undercover goat, DK Moss, anyone? Not as of yet. Not as of yet. And thank you, Spectre7, Charles Riley. Thank you for your donations. Kidder96, Sector 7 has been a member for 2 months. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He's one of my OGs on the channel, though. Been around for a bit. Yeah, the 3 and outs this year, Brian, again, sometimes this can go back to Waldron. Maybe some of this goes back to Carroll. It's very hard to tell exactly. But whatever you're doing offensively ain't working in your approach. Isn't in the vicinity of working. I mean, it is. There are too many weeks here where, offensively speaking, you just look completely like the worst offense in the league, kind of. Frankly, I mean, is there really a worst past your Jaguar, Lion? Maybe the Lions' offense is playing better than this offense. I don't know. Past the bottom rung teams in the NFL, who's worse than you offensively right now? Crane's holding up. I mean, when they get him into 3rd and long, undercover go, when they give him a 3rd and long, it's trouble town, because then they bring the blitz, and that's where our line gets overwhelmed. But it's kind of, they've done okay. They haven't been on the field very much, though. Everything's 3 and out, so you just don't see very much of your offense. 3rd down here, or 4th down and 2. Rams go for it. Nice knock away by Jordan Brooks. No flag. Great play on Schwoken, Necken, Haken, Lecken, Necken, Mugen. And we got a 4th down stop. Defense is bringing it today, folks. Let's give the defense some props. Hell yeah. We get a little bit of pressure. Turnover here. Nice job by Brooks. That's on Cooper Kupp, a wide receiver. Comes up, breaks on the play. Again, you see the Rams attacking those linebackers in coverage. And Brooks comes up and makes a nice play. Not even close to being called. A little bit of blood on his elbow. That always makes you 10% tougher. That always makes you 10% tougher. All right, so 3-0, 1:56 on the clock. Seattle Seahawks have 3 timeouts. They're going to have good field position. Their best field position, I believe, all day that they've started with, maybe past that Diggs interception. Russell in shotgun, 4 wide receivers. DJ Dallas to his right. Russell with a quick pass into Gerald Everett. Stays on his feet, gets a couple extra yards for the 1st down. Boy, Russell threw that ball angry. He threw that ball angry. 1:41 on the clock. 1st and 10. Russell running, of course. Hurry up here. No surprise there. Russell falls down. Manages to still get the ball out to DJ Dallas. Somehow, someway, Russell literally fell down off taking the snap from his knees, threw it into DJ Dallas's arms for a catch for 9 yards. 1:15 on the clock. Seattle continues to run. Hurry up here. What an odd play there. Just slipped right down. Wow. I can't believe Russell got that ball out. That is amazing. Russell comes back in shotgun. 4 wide receivers. Rams show blitz, come out of it. Russell got Aaron Donald on his feet. Russell throws it up. Camera loses him. Gerald Everett makes the catch. There's a flag. It's chaos on the football field. Let's see what the flag is here, folks. It probably was maybe pass interference there, because it was Russell underthrew that on a deep ball, holding defense. Woo! All right. Woo! Let's go. Seattle will, of course, decline that penalty, holding on Jalen Ramsey on the play. But Russ just threw the ball up and just sort of all the defenders overran the play so that Gerald Everett could kind of make the catch. The camera completely lost it. Completely lost him. But Donald was, he was blowing air or that was Von Miller blowing on the back of Russell Wilson's neck when he threw that ball. Russell back in shotgun now, 53 seconds on the clock. Russell under pressure, brought down for a sack by Leonard Floyd. He managed to step up in the pocket and only make it a 1-yard loss. Call a timeout here, Seattle. Or don't. No, maybe just let the clock run. You don't want to leave the Rams any time on the clock here. This is stealing a possession, right? Don't give them an extra possession at the end of the clock. They still have a timeout left. Make sure this is a touchdown or nothing. You still have 3 timeouts. Smart. Russell in shotgun here. Again, hurry up. He's looking. He fires. Little off target to D. Eskridge there. 20 seconds remain on the clock. And he just kind of, I think he was just sort of, that's almost a de facto throwaway. Because Eskridge was not open and had no separation. Charles Riley, the $5 donation says, Hawks Nest is the international hub for Hawks fans who appreciate intelligent analysis. Thank you for the $5 donation, Charles, and I appreciate it. I like that. I think we got our channel tagline right there, Charles. I think you got our tagline. All right, 3rd and 12. Russell and shotgun, 20 seconds. 3 wide. Dallas right next to him. The Rams are showing blitz to Russ. They bail out of it again. Looks like we had a timeout or a flag. False start by the Seattle Seahawks. So this is going to make it down to 3rd and 17, basically 3rd and unmakeable. So I'm guessing on this play, we're going to see a draw on the next play up the middle to DJ Dallas. I'm going to make a wild guess as Dwayne Brown jumped off sides there a little early. Interesting. International hub for Hawk fans who appreciate intelligent analysis. Man, Charles, I'm telling you, I'm going to steal that line. Looks like Seattle called their first time out here to get the right kind of play call in. Smart move on their part. You don't get any points for leaving timeouts on the board at the half. Spectre 7 with a $2 donation says, Schroen Necken Wacken Necken Meccan Neckin Man. New merch now. One of those last names where they gotta lower the font size to fit all the letters into the back of the jersey. Right? Schroen Necken Backen Necken Wacken Necken. Keldon with a $2 donation says, not just Seahawks. I like listening to this guy. Keldon, that's very kind, man. Hey, it's a high praise to sway a 49er fan into watching my channel, man. That's high praise. It's high praise. And I appreciate you donating. You guys are very kind. All right, so we got Russell now in shotgun. Looks like the Rams have called a timeout now. Ooh, a little bit of gamesmanship here. As the Rams say, "Oh, well, let's see what you're going to try to run, and then we'll call a timeout. When we see what you call a timeout, then we'll show us what, and then we'll call a timeout, and then you call another timeout. Joke's on you, McVay." But thank you, Calvin. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate it. Like I said, Niner fans, Rams fans, Cardinal fans, all comers, come on in. We got room for everybody in here. We got room for everybody. Wow, what a weird, interesting first half here, folks. Interesting first half. The defense is playing great football, though. Props to them. They're playing some great football. It's all about not giving up points. And the Rams are legitimately one of the better offenses in the NFL. Legitimate. And you've got them at 3 points in this half. Russell in shotgun now, 3rd and 17. Seattle comes out with 3 wide. He's got DJ Dallas as sort of a de facto 4th wide. Pass blocking Von Miller, as one does with. And then Russell just throws it away. Interesting having DJ Dallas one-on-one in pass protection there with Von Miller, and then Russ just throws it, doesn't even give DK a chance up there to throw it up, just throws it out of bounds by 10 yards. I've seen him do that since he's come back after the finger injury with DK, about 5 or 6 throws where he's got DK and he just doesn't even throw it up to give him a chance or a shot. All right, Jason Myers is going to come out here and attempt a 39-yard field goal from the hash the kickers don't like to kick from. Ooh, he barely snuck that sucker through. That thing was rubbing. I was rubbing them uprights as it went past, but he got it in. So no style points. I think he left a little brown of that ball on the side of that upright. Just a little smidge. All right, so we got 10 seconds. Tie game. We get the ball at the start of the half, folks. Okay. Very fast first half, man. This thing wound down really quick. Really quick. Jason Myers made the field goal, please. He barely made that thing. He barely got that thing through. Well, RW3 says deep ball while DK Moss's Randy. Or Moss's Ramsey. That's what I would have even tried for a 3rd and 17 there. The Rams bring a blitz, which means that you should have single coverage on the outside with DK at that point. If that's the case, just throw it up to him at the goal line and have DK in a place where it's to DK or nobody. And he gets up and goes up and gives it a shot. And if not, then so be it. I can't help but think there's a little bit of Russ hearing Carroll in the back of his mind there saying, just don't turn over the ball. Let's get these 3 points. Let's get the tie. We get the ball at the end of the half. A little bit of that. It's a little bit of that play not to lose approach I've talked about at times rather than playing to win. You see a little bit of frustration where DK's leaving the field there just kind of shaking his head a bit. And that's where people will go, oh, DK's such a diva. He's such a diva with that type of stuff. It's like, is he a diva? Or is he like, why doesn't my quarterback trust me in this moment? Why doesn't he trust me to go up and make a play on the football? Why is he so scared? And again, when you see that over the course of a few ball games, if you're DKing as I've seen it with him, I think you've got a right to be a bit frustrated. You got 64 passing yards in this first half. I'm sure he feels like I could do more to be helping this team out a bit here. One of 5 on third down versus the Rams who are 5 of 8. I mean, there's your game right there. There's almost your game. You're kind of lucky to be 3-3, 3-3 in this game at this point. You've made some timely pressures on Stafford, and you got in that pick by Quandre Diggs on your side of the football field. But you certainly have benefited from that quite a bit in this first half because of that. My goodness. But a great first half. It's entertaining. It might be kind of ugly football at times, folks, but it is entertaining for the most part. I just wish we could see more of a plan of attack offensively, and I don't know why they're overthinking themselves at times. We've seen none of the embracing of the short passing attack. Shane Waldron, if you go back to the beginnings of where Shane Waldron come from, it's from basically all the way back to Bill Walsh. And Bill Walsh built his passing game on the impetus of utilizing the short passing attack as not just something that you sprinkle in, but as you use more often than not. And Russell did a little bit on that final drive, which was nice to see. But why does it always got to take us down to the 2-minute warning to get there a little bit? Still, at the end of the day, I'm not going to harp on the offense. This is more of the same of what they've shown us. I'm going to be impressed by this defense. They're coming into this game, no Brian Monet. Obviously, you have Al Woods a little bit beaten up in this game to a degree. You're having to run linebackers out there and nickel constantly, and the Rams are attacking it with with their own 4 wide receiver concepts to go right at your linebackers. And while there have been some completions, while there have been some yards, they only got 3 points on the board with you being forced into that approach. Seattle's not sitting in 2 linebackers and nickel package because that's what they want to do. They're doing that because that's what they have to do, because they're almost down to no cornerbacks. And they don't have any safeties to fill in for the cornerbacks if they don't have any of those. That leaves you with linebackers. And right now, Bobby Wagner and Jordan Brooks overall are doing yeoman's work. They're put in a bind. A linebacker versus a receiver is always going to be usually a loss for the linebacker. It's very rare in this league you got a linebacker who can handle his business with a receiver. You could probably count them on your hand, the number of legit linebackers who can run with receivers in this league. But those guys are getting it done. And I mean, geez, you got down Blesson Austin, so now you're down. From where we started this year out with our depth chart, right? You're down Flowers, Akeelia Witherspoon. You're down Trey Brown. You're down DJ Reed. You're down Blesson Austin. So you're down 5 cornerbacks, right? And one of our cornerbacks, we're to our 6th guy on the depth chart right now with Reed at one of our cornerback spots. And then you have Sidney Jones, who wasn't even on this roster at the beginning of training camp as your other starter, who's playing really good football himself. Props to the defense on this first half. The offense has been what it's been, and there's no way to dress that thing up. But on the other side of that scale of it, the defense is bringing it today. They're being put on that football field constantly over and over again. I know they were gassed near the end of that first half as the Rams were driving up on the field on them, and they still got it done. And they've been really good over the course of this year as the years wound on and gone on further and further. They've stayed consistently good throughout since basically the start of that last Rams game in Seattle. There's not been one game you can point to where they were awful in this game. No, they've been good to great to at least decent in every single game since that one. Boy, that Stafford pick, which they're showing right now, was such an interesting play on his part. He had a wide open lane to see Quandre coming, and he never saw him coming. Diggs is getting paid this offseason. He's getting paid. No doubt about it. They're showing the Eagles Washington football game highlights here. Oh my gosh, did he intercept that? Did he intercept that off his foot? I guess he did. Jeez, that guy just stopped playing. All right, looks like Washington's up 10-9. Oh no, here we go. 10-10. Okay. So both NFL games are tied here at the half. Oh, okay, folks. Well, I feel like offensively you can get some stuff done here if you just go back again to the tenets of outside run, short passing. Outside run, short passing. Jeff Lowe, Penny's being shortchanged. Oh, I see what you did there, Jeffrey. I see what you did there. Zachary Hopkins says, I see Wilson landing in New Orleans. I don't think Zachary New Orleans has got the ammunition to get it done in a trade. I don't. It's a possibility. They're going to be, I think, one of those fringe teams looking at him, and they're going to try to maybe get into it, but I don't know. James Vollmer, what happened to Penny? Nothing's happened differently from last week, James, in this game. What's gone on so far here is that they've utilized Penny up the middle and up the middle runs consistently, and that's the only way they've used him in this game. The one time he got the run to the outside, he ran for 10 yards, and there was a holding call on Damian Lewis, and they've not gone back to it since. Just not utilizing him very much in this first half. And when you are, it's again to run him up the middle, which is not the best way to use Penny. He is not Chris Carson. He is not Thomas Rawls. He is not Eddie Lacy. He is not Marshawn Lynch. You know, Penny is a different type of running back that you got to get into space. And they're not working to try to get him the ball in space. Daniel W., we've seen this offense with 3 offensive coordinators. It's Russell Wilson, why it looks like this. I think he's definitely got a big part in this, Daniel. I do think Carroll's got a bit of an influence on this as well, though. And I think Carroll also has a little bit of say to this too. But you may be right at this point. I mean, there may be at this point where it's more to Russ, where he's not going to embrace this style of offense. He needs to have a style of offense built around what he does best, which doesn't mean that it's a death knell for him and that he can't be a great quarterback in this league. It just means he can't be the quarterback in the mindset of what he's talked about wanting to be, which is like a Patrick Mahomes type. Patrick Mahomes is operating in a West Coast offense. You know, the same origins of the Waldron offense are the same origins that Mahomes comes from. And Mahomes is still able to hit that deep stuff in their attack while still hitting the short stuff too. He sometimes this year has gotten caught up in the deep stuff like Wilson has. They've shared some of those same issues this year at times. But he also overcomes it and adjusts at times, whereas we don't always see that here with Russ, you know. George Brady says, Pete Carroll defenses always deliver sooner or later. They do. Yep. Saw this last year too, didn't we? And last year it happened on the heels of you playing against lesser competition. This year it's happening on the heels of you playing against some tough teams throughout this time. You've been able to beat up on some weakling offenses, Houston, the Saints, the Steelers. But this is the second time you played the Rams offense really tough, and they've given you fits recently. We can't forget that. You did pretty good against the Cardinals, good against the 49ers. I guess none of these offenses are juggernauts necessarily, but you know, you've had some solid offenses you've gone against. Negasauce's offense is criminal, laughing out loud, worst in the league with elite wide receivers. Joke. It should be better than this. You should be better than this offensively. I understand if you're not good offensively, but to be putrid bad, to be non-functional, there's not a lot of an explanation for this or excuse. Michael Crowhurst, yeah, Ryan Neal's definitely in there. He gave up a completion in the second round. Packer 79 says Grossi Posse raid. What? Hell yeah. What's up, Grossi Posse? I love Tom Grossi. Tom Grossi's the shit. We got a Grossi raid going on? What's up, Tom? If there's a Grossi Posse, I'm loving it, man. Tell Tom Grossi that I want to do a skit with him eventually. I'm going to do a Seahawks skit where I'm going to call him up on the phone. He'll be on the other end and we'll just talk trash to each other. And I'll finish up the call with, it's still a catch. I know that one gets stuck in his craw. But I love me some Tom Grossi, man. Tom Grossi is the man. Jason King says, $2 nice hair, Tom Grossi. Well, Tom Grossi, he's a man with very good, he's got a very well coiffed toppings to his own self. So, hell yeah, we got a Grossi raid coming in the house. Dude, hell yeah. Tom, you are my hero, man. I'm inspired by Tom. So I want to be him. I want to be on him. I want to be part of him. Hell yeah. Well, welcome on in, Grassy Posse. You guys are again, this is awesome. You made my day, Tom. I love your stuff, man. I was just watching you the other day. So, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Very kind of you to do so. What's up? What's up, Matt Marshall? Fallen Ben, Bread. Guess who's back? Hell yeah. Thanks for rating it up, boys. Grassy Posse's in the house. They are strong. They're strong with the Force. They are the Jedis. We're not full on the Sith as Seahawks. We're Jedis too. We're just Jedis in a different, galaxy. So, it's a different place. It's a different spot. And I do think Tom's got me on the BB on the hair. I got a couple of years on him, though, so my hairline's gone back by just a little bit of a hair here. But Paul Severance, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome. Hell yeah, Grassy. I still can't get over this, man. That's awesome. Jashawn Crowder, what's up? Sarah Callhorn. Philip Rivers, throw in motion. What's up? D. Mary Du Bois. Go Hawks, go. Go Hawks, D. Zachary Berry, Grassy is kind of legit, and I hate Green Bay. No, Tom Grassy is the shit. No doubt about it, man. Grassy is awesome. And you get me to watch Packer content, and I'm a diehard Seahawks fan. You're doing something right to get me to that side of it to actually listen to that stuff. And the stuff he's especially covering that Aaron Rodgers stuff, that guy should get a Pulitzer for some of the stuff that he was doing with getting into the depth of that, because he had the pulse on that thing from the jump as far as which way that thing was rolling. Dude, man, that was awesome. You guys jumping in, man. I love it. He noticed. Hell yeah, I noticed. Tom Grassy's awesome. How do you not notice Tom Grassy? I'm gonna reach out to you, Tom. I gotta get a skit to Tom here eventually. I had a skit in mind with Tom to do. We were gonna play the Packers this year. I was gonna do. We go back and forth and just basically talk stuff about all the ways that our team has gone beating the other team over the last 20 years, which he'd win out because we've had a few moments, but overall, our wins are big. We get the Fail Marys and the onside kicks, but you guys maybe get us more consistently, especially when we got to go up there to Lambeau. That's our eighth rung of hell in Dante's book. If you look up the eighth rung of hell in Dante's, it's a Packers logo on that for us. Sean B says, a Hawk fan, I love Tom. Oh, Tom's great, man. AKA says being a part of him sounds kind of creepy. It was a Anchorman line, so I was doing my Ron Burgundy. Black Swan, Grassy Bossy, Kitty goes meow. So happy Grassy rated you. Yeah, Tom's awesome for doing that, man. I love you, Tom. You are amazing, sir. You are a scholar, a gentleman, a teacher of our young youth, as I understand it, if I remember correctly, and a hero and a champion. So again, man, you are where my channel wants to eventually be, and doing exactly the type of content you do, going full time, and as you can attest with this stuff, getting closer and closer with it. So, man, thank you so much, Tom, out there. You are awesome, brother. You're awesome. You're helping out the little guy on that, and you better believe it's appreciated and understood. You don't have to do that, but you do, man. So thank you so much. Hell yeah, guys. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm so stoked. I was already stoked. I'm already hyped up here on coffee. Now I'm up on Spinal Tap 11 now. This goes to 11. Yeah, but why don't you just make 11 to 10? Yeah, but this goes to 11. Andy, what's up? Good to see you out in here. Thank you to all of Grassy Posse in here. I think he does some of the best content out there of NFL YouTubers like myself. He is the gold standard. Billy Hodges, why the F don't we play dink and dunk, especially with great wide receivers? Hopefully not another Christmas ruined by my Hawks. Merry Christmas from New England. That's what I've been calling for all half. I've said, let's go with more of the short passing game. You watch it how you beat this Rams defense, and you Packer fans take note of this, because you guys will probably be playing this team here pretty soon in the playoffs. And that is, you got to lean away from the deep stuff. They're going to stop you with the run. They're going to drive pressure. They're going to take away the deep. They're one of those odd teams that can both take away your running game and take away the deep stuff. But they do that at the cost of the short and intermediate passing attack. If you take advantage of that, you can get somewhere. So this isn't really hard with how to attack this team. It's just a commitment issue. And the Seahawks team just doesn't yet show a willingness to really put that commitment into play. And it hasn't been there all year with this new offense that we've implemented, quite frankly. Emmett says, wow, the Norbcam Nyan Collin, Bears fan, but love for the Seahawks. I love it, Nyan. And we'll be playing you next week. So come on and try to get on that. You guys are going finally. Got your quarterback finally. It's going to take you a while to get in the right direction, but you guys are getting there. You're getting there. It took you, so many years to get a quarterback, but I think you finally are on the right track. Herbicide says, hate the Packers. Yeah, I understand. They're a rival of ours right now. There's no doubt about it. Charles Riley, $5 donation says, wasn't there a Grassi in the Police Academy movies? I think there was a Grassi in the Police Academy movies. And thank you for the donation, Charles. Yeah, I can't remember which character it was. And here we go with the Rashad Penny run right up the middle to start the half-off hour. 14:53 on the clock. And again, running Penny right up the middle. Why? Because that's what you do with him. Brian Koski, Tom Grossi's way cool. So is That's Good Sports. Yep. Brandon, I think we got another Brandon over there on That's Good Sports. Yeah, I all watch all that stuff, man. I steal stuff from all them too. I steal from Tom as well. You pluck here, you pluck there, a little from him, a little from there. Russell with the read option up the middle here to Rashad Penny. Because why? That's what you do with Rashad Penny, right? Don't use him on the outside, that 4.43, 4.4 speed. No. Let's bang him up in the middle. Finesse back with great vision. What do you do with him? Hammer him up the middle. That's what you do with him. Brandon Perna. Yeah. You got to have a Brandon name to be the Brandons make the best YouTubers. It's a known thing. It is known. Who the hell is Grossi? Tom Grossi is a monster YouTuber. Again, a give to Penny. Penny slides past, breaks out of the open field with a nice little 9-yard gain, puts down his head and lays a hit. Nice job by Penny. Unfortunately, he's looking a little okay. We got a flag. Dang. Penny running good, and then you get a flag. Holding penalty on Seahawks. Officials. I love the officials. I love them. They're great. Tom Grossi does Green Bay Packers content. If you guys aren't subscribed to him too, please subscribe to him. He does Packers content, and he's got like hundreds and hundreds of thousands of subscribers, and he does great work over there, covers them daily. Funny guy, very funny guy, very quick off the top of his head, very fast. And yeah, as Brandon Perna's That's Good Sports. He does kind of general NFL stuff, but I think he's a Bronco fan too. Russell and shotgun here, 4 wide receiver set. Gets a quick little pass out to DK Metcalf. DK puts down, lowers his head. Gets good 8 or 9 yards, and the cornerback tries to get up in his head a little bit. Doesn't work. Second down. See, there we go. Short passing. We're still running a little bit up between the guards a little bit too much for my taste, but it is being effective here to start things off. But there you go. Man's playing 11 yards off coverage. Attack that. Go after that. Sean B says, the Hawk fan, I love Tom. You should, man. How can you not root for Tom Grossi, man? Especially look at, he does this. He come into a little small Seahawks channel out here in the Pacific Northwest, tucked up in the mountains, and he does a little raid for me, man. He's amazing. He's amazing. Russell and shotgun again. Quick little throw. Back out to Freddie Swain. He makes the catch. He gets upfield. Freddie Swain's breaking free for a nice little 20-yard gain up the sideline. All right. Again, short, quick, easy pass out to Freddie Swain, and almost like a flat throw just about. And he just takes it up the field once the cornerback over bites on the play. Here we go. Russell Wilson going a little bit of up-tempo here. 12:27 on the clock. Back foot, let it rip. There you go. That's it. Back foot, let it rip. Don't sit there and look back there. No, just get it out of your hands. Flow. The give is back into DJ Dallas for 6 yards. Seahawks offense is moving with a purpose and a spirit here to start this half. I like it. I love it. Billy Hodges says, nice Spinal Tap reference. I work Spinal Tap in wherever I can, Billy. Russell and shotgun here, 2nd and 3. Give again into DJ Dallas out of a read option. DJ running strong, dragging, pulling. This guy Leonard Floyd just climbing on his back like a lead weight. First down. Here we go. Seahawks offense, 11:28. I think the Grossi spirit came in with that raid and just injected not just this channel, but injected my team with a little bit of spirit here. Momentum. That's right, Brian. Russell back in shotgun here. 1st and 10. DK, another shite. I still like the short throw. Just gets that little outside of the reach of DK Metcalf. A poor throw by Russell Wilson, but this is what I've talked about. That's okay. You got to commit to doing it, which is going to mean some incompletions, going to mean some poor throwing balls at times. This one just got a little away from Russ. Maybe DK could have had that. Russell's throwing that with a lot of velocity there because he knows he has Ramsey closing, and he's got to get the ball in there quick, or else Ramsey might pick that off and take it for 6. So you have to kind of put some steam on it. Makes it a little bit tougher to catch that kind of ball. 2nd and 10. Seahawks at the 26-yard line here. Russell in shotgun. 3 wide receivers, 1 tight end. Looks like an adjustment into Penny off the gate. Penny gives with the read option up the middle. Why? Because that's what you do with Rashad Penny. Interesting call. They love to do this read option into Penny. I don't know if maybe Russell adjusted to that off a call off the line of scrimmage, but that's just not his game. Costa Rica sports fans, he does skits as well. Yeah, it's part of what I'm going to be doing in this next month. I'll be doing a lot more skits and stuff on my channel in January when I get to my new studio setup. Russell and shotgun, 3rd and 9. 10:30 on the clock. Rams are showing blitz. They drop out of it. Russell gets rid of it. Nice catch by DK again. Russ has got to throw that with literal steam coming off the sides of that football as he throws it. A tough catch by DK Metcalf, but he makes it with the ball out away from his hands. Great job. Great job by DK. Boy, he sat down so well. He had Ramsey stumbling as he was pushing up there. Russell back in shotgun, 1st and 10. DJ Dallas next to him. Again, the read option play, DJ Dallas. Boy, DJ running hard, pushing, fighting, lowering his head. Men just all over him, grabbing him, tearing at him, and he just fights his way through for a gain of 8. Nice job by DJ Dallas. That away. Second and 2. 9:30 on the clock. Russell under center here. 2 tight ends. Looks like a 3 wide receiver, 1 tight end. Again, DJ Dallas. Yeah, give it back to him. Touchdown. Touchdown, baby. Let's go. Let's go. That's how you start a half. That's how you start a half. Short passing, mixing in the run, unpredictable. Get away from let's go for the deep hole shots on every throw. Let's just work with just get the offense moving, get it working. And again, you had the completion that was bad to DK on the throw there. That's okay. Stay with it. Stay with it. Great job of converting that 3rd down into DK on that pass by Russell. And again, all on the back of the short and not even in the intermediate. All that was the short passing game throughout that whole drive and then running the ball. A lot of read option. And I'll tell you this, the thing you see, DJ Dallas is better out of the read option than even Penny is. That's where he should be at, where you're giving those kind of runs. But an awesome job by our offense. Here we go. That's the way to answer the bell after a really tough opening. Nice job by Posick coming in there at the end to lay a little block to get Dallas in. Great drive. Great drive, team. That away. That away. Hell yeah.
Cup now. If you do that, that'd be great. That would just be swell. Let's go, baby. Let's go. All right, so here the kick's the extra point. 9:23 to go in the 3rd. The kick is up, and it is good. 10-3, 7-point game. 7-point game, folks. Boom. You know what's crazy is after these games, we just have 3 weeks of regular season left. That's crazy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, hold real quick. Just got to check on the puppers. Be right back. Check on the puppers.
All right.
What you barking at?
We are rolling. We are rolling, folks. Here we go. Up by 7. We're not dead yet. We're not dead yet. They might have already started to get some of the dirt dug out. They've picked out the casket. They're going for mahogany. But we ain't dead yet. We ain't over with yet. Let's go. Let's go. God, that was a good drive. Man, when they were rolling right, when it's going good, it's flowing, you know? Let us go. Here we go. Boy, Dallas ran strong on that drive, didn't he? I mean, he got a couple times where he was tackled and it looked like a 3-4 yard gain. He churned out another 3-4 yards. Kid's looking good. Kid's looking good. Nice to see Russ and DK happy with each other. Nice to see them not angry. Oh, goodness. Paul Severance, thank you for subscribing too. I missed a bunch of people subscribing with the raid on Grossi raid. Packer79 super chat at $2. Thank you for the Grossi Posse raid as well. Man, we got a lot of people just piled in there all of a sudden, so I probably missed a few folks, but I do appreciate everyone who did. That was awesome. All right, kickoff here. Seattle comes up, and ooh, Darrell Taylor flying up to make the play on the kickoff coverage unit. Nice job by DT. That's TNT, not DT tonight. TNT, not DT. TNT. Dynamite. How many plays was that, sir? I think we had like a 9-play drive there, right? That's what it felt like. About a 9-play drive, dude. I just missed my... I got this messed up now. There we go. Oh, no, number 59. Radigan's down, and he's pointing to his knee. Backup linebacker. That sucks. The kid's been really good for us on special teams. Dupree Squid says, come on now, the defense needs to keep doing their thing. That's it, right, Dupree? You go, man, okay, now don't do the thing you guys do sometimes where it's one side sucking and one side's doing great, and now once the other side starts to turn around and do great, the other side starts to suck. That's also been a little bit of a kind of a common theme we've seen this year. Richard Roland Connor says, please, defense, don't let up now that you think the offense can score. It will. No. Pedal down, man. Pedal down on this one. Herbicides, geez, get up to get food and missed it. Can't get up for that food, man. You just got to go hungry for the game. Catch it all. Richard Connor says, Dallas wants Carson's job. Yeah, you better believe he does. You better believe it.
Jump, Poppy! Yeah, Poppy. What are you barking at upstairs? What are you woofing at? A dog walking by? A tree? What's happening? Oh my God, what's happening? Go ahead, go bark at something that's not there. She's, All right, touchdown Eagles. It's a 10-10 game. Eagles just rushed it in, touchdown. Eileen with a $5. Plot twist. Seahawks sneak into the playoffs and win the Super Bowl just for the absolute chaos in the reaction house. That's it. I need to get a soundproof studio.
Oh.
Might also have a ghost. Well, they should start paying rent then. They should start paying rent. So,
bear with me,
just saying.
folks.
Just saying. All right, we got an injury timeout here. We got a little stoppage.
All right, so we got a good drive here going now. Let's see if our defense can answer
What do you do with
back.
a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor early in the morning? Way she travel way, way,
All right.
way, she
We got
travel
Stafford under center,
way,
gives
way.
to the running back. Ooh, he stays on his feet. Sonny Michel does for a gain of 9.
Buck's hat at?
Looks like defense
Right there.
kinda gave up
It's
a little bit
literally-
on that one, just a little bit.
I got you. Don't look at my hiney, okay? Don't look at my caboose. Don't do it. Right here. There you go. There you go. There it is. Right there. Don't look at my hiney. All right, we're good now. We're good. Thick. Too late. Damn it! I hate being objectified on stream. Hawks are attacked.
Oh, Sidney Jones almost jumped up and made that interception.
Kudos on the care game. Crushing it. Crushing it. Close my eyes. Good. Thank you. Thank you for respecting my wishes. Oh, that was John Radigan.
All right.
Getting hurt. Bellator released the woofing.
Of course, my stream just cut out
Ball's
there.
on the 14. Stafford hands off to Sony PS5 Michelle. He's like, I'm going to get home for Christmas, and gets 9 yards there. Nice pickup there, but he's 2nd and 1.
Come on.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Oh, yeah. Thick. Thick.
All right, so we got a 3rd and 1 on my end
Drop
here now,
something on the floor and
8:36
pick
on
it
the
up.
clock. Sorry, folks. I just wanted to thank Tom really quick.
All right.
Raid. He was awesome for doing that, so sure I catch him. Run, pass, run, touchdown, wear them down. That's right, Jason. Wear them down. I like the balance. I like the unpredictability to it. Again, there was a little bit of a purpose in what they were trying to accomplish a bit there. You can kind of understand a little bit of it. Sometimes it's confusing. All right, Stafford's 3rd and 1 here. We've got 8:36 on the clock. He's under center. This looks like a run. They're going to trust their running game here against this defense. Has been pretty stout today. Nope, play action. Al Woods, early pressure. Stafford's got a man deep down the field. Catches into Kupp. Nice job by Cooper Kupp. He shows you there why this guy's leading the league right now in catches and yards and touchdowns and every receiving stat known to God. You got Sidney Jones in press off the jump. He's not really pressing him, he's showing him press. And he just kind of runs around him, and it's a nice back shoulder throw by Stafford. That's some of that stuff I've talked about with those two guys, where Cooper Kupp and Stafford I've never seen as much a pairing that works like this, where these guys just came together. You would think they'd been together for 4 or 5 years in some of their psychic-like connection between quarterback and receiver on the field. But those guys are just right on the same page. I mean, how did Kupp know to adjust to the back shoulder on that? But he just did seamlessly there, no problem. All right, the Rams are back past the 50-yard line. Here we go. Give his in to Sony Michel. Sony Michel with another big carry up the middle for a good 12 yards, and he's still on his feet. Horrible tackling by the Seattle Seahawks. Again, like earlier in this drive, they just sort of stopped tackling. Everybody just sort of came to a stop, like they were expecting the running back to go down to the ground, and instead it didn't happen. Taylor just completely took a bad angle to the ball carrier there. I mean, he had a free run into Michelle there and just completely took a bad angle. Go Hawks' defense fell apart as soon as the offense wakes up. That's what it seems like. That's what I was worried about here, right? Like, okay, guys, don't go in the can now that the offense has gotten right. All right, Brooks comes up and makes the play, stops Sony Michel. Well done here as we got 1st and goal here from about the 6-yard line. No gain. Boy, Jordan's looking like that hurt a little bit. He's not moving like that tackle felt good. Charles with a $5 donation says, freaking Cooper Kupp. Was he on a team with Vernon Adams at EWU? I think so. I think Adams was that other guy he was on there with. But yeah, he was the Eastern guy. I'll tell you guys, I've told you guys about the story, and I'll tell you after we get the commercial break about Kupp. Somebody else was mentioned, Brian was about Kupp. Brian Koski was. I got a story in regards to Seahawks scouting him. All right, we got Stafford in shotgun. 4 wide receiver. Running back goes in motion. Bang. Touchdown. Cooper Kupp. They attack, again, that middle part of the field where you have the 2 linebackers on the field. It should be a dime package, ideally with 4 wide receivers. You're going to more of a nickel and 2 linebackers. The Rams attack this, and they attack this well. Good job on their part on that drive. Rams answer right back. This is why they're a good football team. They're not just going to roll over when you score on them then and say, and boy, the defense sure made that easy on them. Poor tackling on that drive. And I don't know there with what was going on what Bobby was thinking on that one, because he left him in coverage really soon. I think he was trying to maybe push up against a little bit of those flood zone concepts we've seen. He was trying to anticipate he was trying not to buy on Kupp as the flooder and find the floodee being the second guy to come into the zone, but that's not what was happening there. He bailed out of him so quick, he opened it up for Stafford to make it an easy read for him. Tough drive. So yeah, the story with Charles and Brian, Brian Koski, they should have looked at Cooper Kupp, Brian, definitely for so. The one thing that stands out to me, I was listening to Spokane local sports radio a couple of years ago, and they were talking about Cooper Kupp. And these guys over here out east, they follow the local teams, the Gonzagas, the WSUs, the Easterns, all that stuff. And they were talking about having a conversation with the Seahawks scout in the local area, and how the Seahawks scout, he said, well, what do you think about this Cooper Kupp around the time Kupp was coming out? And the Seahawks scout said he didn't think Kupp could play in the NFL. And as worrisome as that story is, consider that scout is probably still in the employment of our Seattle Seahawks. I can understand if you looked at Kupp and went, I don't see him as a second-round pick where the Rams picked him, but to say that you didn't think he could play in the NFL? Kind of a leap on that one, huh? Not exactly our scouting department's shining hour. Punk 91, the offense actually did something and the defense takes a nap. They pretty much did. They pretty much just gave in there. Cut the audio from Grassi. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had it on there. My bad. Sorry. I wanted to give him a quick dono. Jamal Adams' shoulder says, don't get it twisted. Sony Michel is trash, and he just set them up. Yep, he's not good. They had a chance on both those two big runs he had on that drive to tackle him after it was a moderate run, and they let him get in the open. I know Kupp is good, but is it impossible to take him out of the game? It's not, Charles, but this comes back to a little bit of how the coaching staff tends to like to run what they do, being that they tend to lean towards just playing what they're going to play, staying in their normal coverages. And then if it's a good player they're playing against, they're not going to concentrate on that guy. They're not going to try to eliminate him, right? A couple weeks ago, we saw this with George Kittle, where he ate us up in a football game where you thought maybe, okay, there's no Deebo Samuel, there's only George Kittle. Maybe I'll go ahead and take that out. No, you sort of just singled them up and you did what you do. We're going to be what we're going to be, and that's how it is. And he attacked you for over 100 yards in that first half. And Cooper Kupp in this game, Odell's still coming along with that team. No Robert Woods. Van Jefferson's okay. Cooper Kupp is not the only threat on this team, but no Tyler Higbee as well. This is their main threat. You would think you would lean more of your coverages into maybe doubling that guy, especially if you're going to run your linebackers out there with a predominant amount of nickel type looks, instead of when you should be in dime. And they're showing the overhead shot right here. We got 4 wide receivers. You have 2 linebackers on the football field, and they're circling it up, and it's just, that's going to put your linebackers in a bind. I know I'm harping on this, but this is why the Rams continue to attack it in the center of the football field. I hate that Kupp's beard doesn't match his hair, says GoHawks05. I don't trust a man whose beard hair doesn't match his hair. Brian Koski, I love watching Kupp at Eastern. He's a badass. He is a badass. And DJ Dallas gets the carry on first down for a 3-yard gain out of read option. 6:20. We got an injury. Looks like they stopped the clock, which means we must have an injury somewhere. It's rolling. 6:18 on the clock. 2nd and 8. Ryan says, don't understand why we went to our zone once again inside the 10. He just has to find the split in the zone and turn around. Man coverage, you can at least disrupt that, right? You can. It makes it harder. He's got to wait a little longer to make sure the guys are open. DJ Dallas with the carry. Another great carry by DJ Dallas. Just fires past the line of scrimmage out in the open field. And, man, on runs where you think he's going to get 5, 6, 7 yards, he ends up with 9. Curhan out there blocking in space. Gabe Jackson out there blocking in space. Nice job, guys. 1st and 10. All right, drive's working here. Russell Wilson back under center here, 5:25 on the clock. The give is into DJ Dallas, who runs it right up into the middle of the hole there for, still pushing, grinding. Gets good 4 yards. Good job, DJ. Good job. That away. Well, they're running well here. They're doing a good job, and the Rams defense does a very good job overall in stopping the run. So they don't make it easy for you in that respect. 2nd and 6, 5 minutes on the clock. Cup reminds me of Doug Baldwin. Shows kind of how out of touch they are. Yeah, same. Yeah, you would think that they would have looked at that and said, we have this success with this guy. This is the same, a reasonable comparison. They'd at least value it again into that 4th or 5th round to say that the guy can't play. And that scout, by the way, was scouting this region. So it's not just a Seahawks scout. It's the Seahawks scout of this region. It's the guy that they ascribe to look at players coming out of this area. All right, 3rd and 4, another running play. Seattle's gone a little conservative here. 3rd and 4, 4:14 on the clock. Russell back in shotgun. DJ Dallas has 8 carries for 41 yards here. He's been very effective in that respect. See if they can keep it up. The Rams showing a 4-man front. A lot of guys moving pre-snap all over the place on the defense. Russell looking. He's got all day. Goes deep down the field. Eskridge up. And he cannot make the play. Goodness. Russell threw that as far as I think he can about throw that football. He put that deep down, and it just kind of hung up there just a tiny hair. Took a little bit of time. It looked like Eskridge might have had some space deep. Let's see how this goes. He's not really open there, and then he gets deep, and then that ball just holds out. I mean, he's open. If Russell puts that in the back of the end zone, like if he just lets that rip to the back of the end zone, Eskridge is walking in. He almost caught that even with that. Just about an amazing catch. All right, here comes Seahawks MVP Michael Dixon out onto the field to attempt a punt. Rams looking like they're trying to show we're going to try to block it. And they do try to block it. He gets off a nice kick, of course, because that's what he does. They could have got that stopped if they were looking. They could have gotten that kid. They could have gotten that inside the 20, but the defenders shooting down there just weren't looking on the field. Charles Riley, the $5 donation, says, that is a you're fired when a scout said that this Cup dude can't be an NFL receiver. How many examples do we need till someone gets the axe? I've seen enough examples myself, Charles. You know what I mean? And that to me is just, as someone else said below, you've had a guy in Doug Baldwin. If you had a worry about a guy who's, he's kind of like, doesn't necessarily have this great size and he doesn't run really fast, but he just knows how to get open and he's got a feel for the sport and he's just a natural receiver. And have we had that before? We've had that before in Doug Baldwin. We had tremendous success with it. Let's capture that again. I mean, maybe their counter to me would be, Charles, well, yeah, we did that with Doug, but we got Doug as an undrafted free agent. Cup had to be picked in the 2nd round. And maybe that would be a valid, that would be a valid deal to make on that. That'd be a valid thing to say in that respect. So, but to say that he doesn't deserve to play or whatever, maybe it's not valid because you were taught by Doug Baldwin with the production he gave you that you should have drafted Doug. Doug shouldn't have gone undrafted. Maybe that was more of the lesson you should have learned in that. Not that let's do that again with Cooper Kupp, but no, this guy's going to be a tremendously productive football player for us. So let's bump him up our draft boards because of that. But yeah, somebody's going to get the axe on this, Charles. Somebody. Nolan Vance with a $5 donation. Thank you, Nolan. I salute you, sir, and I appreciate you. He says, what took the Hawks so long to give Dallas more of a shot? Hard to say, I guess. I mean, it's just they've tried other guys out. They've liked Collins more times. They've wanted to get Penny rolling. Obviously Carson, so he's kind of had to wait his turn a little bit. He's doing a lot of it from the read option. He had to carry under center. I can't just say it's all read option. He's running really well. I don't know, but he's doing the most with what he's being given as a chance, Nolan. I mean, he's earning more carries here, that's for sure. They got a little too centric on the last drive for my taste. It's like, okay, now do other things. Don't just try to hammer him in the middle and go up the field just running the ball. But he's looked good. He's looked really good in this game. Benny's looked good too, in my opinion. Both the running backs, it's a good sign because we are paper thin at the running back position right now. Thank you for the donation, Charles, Nolan. Appreciate you guys. You're awesome. Massive Chief says, "Why deep bottom on a 3rd and short?" I don't know. He had all the day in the pocket. He didn't have to throw it there. He still had another 3 or 4 seconds. He could have sat and waited for something to break open. I think he just panicked. Matt Stafford and shotgun here, 1st and 10, 3 wide receivers. Given to Sony Michel. Poona Ford there to first stop things up. Jordan Brooks there to clean things up. It'll be a negative play. Nice job by the defense. Come on, defense. Recapture that first half spirit here. Come on. Cameron Dardarian, thank you for the $2 donation. Is it weird that I think the Pats will win the Super Bowl? I mean, I see the B, the Boston Red Sox, in your emoji, so I'm guessing that is probably you're a Boston fan. So I don't, as I can attest, as a man who, nice job by Jordan Brooks in the screen game. What a play by Jordan Brooks in the screen game. He comes up on 2nd down, slides around the block that's out in space, and that offensive lineman has him in space initially in that block, and he just finds a way to sort of slip him. Very good job by Brooks there. Just slips around that linebacker. Great job to make the play. That's probably going for a big gain if he doesn't do that. 3rd and 11. Los is bringing pressure. Stafford steps up, throws a deep ball down the middle, and Odell Beckham doesn't see it. 4th down. Great job by the defense to get a stop. Way to answer back, defense. That away. Make your adjustments. Get your stops here. Here we go. Well done. Well done by the defense there. Cameron, look, the Patriots are playing great. I think that the AFC, Cameron, is pretty wide open overall. Certainly the Chiefs are getting to that place where they're playing their best football at the right time of year, and they are scary in that respect. But the Titans are not going to probably have any Derrick Henry. You certainly have question marks with all of the AFC North teams. There's nobody in your division, in my opinion, outside of Buffalo, and it seems like you guys kind of have Buffalo's number. So when I look at it, I go, yeah, I mean, they got as good a chance as anybody. I still think you're always going to top out, to me, to agree, Cameron, with a rookie quarterback that you're putting out there. You're always going to top out at a certain level of point on a given season, even if those guys are wonder kids, even if those guys are really performing in that first year. It's hard to see those guys as a rookie getting to the big show. Can't mean they can't have success. Can't mean that they can't be good. Just hard to see them getting to the big show when they're that first year, But Cameron, thank you for the $2 donation. You're awesome. Charles Riley with a $10 donation. My God, thank you so much, brother. Woo! Says, you're telling me this scout knew of Stokely, Edelman, and Amendola by the time Kupp came into the league and still said, no way. I'm embarrassed for whoever this fool is. I'm embarrassed for him too. I was kind of surprised at the time the Spokane radio people put him on blast like they did, but they were also at the time, like, as they were describing the story that they had, they were spitting it out of their mouth. They were so, like, kind of disgusted by it because they were obviously Eastern fans, but they're Seahawks fans as well. And yeah, that's one of those ones where, Charles, where when I heard that, that's why it stuck with me when I heard the story, and I just went, can't play in the league? In your back door? I mean, you didn't have to fly cross country to go watch Kupp. He was it's a 4 or 5 hour drive away from where you are over there. He's an hour flight. You could watch all the games you wanted in person to make sure of it. And, the Rams, credit the Rams, they did their homework on him, and they drafted a guy out of Eastern in the 2nd round. So they knew what they were going to be getting with this guy. They were willing to put that kind of draft capital into him. But boy, it's sort of like when you're in college football and this is one thing like Don James did with the University of Washington, which is, you're going to draw a line around your state. And if there's anybody good coming out of this and you got the opportunity to grab them, that there may be a little bit of preferential treatment to gravitating towards those guys than somebody else. Maybe not. Maybe you look at everybody evenly. I always thought, though, especially when you're looking at long-term and keeping a local kid here, that there's maybe a little bit of you get down to the road of getting like a team discount on a guy. That's kind of how you can maybe eventually get there by going after that kind of guy. But regardless, he's a great player. He would have fit tremendously with Russell Wilson, no doubt about that. I mean, again, somebody said he's like basically a Doug Baldwin 2.0. maybe even a little bit bigger. And of those names you mentioned, Stokely, Edelman, Amendola, the thing the Cup does have is he's every bit probably as quick, every bit as fast as those guys. I think he's probably got a good 2.5, 3 inches on all of those receivers, size-wise. Maybe only an inch or two on certain guys, but he's definitely the biggest of that bunch. And thank you, Charles, for all your donations. You're awesome. Dupree says, come on offense. Let's put some more pressure on him. All right, again, let's back. I know they want to run the ball. That's good. Russell's got 17 passing attempts as we're halfway through the third quarter. I know he's not been amazing all the way through, but let's not just go all run here. I like to see this, though. Out under center here, Rashad Penny behind him. Please be outside zone. Please be outside zone. Nope, inside zone. Rashad Penny getting his 2 yards in the inside zone. Kind of an odd play. Again, I don't know why you don't go more out. Maybe he cut that up, though. That might have been an outside zone that he just cut up field. Russell, 11 of 18 for 121 yards in this game. Phil's dirty gut 8 says apparently the Seahawks almost got Kittle too. Yeah, just about. Just about. If the Niners had passed, we would have picked him next. Russell back in shotgun. Quick little throw out to Will Disley for about 4 or 5 yards. Very nice. Like it. So bring up a 3rd and short. Looks like the Eagles just took the lead over the Washington football team, 17-10. All right, 3rd and 5, 1:24 on the clock. The Rams got a 4-man front they're bringing up here. Water defender sitting in the middle of the field right now, and boy, that ball just whipped over his head. Russell got hit real quick there. It looked like there was real fast pressure off the snap. Was that Donald? No. Jeez, Greg Gaines just absolutely just beat the hell out of Damian Lewis off the snap. I mean, just whooped him off the snap. Jeez Louise. Damian didn't even get his hands on him. That was almost a free run at Russ off the snap. Come on, man. Come on, Dame. I mean, Greg Gaines is like a one-tech defensive tackle. That's not a pass rusher. You know what I mean? That you shouldn't be giving up instant pressure to a guy like that. Linda Casey, hello, how are you? Linda, I'm doing amazing tonight. It's been an awesome show. Fedaban says, yes, sir, 3 and out. And another 3 and out back to our offense, so unfortunately. Riverside, Buda Baker, Vita Vea, Cup, all Northwest dudes. Yep. And Buda you could add too, of course. If you had passed, instead of going after the head case that was in Lake McDowell, you'd gone after Buda Baker that was sitting there, and that was right at a time that I believe they knew the situation with Cam Chancellor's neck. You had an opening at that point with the strong safety position. Maybe this wouldn't have been as good a defense for Baker, but I tend to think so. 1st and 10, Stafford under center. Play action pass, looks out in the flat. Ooh, Carlos Dunlap is bringing it today. Instantaneous pressure by Carlos Dunlap. This time rushing off of the Leo side of things. Normally he's accustomed to being over the left-hand side. This time he just came violently off the right side. And Whitworth, he took Whitworth to school on that one. Gets Witt out way too wide and then just comes back across his face, which is exactly what Los did early in this game on the other sack he had. Got the tackle out wide and then just cross-faced him. 2nd and 18. All right, defense. Let's go. 22 seconds on the clock. Stafford in shotgun. Seahawks corner showing press. Gives into the running back. Boy, Sony Michel running hard. Seattle is struggling to get him tackled, get him down on the ground. Only a 4-yard gain, but they could have had him at the line of scrimmage. Linda Casey says, you think we can make it? I think we can. Odds are long, Linda, but I think we can. I think we win this game. I don't know about playoffs. We need a lot of people to do a lot of work to help us out. Carlos Dunlap's been good since he came to the Seahawks. He's been pretty good. He was really good last year. He's been kind of missing throughout this year, Linda. This is the first game where I've seen him really generating consistent pass rush. I'm not expecting multiple sacks a game like he's given us today, but this has been by far his best performance, and it's not even close here. But great to see, man. We need it at some point, so better late than never, you know? And that was a timely sack. Timely sack. You're going to bring him up now into a 3rd and long here. Go Hawks 05. You guys thought that was a late hit on Russ? It might have been. It seemed bang bang, but man, the NFL sometimes calls those bang bangs late hits. Jeff Lowe, Dunlap was inconsistent. He's been really inconsistent. He's been really good this year against the run, but he has not been as a pass rusher. It's been missing. Electric Shark says, all my friends are saying that the Seahawks ain't going to make it. It's going to be funny when they prove them wrong. I love it, Electric Shark. Let's do it. Let's shock the world. Shock the world. Tony LG, don't give this up. We won't. We will not. Dupree Squid says, why do we keep going up the middle with Penny? I don't know. You guys might just see me start to bang my head into the wall as there's not been one carry this whole game given to Penny that was not up the middle. I don't know if that last one was an outside zone run that he cut up the middle, but it ended up over the back of the center's butt. And it's not where he can run in between, but he's at his best out in space. Just give me one pitch play to Penny tonight. Just one. Just give me one pitch play to Penny. I'll show you 8 yards. One pitch play, you'll get 8 yards. Linda says, do you blame the Hawks about not having a good backup quarterback? Not really, Linda. When you pay a quarterback top 3 money in the sport, you're going to be pressed into probably having to go cheaper at the backup position. And that's the nature of the beast, whether you're Seattle or any other team that's paying usually your quarterback top money. So it's kind of the way you got to go. They've not had enough of they've not have a full enough roster to make like just will be a bonus pick for a quarterback in the 2nd round. You've had to get guys to fill in starters. All right, Stafford 3rd and 12 and shotgun. Start of the 4th quarter. A little bit of pressure. Stafford easily gets up into it. Finds Schoennecken, Macken, Dukener, who makes the catch. And Los comes up. Man, Carlos Dunlap hustling. We do have a flag, which I'm sure is going to be some sort of... Okay, looks like it's a holding call on the... Are they calling this on us? Are they going to give this back to the Rams? Boy. Calls tonight if this one's against us. Really? You're going to give it to him? 3rd down just happens to give him a call on 3rd and 12. Yeah, that's right. Seen a few of these today, haven't we? Seen a few of these today. Let's see this ticky-tack crap. He's in 5 yards. That's a good chunk. He's allowed to do that. That's in 5 yards. That's in 5 yards. I call it at the top of this stream at the beginning of it. I called it with you guys, like the Red, they want to help these LA teams out. It's always weird that the calls come 3rd and 12s, doesn't it? Or 3rd and 10s, or when they didn't have a conversion. Oh, let's give them the conversion. They don't come 1st and 2nd down, pops in at the 3rd down point. And I don't know. I guess we just can't tackle Sony Michel because we've like completely lost the ability to tackle him. Our guys just are slipping off of him like he's got grease paint on his jersey. Yeah, it's a BS call. It's a BS call. He's a big guy he's a big corner laying a chunk on a smaller receiver. He knocks the receiver off of his feet a little bit. That's sorry. That's That's football, man. That's football. What a silly call. My God. All right. All right, 2nd and 5. Oh, let's get Dean Blandino in here to explain it. Please, Dean. Explain me your BS crap. He's the one who puts his arm to the back of the guy's head to make it look like holding in the first place. Cup's the one that institutes the contact that makes it look how it looks. Dean can blow me. All right. And again, this Shoney Michelle is just running like Larry Zonka, 1975 style. Oh, that was Henderson. Okay. All right. Well, they've got a drive rolling here, folks. Up around midfield now. Seahawks defense has got to be getting tired here. They've been on this football field for a large part of this football game. You eventually are going to wear down. We're into the fourth quarter. You're already light at defensive tackle coming into this game, so you know their rotations are light as well. 12:24 on the clock. Jefferson goes in motion, gets the fly sweep. Out to Sidney Jones. Well-called play, well-timed called play. First down again. Seattle's just not able to get the men on the field tackled. Every guy they're getting their hands on, there's 3 or 4 extra yards every time. Come on, defense. Hold in there, man. I know the officials are helping. I know your offense isn't helping, but hang in there, boys. Come on, defense. Come on. Keep this to a field goal. Give our offense at least a chance. Come on here. Seattle stacking the line of scrimmage on first down. Stafford under center. He's going into play action. Seattle bites on the play action. Into Cup there underneath. Cup breaks a tackle. Back out in the open field again. Goes for 12. First down. Rams getting inventive offensively. Getting creative here a little bit. Riverside, we can't call a timeout, man. We've got to keep our 3 timeouts in this game, a close game like this. Yeah, Rams have got like 3 wide receivers there at that point all around. It's just, you got 2 guys to cover 3 people there in space. All right, Stafford in shotgun spread formation here. Again, a guy wide open. You can just see him on the screen. He's got his pick of the litter. Touchdown to Cooper Kupp. That was stealing. That was laid down city as far as the defense goes after that call but thanks to the official, man. There you go, officials. You did your job. You got him 7 points. Well done. Well done. I mean, there you go. I hope, NFL, keep helping out, keep helping out the Rams franchise as much as you can in LA. Keep trying to keep that fan base invigorated as you can, because the second that they lose, NFL, the second that you aren't able to artificially put them up, press them up, the second you're not able to do it, the second they can't make every wild ass trade in the book, those fans are going to be bailing. They're going to be back to Surf City, and you're going to be putting them back into St. Louis probably by that point. Goodness. And Cooper Kupp once again for the touchdown. Let's not double team that guy. Let's not double team him. Let's let the guy who's coming into this game. So as our defensive coaching staff came into this game and they went, okay, the Rams have a wide receiver right now who's leading the league in yards, leading the league in catches, and leading the league in touchdown receptions. So let's not cover that guy really throughout the course of the game. And especially when they're down to the end zone, let's let him score touchdowns. What was the plan of attack as it concerned Kupp in this game? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm gonna get some coffee. We're right back, folks. Bear with me. All right, folks, let's see what our offense has got. We got any fight left? We shall see. Charles Riley with another $5 donation. Damn, Charles, you coming in strong with like a hundo every time, man, on the channel. Thank you so much, brother. You are amazing. He says, I know the Hawks got jobbed in the Super Bowl in 05-06, but the Saints have to be the most ripped off in officiating since that game, right? I think so, yeah, because, Charles, they've had 2 seasons that are literally been killed by bad calls at the end of their seasons. I mean, literally 2. I mean, the Rams one in particular was the most egregious that got the Rams to the Super Bowl. And, by the way, the NFL helping out the Rams. What an interesting situation. And that thing was egregious. You know, the guy absolutely decleated the receiving running back on the play, and it's a no call. You know, it's amazing that didn't. It's amazing to me on that one. And again, on the touchdown throw, you can see here, this is showing very, very clearly as to what happens when you end up with a linebacker on a receiver. And Stafford makes an amazing play. He doesn't have Kupp open when he throws that ball. Kupp gets open, but he can anticipate that because he knows he has Kupp going against a linebacker. And even though the Kupp's not open initially when he goes to throw that ball, he's going to be open by the time the ball arrives because Jordan Brooks is not going to be able to stay with a wide receiver in space. It's not tough math for a quarterback to do. It looks like a real amazing play, and there's Russell just throwing a ball away again. Boy, oh boy. Seattle's caught in this bind. There's not a lot they can do with it in the linebackers and stuff, but this is all the more reason why maybe you want to double then Cooper over the top when you realize your linebacker is in that situation like that. And yeah, Charles, I think that then the next year after that, the Rams had the Vikings game, I believe, where the offensive tight end pushes off, catches the touchdown, which allows the Vikings to win that game. But that was absolutely a game where you go, well, wait, hold on. Russell and shotgun on second down, looking, hits Penny in the flat. Penny takes it for about 3 yards. Herbicide says, other than Brown, our O-line's holding up. They are holding up. Yep, doing pretty well. All right, 3rd and 7. 10-11 on the clock. Russell is 13-22 for 127 yards in this game. Here we go, folks. Russell looking. God, you need a completion here, bud. Boy, just throws it up. We do have a flag. Seattle's moving up like it's on the Rams. Are they going to wipe this one off? We can't call this on the Rams. Pass interference on the Rams. Russell just threw that up. There were 2 receivers in the same place. It looked ugly as hell. It looked ugly as hell. All right, we had DK drop down, and then he breaks deep, and Ramsey kind of hooked him a little. I don't know if that's pass interference, though. Then that should be holding, but maybe they're trying to balance it off now that they got the Rams their touchdown. I'm so toxic against the Rams. Sophia Ann's games are rigged. It feels like it on that after that one call, doesn't it? It sure does feel like it on that call. All right, 9:48 on the clock, 1st and 10. Russell and company up around midfield now. I guess about the 41-yard line, technically speaking. Rashad Penny in the backfield. Russell under center. Play action to Rashad. Russell under pressure. Cannot escape away. Aaron Donald gets him for the sack. I believe that's the 79th time that Aaron Donald has sacked Russell Wilson in his career. You're still 4 quarters into this game. You've not given one running play to Rashad Penny on the outside. And once again, Russ just can't get away from anybody anymore. I mean, once you get your hand on him, he's going down to the turf. There is no more, I can escape from stuff. Second and 21, a little screenplay to Rashad. He cuts back, tries to make some moves. Nothing really there. Gains maybe 2 after a lot of jumping and dancing. 8:55 on the clock. And yes, as Brian says, third down and long again. So, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Is it because the line sucks at zone blocking, why you don't run outside? I mean, I'm sure that's a little bit of it, that they don't do as well on outside runs, but you've got to at least make the defense be honest. If you run everything up the middle, the defense is going to concentrate to eventually lean into the middle of the defense, lean in the middle of the offense on that. So it's, to me, I mean, just at least sprinkle it in. Even if you don't do it great, at least give it a shot. I don't know how you can just, third down here, Russell and shotgun, just gets the ball up quickly to D. Eskridge. Got a flag on the play. Looks like it's on Seattle here. No, it's off. It's on the Rams, offsides. All right, repeat third down on Leonard Floyd. There's a break. Yeah, he is lined up offsides. He's got his head well over the football there. Well over the football there. All right, 3rd and 14. The Rams really just stuck to rushing 4 in this game. It'll be interesting to see if they bring an extra blitz, but they've been dropping more into coverage. Russ has got time, and he goes for the hole shot again. Jesus Christ. The ball just sits up there by Russ. It is just fluttering up there. DK is wide open on the play, and it just sits up there. He can't get anything on that ball anymore. I don't know if it's the finger, but he just can't push the ball up the football field right now. I mean, DK is wide open on this play. And he brings DK to a complete standstill stop. Even if you're worried about the safety, DK's only got to deal with the safety then over the top. I don't know where Russ is with DK. I talked about the kind of connection you see between Stafford and Kupp. Juxtapose that up against DK and Russell this year. And I don't know what's happened with these two guys, but that ball was just, he's throwing a couple of that. D. Eskridge was the same way with Russell. I don't know if that's the finger or what, but can he not get it down 40 yards down the football field right now? I mean, it's going to be too late for Geno time at this point, Michael, but it should have been. It really should have been. I mean, you can't tell me that this isn't showing up in practice. You can't tell me that he's nails in practice and then coming into the game and it's just looking wholly different. Tobias, DK doesn't track the ball great, but you got to put that ball out ahead of him. He's running full speed in the opposite direction. You're going to ask him to come to a standstill and then bring the defender back into the play there. That ball's got to be put out in front. He's got to put that down the field. Aaron Heslop says Russ should have sat for the rest of the year. This is disgusting. Yeah, it's not looking functional. Kelton says it would have been a perfect pass if we were playing the Niners. Facts. Oh, goodness. Yeah, that was bad. Strange Seven says, good evening from Sugadanese. Hey, what's up, Strange Sevens? Aaron Heslop says screen on 2nd and 20. They're surrendering. Outside that one drive they've had, and not just because the drive went well, they've been pretty out of sorts this game offensively all the way around. Herbicide says, I love watching Donald highlights. It's like 70% versus the Hawks. It is. Yeah, I was thinking about doing a cut up just to kind of show this, all of his sacks and hits on Russell Wilson through his career, but it was depressing me too much to put it together. But I mean, he has feasted. He has feasted on our lack of ability to block, and they've done well today on Donald overall. So outside that one play, he's really not had much of an impact in this game. Some of that, I wonder, though, is less to do with how they're blocking him and more maybe to do with the fact that he's got a dodgy knee right now. They're doing better. Charles with the $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, Russ threw the longest pass I've seen thrown last week. I don't know what happened there. Yeah, that thing was that's when you like throw a ball up into the wind and the wind's blowing 20 or 30 miles an hour back in your face and the ball just gets up there and hangs. That's what that was. Handoff up the middle by the Rams. They're going to try to bleed this clock, no doubt about it here. Mark Hawk says could watch Rodgers for years and never see him miss like that. I mean, why doesn't? I mean, Wilson's got the arm strength, doesn't he? To I don't know why they're showing Floyd like he impacted that. Like, why he can't get it down that field there? That was, yeah. I know, Charles. There's times I've seen him throw balls deep. Like, that was just, what a weird throw. Nice job by the Seahawks defense. Rallying into the ball. Rasheem Green made a great play off the snap there. They're not making it easy on the Rams. 312 says Russ is so washed. I don't know, man. I don't know if there's a finger or what. Something's not right. Mirza says, what is it with Russ and moonballs? Can't this guy throw bullet passes? Goodness gracious. If you're going to throw your moonball, you got to put it out ahead of the guy. You put it on him like that, and you're allowing the defender that's been beaten to regain his position. All right, Seattle showing 3rd and 7, front 4. No blitz here, look. Just kind of sitting in coverage. Ooh, Los again. Carlos Dunlap with another sack. Whew, 3 sacks tonight. What a job by Carlos Dunlap. He's feeling good. Carlos feeling good tonight. What a job by the defense, huh? They could have given up at any point in time tonight. This offense has given them plenty of reasons, and they're not doing it. Just grown man strengths him. Just a big bull rush right into the right tackle and gets him pushed back on his heels. Puts him on skates. Great job by Dunlap. He's got 2 cross-face sacks in this game, and now he's got a bull rush. Nice job. Nice job. Offense, man, they're giving you a chance in this game. They are giving you a shot. You're going to get this ball up around the 50-yard line. What are you going to do with this chance? Freddie Swain, of course, is going to fair catch it despite having 10 yards of space in front of him. So that's what Freddie Swain does. User Big Hit says, take me back to 2014 ASAP. I'll get my time machine ready. Daniel W. Russ doesn't even keep the ball on handoffs anymore. His game is just limited, Mr. Limited. Very limited. I mean, and growing more limited here. And Mark, I agree with you. He gets paid to make that throw. You've got to hit that throw. The safety's not over the top. You got to get that to DK there. I mean, and he's already missed one to Eskridge. It was a very similar play where Eskridge had the guy beat too. Great run by Penny for 5 yards up the middle. He had one on Eskridge that was similar where Eskridge had his man beat. And again, Russ just sees it late and then throws it up real high and real slow. And then the defender gets back to make a play on the ball where it didn't have to be that hard of a play for his receiver to have to go up and make a play. Somebody mentioned that DK needed to track the ball and make a jump on that ball with Ramsey. No, Russ needs to put it out in front of the receiver there. It's not, you don't ask your receiver to come back and have to make a contested catch situation when he's got separation. All right, Russell back under center, 2nd and 6 here. 2 tight ends, I think. Back into Penny again, underneath in the middle. That's another rush to Penny right up over the top of the center. He does get 5 yards for a 3rd and 1. 4:35 on the clock. It continues to run. Rashad Penny's got 10 carries for 40 yards in this game. Overall, between him and DJ Dallas, the running attack has been pretty effective today. 3rd and 1, looks like the Seahawks are going to come out with a 2 tight end set. Coming out a little heavy. Coming out a little heavy, not full heavy. Penny back under center again with Russell Wilson. Looks like we've got a flag. Another mental error there by, I guess, Penny on that one. Penny doesn't agree. Third and 6. Boy, if you don't get this, I feel like you got to make this 2-down territory here. I mean, you really can't get the first down, Russ. Don't worry about 50-yard throws. And we're going to do a handoff. Handoff on 3rd and 6? Handoff on 3rd and 6? Well, handoff on 3rd. Fourth and 6. The Seahawks are going to go after it after a very odd call on 3rd down. Russell and shotgun, spread formation, empty backfield, and a timeout being called because the clock is about to run out on them. Disjointed, disconnected, out of sorts. Not cohesive. As Jason says, frustrating play calling. This is frustrating. 3rd and 6, and you call a draw out of the read option. Which, let's just walk this through it for a second. If you're wholly sold on having to run this out of read option, then give it to DJ Dallas, who's had way more success out of read option in this game than Rashad Penny has had. Very strange play call. This is one I'm gonna sit there and just, what? All right, 4th and 6, 3:27 on the clock. This is not for all the marbles, but pretty darn close to the marbles here. Rusk, that is the right emoji, man. That is appropriate. I face palm. Just Russell and shotgun. He's got DJ Dallas to his side. The Rams are showing blitz. They bring the blitz. No call, even though there does seem to be some contact there. No call. Sure looked like he just had his face right there, and like he face guarded. Oh, they'll call this on DJ for kicking the ball. They're not going to call this on the defense. Yeah, that's there you go. Let him be mad. DJ's got a right to be mad. The official just took this is sickening, Great Cheeseburger. Let's watch this. Is the man looking back for the ball? No. Does the man contact his arms? All right, I said it since the top of the telecast, folks. I set the stage for this and said I think that the NFL is helping with by moving this game to the Rams, that the NFL wants the game to be won by the Rams. Everything in this call in this game has gone for the Rams into their favor on things. Everything. And that's as blatant as it gets at a pass interference. There's no Ram fan here in the chat who would tell me that that's not pass interference. Absolutely just a horrendous call. And I don't care if DJ kicked it. I'm glad he kicked it. I hope he kicked it in the second deck. What are we supposed to do? It's hard enough to beat this team as it is. They have our number. We got to play the officials too? Rodney Pressure, do I finally believe the NFL is rigged? Oh, let's hear how he's calling this. What is Dean Blandino going to do to explain this one away? Please, wistfully tell me, Dean, how this is not a pass interference. Please tell me. Absolutely ridiculous. And a call in a game filled to the brim with absolutely ridiculous calls. Filled. And then here we go again. Yeah, you should be seething. That is horse shit. That's a horse shit call right there. I mean, I don't like blaming the officials. As Rodney Pressure has been here a bunch. We've talked about this with the officials a lot. You know me, Rodney. I do not want to be blaming officials. I do not want to believe that there's something here where they would slant towards another way or over another. I don't want to believe that. But I'll tell you, you watch games like this, and you know coming in that the NFL wants the Rams to do well. Why did the NFL want the Rams to do well? Because Los Angeles is what? The second biggest market in the entire country? They want that market engaged. They want that market electrified in their love of their team. And how do you do that? By making that team make itself good? By make that team go uphill as organizations have to do? No. Let's not do that. Let's help them up on top of that. Let's aid them in addition to that. And you think your team's going to have a chance when that's the case? Hell no. Hell no. But as I said before, LA's been in there twice before. The Raiders moved to LA, couldn't make it happen. Los Angeles Rams began in LA, couldn't make it happen. Because that fan base isn't going to follow that team. The second that team gets bad, they won't follow them. And the NFL is keenly aware of that. So they want to keep them good for as long as they can keep them good. Get those roots to really set, you know? Get the roots to really set beneath the soil. Unbelievable call there. Not unbelievable. I'm not a guy who could, Rod, I'm at the point full on of every game's being fixed or rigged, but I'll tell you this one sure feels very riggy. We got a lot of extra rigging on this game. You'd think we'd be doing some trolling. Not trolling, trawling. TRAWLING. With all the rigging we got on this ship tonight. My gosh. Charles Riley, $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, what in the name of the creator? And Michael Ion at least says Dean didn't agree with the calls. I'm good to see that, man. This is... What? What? B. Russ says, NFL has become the WWE. I'm done for the year. I'll watch you Hawks Nest, but not this shit. Bro, I get it. When it's this blatant on things and you're seeing it like this clearly... You go, hold on here. Hold on here a second. This one was rotten. I was perfectly happy even before that call to go, okay, they got a couple calls in their realm of things. But two of the biggest, most important plays in this football game are the third down call, which you call a pass interference on or holding call, and a guy he's within the 5 yards. He can lay his hands on the receiver within the 5 yards. He can't pull him and drag him to the ground, but if he hits him and the receiver falls over, that's legal. You gave him a first down on that. And then on this play where you would have had the ball down inside of the Rams, on the Rams side of the field with a first down, if it's called as it should have been called, you don't call it. Ray Kennedy says, well, I'll be damned. That's a great motivation for a Rams fan. Tony Robbins. I'm just saying what's happened. My Seattle City hasn't had 10 football teams come through, and hopefully the 11th will be able to allow them to actually set and be able to, be able to finally stay there because they'll have enough fan support to remain. My team hasn't done that. LA has, LA has. Kai Bo says Seattle's the new Lions. I don't think we're there. Yeah, game ball to the refs. I agree. Well done, refs. You earned your check tonight. Tom, I'm done with this BS NFL. Rams cheat. I wish Seattle would purposely injure Stafford and Donald. I know it's bad thinking, but I'm fed up. I'm fed up with cheating. Me too, man. I just want to see a game. That's the nice thing you like about watching any sport you watch is that you get to see a level playing field. Each side gets an opportunity to win it. It's mano-a-mano. And man, when you see these, unathletic old guys throwing yellow all over the field at every turn, or not every turn, but at real key moments of the games to shift things and change things. And it's not just been the Seahawks I've seen this in this game. And I'm not just the Seahawks fans that are talking about this year. There's a lot of fans across the sport that are taking notice of this stuff. And the NFL would do a lot more smarter to maybe not show their hands so clearly, so clearly. 283 says we're playing the Rams, Roger Goodell, and the refs. It's the trifecta tonight. Good luck winning against all three of those at once. Chris says NFL wants big market teams. The rest of the country will passively watch in the Super Bowl. Seattle is in southeast Alaska. They've shown us a lot of that, and the Rams kick a field goal to officially put this game to bed and officially put the Seattle Seahawks season to bed. This is a tough way for the season to end with the officials causing it and not the players causing it. That's a tough pill. Tough pill to swallow on that one. Boy, though, they kind of did on that. I don't know. I don't know how anybody can excuse that kind of call, and that's the most important call of the game right there. You've got to get that one right. That isn't just in the course of the game. You let one slip through. That is the call you have to make in that moment. And if this isn't talked about after this game this week at all, and as Joseph says, Arsenault, that's the new NFL. I guess that is the new NFL. I guess this is the new product, and I guess they think fans are just stupid enough to where they'll keep watching even when they show stuff like this going down in this way like it did in this game. And man, I hate talking like this. I don't want to talk about the officials. I really don't. But they sort of made it almost impossible not to tonight, didn't they? It sort of got to the point tonight where you went, I don't know if there's any way not to put it in this direction of things. All right. So Russell and company are going to try to do what they can do, but we know how this is probably going to go. Oh, I'm pissed, man. I'm pissed, man, too. I want to watch football, man. I don't want to watch you guys trying to adjust to what's going to get you the better ratings and the better market. Football's the top dog. They make money hand over fist. They're printing money. Why do they have to have on top of it making sure at every turn that they get the right teams they want in there at the right spots? Just let them play, man. That's what makes this sport so awesome. Just let them play. But the NFL, with all the rules they institute, and it's every offseason, there are 2 or 3 extra rules they've implemented in that allow for more subjectivity into the game. And then the calls things don't get called consistently across referee crews. There finally Russ overthrows DK Eskridge. Great Cheeseburger Man says refs need the consequences for bad calls and further checks imbalances on the field. I'd love to see it, man. I think they certainly should be made full time. I think the tough part is, as far as consequences go, is, you've got referee unions, and I'm sure referee unions are not going to allow for very many consequences in what they do, but at least getting them to go full time, having a better standard in place. I don't want to have to guess between officiating crews how they're going to call it. Like I'd have an umpire in baseball behind the plate, and you have different umpires call games different ways. Oh, he calls his strike zone higher. Oh, he calls his strike zone a little to the outside. Oh, he squeezes his strike zone, and you have to know which one's going to call what every game. Sort of learning after first few innings to make that determination. I'd not like football to be taking notes from that. LA refs, says Jamal Adams Shoulder. That's right. LA refs, not the LA Rams, but the LA refs. That's sticking. Eric 99, damn, this is the time I wish it was old school football. Back in the day, for a call like that, the quarterback would make sure his wide receiver caught a ball right in front of that official and would run his ass over. I'd do that right now if I'm Seattle. I just run a crosser with DK and just say, DK, take out that official. We ain't winning this game. Season's over. Might as well do something, Might as well do something. Herbicide summed it up well. Game was lame and the season has sucked. This has been one of the more painful years of watching as a Seahawk fandom. And, the thing that's made it awesome for me is to be able to interact with you guys on the stream and to be able to, at least I know you guys are in here suffering with me, which maybe it's not, I shouldn't say it, but at least makes it a little more easier to swallow this a little bit. But no doubt about it, it's been a brutal year, guys. It's been a brutal year of football in the way that this has played out. And big changes need to come to this team. It's not working together in the way it needs to work. And I don't know what those changes are going to encompass. A lot of people out there that was hoping, for instance, for this game to be a loss for Seattle in order for this to push Carroll out and to get us that change. I don't know if we're driving into that direction of things. I don't know if we're driving in that direction of things. And Washington Fistquest, thank you for the $5 donation. I really do appreciate it. It says, between moving the game, the phantom third down hold, and not calling the blatant PI, this is a historic hosing. This NFL is a freaking joke. They're a freaking joke. It is a freaking joke. And this the lame-ass calls. Just let them play. Let's see how this plays out, NFL. God forbid you just let it be decided on the football field. But those calls were huge. Those were two of the biggest calls in this game. And it's how you can, when people talk about officiating and controlling game, it's not that they have to call flag after flag after flag on a given team to arch or move a game a certain way. It's that you call flags or don't call flags at certain key moments. And that's how you can take some control of things at times. Russell going deep here to DK. And it's intercepted at the goal line. You can see that coming a mile away. All right. What do the Rams have on Roger Goodell? It's got to be something big since Ethan E. No, I think Ethan E, it's more of that they're trying to make sure that it's going to remain and stay in LA. That they're very worried about the Rams. They've got two franchises in LA at the same time right now. They've not been able to have one work on its own, alone in that city. So they're very well aware of that. And they want to make sure that this next new LA experiment is going to work. And they're going to do that, I think, through a variety of ways. And you saw a little bit of that rear its head tonight, a little bit, I think. I just feels like this. Maybe I'm emotional right now, but it's just how it feels right now in the moment. It's been a hard season, and this is just really, at the end of this is what we get to finish us off. This is your finishing move, you know? An official stabbing us in the back as we're trying to fight to our front. We get the knife right in the back. We go, oh! Jeff Ryan says, need to revamp the refs and make them full-time. Agreed. Why in a billion-dollar sport, why these guys have side jobs and other things they're doing is silly. Some basic standards that they have to be held to. It's not just this game. It's consistently bad league-wide. It is, Jeff. I mean, you guys will remember, too, we've even seen a play like this year. Penny Hart in the game against the Packers was running deep down the field. Russell Wilson threw the ball to him. The defenders closing, just like we saw on this play with the pass interference on DJ Dallas. Defenders closing. Defender runs into him, slams into him. Before the ball arrives, no call. But that's supposed to be pass interference, and it's blatant pass interference. It's not even on the line. It's not even like, well, it's a tough call to make. It could have gone either way. It's a little gray line. It's not a black. No, that's a black and white call. That's PI. That's PI. Mirza says, let's talk future, Brandon. This shit is over. What's next for our Hawks is their hope. Will we be freed from Pete? Sadly, a game like tonight doesn't get you closer, I don't think, to freeing you from Pete, because Pete can come back to this organization after this year and he says, hey, about 30% of the way into the season, my defense turned it around and turned it on and became one of the best defenses in the league. Meanwhile, that quarterback who you might be choosing over me or want to choose over me got injured. Yes, granted got injured, but then when he returned from his injury, didn't play very consistently well. And you're going to pick him over me? Harder to see, Mirza, with the trek we're going. And I think as it comes down to it, the likely scenario has been the likely scenario, I think, when we've been looking at the situation for a while now, is that Coach Carroll remains in Seattle and that Seattle indeed ends up moving on from Russell Wilson. And, I don't know if at this point Carroll's going to move on. I could easily see him saying, hey, my defense is rolling now. I've got this back to front. I mean, his defense is doing what they're doing without down a few guys. They're with a 6th or 7th cornerback. I think Carroll talks himself into saying, hey, my defense is going right. It's my offense holding me back. And if I just get a quarterback who gets my offense to a functional state, my defense is going to feast and I'm going to be able to get this team rolling again. And I don't agree with Carroll's sentiment on that. I don't think that that's the right proper way to go, but it's, you can see why he's thought that with the way this is kind of broken down here over the back of the schedule. Leland Kimball with a $10 donation. Thank you, Leland. He says, Brandon, I love you and your channel. This year has been a shit show for this team and the league, and I'm out until we get into the offseason. You'll have my support. I need to put my focus elsewhere. Leland, I don't blame you in the least. I've said to a lot of folks, and there's been a lot like yourself the last few weeks, that I can't do this anymore this season. I can't watch this product on the field. This is horrific. This is awful. And I've long said, I can't blame you all to take that trek of things. I understand why you would feel that way. Like I said, I've been watching football here in Seattle now over 35 plus years. I've watched Seattle Seahawks seasons. This has been one of the most painful I've ever seen. This is right there with the 2007 Morris season. This is right there with the 92 2-14 season. it's right there. I mean, there's been years that have been bad, but you've at least been entertaining and fun to watch. There's been too often that we've caught ourselves this year watching the Seahawks team going, man, this just isn't particularly fun to watch this team. And things don't seem to be intelligently put together. There's no smart design. It's just sort of everything's been thrown together and let's hope it works out. And it's not working out, Leland. But I appreciate the donation. Thank you for all your support to the channel. I know you're a longtime supporter on the channel, and I don't blame you in the least, man. I wouldn't expect you to watch it. It's hard enough to watch a team that's not good. Now I got to watch a team that's bad, and the refs are going to help the opponent on top of that. Check, please. I can't blame you on that. I can't. Barry Soy Toro. Hey, Barry, thank you for the $5 donation. Another one of my OGs. Says, later, Russ. I hope we at least get a second-round pick. Boy, Russ is, I had said a couple weeks ago, Barry, that I didn't think Russ was destroying his trade value and that we could still get the 3 first-round picks, but he has completely gone in the tank as a quarterback for all intents and purposes. Since he's returned off that injury, I don't know if it's the finger. I don't know if it's that he's just already checked out on the team and he's already looking at the next team he's going to. I don't know if it's maybe that he's topped out as a football player and he'll never get back to epic prime Russell Wilson ever again. I'm not sure what the reasoning is. But he is that same sort of feeling when you watch Russ last year on the back half of the schedule where things were just a little lost and he didn't look comfortable. He didn't look confident. He didn't look like he had that sort of determination that we've seen at times with him when it's really rolling right. That's showed itself back up now. And he looks lost out there on the football field. I don't know if it's what's playing out with, I don't know. I have no explanation for it. I don't, outside of just saying maybe it's his finger. Maybe the finger's just not back to right. We have a long time, Megan Gockroger, one of my subs here who's had that mallet finger, says hers is still not right 20, 30 years later after suffering a similar injury. To think that maybe he's right on the heels of it only being a couple months ago that he sustained it's probably a little bit too much of an expectation. But boy, I'm wondering right now at this point of what kind of value he's going to be able to get via trade when he is looking this bad. I mean, he's playing at like league worst quarterback play at this point, not even at like middle of the road, league worst. And I think it's going to make it hard. You look at the box score of this game for Russell Wilson. He was 17 of 31 for 156 yards and interception. That is really, really bad. And you can't even in this game go, he had no running game. They had 19 carries for 80 yards. They're averaging 4 yards a carry. He was getting a little bit of a running game in this game. Just not completing the throws, inaccurate, off, uncomfortable. A lack of, and I go back to again, especially on those deep throws to Eskridge and DK Metcalf that he underthrew, that the player was able to come up and break up because he underthrew the pass.
That's where he looks initially, gets through.
Man, you got to make those throws, Russ. You got to complete those balls. Those guys break wide open, and you have to throw with anticipation. And what Russ does sometimes is he'll wait and hold and go, wait, is he going to break free? You saw Matt Stafford, and the best throw he had in this game was all about anticipation. You had Jordan Brooks here. You had Cooper Kupp here. The ball ends up here, right? But he knows that Cooper Kupp's going to break across Jordan Brooks. He knows he's going to get that separation. Stafford throws to a spot and trusts his receiver. Where were those trust throws from Russell Wilson in this game? Especially on those threes. Why it holds up and takes so long to get there is he's throwing it a beat late on those deep throws as well. He's waiting to see it's completely open before letting it rip. Sometimes as a quarterback, you just got to let it rip. You just got to let it go. Jeff Ryan says, dude, it's pathetic how the Rams coaches and players are all walking around celebrating like they actually deserve to win. Sad. That is sad. Yeah. Officials helped you out. No doubt about it. Russell Mark says, we can't blame the refs for how this season played out, but this game's officiating was awful. Very well said, Russell Mark. I would not say that this is a year that I blame on the refs in any measure. It's just that this particular game was like, really? And that's our kill shot. That's the one to put us under. That's the part that maybe makes it hurt a little bit more, is that the timing of it just really in particular stinks for this year. But, this year's beyond the refs. We have bigger problems than just them, that's for sure. Herbicide says, fire Pete, John, Ken, Shane tonight. Only way I will be happy. I hope they come in with some big changes this offseason. I hope they don't remain in the same place. I really don't. I hope we don't just stand pat. I hope we don't run it back again. I want to see change on this team. I don't want to see another season of this next year. I don't want to see this duplicated. I'm willing to see a different form of bad, even if that's a potentiality, versus running this back once again at this point. This team is it's really hard football to watch at times. It's really tough. JJ, I think we have to go back and watch older tape on Russ from previous seasons. He has always been this bad in terms. Has he always been this bad in terms of the short intermediate passing game? It's like he's allergic to the middle of the field. Yeah, JJ, I'm going to dig it up, JJ, and try to have it ready for my next stream. There was an advanced statistical analysis that was done this prior off season in regards to quarterbacks over the last 10 years and throwing short and intermediate. And when you looked at Russell Wilson's game, it really stood out in his game that was the place that he had really gaping holes in, that he just wasn't taking advantage of those throws. And that has showed up again this year as he's supposed to be acclimating to an offense which is supposed to be building on the back of throwing short and intermediate. And so when you look at the previous year's tape and when you look at the success of Russell Wilson, let's go 2017, for instance, the number one thing that jumps out to me at that time, JJ, is he's in the prime of his career. So he is in the prime of his ability to have his escapability in tow. He could always fall back on that to extend plays. That is completely gone. He has seemingly lost a step or two, and he's nowhere near that jackrabbit in the backfield that he once was. I think the other thing that has borne into this a little bit too is that teams have committed to playing more of a cover two. And Russell probably saw at times a little bit more of that single high safety, especially when the Seahawks were a lot better in the run game, and they were forcing you to bring that safety into the box to stop the run game, which then opened things up deep for Russ. Because one safety can only do so much deep. You can have some holes deep if you've got that kind of look. And Russ is not getting those looks anymore. This whole game, the Rams stayed in cover two. I don't even think they ran, but maybe just a couple of blitzes throughout the whole game. They ran their front four, and then they dropped everybody back into coverage, and they forced Russell Wilson to be patient and beat them short and beat them slowly and just bleed them to death. And he wasn't willing to do it. Mark Cox says, typical NFL cheating for LA. Typical NFL is typical. Bill Boskanovich says Dallas was fouled. Yes, he was. That was a PI. That wasn't even it wasn't a gray line PI. That was black and white. That's a PI. That should be a PI 10 out of 10 times over 10 different games that occurs. Eric99 says, damn, Brando, you are brave. You still watching the game? I turned this joke of a game off after that BS PI. You know it's bad when Dean Blandino says it's a bad call. And he can't excuse it. It's like the guy makes contact. Not only does he make contact, he literally tomahawk chops down on DJ's arms before the ball arrives. What, like, who can, Rams fans, like, really? Like, you're gonna, like, you know, when the refs give you one, Rams fan, you just tip your hat and you go, okay, we got away with one. You don't stick your chest out and like, yeah, we won that game. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Washington Bisquest, regarding Carroll, this is the kind of game that saves him too. This is what officially ends the playoff run, but you can't put this one on him. The other 8, sure. Agreed, Washington Fistquest. I mean, this has been a situation that's probably ever fluid, and there's been times it slid one way and times it slid another way, being, you know, let's go with Carroll. Let's put our thing behind Russell. Let's have a full rebuild of everything. It's probably sliding back into the favor of Coach Carroll at this point. You know, he can come to, if I'm Coach Carroll and I'm coming to ownership right now, I can come to them and say, look, you know, I've been dealing with the star quarterback for a few years who wants me to raise his star, but when I put stuff on him, he doesn't get it done. He doesn't grow his game. Meanwhile, my defense has remained consistent. This year, even when we lost guys, I kept them consistent. My special team still plays good. I can still motivate men. My team never laid down on me. They always were out there playing hard. You know, my quarterback just kind of went into the tank. That's not my fault. I mean, that's how he'll sell. I'm not saying this is my opinion. I'm saying this is how this is how Coach Carroll would sell this to ownership or to the ownership's group. And they may just very well listen to him and go, yeah, you have a point. You have a leg to stand on with that. Robert Jimenez with a $5 donation. Thank you, Robert. You are awesome, brother. I appreciate you. He says, now I know how the Saints feel when they didn't get the PI call in the NFC Championship game against the Rams. Yeah, I can get a little bit of a feel for that one. That one was probably even more brutal, Robert, though, because at least this team wasn't great. We win this game against the Rams. We still have, crazy long odds of even getting to the playoffs. So at least we can kind of know that that's the reality of it. And certainly this week, if we see teams win that we needed to lose, that'll absolutely be indicative that it doesn't really matter when it's all said and done. But it still hurts to have your season ending by a bad call. That does get stuck in your craw, and then you got to kind of chew on that all off season long. So it sucks, Robert. I appreciate your donation, though, and all the support that you give to the channel, man. Thank you so much. You are awesome for doing so. Sector 7 with a $10 donation. Thank you, Sector 7. Says it keeps canceling my super chats, but I just wanted to say thank you for the fantastic content. I'm going to free stream the NFL next year seeing these refs. Can't blame you for doing that, Spectre 7. You know, you want me to pay money for this product, then you stop messing with the product. Let them play this. You're not giving me entertainment out here. You're giving me a sport. I don't want to see wrestling. I want to see a sport. I want to see a competition. You know, I want to see an even keel across the board. Both teams got an equal chance. I just couldn't quite say that today exactly. But thank you. I'm glad you're able to fight through those super chats, Vector 7, and get the $10 posted. I know you put a bunch of chats today on the chat. And man, I love doing this. We're going to, even though the season is winding down, I'm going to hopefully brighten a few days here as we get into kind of the late part of January when I'm getting into my new studio. I'm going to be doing a lot more of some funnier content. Just trying to make you guys laugh a little bit with this stuff, you know. Try to do a couple more skits and a couple more of those type of things. I got a few things in mind. So I got a couple things down the track to kind of maybe make you guys laugh a little bit, but look, it's, we're licking our wounds tonight. You know what I mean? It's a gut punch tonight. Puff says that the no call was literally game changing. It was, Puff. That one, and of course the holding call on Bless on Austin, which was BS too. Kyle Bow says, was it his middle finger? I do believe it was his middle finger. Yep. Michael Crower says, I need to have M's Jody Allen's sister to late Paul Ruler of the PGA Enterprises. She needs to pull in Russ' private conversation. Russ, do you want to be in Seattle on stay? And if so, what would you need? Maybe. Russ is going to have a hard time having much leverage on that type of stuff if he keeps eking out these type of performances. Whose house? The Seahawks house. It's the official's house, actually. Jason Realm. It would be the official's house in LA. The Berg Show. What's the point of you continuing with this channel? The season's over. Because I enjoy doing this, Berg Show. You have a hard time wrapping your mind around this. I know. I've talked to you about this a couple times on the channel. I love doing this. I love talking football. And I love talking football. I'd love to be talking football with my team doing magnificently and winning. But I get to talk with the people with the chat all the time about football and get to the depth of it. We get to laugh with each other, make jokes. I'm going to keep doing this all the way through the season, man. I love doing it. Hell, tonight, Berg Show, we got rated by Tom Grossi's channel. Tom Grossi's got like 250,000 people that he's got subscribed to him. And he came in here and rated our small little channel here, right? I got 5,700 subscribers, and he came in and rated our channel tonight. You know, why do I do this? Because I get just cool things like that happening every time I go live. Why wouldn't I want to keep going live with stuff like that? Mirza says DK's route tree is limited. Tyler is a route master. Speed and size isn't everything. It's true. MJP says rig garbage. It's a good way to describe it. Maxwell says refs just ended our season. They did indeed. Herbicide says don't even want Russ to play anymore this year. At this point, shut him down. You're only going to hurt if you're planning it. The coaching staff knows what they're doing at this point, right? If you're going to trade him and that's the plan, then don't destroy his trade value anymore at this point. Shut him down, call that there's the fingers dodgy. They're out of the playoff contention. There's no reason to risk it anymore going forward this year. Absolutely shut him down. You would have a hard time of convincing me that Geno Smith couldn't do better in this game than 17 of 31 for 156 yards. I mean, hell, didn't Geno put up better stats than that in like a half against the Rams the last time we played him? Ivan Kadek. DK is too one-dimensional for us to pay him that big money. Just my opinion, but Tyler Lockett is getting older now. We need a number one receiver that can run the entire route tree against top-tier corners. I mean, a little bit maybe, Ivan. I don't know. You know, Ivan, when I watch Russell right now and throwing to DK, I see a lot of overthrown balls. I see a lot of misthrown balls. And I see that when he does tend to throw the ball actually to DK, the DK catches it more often than not. But I see a lot of misthrown balls by Russell Wilson in regards to DK. And I think that we've got a lot of problems on this team right now. And I feel like we probably don't want to concentrate on the things that aren't a problem. You know, we have an offensive line that can't really block all that great. Maybe need to improve that. Our running back situation gets decimated every season. Probably want to deal with that. We don't have enough corners. Maybe want to deal with that. Pass rush is kind of inconsistent. Maybe want to deal with that. I just don't look at DK and go, that's the issue. I can know where you're coming from, though, isn't that you don't want to pay him. That's valid. It's understandable. It's going to cost a lot to keep him. But you send him off, you do need to replace him, and it's no given that the guy you replace him is anywhere near as talented or as good as I think he truly is. I think Russell's selling DK a bit this year, to be honest with you. I really do. I don't think he's given him a chance to really shine like he could. Steven Correjo says Seahawks are blah, blah, blah. No, they're kind of like that, a little bit like that, I guess. Tom Cox says, like so many, I can't just drop Seattle. I don't care how bad Seattle is. Tom, you and me are going to be riding on this alone if we got to. I'm going all the way through this season. You know it. 283128 says, hopefully Russ has the best games of his career to finish the season. Oh, hopefully, man. That trade value is getting destroyed. Wheeler, whatever happened to teams forfeiting if they had too many COVID positives? I guess when you're in LA and you're a treasured franchise of the league that you get special treatment. Jason Tudor says 3 calls blown on third downs, all in favor of the refs. For the refs, unbelievable. Yeah, it is. Unbelievable. It's one thing when you get one bad call here or there, but when it happens a couple times over the course of a game at key moments like that, you go, okay, all right. I see what's going on here. I see what's happening. Roland Connor says, can we get the name of that ref? Let's go, the dirtbag. You just said that for Pete and then argued against it. You just said that for Pete. No, I don't want to keep Pete, Sco. I know I sometimes say stuff where I'm describing what will happen versus what I want to have happen. And it sometimes gets hard to determine between the two. So I sometimes need to do a better job of, okay, this isn't what I think, but this is what I think is going to happen. So Sco, I don't really want to see Carroll back at this point myself. I'm done with it. But I think that the likelihood at this point is that the reality is that he probably it's leaning towards them bringing him back. So hopefully that clears up a little bit on what I was trying to say with that. Sorry if I got confusing with it. Tom says, how much do they pay the refs just to win? I don't know if they even pay them. They already got them on salaries. They just tell them what to do and they do it. Fat Daddy Stacks with a big $10 donation. Thank you, Fat Daddy Stacks. He says, now the NFL is promoting gambling websites and the fools are so vague. They can manipulate any game they want. They can. And that's a great point on this, Fat Daddy Stacks, because as I mentioned, this is an issue I've seen with our Seahawks team this year, but it's an issue I've seen more league-wide than I've seen in recent years, with fans going, wait. These calls aren't consistent over the course of even a football game, say nothing of officiating crews. You'll call one thing in one game against one team and then don't call it later on in the game in an exactly same type of play. And it stands out. It really does stand out when that type of stuff happens. And certainly a little bit, again, of my conspiracy mind goes to, well, what's changed this year? Well, gambling is now taken more of a forefront in the NFL. Whereas in the past, gambling was like the thing that they tried to say, they tried to just wholeheartedly ignore and wasn't legalized like it is now. It does raise my antenna on that type of stuff. It really does. It makes me wonder if there's not something a little bit rotten here with it and that it's affecting them on it. Because that is the biggest money. Gambling money is tens of billions of dollars probably every year in gambling. A lot of money there. A lot. Ethan Techworld says, I don't even know how much of this game was on us. The refs interfere on such critical plays. They do. They do. Tom Cox, you can tell Russ is checked out. Seems like that to me. I never want to say a guy like Russ, who is such a competitor, who came back so quickly after that finger injury, but there's just times where he just does not look engaged on the football field. And there's times where he does. It's weird. You look at that, drive at the end of the first half, 2-minute drill, rolling. Just looks, hey, oh wow, he clicked in after a half of looking completely out of it and dazed. Then gets back to the second half, first drive of the half, here we go. And then back to checkout mode. It's very weird. AFK, I agree with you. Play Geno the rest of the year. I do it too. You have nothing to gain by Russell Wilson at this point. You destroy his trade value. If he's going to remain in Seattle long term, you can only end up getting him injured. What happens if he gets a torn ACL at this time of the year when you're already out of it? What's the point of that? Jamal Adams' shoulder. Lambs can't beat the Seahawks with neutral refs. Agreed. Chad Quan, 3rd and 6, and we call running play to Penny. No creativity. That was probably one of the worst offensive play calls in this game. There was another 3rd down bomb in this game, which was dumb on 3rd and I think 3. Yeah, the play calling was awful in this game too. On top of it, Harry A. Murray, man, it's 3 a.m. in New England, and I'll never be able to sleep after that. Seeing the McVay smirk makes me want to smack the guy in the face. Can't argue though. Sadly, the Rams own the Seahawks. They do own the Seahawks, but tonight, Harry, it was a little bit of the refs helping the Rams in their ownership of the Seahawks, whereas normally they just own the Seahawks by owning them. But tonight it was owning them with the help of the refs. Ivan Kadek says, got to make big changes offensively. Defense is all right. So with the defense, it's just about keeping the group together. I suppose so. You're probably going to need to get some pass rush in here. You got to figure out what you're going to do with Al Woods, who'll be a free agent. You probably need to figure out something with the Sam linebacker. But, you especially if they remain with Carroll, you're going to bring a lot of the band back. User Big Hit says, if I never thought I'd say play Geno over Russ. I didn't either, man. I didn't either, but that is where we've landed, isn't it? Mr. Fantasy Football with a $5 donation. Thank you, Mr. Fantasy Football. You're awesome for doing so. I think I missed somebody's chat up here too. I did miss a couple other chats here. I'll get you guys. Mr. Fantasy Football says they should do background checks on the ref. Fun fact, the head ref during the Saints-Rams no PI call went to San Diego State University. It is planned. I could see it, man. You guys remember there was that Tim Donaghy guy of the NBA who got caught fixing games, who was a mobbed up ref, who literally went on a press tour talking about how common it was in the NBA. If we think the NBA was doing it at that common of a level, and that story just got completely brushed underneath the rug, so to speak, why would it be going in a sport so commonly in the NBA, but then not happening at all at the NFL level? I don't buy that. If it's that much of a commonplace in one sport, another sport's probably utilizing it to some degree. I never thought it was to the same degree the NBA was doing it, because that's a game where you can really quickly, easily fix it from a ref standpoint. It's a little harder in football to pull it off. But tonight makes me wonder. Well, I think Wash Visquest, I wasn't sure if I acknowledged this or not, but thank you, Wash Visquest, says between moving the game of the phantom third down hold and not calling the blatant PI, this is a historic hosing. I did read that, sorry. Charles Wright with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Man, all your donos. Thank you so much. He says, all calls should be double-checked via video and can be done quick. Even freaking Dean Blandino disagreed with the calls. Unreal. This is where I don't understand. This is, again, maybe more proof of the pudding as far as if it's fixed or not. Like, why wouldn't you allow for more follow-up on officials and to double-check them, especially blatant game-changing calls like that? I liked it a couple years ago when they allowed for you to challenge pass interference. How helpful would that have been tonight? You show that pass interference call, you throw out the challenge flag on that play, that's getting overturned. No doubt about it. In fact, it would have helped us out in 2 times this year. The Packer game to Penny Hart that went uncalled. Don't forget that one, folks. And then this year's game with this game here with Packers. 2 similar plays. Absolutely just awful pass interference. Spectre 7 with the $2 donation. Thank you, Spectre 7. Says, God knows we need you for the long off season. I'm going to be here, brother. You know I'm not going anywhere. So I got you. It's going to be a long off season, but I'm going to make this fun. We're going to keep you laughing, guys. Don't think we're going dark. We're not going dark here. I go dark when I get in my feelings, but once I get my head back on straight, I take a couple deep breaths, we're back to front again. So, hey, we weren't good this year. It happens, We had a nice 10-year run. We'll get this back to front. You know it. William Leonard with a $10 donation. Thank you, William. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you guys for being so kind on the chat tonight. You guys are being amazing. When the game got moved to Tuesday night, Carroll was like, that's just how it is. I would have liked to seen more of a protest and fight from Pete in the front office. I would have too, William. I would have too. It was a blatant thing that was obviously put in place to help the Los Angeles Rams. And as I was saying at the top of my stream tonight, William, my counterpoint on this is if the shoe was on the other foot, if it was the Seattle Seahawks that had all those guys nailed with the vid situation, do any of you question after watching the officials just fix that game? Do any of you question for a moment that game would have been forfeited and given to the Rams? Absolutely, it would have been. And that double standard that is that blatant, it's hard not to get that stuck in your craw as a fan a little bit. Go, oh, okay, we're the redheaded stepchild a little bit of the NFL. I mean, we've been to 3 Super Bowls in our short 40-year history. We have a fan base that is as vibrant as it gets in the game. But, I mean, okay, we're in South Alaska, so I guess you got to do what you got to do to us. Here, let's lean over, start paddling away. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. It says, Randall Daniel says, I've never seen a false start on a running back. I agree with Randy. If a false start on a running back is called, it's time to inquire further. Yeah, it was a little bit like he was sitting there stiff and he just kind of let his legs just kind of lean a little bit. It wasn't like he was false starting, but that he was like, when you stand up straight and your legs get a little locked and then you just you bend it down just a little bit. But it was also, to my point on this with these calls, it also happened to go and take it from a play that was a 3rd and 1, which is a lot more likely to be converted versus what it turned into, which was a 3rd and 6, which is a lot harder to convert. Just another call in this game. You're like, Sector 7, man, I got to pass out. Thank you again, Spectre, for all of your donations tonight to the channel. He says, man, I got to pass out. Again, fantastic content. Really hoping for a 2022 meetup. Absolutely love this content. Yeah, we will get a meetup going. I promise, Vector 7. I'm going to get over to the west side at some point. Maybe we'll even do a Spokane meetup here if we got enough folks in the local area out in Spokane that want to do a meetup at some point. But I do want to do one. So I'm going to get out there to west at some point here, maybe this off season or whatnot, maybe summertime or whatnot. But we will set the stage and we'll definitely try to do a meetup. I've been wanting to do something like that. So great idea on that. Great suggestion. And we'll get it done. We will make it so. Thank you for all your donations, Vector. You were awesome. Very kind of the chat tonight. John Rudy says the offense did not play well, but the refs are still a problem, and it's not just for this game. It's all over the league. That's what I'm saying, John. It ain't just us on this, but it's a problem league-wide, and you can't, I'm not a big guy who believes in many coincidences. I just don't believe them. I don't. I tend to find that things kind of more add up to stuff. And when you have this being the first year of the gambling being implemented, the fact that this has become the league-wide problem that it's become, and I've seen every fan base talking about it, it's an issue, and it should be considered. This should be one of the biggest issues for the NFL moving forward into this offseason is to correct the officiating in the game. Because it goes like this over and over again where you have a fan base that I'm watching in this chat, and they're going, I'm going to check out on this sport when it's obviously fixed. You got to understand, too, with us as Seahawks fans, you guys that are in here might be from other fans' chats and stuff, we were a team that literally saw our team in 2005 be the best team in the entire NFL, get the first-round bye, beat the doors off those teams to get to the Super Bowl that were in our way in the NFC, get to the NFC against a 9-7 Steeler team that we were better than, and then have the officials give the game to the Steelers from the start of the game to the finish of the game. We had to go through that. A full season, going to the height of heights. This is finally our year. 30 years we've been around. Finally, it's our time. Now it's our time. And they stole it from us. So are we a little sensitive to this stuff to a degree? Yeah. But do we also know it when we see it? Yeah, we do. We do. Watch Visquez says, I'll be watching to count Bobby's tackles now. Enjoy every bit of that Hall of Fame talent while he's still here. Hey, enjoy Bobby while he is lasting here. We don't know if we're going to get him past this year, and he still is playing great football. I thought he had another really solid game tonight. Both of those linebackers, Brooks and Wagner, were really put in a bind this evening. They were being forced at times to cover wide receivers in space, and very often asked to cover wide receivers in space. And I thought that they held up overall really well, as good as you could ask linebackers to do, because you were forced from an injury standpoint to have to stay in that nickel defense, and they did a good job of it. And Bobby and Jordan both did, in my opinion. They're going to give up some completions, but overall they were really solid. Bay raised at 9 or 12 says, if Pete leaves, who do you hire? There'll be a couple Bay raised. You're going to laugh your ass off on this a little bit. I would have 3 guys that I would be targeting on as my 3 guys I would try to look to. First off, I would reach out to the Saints and ask them if there's any chance they would be willing to trade Sean Payton. Would they be willing to give us their head coach? Trade. Because right now the Saints aren't going to be any situation anytime soon of competing, in my opinion. They are going to be in a full rebuild. They've got a lot of dead cap space over these last couple of years. They've had to eat, which is just kind of tearing everything down. They got to figure out what to do with Michael Thomas. There's a lot to be done there on that Saints team. Whereas maybe Sean Payton could come to Seattle and think that he could do similar things with Russell Wilson that he had done with Drew Brees. Beyond that, Mike Tomlin's going to be maybe a free agent, as I understand it. He's not under contract right now. He would be a guy that would interest me as well. If he is going to hit the open market as a coach. I like his tough mentality, and he's kept a consistent winning football team there in Pittsburgh, and even done so as it's obvious for the last couple of years that Roethlisberger's done, that he needs to call it a day and move on. So he'd be maybe number 2. And number 3 would be, this is the one that'll make you laugh a little bit, Bay Rays Niner, Harbaugh, Jim Harbaugh. I'd see if he wants to come back to the NFL from Michigan. and take over for Pete. Those would be my main three guys that I'd like to pilfer. Charles Riley says the ref in question was Jim Everett. I guess he played pro football. Jim Everett's is a ref? If that was a joke, Charles, because I see what you did there, that was an awesome joke. AI says because the NFL's rigged. Yeah. Joel Jones Jr. says we are not making the playoffs. Nope, you're out after this one. Brian Wilson says they said at the beginning of the game this ref crew has thrown more flags than any other crew, and yet they don't call the flag on the most key game, the key play of the game, right, Brian? Which is the interesting part, right? It's like you're super trigger happy, and then suddenly your trigger finger gets a little stiff at a very, very convenient moment. John Robinson, what's up, John? Good to see you in here, my brother. Says, if anything, you should have benched Russ 4 games before this to save his trade value, but how could you quelch Russ's indomitable will? I think you could have, John, if you had the intent, if the coaching staff knew at that time that they were really leaning towards moving on from Russ, and there's been a lot of indications here that this front office and coaching staff had an eye towards 2022 in moving on from Russ, then you do make that benching, and you have little care for his opinion at that point, John, because at the end of the day, you're moving on from him anyway. It's not in your care or worry at that point to keep him happy or satisfied, and you want to put him on the bench. You got that control as a head coach to do so. John Ruiz says Pete Rose has got nothing on the NFL refs. That's right. That's right. Brian Smith, Dave Craig was the franchise quarterback. You little kids weren't around to see it. Contrary to what Russ says, he ain't playing until 45 and breaking Brady's Super Bowl records. Russ's talk is empty. Eventually, you got to deliver with your big talk, right, Brian? To your point on this, you got to deliver with your big talk. And Russ wanting to play for 10 more years, I've said if Russell wants to do that, now that he's lost that mobility behind the pocket, he has to embrace the short and intermediate passing game, which he has been reticent to embrace throughout the course of his career. And this year, as he's been implementing into a new offense for really the first time in his entire career in 10 years, he has shown no signs of embracing this new offensive model. He hasn't. It comes and goes. And he more often than not falls back into old habits, which is moonshots down the football field, low leverage throws, low chance that they're going to be completed. And that's where he falls into again and again way too often. And it's been disappointing to see because I thought this year he'd start to make that transition and realize I've got to get better at certain aspects that I've not been good at. I've got to be a master pre-snap. I've got to throw with anticipation. I can't sit there and hold on to the ball too long. I've got to throw more in the short and intermediate passing game. I've got to work my running backs a little more often. It just hasn't been there. Mr. Fantasy Football says Eric Bieniemy. He's a name, Mr. Fantasy Football, but he doesn't get me tremendously excited. I'd like to go with a bit more of a known quantity for the next coach. Go Oxo 5 says bomb for Bryce or suck for Stroud. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. Oh, Herbicide, at least my new theory, dude. When we changed the name from CenturyLink to Lumen, we've sucked since. Well, you're not wrong. And Lumen is I hate Lumen's name. Terrence Brown, Russ mentally checked out with the team a month ago. He's still going through the motions till he gets the hell out of that dumpster fire offense. Maybe so. I mean, I'll tell you what, Terrence, he's not exactly doing a great job of showing off his talents for the rest of the teams in the league that he wants courting him. You know, if he wants to get all these teams looking at him and looking at him as a great option, he's certainly probably dissuading more than he's encouraging. Joe Manick says Russ already in Cleveland. I can't see him wanting to go to Cleveland, but maybe. JJ, it's a multi-league thing. Ever since the leagues, NFL, NBA, and MLB started embracing the gambling community, we've seen some very odd behavior. Haven't seen pro sports like this in all my life. It's a valid deal. You bring that money stuff into it, man, and it's a valid, money can sway this type of stuff, right? It's a big enough of a factor to do this to cause these kind of changes and feel the effect of it. And I think we may be feeling a little bit of that effect of it. Bay Raised Niner says Russ is going to New York. That's long been Bay Raised where I thought would be his number one spot he would end up in when it was all said and done. Robert Argol says Russell will transfer for the New York Giants. I do think that's where he's headed when it's all said and done. That's my prediction. Joe Manning says NFL is watered down. It does feel a little bit watered down. It does when you don't allow the players to play, man. It feels like WWE to me. That's what it ends up feeling like. It feels like pre-scripted crap, which just pisses me off because this sport is about being mano a mano, man versus man. No excuses, you know? And it's like, oh, here's this. TJ says, we didn't lose this game because of the referees. We lost because we had 180 yards of offense. I mean, are the referees the sole blame for why you lose the game? No. Are the 180 yards of offense the sole reason, blame for why you lose this game, TJ? I would say no. This is where we get to a place of nuance, right? You offensively should have done more, and that is a big cause for why you lost this game. The refs had a lot of key calls in this game. All of them broke against Seattle and went against us to help the Rams team at very key moments in this game. Both of those things, I think, can be true. John Sims says part-time refs get business opportunities outside of football for the right calls. Rules change every year and are debated through the season. No two people know the rules the same. Rigged. That's what it is. It's almost like they're doing a little bit of forced confusion, right, John? By what you're saying on that, they're sort of creating the elements to allow for this confusion, and it looks like confusion when it's actually guided and directed to a certain way and path. Razor Legend says we need to trade Russell Wilson. I think that's where we're coming to, Razor. I think that's the most highest likelihood of what we see as far as big change this offseason, being Carroll and Schneider remain, and that Russell Wilson is then moved. Jay says, maybe 3 YouTube shorts on the no calls and flags. You should check them out after the stream. Can't talk, but still no facts. Hell yeah. You made 3 YouTube shorts? Good. We need that proof. I want that proof out there. John Rui says the Packers game was another example of sham officiating. Yeah. As I was saying too before, John, you literally had to play in this game just like this game. It was exactly like this game. There were bad calls throughout. And then at the end of the game, you've got your receiver going deep. He's open. Russell throws it. The defender is not looking back for the ball. Comes down onto Penny Hart. Hits him before the ball gets there, so he can't make the catch, and it's a no call. It would have changed the whole course of that football game. I mean, it's not just the no call on a deep ball down the football field that would have given you 45 yards. It's when the no call or when the call is happening that matters. It's both of those aspects of things. All right, folks, I got to use the bathroom here real quick. A lot of coffee. I do want to thank the sponsor of this show, guys. Bear with me on this. I'm going to run a little 90-second ad. This is for manscaped.com. They are the first sponsor of this show, proud sponsor of this show. I love having them aboard. Please do, if you have any needs this Christmas season, go over there and utilize Manscaped. I'm going to run this ad really quickly, and then I will be back in about 90 seconds. So please bear with me on this, folks, and we'll be right back. While I'm away, I thought I would also tell you a little bit about the sponsor of this show, our first sponsor, manscaped.com. Very kind of them to do so. They've also engineered the ultimate groin and body trimmer by focusing on intelligent functionality and an incredibly comfortable grooming experience. Their 4th-generation trimmer features a cutting-edge ceramic blade to reduce grooming accidents, thanks to their advanced skin-safe technology. I now feel confident shaving my boys. This upgraded trimmer includes a multi-function on and off switch that can engage a travel lock. It also gives you the ability to turn the 4000K LED spotlight on and off when needed for a more precise shave. The Lawnmower 4.0 even allows you to customize your trim through additional guard lengths through sizes 1 through 4. Did I mention wireless charging? The wireless charging system uses electromagnetic induction, which can help battery length last longer. Men, if you've been shaving with the same nut trimmer on your face, you've been doing it wrong. No person wants to end up with pubes in their mouth. It's time to get your own ball, hair, and body trimmer with Manscaped to make me time the best time and enhance your confidence with some nice, smooth boys. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code NEST, N-E-S-T, at manscaped.com. 20% off, free worldwide shipping with my code NEST. Help yourself, help your boys, help the show. It's appreciated very much, and thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring the show. All right, we're back, folks. Thank you for bearing with me on that. And again, thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring this show. You're awesome for doing so. Appreciate it. It looks like we got a Charles Rothley, another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. My God, my man, you are killing it on the donos tonight. You always kill it on the donos, though. So thank you so much. He says, I know I'm a bitter fan right now, but I agree. It is league-wide. Yeah, I think it's the best way to frame this a little bit is in the understanding of it's not just that the NFL is against the Seattle Seahawks by any metric. It's that this is a little bit of a working the whole system all the way around through, and every game is kind of open to adjustment a little bit at times, it seems like. Everyone's feeling this a little bit. It doesn't mean the sport's done or that you stop watching the sport, but just something that I think we're aware of. And you can't have this continue to move forward like this. They're going to have to find a way to balance the gambling with trying to control the end results of it as well. But again, when you get money, it just always sometimes can dirty things up a little bit with things. JJ says something positive, though. Dunlap has looked good the past 3 to 4 weeks. It does look good. It is a positive, JJ. I think it's a positive, too, because if we look at the likelihood of where this is going as a team, being that Carroll does probably likely remain, then you do need some pass rushers to go forward. And Dunlap showing more of what he showed you last year when he came aboard, along with having what Darrell Taylor's done for you on the other side of things, you can kind of build on that. That gives you a little bit of a building block. You need more. You need a lot more. But at least those guys are giving you something there to give you can draw that maybe more to the future versus what you were maybe looking at having to do with Dunlap 4 or 5 weeks ago, which was, man, he's done. He's got a fork in his back. We're going to have to release him and eat about $6 million of dead money in order to just move on from him. Versus just keeping him one more year and maybe having him in there as a rotational guy that can give you some pass rush here or there. I don't know which way they're going to go with him, but I think that if he can continue to at least start to do some of this, they'll maybe hold him for one more year where it's not cost effective, but he's not being super pricey by holding him for one more year either. Random McDaniel says, I've never seen a false start on a running back. Yeah, I've seen it before, but usually they do this. Usually they go like this, right? You see him do the full on, stop, start. John says, I need to find a good quarterback in trade or the draft, a head coach as well. Bieniemy and Justin Fields, well, one can dream. Well, you never know. I mean, Bears are in an unmovable situation right now. I mean, they could go in a couple of different ways. They could move on from the general manager, their head coach. They could move Fields. They could be married to Fields moving forward. I don't think Justin's done a ton to necessarily make him 100% the guy moving forward with Chicago. I think that that's a pretty fluid situation. It could go a variety of different ways. But Bieniemy's going to get a head coaching job at some point, John. That's for sure. Anthony Augustin, NFL salivating with the idea of making sure Rams play at their home turf for the Super Bowl. Maybe so, man. Maybe so. Cardinals are falling off. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers just lost Godwin. Maybe they're getting on that age is starting to creep up and catch up to them just a little bit. And the Packers always seem to be good to get to maybe the conference championship. But I don't know. They still, and boy, when you look at the Packers and the Rams, to me, the Packers are a really good matchup against the Rams and that they fit well up against the Rams. But maybe that'll be the game if it's another matchup like that, like it was last year, to see if the Packers get calls or if the Rams get calls in that game. That'll maybe be something to monitor if it plays out that way. To your point on that, Anthony. But I could see it. Brian Smith says 12s are dropping like flies. Jumping ship for the Mariners. If the Kraken were worth a damn, 12s would be on that bandwagon too. Yeah, I mean, I think, Brian, they're holding up pretty well. I mean, hell, we've been in 45 minutes after the game ended here. We've got over 100 people in the chat right now. And so, we've got our true fandom here. I don't think we got a bunch of bandwagoners here, but I think that the team is also, even though you've been somewhat consistently winning over the last couple of years, you've been bleeding a little bit of the fandom in the respect of the quality of football has gotten worse and worse and worse over that time period. And even last year with the division title, it was a little bit of a mirage rather than reality. When you look at this team over that course, that few year period, they're not very good to watch, and it's hard to watch bad play. You could only watch so much of it. I mean, my Mariners, you had 2001 where you set the record for most wins in a regular season. Couldn't get the World Series because the Yankees and company were busy buying their championships at that time. But it was what it was. You were great, and you were still there 2002, 2003, 2004, 2005. You were there. I mean, if you look at the attendance, we still cracked 3 million in attendance in Mariner baseball 2002, 3, 4, 5, right? They held in there strong as fans. But then by the time you get to 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10, I mean, fans are going to stop going as often at that point. When you give them 10 years of bad play, that's where it's done. But I don't think our 12s are there yet. Not after 1 year on this, not after a couple years of bad play, but I think they are ready for change. I think that's pretty, not maybe unanimous, but there's a majority of Seahawks fans that say, okay, we need major change. Not tiny little adjustments, massive change, sweeping change. Phil says, Geno earned his chance and didn't get it. Hawks may need 2 quarterbacks. I don't know. He played pretty solidly, Phil, when Geno was in there. I mean, was he amazing? No, but at this point, it's more of just Russell not destroying his value. But I wouldn't want to run with Geno moving forward, Phil. I'll say that. Costa Rica sports fans, there was a scandal in the NHL too. Yeah, you got to be careful. I'm telling you, if you're the NFL, if you're a sport and you are playing these games, I don't know for sure they are or they're not. So I can tell you what my instinct is, and I feel like something's a little dirty here. But I'll tell you what, if you're a sport and you're playing this game, careful. Because if you get caught, you can kill your sport overnight. A sport that's been around 100 years, you can destroy it overnight. Because the second the fans don't think that everything's on the up and up, that things are a little fixed, what's the point of watching at that point? You know, it does become wrestling at that point. John Robinson says, I'm so stumped as to what's going to change because we all know something big's coming, but you're not getting 3 1s for Russ. So what do you do? I don't know at this point, John. I don't. It's a hard prediction to predict out, as to your point on that. It really is. Hard to know what team's going to want what, or if there's a team that overlooks this run that Russ has had and thinks it's maybe the finger or whatever reasons they could apply to it. Hard to say. I don't know which way. I wish I could give you an indicator of where I think this is playing out, but I just can't. I'm not sure. Charles Riley, another $5 donation, says, you ever heard about this Trevor Moab guy that was Russ's mental coach? That guy was a total charlatan. He even had a hairpiece that completed the look. Oh, did he really? I go bald. I'm going bald. I might even go Michael Jordan look if I end up losing my hair. The hairpiece is just like such a sad look. And from a motivational coach, for some reason, those things don't go together, do they, Charles? There's something on that doesn't go together. But yeah, that's supposedly somebody said that on this chat a little bit. I've heard before is that Russ lost his mental health coach who died suddenly. And, that maybe that had a big impact on him and that he was very, very much a big part of his life in that respect. And that's been a little bit of what's ailing Russ on that. I will say, though, to a bit on that, Charles, a little of what we've seen in Russ in his play this year, even with the finger being attributable to some of that play, some of this goes back to the way he looked in the back end of the 8 games last year when Trevor was still alive and around. He's just looked like a quarterback that's lost his mojo. That's what Russ looks like. He's like a quarterback that there's still some talent there. There's still some ability there, but he's just, whether it's confidence or mojo is the better word because it goes beyond confidence. It's just something a little lost there. Joe Mannix is ready for the PGA. Bay Rays offseason will be a scandal for CL. Ground Knox 83, talking about Donahue in NBA 2002. Sacramento Lakers was so obviously fixed and Donahue confirmed. NFL edging there and going to be really hard to continue watching if so. I agree with you, man. If this is where they want to go to with it, this is going to make it hard. And they're sort of slapping fans in the face if they think that they're so stupid that they're not going to pick up on it. Especially when they're being this, kind of overt about it, where it's not even subtle, where it's not even like, well, there's 1 or 2 calls here or there, where it's like, no, every time there's a game-changing point, you move it to the other team. You're giving the arrow's going in their direction on it. And yeah, Donahue did confirm that Sacramento Laker game, which NBA didn't want the Sacramento Kings in the finals. And again, folks, this is not conspiracy theory. This is not some guy in his basement typing this out. This is certifiable fact at this point. Donahue was literally targeted by the feds for fixing games. Donahue was an NBA ref. Donahue confirmed, as to what Ground Knox 83 said, that literally you had the Sacramento Kings and the Lakers playing. The Kings had a stacked team at that time, really deep squad, right? And they were absolutely giving it to the Lakers, and they turned that series around into the Lakers' favor. Absolutely did it. And Donahue confirmed it. And that was a playoff series. That wasn't a regular season. That was a playoff series. It's undebatable on that. That's 100% just a fact. Fact of life. It's the fact of life. And Randall's right about the running back false start. Razor Legend says the NFL hates the Seahawks. I just don't think that they care if we win or not. I think they're perfectly happy with us being a bottom dweller type team, and that when we are good, it's sort of like, okay, well, they're good. We'll let them be good for a little while. And again, there is that stat I saw. We were at our best in 2013, 14, 15, 16. The stat that I saw over that 4-year period were not only were we the most penalized team, but every week the general opponent would change. But whoever our opponent was didn't matter. They were the least penalized. And that's what we were dealing as our team was at that stacked, most vibrant point within on the edge of almost getting to being a dynasty type point if you could have just, kept rolling forward. And there's always a part of me in looking at that stat. I'm going to go dig it up at some point, but there was one part of me that looking at that stat that made me wonder about, like, wow, that's sort of like them just making sure they keep us kind of with one arm tied behind the back in the game. Green Earth, we played the Rams even. It's not an excuse when the teams are so close. Terminator refs. Deader Zilla Hawks says, congrats to the refs for their win. Joe Mannix, $100,000 for the refs. Costa Rica, didn't the refs come back after the fail, Mary? Yes, they did. Charles Riley coming in with 2 back-to-back donations again. My guy coming in like 130 strong on this stream. Thank you, brother. He says $5, hashtag Harbaugh to the Hawks. Tim Jobs will be a convert when Harbaugh comes here. Oh, we'll bring Tim Jobs to the dark side, Charles. We'll do it. We will do it. It's a slow process, but we're getting him over here. They don't even know what's happening, Charles. They're 49er fans in the morning, and by the evening, they suddenly become Seahawks fans, and they don't know how it happened. Robert Hinnemez with a $2 donation says, I think a drunk live stream tonight is in order. Robert, I would do it, my guy, but it is Wednesday tomorrow, and I've got to get up at the butt crack of dawn and get out and do some work. I got some project-based stuff, so I would be. I can't cancel tomorrow. I gotta be a good. I gotta be a good adult tomorrow, even though I don't want to be. Even though I want to be naughty. Farashi Visquest with a $5 donation says, I just figured out how to fix the Hawks. Make the schedules so they play the 49ers every game. We'll go 70-0 without making a single change. Yeah, we just keep rolling over cap space at that point, right? Watch Visquest. I'm okay with if we got to play them twice in a year and then play them in the playoffs. I'm good with that at this point. That suits us very nicely. Very nicely. But thank you for the donation on that. You too, Robert. And we'll get a drunk stream, another one here before the end of the year. If I got to watch a couple of these games and we're mathematically out of it, I might as well be a little tipsy for you guys. So we'll do something with that. Charles also says that Donahue was also part of the 93 Sonics vs. Suns Game 7 with the free throw disparity. Look it up, kids. I remember that game as well, Charles. If I remember correctly, that was in Phoenix, that game. And we had a lot more calls on us in that game. I think they got Kemp in foul trouble in that particular game, if I'm not mistaken. And he was really rolling at that time. I mean, he was at the height of his powers, Sean, Rain Man. But thank you for all your donations, Charles. You were awesome. Robert, watch Visquest. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brothers. Green Earth says, what's eventually going to happen is that the NFL is going to get sued for match fixing in a gambling market. That is a very good point on that, Green Earth. It's one thing when you're doing this, when you're not sort of embracing gambling like you are. Now you're embracing gambling and doing this stuff. Yeah, all it takes is one guy to lose a bet on a bad beat, on a bad call, and you start getting that ball rolling. That's why I say, NFL, be very careful with this game you're playing. Be very, very careful. Because it's when this thing snaps back in the other direction and you get the blowback, it's fierce, and you can do your sport a lot of harm, a lot of long-term harm. Joe Manick says Steeler fans think they actually won. 312 says, and 312 follows up your comment, Joe, by saying the best team doesn't always win. The Steelers won the Super Bowl fair and square. No, they didn't. You're right. Best team doesn't always win. But the best team didn't win that game because the referees wanted your team to win that game. And again, 312, they admit, when have you ever in your history, 312, heard an officiating crew come back the year after a game like that and admit to getting the calls wrong, admit to messing up the game? Like you, as a Steeler fan, you can't even argue this. The officials themselves who officiated that 2005 Super Bowl game said they got it wrong. said it was in the Steelers' favor. Like, you're arguing a point that even the officials themselves wouldn't argue. John Robinson, I wonder if they let Dunlap hunt a little bit this game. He mentioned they had him doing different things this season, maybe setting edge and gap control. God, I'd hate if that was the case, John. I'd hate if it took him up to week 13 to have him stop doing something they were having him do differently this year, which was different than what they had him doing last year where he was so successful. I wouldn't put it past this coaching staff to do something silly like that, John. But boy, I hope that's not the case. It is an indictment on the coaching staff if that's the case. You broke something. It's a little bit like moving the Damian Lewis, right? Where you break, Damian Lewis, who gives up the pressure in this game to Greg Gaines on a key play, instant pressure to Greg Gaines, where you move him off of right guard where he's excelled into left guard. You break something that was already working and fixed. Matt Calloway says Jimmy G is about to have more trade value than Russ by the end of the year. I mean, Jesus, my God, maybe. I think Jimmy G's a free agent at the end of the year. John says, man, Brooks looked way better. I don't see how his coverage skills would improve with coaching and experience. A little bit. Some of it's just natural feel with him, John. I think he's always to a degree going to struggle in coverage, but he can go from being bad in coverage to probably getting up to around league average because he's got the speed to do it if he can pick up some of the nuances of the position with it. But especially when you get him into zone, John. I mean, you get him a man-to-man, he can be relatively good. But put him in zone at times, and I think he's going to struggle. He did better. He's done better at times, but at times he's gotten picked on as well and given up a lot of catches. Joe Mannix says Jimmy G in Seattle right now. Oh, my God, no. Please, no. Not Jimmy G. Not Jimmy G. Not that. Chris Smith, not Tomlin, D-minded. He is D-minded. He's the one guy that I would make my exception to my not wanting a defensive-minded head coach. So I would tend to want to lean towards an offensive-minded coach if we're bringing in a guy instead of having a guy like Carroll. But Tomlin might be the one guy that I would make that an exception to my rule of thumb. John says, see Russ watch Cup. That's how you attack cover 2. That's right. John Ruiz, no point in getting rid of Russ at this point. Just get rid of Carroll and bring in a new head coach. Even though the D is playing better finally, Ken Norton Jr. needs to go. That's been the place that I would write. I've been wanting to go with this overall, John, as far as the method and approach I would take if I was in charge. I don't think that's the approach that the ownership's going to take, though. Yellow linen on sale. Tom Cox, I'm sorry, Seattle wasn't making the playoffs before this game. It was less than 4%. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, too, whether this call goes against us or for us in this game, we weren't going to get to the playoffs this year. It's just you want your team to, if your team gets knocked out of the playoff contention, if they're mathematically eliminated, you just want it to be done by an opposition beating them, and that being what you lean back on. You want to be at them, well, they kind of played us well, but then the officials kind of gave them a couple calls. That makes it just tough, and we're just in the emotions of the moment. We'll get over this. The emotions of the moment leave you a little bitter at this, as we're in the height of the moment of it. JJ says, we need a divorce on all levels. Russ, Pete, Schneider, just start new. I'm good with it. There was a point I was listening to on the radio today about somebody mentioned about, the new model in the NFL is about being aggressive, and aggressiveness is usually rewarded. And that's mainly what I'd like to see this offseason is more of an aggression from our front office and from our ownership and how they attack the problems that have continued to linger throughout the last couple of years. All right, John says, does the situation Pete finds himself in the same as when he left USC? There's some echoes of it. I think with USC, the one difference was that they were about to head into Sanctionville, and that was kind of the thing that I think ended up pushing him over the line of moving to the NFL level. But you could make the argument that there are similarities between it. Cool Breeze, since after the last few seasons have gone so far sideways, I support you doing more varied content like the skits you spoke of. Maybe more cat content. I always hear them. I want to know more. #FirePete. Oh, thank you, Cool Breeze. Yeah, I'll be trying to do some more varied stuff here. It's going to still be mainly Seahawks, stuff, because I know that's what, folks want, but I might be doing some Mariner stuff too. I don't know. We're going to keep it open on this channel. I just want to keep kind of expanding and keep growing and keep adding too. That's what that's all we're trying to do is just keep moving with it. But yeah, we're doing some stuff. My new setup, I'm going to have a full green screen background. I'm going to try to get like a wireless mic that I can do like bits on. We're going to try to do a few things here to make it funny. Jim Jobs says, we were literally robbed on our last game. The fact that the Seahawks fans have the audacity to call in about the refs when they've been getting bailed out by the refs for years. I don't know if we've been getting bailed out, but I don't know. Tim, I think you're the first person in history who said the Seahawks get so many calls in their favor. I don't know if I've heard that cliche mentioned very often. Chris Smith, not a huge Brady lover here, but Russ can't hold his nuts. With all those rings, no one can. Just a fact. No, it's not on his level, man. He's not. And, the part that I've talked about with Russ, as Brady, as Drew Brees, as Peyton Manning, as Phillip Rivers, you can take your collection, Aaron Rodgers, as these guys get to be in their early 30s as a quarterback, and they've got 10 years in the sport, they become masters of the position. You dare not blitz them. They have full control of the game. And that growth and development that usually comes with that 10-year period, I sometimes just don't see in Russ's game. I don't see the mastery pre-snap. I don't see his ability to just take what the defense gives him at times and make the game sort of simple and easy as we see Brady able to do. He just doesn't have those kind of components to his game. Still means that Wilson can be successful, so don't get me wrong. I think you can still find Wilson in a place where he can be even really great. But I think you've got to build a very specialized type of offense around him at that point. And frankly, whether he likes it or not, he's never going to be able to be a volume passer in this league. You're never going to get Russell to that place. John says maybe Chicago will trade Fields and some high draft picks for Russ, then bring in Eric Bieniemy as a head coach. They may. I could see him doing it as a possibility. Russ Guy V says, don't blame Russell Wilson when you have no running game, no pass protection. It goes beyond that. You had a running game today, Rusk. You had a running game today. You haven't had a running game all year for the most part. I'll give you that point. And I'm not going to put this necessarily all on Russell Wilson. Some of this has to do with the game planning. But some of this also has to do, again, this is nuanced place. This is where you parse out the blame. It doesn't just go on to one back shoulder and it's on one man. But the thing with Russell Wilson that stood out this year in watching his play is that he has not embraced the tenets of this new offensive scheme. He's just not. He's fallen back in the old habits of let me just try to chuck it deep. And again, if he wants to grow his game, if he wants to play 10 years in this league, as he starts to lose mobility, he's going to have to do it on the back of the short and intermediate passing game. Bar none. No excuses. No but this, no but passing. The thing about pass protection, Resk, is that if you're committed to throwing the short passing game, if you're committed to getting it to the back foot and letting the ball rip, you're not going to give enough time to those pass rushers to get to you. That's been a lot of the way that Tom Brady has kept clean over the last 10 years, is that the pass rushers can't even get a hand on him. He's getting the ball out of his hands. When you hold on to the ball too long, that's now when the pass rush looks all that more ferocious. So it's some of this, again, is in a lot of different places that you have to parse out the blame, but make no mistake about it. Russ doesn't have wings where he just is guiding over the top of all this and going that he's somehow above any of the criticism on this stuff. He's got to shoulder some of this burden as well. Or he'll never fix it, Resk. That's the thing about this. If you keep making excuses for his play on this stuff, if you never call out what is a little bit of the problems on his game, not that he's the whole problem or all the issue. I've done plenty of calling out Coach Carroll. I've done plenty of calling out Ken Norton. I've done plenty of calling out Waldron. But everyone's got their hand in this pie. Nobody's just floating on air ethereally. Jeffrey Thistle says, I heard Urban Meyer's available again. Joe Mannix, Greg Roman. The only way I'd look at Greg Roman, he tends to be a guy to me more, Joe Mannix, that fits as a better coordinator than he does really as a head coach. And if you're going to do Greg Roman, then what you do is you look to a guy like Malik Willis in the draft, who would be more of a mobile-based quarterback, who you can then have him, institute all of his Colin Kaepernick, all of his Lamar Jackson run-heavy offense at that point. That's the only way you'd want to bring Greg Roman in as an offensive-minded guy, but it wouldn't be the most exciting offense. And again, probably other guys you could look to. As an offensive coordinator, I love Greg Roman. But as a head coach, man, I don't know. Brian Smith, but Penny was dominant last week. Big hit. Thoughts on Quest Field as a name? I like Quest Field. It's good, I guess. Gruden. Daniel W., I promise you guys we'll be happy with Malik Willis as our quarterback for the next 10 years. Now we looking for the combine. If he's true 6'1", I haven't forgotten. I'm glad you haven't forgotten. We'll see if he is true 6-1. Washington Fish Quest says, man, what a trash team. Enjoy your playoff game. Washington Fish Quest talking about the Niners. Brian A. Wilson, Cleveland. What's so great about Cleveland? Who says, yeah, I want a vacation in Cleveland. Joakim Noah. Well, didn't Brian Wilson Ichiro have a quote too about playing in Cleveland where he said, if I ever say I want to go play in Cleveland, have me punch myself or something like that? John Robinson says the Seahawks with Russ have the lowest pass non-play action percentage behind center in the NFL. It's either run your shot plays behind center. There's no change up to keep the defense honest. No, it's a very simplified offense that just does a couple of things and it keeps hammering those couple of things and either they work or they don't work. But there's no ingenuity. There's no imagination. There's not a varied approach here. As I was pointing out throughout this game, John, you've got a guy in Rashad Penny who's at best in space, at best on the edges. So every one of his rushing attempts today, you're hammering him up the middle. He ends up with 11 carries for 40 yards, basically, which isn't great. But again, you go, why are you having him do a read option up the middle all day? That's not his game. That's not the best way to utilize him. John Rees, the Jets get a high draft pick. They do. They get our pick and their pick. Simple 1970 says, no Bieniemy for head coach. Have you seen what Kansas City offensive coordinators do when they don't have Mahomes and Andy Reid? Well, I mean, you know, the guy in Philly got himself a championship and he comes off the Andy Reid tree, simple. But I agree with you. So I'm with you, buddy, on that. But I will say, I mean, look, one of that tree got a Super Bowl championship. Jamal Shoulder says, Lambs can't beat the Hawks without the refs. Whiners can't beat the Hawks, period. Nice. The real ones, what do you think comes over for Russell if he goes to New York, both firsts and what? I know Russell's playing really bad, and I know many people think that the value's been completely destroyed at this point. I do think you, at the end of the day, are still able to garner 3 first-round picks or somewhere near that equivalency for him. So probably the 2 first-round picks they have in this upcoming draft and something on that. Maybe it's down to just a 3rd-round pick in addition. But I think that if Stafford last year can get 2 first-round picks, Russell should be able to get 3, would be my opinion. AI says, I have Russell Wilson fatigue. I do too. I'm tired of talking on the situation. I'm ready for the thing to just met out however it's going to met out. Go the direction it's going to go and let's move on. You know, I'm with you on that one. I'm with you on that one. Not for sale with the $5 donation says, I'm drinking 151 tonight. F the NFL and the Rams. I'm pissed. Laughing out loud. Hey, I'm with you. F the Rams and F the NFL tonight. F the NFL tonight. Rams don't need no help. They already got the big stacked roster. They make every trade in the book. Teams bail them out of bad contracts right and left, and you got to help them on top of that, NFL. To hell with you for that. You're wrong for that. Big wrong for that. Angel Gutierrez. Carroll's the reason the defense is top 5 in points per game. He is indeed. I can't deny, Angel, that he's done a great job of turning back around the defense to get them to perform where they're performing. I did not see him able to turn it around the way that he has here in the back half of the schedule. They have, I think, a little bit benefited at times when you look at the opponents that they played throughout this turnaround. The Rams have been legitimately a tough opponent, and they've done pretty good against them. But then you got Steelers, near worst in the league offense. Jaguars, near worst in the league offense. Houston Texans, near worst in the league offense. Washington football team, near worst in the league offense. San Francisco 49ers, pretty good offense. So you have seen it to a degree, a little bit. You did pretty good against the Packers. I guess I got to give him credit on that. And I do think where it comes down to, Angel, at the end of the day, is that this is going to probably allow Carroll to keep his job. The defensive turnaround as it has happened. This has been really it's going to be an either-or situation here. Carroll or Wilson that's how it looked in training camp. That's how it looked this offseason going through this upcoming year. And that seems to be how this is probably going to play out. But yeah, he has turned around. I will give him credit on that. Charles Riley with a $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. Man, another donation. Thank you so much, brother. He says, Brando, I never knew my father, but Tim Jobs has claimed me as his son. Is there any electronic way to prove paternity? He's a Frisco fan, which is kind of fruity, but I want to know if Tim is my father. Well, I think in state of Washington, they've got a pretty aggressive, as I understand it, paternity program in the state of Washington. So Charles, if you're residing in Washington, you could just get stuff done sometimes with just a fact sheet. This man was my dad, unpaid. Go get him. Go get him. Oh my gosh. Well, if he's going to claim it, he's got to own it, man. He's yours now. Or you're his now, I guess is how I should say that. John says, Bieniemy cannot be worse than Pete at this point. I don't know. Tom says, I have Carroll and Russ fatigue. I'm the same there. Yeah, I'm on both on it. Tenchi lost because our offense again, and the refs, of course, but oh well. Well said, Tenchi. I agree. Cool Breeze says, Brandon, if you were familiar with the Tim Donaghy case in the NBA, curious your thoughts. Yeah, so kind of like I was just saying, I am aware of it. Tim Donaghy, a former referee in the NBA who got caught by the, I believe the FBI, fixing games, admitted on trial, went on a media tour. You guys can find a bunch of YouTube videos with him literally talking to people about the process and the mechanics of how they would cheat, the mechanics of how the referees would fix the games. So you guys can go and check it out. He's right there on YouTube. It's all free to go watch. It's bottom line, it's facts. You can't contest it. And then again, as I say, if the NBA is willing to do it to that overt a degree where Donaghy's talking about it, not just being him as this mobbed up ref, but that it's across the board. It's nearly every NBA ref in the sport, if not all of them. Well, if it's that commonplace in another sport that is fairly close in popularity where football is, just football is the priestly group doing nothing. These people are just, it's buck wild, anything goes, and they're the ones that are just towing the line. No, it's a sport of purity. It's a competition, and we need to keep it as that. I have a hard time believing that, and especially when you see games like tonight a little bit. I don't know anything for sure. I can't say anything for sure, but you do. It does, the back of my hair stand up a little bit on my neck. Brian Smith says, Goff beat the Hawks with a broken finger in the playoffs in Seattle last year. Hawks got all the calls, including the cheap shot to Wolford. Fortunately, it cost y'all the game. Yeah, I can't remember enough plays in last year's game, to be honest with you. As I remember it, if the Walford play, I believe he was out scrambling as a quarterback on that play. And if I remember correctly, didn't he fall forward or something? I forget. It's been a year. Bay Rays Niner and Peyton like those of plays. He's ballsy and always a deep threat when Breeze was on the field. He is. He's got a lot of, he would fit well with, I think, Wilson for that reason, Bay Area raised. Sector 7 with a $20 donation. My God, thank you, Sector 7. Charles Riley, you guys are killing it on the donos tonight, man. Hell yeah. He says, I can't sleep. I'm back. Italian Mafia voice. Hey, Tommy, call that for me, will you? Call me, Tommy. Come on. Well, I'm glad you jumped back, Spectre 7. I'm glad you got a little bit of sleeplessness. Come back on in here, man. You're not going to sleep tonight. You're not going to sleep with this anger and rage inside of you over this game and this season. You got a little more venting out, man. A little more venting out. So, we're going to get through this together, eh? It's going to be a long night, but we're going to get over it. Chris Smith says, HawksNest chat, QAnon. Ref Annan is real. Ref Annan is real. It's real tonight. John, do you think Sean Payton would force Russ to play his game or adapt his game to fit Russ? I think the latter, John. I think that he would be inventive enough to be able to lean into Wilson's strengths and understand his limitations and then work his offensive approach around that. I do believe that. And Breeze, when he was at the height of his heights, it was shoot it down the city. Now, we all remember Breeze and what we last saw of him, which was a lot more dinking and dunking because he just lost his arm strength near the end. But, prime Breeze in New Orleans was the guy that was throwing it 40, 50 yards down the football field. I think that's where Sean Payton probably leans towards. And especially with Sean Payton's ability to build a good rushing attack. He builds the good rushing attack. He builds the good offensive line. He forces you out of your cover two concepts, gets you into single high, and then bam, he goes after you. And I think you could get success with Russ taking that approach of things. John Ruiz says Peyton's not leaving New Orleans for Seattle. There's been some rumors in recent years of not necessarily complete happiness in there in New Orleans with Peyton. I know he did just sign a contract extension, but when you look at that team moving into the future, they're not necessarily sitting in the greatest of shape. They've got no pathway to their next franchise quarterback. Their skill position right now is kind of broken outside of Alvin Kamara. They had about $105 million, I believe, in dead money hit this last offseason on their salary cap, and they, instead of taking all of that hit last offseason, they moved it to this offseason and next offseason. They essentially split it in half. So both of these 2 years, you're looking at them not being able to go out and sign guys to really fill out that roster because of the salary cap situation. So broken salary cap situation, broken team. Maybe that does open a little bit more of a door there for Sean Payton to then move on through. You know, Sector 7 coming in with another $10 donation. My God, Charles Riley, Sector 7, you guys are absolutely destroying tonight on the donos. Hell yes. Hell yes. Sector 7 says, I would absolutely love an in-depth view on this. Wilson injured really hindered his ability to really get a hold on this offense. I wish I knew on that a little bit, Sector 7. Here's the thing, I would be more apt to believe that the finger injury is what's holding him back from taking on this offense, except for the fact that I don't have a whole lot of him missing throws short, where it's like, oh, he just can't be as accurate as he wants to be on those short balls because the fingers are a little off. I see him so often falling back into that same habit of, I don't know what to do. Let me go deep. Oh, I'm not sure what to do. Go deep. And that simplistic way of attacking the quarterback position is how he operates. It brings me back to that quote again and again and again that I go to. It was the most perfect quote by Mike Holmgren. And Mike Holmgren would go up to Matt Hasselbeck when he was playing at times, and he'd say, Matt Hasselbeck, Matt, don't forget this part of things, okay? Don't forget this. You're an artist, not a blacksmith. You're an artist, not a blacksmith. And right now, Russell Wilson's playing this position like he's hammering a piece of metal over and over again that's on fire. And he needs to become more of an artist in the way that the way he plays his position. And I'm not talking about his scramble ability. I'm not talking about his ability to keep the game alive. I'm talking about the control he has over the quarterback position. And that is the part that's been missing here with him, unfortunately, a little bit. And again, it makes it hard for me to necessarily blame the finger wholly. The finger's not helped. The finger has definitely held him back. He has certainly been impacted by it, even up and through into this game. I do believe that. But not enough of embracing the short stuff, Not enough of just on time back foot. He had one throw he made in this game where he hits the back foot, lets it rip out there to the running back picks it up, gets 8 yards. And it's a play that stands out because you go, man, I don't see Russ doing that very often. It's more of, I hit the back foot, look, I don't like what I see there. Look over there, I don't like what I see there. Oh, panic and move around a little bit in the pocket. Oh, he's going to maybe get you. Throw it away. Just this frenetic, like exorcist, the head spinning around almost. Washington Fizquest with a $5 donation. Thank you, Washington Fizquest. Says, I just figured out how to fix the Hawks. All right, let's have it. Oh, I got you on there. Sorry, I already read that one. My bad. So many donos, I'm rereading them. Jim Jobs enjoyed Charles Riley as your son. He's very giving. You just need to be kind. Charles with another $10 donation says, Brando, if the courts claim Jim Jobs, my father, to be sexually confused, deadbeat dad, who still celebrates Week 17 victories in 2019, am I entitled to money as opposed to his bad taste in fanship? I believe you got to pick one or the other, Charles. You either get the money or you get his fanship. So in light of the other, he ignored you throughout your upbringing. He's got to pay for that. There's mental stress and suffering that has to be appropriately squared away. Sector 7, man, as I said earlier, no Lockett was a killer. Yeah, having no Lockett in this game was not good. You definitely felt a little bit of not having his presence. We mentioned Eskridge was going to maybe have a big game, that they were maybe going to really utilize him here. You didn't. You weren't able to utilize him as much as you wanted to in that respect. You tried a couple times to throw to him. He broke deep on one play. Russell with that ball that just throws it up and then just kind of hangs up there. It's almost like God's caught the ball and he's holding it for a second. Okay, the defender's there now. I'll drop the ball down to him. Very odd. Very odd on that. But you weren't able to work into Eskridge. You just weren't. And you got a couple times into DK, but what do you end up with here? DK had 12 targets in this game, 6 catches, 52 yards. He was okay. He was okay. Some bad throws to Russ by him. I mean, not even giving him a chance on some of those throws. Dustin Washington, yeah, ref sucked, but a run play on 3rd and 6, unbelievably bad. Okay, call. No, Dustin, that was the worst call of the game. And I watching it live, I was, huh? 3rd and 6 and you're running it? And they knew they were going to go for it on 4th down, but you've not run the ball that well to believe on 3rd and 6 you're going to go get even 4 yards, 5 yards. Especially, again, they had Rashad Penny do it out of read option on top of it, Dustin, which he's not a read option running back. He's not running it good out of read option throughout the course of this game. His best runs have come when Russell's under center. So what do you do on a 3rd and 6? Go to read option with Rashad Penny. Meanwhile, DJ Dallas has been pretty effective in this game out of the read option looks. But they don't, sometimes they make stuff harder than it needs to be. Herbicide73 says the Rams ain't going to make it out of the first round. Facts. Well, especially if they end up having to play the 49ers. Because let's face it, the Niners got their number. Comcast Hawk says the winner of this game is the Jets. Yes, very true. Brian Smith, Hawks 5-9, last place. It hurts. It burns. I can't even go to the doctor and have him put something on it. It's just gonna hurt. I got all off season for the pain to set in. Puff says, Brando, can you explain the running back false start? I literally saw no movement. There was a tiny movement, but I thought it was ticky-tack, Puff. It wasn't what you normally see, which if you're watching me on the stream, you got a running back and he's getting set, right? Like imagine I'm sitting down like I'm a running back. I'll do it. I'll stand up like I am. So I got my hands on my knees, right? I'm getting ready for the snap. And when you see a running back call for false start, what they'll do is this. You'll see their whole body go down like this, as opposed to what Rashad does, hands on his hips. He did that, what I just did with my knees. He just a little bit of like flexed his knees out to prep up. It looked like the official was just looking for anything to call in that moment on that play. A weird call. And I don't know the Rams are going to get much done in this playoffs either. I think especially the Packers are a bad matchup for them. I don't think the Buccaneers are a great matchup. The 49ers aren't a great matchup for them. I mean, those are all teams that are, I think, going to give them some difficulties. Jeff Ryans, I know it won't happen, but imagine tomorrow morning's headlines. Seahawks part ways with Pete Carroll and John Schneider after a loss in L.A. Let the firestorm begin. It would be an interesting way to start. It would be an interesting way to start. I mean, it would be, quite frankly, I'd be probably a little encouraged if that's where we're going. If there was that kind of aggressiveness. Like I said, Jeff, where I want to see in this offseason is aggressiveness. I forget who was saying, I was listening to it, I think today on the radio, where they're saying, this is the new NFL. The new NFL is that you are rewarded for aggressiveness. Tampa Bay Buccaneers were a middling 8-8 team with Jameis Winston, and they went out and aggressively went out after Tom Brady, and aggressively went after Ron Gronkowski, and aggressively went after Antonio Brown, aggressively went after Leonard Fournette. Pedal down in the middle. Rams are doing that right now with all the draft picks that they put out there. The Cardinals did that this year. Even their trade with Zach Ertz at the trade deadline. They went all in on it this offseason. They got aggressive with it. They're bearing out the fruits of that. I think when you're playing in more of a on your heels approach to things as far as your organizational direction, and I don't think teams mean to get there. Teams don't mean to get in a state of not really going for it in that way, but that's where you land. And if you want to look for the proof of it with our Seattle Seahawks, as far as aggressiveness goes, does it strike you guys as an aggressive team that sits and leaves $13 million on their salary cap? Does that strike you guys as aggressive, as all in, as we're going for it this season? We've got a franchise Hall of Fame quarterback who could want to leave out the door if this year goes bad, but we're going to go ahead and leave $13 million on the cap, knowing that those are the stakes at play. That's part of, like, for some of you that wonder why I'm a little bit on the Schneider and Carroll can go trank. Let's not forget this part of this, and I will hammer this on every stream between now and through the course of the offseason as I have these discussions. Do not forget this part of it. Do not. And that is that you have the salary cap for the first time in 20 years retracting, going down, losing money. You went from $199 million as a salary cap in 2020 to $182.2 million salary cap this year. So you lost salary cap space this year. How did Seattle turn to deal with that? How did they react to that? They decided to sit on $13 million of cap space. Seattle is operating from a salary cap situation right now of about, what would it be? $159 million is where our salary cap sits right now. Is that all in? Again, understanding this was a year you knew as a front office, you knew as a head coach. Our quarterback went on this media tour this offseason. He submitted a list of 4 teams he could potentially want to be traded to. He literally did everything but request a trade. This upcoming year is going to be a make or break year with him. It's either now or never. If it goes wrong, we're out our Hall of Fame franchise quarterback. We're looking for that. We're having to rebuild a lot of this team at that point to build around whatever new quarterback we bring in. And they looked at all those factors and they said, okay, let's do that. You watch that team tonight? We couldn't have put $13 million more on that field. Al McGrath says 49er fans are the crying guy wearing a happy mask meme. Exactly. B-Ross, I was really hoping Miami's head coach Flores would be available, but with their late season surge, I don't know if he's getting the axe. I'm not sure either, B-Russ, because they could easily talk themselves into going and making a big swing for a quarterback on the market. I thought Deshaun Watson, when it's all said and done, eventually does land in Miami. And if that's the case, he can sell to them. Now you got me a quarterback finally. I can make this team go. Jeffrey Thistle says Bears are where quarterbacks go to die. Yeah, we even sent there one, right? Jeffrey, Rick Meyer. I mean, he didn't full on die at Chicago, but the last of any hope of him as a franchise quarterback went to die there. Tim Job says Russell hasn't been an elite quarterback in years, and that's just the truth. I don't know if that's the truth. JJ, even when the 49ers improved, they still somehow cemented third place in the division, but continue your victory laps. Yeah, it's a lot of puffing the chest out by Tim Jobs for a third place team that we beat twice this year. Jamal's injured shoulder says, lucky that Wilson got injured, then Seahawks would have been the wild card right now, and NFL wouldn't have rigged this game against them. Probably, yeah. McGrath, cope, seethe, pretend your team isn't a trash fire, pretend you didn't mortgage your future for a bust quarterback. I love it, Al. Get Tim. Get him. HB, watch us make DK the highest paid receiver in the league now, and some people are going to be okay with that. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, I know that he's got his retractors on it, and he's not the perfect wide receiver, but as I pointed out, I don't think that he's part of the problem. And remember this with the way that you set up the DK contract, folks, is that you end up signing him, let's say, to a $28 million a year deal or $27 million a year deal. That's not what you're paying DK every year. What you'll look at is the first 3 years of that deal. I've pointed this to a little bit of the Jamal Adams deal. What you have to do is get outside of, it's the first thing that we all fall in this trap a little bit, is the contract comes out and you see the APY, the average per year, and you go, oh my God, we're paying him so much money. What you got to do is lock in on those first 3 years of the deal. And on the first year of DK's new contract, you're going to be able to operate off of the final year of his rookie deal, the fourth year of his rookie deal, which will be about $1.5 million. So yeah, you might pay him $40 million guaranteed, but then his cost in 2022 would be at about $11 million off the cap. And then his cost in 2023 will go up to like something like $18 million against the cap. And you're really not getting into the phase of hitting at $30 million on the cap until you're in year 3 of the deal. And by year 3 of the deal, the salary cap will be up somewhere in the neighborhood of $225 to $230 million, meaning that it's not as big a percentage of the cap as it is right now. So I understand there's some reticence here, but we got to get more into the details of this contract past just he's the most biggest paid wide receiver in the NFL. What's his contract in the first 3 years costing? Jamal Adams, everybody gets caught up on the fact that he costs $17.5 million per year. $17.5 million per year. Too much for a strong safety. Too much for a box safety. How could you pay $17.5 million a year? Go and look what he really costs in the first 3 years of the deal. Because after 3 years, remember this in the NFL, after 3 years of a contract, you can get out from under the contract if it's a bad deal. Jamal Adams in the first year of the deal costs $5 million this year. That's what Jamal Adams is costing on our cap this year. Next year, he costs $9 million on our cap. The year after that, I think it goes up to like $18 million. But then at that point, after the third year, you can cut him, and it's a very small amount of dead money cap that you really have on the books at that point. So I'm still in favor of doing it because you can structure the DK deal in this way. But I know that there's people that are kind of not as big on DK. There's definitely those sheriff folks out there. Kyle says, funny if Russ is upset that he doesn't have a say, or the people he wanted haven't worked out, or it's a good thing we didn't get them. Josh Gordon, Greg Olsen, Jimmy Graham, Antonio Brown. I don't know if he had any say on Jimmy Graham, really. And Antonio Brown helped the Buccaneers go and win a Super Bowl championship last year. We'll see what Josh Gordon does or doesn't do for Kansas City this year. But Kansas City's rolling along right now, and when I turn on Kansas City, I see Josh Gordon getting snaps. So, I mean, I don't know on that one. But yeah, he's had some guys that he's wanted. Certainly in the Greg Olsen's case, that's the truth. JJ, Shanahan still gets owned by a decrepit Carroll. Yes, he does. Brian Smith says, Kyle, Al says, imagine losing this S heap of a team twice and bragging here. We know how bad the Seahawks are, which makes it so much more embarrassing for the 49ers. Tim, they're going to go hard at you tonight, man. You picked tonight. Charles Riley with a $10 donation says, in response to Spectre 7's Lockett is the Hawks' more skilled receiver. I like DK as a talent, but this team doesn't use him in creative ways like Atlanta does with Patterson or Samuel on my dad's team. Very, very well said. DK, honestly, with DK and the way they utilize him at times, it's a head-scratching situation to me. And the ascent that he was on his trajectory going into this season and how they've utilized him, how there have been times in games where they've completely ignored him. Certainly he's getting some double coverage here, which Lockett's been able to benefit from that double coverage. And when you look at a lot of the Lockett's big catches this year, it happens because he's got single coverage. And for instance, if you go to the Colts game in the first game of the year where he makes the big catch on the two-way route that he has on the safety, that's because the other safety is doubling down on DK on the other side of the football field. Lockett does not drive double teams to him. DK does. NFL teams tell you who is the more valuable receiver, who is the bigger threat, and it's not Tyler Lockett to them. It's DK. I think DK's, again, I'm going to stay in this lane of it, Charles. There's going to be plenty of people I'm going to be fighting with on this, I know, throughout the offseason, but where I'm going to land on this is that I pay the man. I need to fix the problems and issues on this team. I don't look at the issues and problems on this team, and I don't begin in the first top 5 of the problems and issues with this team and say DK sits at the head of that line. I don't. I got much bigger issues on this football team beyond him, and he's one of the things to me that helps this team, doesn't hurt it. Audie Bell says, 93 NBA Western Conference Championship game. Refs called an NBA record of personal fouls on the Sonics so the NBA could have its Jordan versus Barkley's final. There you go. Bingo. And that was the year Barkley, I believe, won the MVP. To your point on the Jordan versus Barkley aspect of it. And yeah, you're right, Audie. Mike Beld, so what are the playoff chances now they aren't eliminated yet? I think we're eliminated at this point, aren't we? I mean, it's got to be 1% if you're not, but I think we're eliminated. I haven't looked it up yet, though, Mike. Tim Jobs says, one thug betting on games means an entire league is rigged. He's literally went to prison and was banned from the league as soon as they found out. You don't think maybe he was a scapegoat? You don't think that he was the patsy that allowed for them to dump it all on him and then they got away clean and they say it's just him? You think he was allowed to act with this impunity for as long as he acted, and the league just found out that late in the game, or they took the FBI? Tim, you truly believe it took the FBI to figure it out? The NBA wasn't figuring it out on their own, and it took the NBA coming in. It took the FBI to come in and do it. Come on, man. Come on, be intellectually honest on this. He's literally giving you details of how they done it, Tim. You can literally watch it. He's bringing that all. He's whipping that all off his head. He's making that all up for what? He's still paying the price. He still went to the jail, right? Still had to pay the fine. Come on, man. There's things you argue about. Don't argue against facts. Don't argue on stuff that's been proven. I mean, argue on things that we can maybe there's a slide to it, but this is literally something that's been admitted. It's widely reported. And the NBA covered it up and they made him a scapegoat. You know, if you think that guy was the only guy fixing games, I got a bridge to sell you in Iraq. Mike Bell, the Jets own that pick, so I'd rather think about the playoffs than giving them a top pick. Yeah, me too, Mike. I just don't know if we got any more playoff chance. I thought we're out of it at this point. I could be wrong. Brian Koski says that Charles is way cool. That dude is funny and generous too. Yeah, Charles is a double threat. Funny and generous, man. But he's awesome. Charles, Spectre 7, Megan, Randall McDaniel. I got some folks in here who really put a lot of money down. I'm more now. Wash FizQuest. Geez, I'm going to forget people. Robert Jimenez. I mean, we've had some big donations tonight. It's been awesome. I mean, it's been a tough night as far as watching football on the field. But as I say, it's like people ask me, how do you get on for 7-8 hours? How do I do this? It's like the positivity in the chat. I mean, we're all licking our wounds, in pain, been a miserable season. I got 100 people in here and we're BSing. We're talking football. And there's such a cool beauty in that. Yeah, we got rated by Tom Grassi tonight. It's like, it's why I enjoy this so much. Brian Koski says, I'm out on a hike. Columbia River is silent tonight, just like the zebra refs. My dog is chilling tonight. MJP, Russ is damaged goods. Just trade him, get the picks, let him sit before his value drops one first. Agreed, MJ. Let him sit at this point. Nothing to gain by playing him any longer. You're out of it. Let him sit. Put out Geno. Brian Smith, when the Hawks win, it's Waldron's O. When they lose, Pete stuck his nose in it. I think Waldron just had bad calls tonight. I don't know if I would blame as much Pete on this. There were some ones, especially that 3rd and 6 call. I don't know. I don't know if Waldron's not impressed me, and I'm not going to excuse. I'm not going to excuse it all onto Carroll. Waldron's not been a good caller either. He's not impressed me. Even in the wins, it's been great, but they've usually been against lesser competition that you've been good, i.e. the Texans game or the Jaguars game. I think most fans are in that place, Brian, on it. 312, everyone watches the Super Bowl regardless of what teams are playing. Why would they rig the Super Bowl? For more ratings? All they would be doing is hurting the reputation. Well, when one of your blue blood organizations winning a Super Bowl, it's great for your sport, 312. So when a Steeler organization has won many Super Bowls, it's one of the bigger organizations franchise in the Super Bowl, Seattle, which is one of the lesser known ones at the time. It's more in the NFL's interest to have the Steelers win for not only that, what that does to propel the NFL for that given season, but then throughout that offseason of them being the champions and all that they can wring out of that. All of the entertainment value can be pulled out from that. So, again, it's interesting to me when people make stuff. I'm having like different conversations with 3 and 2 on you and Tim Jobs on this, but it's the same sort of situation. You guys are arguing things that have been admitted. It's been admitted. Again, do me this favor, because I know you're going to disagree with me on this kind of regardless, and there's no way I'm going to really bring you into the fold on this 312, and I'm not expecting to, but do me this favor. When was the last time officials came back to a team and apologized to them a year after a game for the poor officiating? And tell me that was officiated right and on the up and up. It's never happened. It's never happened, 312. I've mentioned this before. ESPN ran a poll a few years ago. It was a nationwide poll. It wasn't a Pacific Northwest poll. It wasn't a Seattle poll. It wasn't a Seahawks poll. It was a nationwide poll, which asked, what are the most fixed games in sporting history? Not in the NFL, not in baseball, in sporting history. What is the most fixed game? And you know what the one that won 312? The Seattle Seahawks and the Steeler game of 2005. And this was in like 2013 or something, by the way. Years after the game had been played. And it beat out the second nearest competitor, which I believe was the Mavericks Heat meetup, where they called all those fouls where they kept putting the Heat on the foul line for them to win it. So, I mean, what were people looking at nationally 312? Were people national? Those aren't homers. Those aren't Seahawks fans. Those were people just who, in fact, had no dog in that fight, but still voted on our game being the most fixed. I don't know why you fight on this kind of ground with it. I know you're a Steeler fan, and that's going to lead you to being biased with it. But again, there's been a lot of evidence on this being what it is. You guys still get to keep your championship, but doesn't change it from what it is. 312 says Brady's a check down merchant, though. Yeah, he takes what the defense gives it. He doesn't make the defense harder on him than he has to do. That's what smart quarterbacks do. That's why the guy's got a lot of championships. I love it. I know the quarterbacks want to throw those nice, big, sexy throws down the field where you get to show off the cannon and all that. But more often than not, it's just the guy that can keep the chains moving. And that's what Brady does. MJP says, I blame you, Brandon. Not enough cowbell. Not enough cowbell. My Seahawks lost today. Couldn't win. How are you going to beat the boys in blue? Too many stripes. Too many Rams. Never going to win. I don't know why. Should have won today or tomorrow. We just can't do it. I need more cowbell. I did. I need to do more walking, MJ. You're rightfully blame me on that one. Rightfully. Charles Riley coming in with another $10. Damn, Charles, you had like $200 tonight, man. Hell yeah, brother. He says, Brando, my dad likes to pull the wool over shady things. He was involved in stuff like that, which kept him from me. I don't know if we'll ever reconcile, but I want him to know that I love him. He's fruity, though. Well, I mean, San Fran, Yeah, well, you got to pull that wool can be, it's comforting sometimes, Charles, when you pull it up over and you don't have to look at things that are right in front of you. It's just like when you pull it over your face, it's like they disappear, that old kid trick. The monster's not under the bed if I just put my covers over my head. Thank you, Charles, though, man. You're awesome for all your donos. All of you guys are awesome for your donos. Spectre 7 saying, I'm going to match you on this one. He says, Charles, I see your dono, and I'm going to give you another dono. So thank you, Spectre 7. It says, I'm finally drunk enough to pass out. Merry Christmas, Brandon. Thank you, Spectre 7, to pass out on that. And thank you for all your donos tonight on the stream. You have yourself a Merry Christmas. Everybody in this chat, have yourself a Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. However you celebrate it to yours. I hope it's a safe, wonderful, happy Christmas. It's going to be a little less happy because my Hawks didn't win, but nonetheless, I'll turn this around. And a good point, Charles, on the DK and Tyler Lockett. I mean, just the attention that they garner. Sector 7 with a $2 donation says, is it a stretch to say Lockett is our best receiver? I can't go there with it. I can't. I'll give people that want to say that he's a better route runner than DK, sure. I'll give it to people who say maybe Lockett's got a little bit more consistent hands. But I do think that there's a freak show status to DK and his ability and what he can do on the field, the game-changing ability on the field that has not always been best utilized this season. They've done a good job of it throughout his career overall, but it was really kind of building up to this year, really kind of building on the back of what you've done through the first couple of years. And instead it's sort of dipped down just a little bit when it should be exploding, when it should be going through the roof. So I can't quite give it to Lockett, and Lockett's a great receiver, but I think DK is a special talent and one that we're not quite utilizing in full. Thank you for the donation, though, man. Sector 7, Charles. My God, you guys. Thank you so much. If I'm not missing anything. Angel Gutierrez says, Carroll's the reason the defense top 5 point per... I think I read that. Sorry, man. Okay. I did read that. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any donos. Brian Smith says, side agreed. Now need to call league office tomorrow to demand an investigation into the corruption. Come on, bro. You're the Hawks' only playoff hope. Yeah, I will make that call. I will get Goodall on the phone. I'll grab him by his stupid ears. So you stop doing that shit. MJP says, time to showcase the scrubs and get some picks. Get a fifth for Penny, Eason, and LJ Collier. Yeah, baby. More fists. We got a dream. I don't know if you get anything for Collier. They had him they were dangling him at the trade deadline and nobody was buying on that beef. Penny is going to be a free agent after the season. And I don't know much of a market there is for a guy like Eason. But hell, I'll roll with Eason through the rest of the year, man. I mean, if we're out of the playoffs, there's no style points in winning games for I'm not going to take any consolation and we got a couple wins at the end of the year against the Bears and the Lions. Woo! Mike says Jets own that pick, so I'd rather think about playoffs than giving them a top pick. I don't know if we're in the playoffs anymore, Mike. I don't think we're in the playoffs. Brian Smith says, Conspiracy 12s will be back Sunday watching the Bears game. Yeah, because we're true fans. What are we going to do, man? I can believe there's a conspiracy and still love my fandom as well. I think with two hats here. We're multi-functioning Seahawks fans. Brian Koski says, yeah, the media will scrutinize the refs tomorrow too. I hope Corsi and That's Good Sports pick those crazy ref calls too. I do too. Maybe I'll reach out to Brandon Perna and say, please hit them for those calls. Please, Brandon. Smack them. Seahawks Gaming says, I think what's happening to Dunlap is that he's seen Cam Jordan get 100 career sacks, so he wants that too, only he's 8 sacks away now. Oh, he's close then. He's close. It's going to be hard to get that many sacks this year. He's going to have to play another year of Seahawks Gaming. Though if he gets 3 a night like he did tonight, I guess I'd do it. Brian Smith says 12s were right. Rams should have been forced to forfeit or awarded the Hawks a first-round pick to play. I'll take it. Merck, if only Jalen Hurts could learn from Russ, he'd be really good. Maybe so. Brian Smith says, when do the Hawks leave for Cabo? Jamal better be hosting with the fat contract of his. He's working out right now. He's trying to get himself right for next year already. Charles says, okay, setting my paternity issues aside, what would this game have looked like with Jamal? I'd say we lose by more. I don't know. Maybe, Charles. Maybe. I don't know if Ryan Neal played in an extremely great game. And really what it came down to was that really Stafford wasn't interested in going after the safeties in this game. He realized pretty much by the third quarter, I'll just attack the inside and middle of this defense. Defense still did relatively well to still hold him up. It wasn't like it was a free run at that point. But they understood that they would they'd go to their 4 wide receivers and that we're going to keep the 2 linebackers on the field. So just attack the middle of the field constantly then, because it's going to be open constantly. Smart of them to do so. But they didn't overthink it. They didn't go outside of it. That's what good teams do. They attack the weaknesses on a defense and they keep attacking it until the defenses adjust, which, we weren't really able to do. Costa Rica sports fan, are you going to get drunk tonight? If I could, I would. I would if I could, man, but it's Tuesday night. I got to go work tomorrow morning, and I can't do it with the hangover, unfortunately. But we will do a drunk scream here before the year's over. We got to make it interesting a little bit, so we will do something. Brian Koski, number 3, Russell Wilson, has been a huge inspiration for Pacific Northwest. I hope he stays. Me too. Herbicide says, I see Penny getting hurt in that game of shuffleboard. Spencer Williamson starting to really think the NFL is rigged. That's what we've been kind of talking about tonight a bit on that, Spencer. Especially since the NFL is in the same category as WWE, classified as entertainment instead of an actual sport. Spencer Williamson brings up a very, very good point in this talk of whether or not the NFL rigs itself or not. The Worldwide Wrestling Federation, WWE, is one in which it classifies itself, as if you look at how it is when you look up its how it classifies itself as a business, as an entertainment, not as a sport. And NFL is similar. They classify themselves, technically speaking, as entertainment. And the key here is that if you're classifying yourself as entertainment, then it's not a competition. And so it's not illegal for you to adjust the game because it's in the nature of entertainment, not in the nature of sport. So cross this up. Let's say first, there was an old scandal back in the day on a show called The Quiz Show back in the 50s. Okay. Which was viewed as, it sells itself as a competition, right? But then they came to find out that they were actually giving some of the contestants answers in order to provide the entertainment value on this show back in the 50s. It was one of the most popular game shows there was. In fact, the most popular game show. And that got driven all the way back to Congress because they did that. Like there were congressional hearings at that time in Congress because of a quiz show game rigging itself. So the way that the NFL can potentially get themselves around that type of situation would be to classify itself as entertainment, and they have done so. Watch Fitzqua. Crispy Coppery says, it's one bad season. That's it. It's been the first bad year in a long time, Crispy. Yep. I think a little bit, though, is that some of the issues that bore out this year, where we felt the real effect of them in the win and loss column, those issues had been there over the last couple of years. You just didn't feel it as much in the win-loss column. And one could make the argument that if these issues that have been there in the past, in the last couple of years, that are there now in this year, will continue on forward into years beyond. And so if it's broken you in past years, if it's breaking you in this year, good chance if you continue it, it will break you in the future as well. Mario 2.00, we got robbed. We did get robbed, Mario. Facts, dude. Facts. Cool Breeze says, glad my Tim Donahue reference sparked the talks. Friendly reminder, that's all a joke in the USA. That's right. That's right. Andrew Logan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Andrew. Says, does it appear that DK is unhappy with Russ? When Russ is out of Seattle, do you think that helps or hurts the chances of DK re-signing at the end of 2022? If you had you'd asked me this question at the start of the year, I would have told you that it would have been a point, an indicator that DK would move on with Russ not here. I actually lean now more into the other direction, seeing some of the frustration on DK's face and especially seeing it coming on the heels of poorly thrown passes to him. There must be at least a dozen times this year where he's either been somewhat open or at least in a position to go up and make a contested catch where Russell hasn't even given him a chance on the throw. The ball gets sailed 10 yards over his head out of bounds. And there was a throw in this game where DK is going up. He's in the end zone. He's got single coverage. Russ doesn't even give him a chance on a trust throw. Now you look at that and then you compare that to DK in the Jaguar game with Geno Smith. And Geno Smith threw a couple of trust throws to DK in that football game, and DK took advantage. I honestly think at this point, I don't think that they're at a point of not liking each other or that there's some sort of drama between, but I don't think DK and Russell fit really well together. I just don't. And as good as they should. There should be way more production from these two guys than we've seen. They should not be this out of whack now 3 years into this. You should be seeing that Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams-like connection, where they don't even have to talk. Like they can just look at each other and know what the other is going to do. But instead it looks like it's degenerating their relationship more than improving and getting better. Sector 7, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, drunk stream, play-by-play wild card. Maybe we'll do something like that. Yeah, that might make it interesting, Spectre 7. So, yeah. I think I'll do a drunk stream here before the year is over with. We'll get a Sunday game. I can do it, and then I'll just take a Monday off, and we'll just have some fun with it. So, we'll do one before the end of the year. We'll get the whiskey going, a little bit of beer, We'll get it going right. We'll get going right. We'll bring it hard. I'll bring it hard on that. So, yeah, at some point here. I think the playoffs is a good one. We'll do one, maybe the Super Bowl. One of those ones. Tim Jobs says, Breeze was an overrated check down merchant. He was near the end of his career. From about age 35 onwards to 40 he was, which that happens. Quarterbacks will lose arm strength at times. But when he was in his prime with the Saints, they were hitting shots down the field. It was chunk play city. Merck says, I didn't even watch the game. I watched the Eagles, and even the Eagles are that much better than us. They definitely are. And the way they look and in their record. Crispy Capri's his early record prediction for next year. Crispy, it's hard because there's going to be potentially so much change this offseason. We could be seeing a new quarterback. We could be seeing a new coach. We could be seeing a new general manager. I mean, it's with all of that on the table right now, it's really hard. If I'm going to say, if Russell Wilson and Carroll both came back, which I just don't think is likely, an early prediction, I can't say. I can't say. I would think that you would get back to the playoffs next year, just that Crispy, in the last 10 years, you've more often not gotten to the playoffs. This will be the second year, I think, in 10 that we haven't gotten there. So I would expect you probably do bounce back. I would guess that they wouldn't leave $13 million on their cap space unused next season in light of how bad it's gone this year and not using that cap space. But I would think that. Cons YT says the refs were horrible. Russ was horrible. Funny how the drive that Russ played game manager was the drive we scored a touchdown. Him forcing throws is making this team horrible. Agreed. It's hamstringing this offense. It's absolutely and with it the team, to your point. So still can't believe people are blaming DK though. Russ seems to miss every pass to him. Thank you, Cons. That's what I'm seeing too, man. I don't know what folks are kind of seeing with that. Like when he whistles the ball 10 yards over the head of DK, what's DK supposed to do? When DK beats Jalen Ramsey by 5 yards and then Russ throws one of his moon balls that gets like hung up in the wind that does not exist in that stadium, what's DK supposed to do as Russ gives Jalen a chance now to go up and make a play on the ball, which he allowed Jalen to do twice in this game, where the ball just sort of, there was the other throw where Jalen jumped up and knocked the ball away, where it just sort of, right now, there's no velocity in Russ's throws. The spiral looks good and all that, but there's no zip on any of his passes really, especially down the field. It seems like it's losing a lot of its steam. Well, Cons YT can't call this season the injury's fault. You have to realize we were 1-2 and losing to the Rams before Russell Wilson got hurt. I agree. I wouldn't blame this season on the injuries. No, there's a factor of that into it, but that's not your reason. I agree with you 100%. It's not there's a much more deeper reasons at play as to why you've gone wrong this year. Crispy says, do you think the Seahawks will win the NFC West next year? We still haven't solved the Rams. The Niners are sitting on Trey Lance, who eventually could be really good for them. And the Cardinals are still going to have a pretty good stacked team next year as well. So I can't make that prediction. I think you can get back to the playoffs, but I don't know about predicting a division title. That's going to be hard. We'll have to really kill it this offseason to get back there. You have to make a lot of good moves. Burke says, I used to be scared if Russ leaves. DK would too, but I think DK would be happy. Yep, that's where I'm leaning more towards with this. Keldon says, it's possible that it was understated how much Russell wanted out of Seattle? There could be a lack of buy-in on his part. Well said, Keldon. And it would explain a little bit why, in maybe you're seeing the same thing in watching the games, Keldon, that you can feel almost an energy that Russell's giving off of, I'm not in on this. I'm not all here. There's a little bit of a feeling in watching him play that, like, are you just checked out? It seems like you're checked out. And that's a little bit how I feel with Russ. And maybe that is. Maybe he had made his peace this offseason of, I'll submit my list of 4 teams that will force the organization's hand to realize I really do want out, and they'll make the trade. And maybe he thought that was going to happen, and it didn't. And we're getting some of the fallout from that. There's certainly a lesson to be learned on this, I would say, Keldon, is that if you have a franchise quarterback and he wants out of town and he's not happy there, then maybe you don't lean into trying to squeeze one last drop of a season out of him if he doesn't want to be there. That you just sort of, cut your losses as they are. JJ says, look at the tape from the second half of last season. The finger thing I don't think is a valid excuse. I agree, JJ. It's not a valid excuse. And yeah, the play that we're watching right now is eerily similar to what you saw of the back half of the 8 games last season. Not 1 game last season, not 2 games last season, the back 8 games of the schedule and the Rams playoff game. You're seeing the same kind of way he's playing the position. Same kind of way. Charles Riley with a $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. He says, Brando, my dad, Tim Jobs, just called, and he thinks DK had an affair with Sierra. My mom and his relationship was ruined because he had an affair with Liberace. I love my mom, but understand my dad. Well, it was Liberace's rings, Charles. Not to get too dirty, but it just something about those rings on those fingers, you know what I mean? It just brought him in. Maybe it hypnotized him. Too much sparkly. Thank you for the $10 donation, Charles. Man, you are awesome. Spectre7, you guys are just killing it tonight on the donations. Thank you so much. And Spectre on Q coming in with a fat $10 dono. Hey, buddy, appreciate you. He says, we will be playing the bottom teams of our NFC schedule outside of the West, and we will be playing the AFC West. I could see our schedule being winnable and tough. Yeah, I could too. You wonder, obviously, the Chiefs and the Chargers will probably be tough because of the quarterback situation. You don't know what the Raiders are doing this offseason, at all. And the Broncos have got to go out and find themselves a quarterback, too, at this point. But, boy, especially if the Broncos end up going and getting Aaron Rodgers, now you're going to have to play Aaron Rodgers, you're going to play Justin Herbert, and you're going to have to play Patrick Mahomes, all just in one division of some of the slate of your teams next year, which is going to make it tougher there. AFC West is a good division. Who did we... I think we're at aren't we so I think we had the NFC North this year. So are we East next year? I want to say maybe we're East or we're South. I forget which one we are next year we're playing. Both of them though. I mean, NFC East isn't great. So you'd ideally like to play them, but I think we're playing the South, if I'm not mistaken. So the NFC South, which, look, the Saints aren't good next year if they're not. Carolina needs their quarterback. I don't know. We'll see them. We do get the bottom cellar dollar schedule as well, so you don't have to play the Viking team that you had to play this year, or even a tough Steeler team that you had to play, which were playoff teams from the previous year that you had on your schedule because of your first place schedule. You are not going to get that next year. That's for sure, Spectre 7. So, solid point. I think the way you put it is well put. Winnable, but tough. It's going to be both of those things. Keldon says no need to attack Lance when Jimmy is winning. Oh, I'm not attacking Lance, Trey. Herbicide was attacking. Well, Keldon, you still know them with me. I'm still a Lance believer. So, and look, Jimmy Garoppolo's looking great. I watched those highlights this last week, and he looked as confident and as sure in the pocket as I've seen him there since he's been with the 49ers. I mean, he was just letting it rip all over the football field. And I'm not talking about farts. You know what I mean? Watch Visquest. There are a lot of Hasselbeck heads in Seattle fandom. Tim, he did some things for sure. Stand in the pocket. I think the locker room actually liked him better. Probably solid. Those are probably valid. It's probably valid comparisons in looking at Hasselbeck versus Wilson. Hasselbeck was a lot more limited in his physical abilities than what Russell is. And Russell's limited, but he's not limited in his physical abilities. It's more of the head, it's more of the shoulder up stuff at times with Russell than anything else. And there are some people that love themselves Hasselbeck. He is some of the people's favorite quarterback in Seahawks fandom. But Russell's a better quarterback. He is absolutely. Russell's a Hall of Famer. Matt Hasselbeck is not even a fringe Hall of Famer. Crispy, will Seattle have more than 11 wins next year? Sure. I'll say okay. Cons YT, I'm getting Doug Baldwin Golden Tate vibes from the Russ-DK relationship. I wouldn't be surprised if DK calls out Russ soon. I'm getting the same thing. There's been some obvious frustration between those two parties. It has. And this is again where I'm siding with DK. I understand. You know, I got half my games where you'll ignore me all the way to the third quarter, and then the other half of the games where you'll target me. Half of the throws are going to be widely off, anywhere near where I can actually go and make a catch on the ball. Eugene Montez. What's up, Eugene? Puff, why game-changing, altering plays not automatically reviewed? Some of this officiating reminded me of the Seahawks-Steelers Super Bowl. Felt like bad deja vu. It did indeed. Yeah, I had the same kind of PTSD setting in. I started to twitch, started to twitch a little bit. I was like, what's going on? But yeah, same. I don't know. I liked Puff when they experimented a couple of years ago with challenging the pass interference calls. I like that they implemented it. Of course, they implemented it, and then the officiating crews got all up in their feelings over it. How dare you question our calls on the field? You don't dare get it right. You bow down to our authority on the football field, because what would happen is you challenge the call, and then New York would never, basically hardly ever overturn it, even if that was what was called to be happening. I thought they should have kept it in. I think you should be able to review all all calls. I don't think you should be able to have like an innumerable amount of challenge flags. Have the same amount of challenge flags, but be able to pull them out when you want to pull them out, and then make the NFL relook at those plays, and not only have it. Well, the official in the moment just got it wrong. Oh no, you sat there and relooked after it afterwards, and then still chose to get it wrong. That at least then it gets into more of that certain point of, okay, yeah, you guys are absolutely fixing things here a little bit. Brian Meyer says, where was Everett in the second half? Not often used. They used a lot more in the first half. He ended up leading the team in catches. Chris B says, we need a new offensive coordinator. We need to know a lot of things. Watch Visquest. I do like DK, but he still does so many things wrong. He'll make a basket catch when he could high point a ball. It's like he has problems with depth perception sometimes or something. He's not, I'll give you that. Again, DK is not the perfect receiver. I don't think he's ever going to be the best wide receiver in the NFL. Can he be one of the prime great receivers in the sport? I do think so, even with some of those limitations in his game. It's the freakish elements of the things that he does well I gravitate towards, rather than the other things of his game which maybe aren't perfect. People have made, I think, an apt comparison with him in that he's like a little bit of a bigger version of Terrell Owens, just a slightly bigger version. And with Terrell Owens, you got good, got bad, without all the drama. So not Terrell Owens with any of the locker room crap, okay? I'm talking about just on the field. And, Terrell Owens always had problems with drops throughout his whole career. Guy still ended up putting up, 13,000 yards receiving, right? So I don't think he's going to ever be a perfect receiver, but there's enough good there to work off of. And there's enough other problems with this team that I just don't want to make that where people are concentrating where we need to fix this team at as DK and getting him traded for a first-round pick. There are other bigger, more quantifiable priorities on this team that need fixing. Herbicides not having Lockett was huge. It definitely hurt. D. Carroll needs to go, says Russ Guy V. I agree. Merck, if Russ and Pete left, we would be really good in the future with the right mind building this team. Agreed. Herbicide says, much rather lose both Pete and Russ over losing just Russ. Well said. Yeah, I think I'd be good with that. Kyle says, damn, Russ wants Carroll gone after Carroll tried to make him the MVP in Super Bowl 49. Russ is ungrateful. Brian Myers, penalties against defense that kept Rams alive were the real backbreakers tonight. Yep. Indeed. Very much so. Hawks 5-8 says Albert Breer did a live stream before the game and said that Wilson is going to the Giants next year. Well, as you know, Hawks 5-8, this has been something I predicted going back to last offseason. So I'm not least bit surprised that this is where it's now leading towards, drawing towards, and it's starting to really grow more than just momentum, but almost a feeling of inevitability to it, to a tiny degree. I do think that this is where this is going to go when this is all said and done this offseason. Albert Coins, the play calling was horrid, and the penny penalty and no call on the last drive was the nail in the coffin. Agreed, Albert. Very well said. Very well said. And yeah, there's too many games this year that the play calling has been just that, horrid. Not just bad, but straight horrid. Like worst of the league type play calling. Washi Visquest, if Russ went and Pete stayed, then what are your thoughts on keeping DK? Then would your thoughts on keeping DK change a bit? I could see him exploding over a couple rebuild years. No, I don't. No, it wouldn't really change it, because I do think that even though I'm not certain at this point that Russ really fits with DK and that they're really they sync well together in their skill sets. They should, but they're not. I do think DK does fit with what Carroll would want to do going forward, which is he's going to want to run the ball and then hit his deep shots. He's going to try to bring that safety into the box, leave DK single coverage, and then attack. And that DK is going to maybe be able to feast with a quarterback who can put the ball in better positions for him to go up and make catches at times. I think he can absolutely still be really highly productive, even if Russ did move on at that point. GoHawks 2022 says, bloody Carroll. Mark Hawk says, blueprint. Coach, offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore. D coordinator, Mike Zimmer. Once he gets axed as a head coach. Jason Garrett, quarterback coach. Boy, I like all those, Mark, just not Jason Garrett. And to me, Jason Garrett's been really overvalued as a coach, even a quarterback coach. I mean, maybe as a quarterback coach, I could bring him in, just keep him away as an offensive coordinator. And that'd be a weird relationship, Mark, having, because then you'd have Kellen Moore is now a head coach over a guy who used to have say over him in Jason Garrett, which maybe could work. But hey, I like it, Mark. I like it. That's certainly a direction I could get behind. Crispy says next year we'll probably get a new offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator. One bad season, 13-4 next season. We Hawks fans have hope. Keep that hope, Crispy. I love it, man. Keep the hope alive. Keep it alive. Tim Jobs says, I own Charles. That's a little bit like fathership, Tim. You better be careful. The paternity suit's coming down the track, my man. Charles is already on the phone with his lawyer. You know, the DNA test might be thrown out as you've already taken ownership without the DNA test. Don't be surprised. The state of Washington's got a $500 charge. You know, you got to pay for both the kid, the medical, and you got to pay for the daycare. Herbicide says our best shot if we keep Russ and lose Pete and John, we might go 10-7. If we lose Pete and Russ and rebuild, we go 6-11, but beat the Winers both games. Probably lose the Lambs both games also. That sounds about right. That sounds about right. Washi Visquest says, I'm a peasant compared to most owners, especially Charles. I turned to a pumpkin after $10. Washi Visquest, man, it all adds up, right? Everybody doing their little bit of a part, no matter what you can do. If Charles can do a little more and you can do a little bit, hey, it all goes into the same place. And where it's going, Charles, is not to Washi Visquest, not to me going out and getting a Lamborghini, but to me going out and being able to do this full time. And that's, I'm putting the plan in place. Even with the season we've had tremendous growth this year, tremendous donations, we got tremendous feedback on the membership program. And this is going to allow me to get just closer and closer. And as I've told you before, one of these days I'm just going to wake up and go, okay, all other side work out the door. I'm going full time on the channel and let's roll. So it's you're helping to do that. Charles is helping to do that. Spectre 7's helping to do that. Randall, Megan, the whole crew. It all goes to that process. So I appreciate it no matter how little or any. And again, you don't have to donate here. Just watching's enough for me. Herbicide says all my money goes to rent. As well, that's a day. We're in a pandemic and in a sub recession, and salaries have been stagnant in this country for 50 years. I understand. It's hard living in this country. Cons YT, I didn't know you got rated by Tom Grossi. That is so sick. Great to see content creators helping each other out. Definitely well-deserved recognition. Oh, dude, it made my night, man. I couldn't believe it. At first I was like, somebody trolling me? And no, as Grossi came on in. So, yeah, man, awesome of Tom to do so. I mean, hell, we have a channel that's got 250,000 subscribers, and he rated us tonight. Props to Tom, man. His star just grew in my eyes, man. I already thought he was an awesome dude, but to do something like that on his part is hell awesome. And I'm going to reach out to him if he wants to do something down the road as far as skits go, because I know he's into that stuff, and I love doing that stuff too. I'm all in on that. So I'm all in on that. But Tom's awesome. Wash Visquest says, that seems pretty bad parenting, Tim. You go to the LeVar Ball School of Fatherhood? Ethan Deckworld, was that a Christopher Walken impression? It was. Christopher Walken impression tonight. It's late in the stream. It's not as tight. It's as good as I can do. But I'm doing it. It's how I roll. It's how I go. Team lost. I'm feeling bad. Talking to you. A little bit better, I guess. Whatever happens. Maybe next year we win it. Super Bowl time. Seahawks. It gets a little bit wonky hours and hours in, but it's sharp. My first hour in my walking sharp, man. Sector 7 says, I feel so loved in this chat. You should, man. You're family in here. We all family on this chat. Even Tim Jobs. Tim Jobs and Charles Riley especially. Tim Jobs says, Chase Claypool is better than Deontay Johnson because he's more athletic. I don't think that I said DK Metcalf is better than Tyler Lockett because he's more athletic. He's got more freakish elements to his game that's missing from Tyler Lockett, which makes him a better receiver at the end of the day to me. And he's not being utilized as well as Lockett is. Russell's so much more on target with Lockett than he is with DK. MSR Rook, a reason to want Eric Bieniemy is to know he could use Rashad Penny, DK, Tyler, Eskridge correctly. I'd give you that. He'd use them a lot better than they've been used. Sector 7 says, loved everyone. Safe night and week to everyone. Hey, Merry Christmas to you as well, Sector 7. Have yourself a good night. Thank you for all your donations. Sector says, Charles Riley's my new best friend. Holy hell, give this dude a roster spot. Hell yeah. Robert Pennington in the house. What's up, Rob? Rob, we got rated by Tom Grossi tonight, man. He rated the stream, bro. We're getting big in the world, my guy. Love my brother. I love you, my man. Go Hawks, AG. Go Hawks, bro. Andrew Tobias, is Russ tanking? He looks slow, fat, and indecisive. He never runs anymore. I don't know if he's checked out or not, Andrew. I've made a little bit of that wonder. I can't say for sure. I've got some feeling like it's a little bit like I don't know if he's all in. I don't know if he's hit that all in sign as he's walking out on the field. I feel like maybe he's bypassing that a little bit. There seems to be something that's just been checked out with him. I mentioned, Andrew, it's a little bit of shades of last year in the back half of the schedule and how he looked. It's very similar. And I don't know if I can make kind of heads or tails of it. You know, I mean, I don't know why he would be going into the tank right now if what he's trying to do is entice all these suitors out in the NFL to come trade for him. To go to the best possible destination, you need the most possible suitors coming after your services. But you're not going to do that if you look like a league worst quarterback, which since he's come back from his injury, that's how he's looked. And you look at the back half of the schedule last year, he didn't look at as a suboptimal quarterback. He looked at like a near league worst quarterback through the back half of that schedule. That's a lot of bad film he's put out over the last couple of years. Don't know why he would do it. Maybe it's just that he's topped out. That could be a part of this too, Andrew. You know, maybe you will never get seeing Russ, doesn't matter what team he goes to or what that team builds around him, that the best days of Russ have maybe been seen and they're not to return. Seahawks Primo, Brandon, what do you think's going to happen this offseason? And again, let me preface the Seahawks Primo by not saying this is not what I want to happen, but this is what I think will happen, because that's what, of course, your question was housed in. And what I think is going to happen is that Carroll's going to do enough with his defensive turnaround to save his job at least for one more year, along with Schneider. I think that they do end up moving Russ. I think Russ gets moved to New York. I think Seattle then has to make some decisions at quarterback, and I don't know what they're going to do at quarterback necessarily at that point. I mean, there's even been rumors out there that they might make a run at Aaron Rodgers. They'll do something, I'm sure, but I do believe at this point they probably were going to get another season of Carroll at this point, if not more so. You were going to have to eat $44 million of money to move on from Carroll, say nothing of often you eat additional money to move on from Schneider, and then hire 2 men to replace them, which you were then going to have to pay on top of that. You could easily get to really kind of close to almost $75 million there on a 1-year cost there just to move on from those 2 guys. So I do think that he remains in the fold, Carroll does, and that Wilson does get moved. Collins YT, I think that with a decent to average quarterback, DK will look better. This is my gut instinct on this too. Look at something like Debo, Jimmy G, Heineke, Terry, Scary Terry, and even the Geno DK connection. Most quarterbacks love their big targets. Most do. And if you think about it with Russell Wilson, I mean, I always thought he would work best with a big target, but really outside of Jimmy Graham and DK, he's really done most of his best work with the smaller, shiftier guys, the jitterbug types. That just may be what he favors. GoHawks05 says, Madden just glitched out for me so hard my receiver didn't run the route. I called, threw a pick at the goal line, then gave the other team the ball at the opposite one. Wow. That's why it's hard for me to play Madden right now. GoHawks05 is I just feel like with that game, it's just so, the glitched is the word to make. And it sucks because I love Madden. I love playing Madden. But that game has been wrong for years now. Real wrong. MJP says tanking for a high second. That's the ticket. There we go, MJ. There we go. It's like a late first round pick at that point, right? Standard Champion says, speaking of checked out, there was a shot of Russ talking to DJ after his penalty, and as he is angrily explaining the PI, Russ just turns and walks away. Might be nothing, but it summed up Russ's tude. Yeah, and you know what, on that play, Standard Champion, I was like, DJ Dallas, kick the ball. Kick the ball. If the officials are going to give him the game, what the hell, why not? Was it really like our defense was going to keep them from getting a field goal if the Rams wanted to go get a field goal at that point? I don't think so. And I would be frustrated like he is after this kind of game too. And I don't know why Russ would go after him and act like he's the reason that this game gets lost at that point. Russ could have played way better. But yeah, if that's how that played out, that does sum up a little bit of the issue here with Russ's tude. Because in that kind of interaction is at the heart of a little bit of the issue here with what's dogged Russell's game. As I've said, Russell's not held back by physical limitations. He's a smaller quarterback, yeah. But he could still be able to be a great quarterback. But it's about understanding his limitations and then growing on those limitations, improving on those limitations. And that's the part where he has not done that. And especially at the head of that is taking responsibility for what you don't do good, rather than always saying something like, yeah, I probably take too many shots. I probably hold on to the ball too long. But, which is if you listen to Russell, anytime he actually takes ownership on a problem and says, yeah, I'm doing this wrong, it's always followed up by a but. It's always followed up by a but. I do a lot of great things as well, so it's kind of worth the price of me doing those bad things. That's what he's sort of intimating, which is no buts. Just stick on that first point and hold on that, Russ. Embrace that. Correct it, and then move forward. Cons YT, I did realize that even on the non-pass interference call that Russ didn't even argue with the ref. You would think a call like that ends the season and make you a losing record quarterback, you would argue a little. You would think that, wouldn't you? I think that. Most other quarterbacks would. Tim Jobs says, Charles, bro, you're literally a Hawks fan. Charles says, Tim Jobs, I'm glad we found each other, Dad. Cons YT, I'm pretty sure we are South next year. Yep, it is the South. I'm remembering that now, right? Sector 7 with the $2 donation, just to let me know and confirm. Yep, next year is NFC South next year. Okay. So we get the Atlanta Falcons, who aren't going to have the greatest of rosters. You're going to get the Saints, who probably are still going to be turning over a lot of that roster. Who knows where, the Buccaneers are probably still going to be good. But then you got the Carolina Panthers, who got a good defense, but they got a lot of retooling on their own they got to do on that offensive side of the ball. So maybe a little easier schedule next year. GoHawks says, holy S, I think our second game next year is the Jets. Herbicide says, the Saints always play us tough. They do. They do. But what happens when we get Sean Payton as our coach? Paul S says, Watson is a toxic asset and likely out of the league soon. No trade should even be considering him, IMO. Paul, I don't disagree with you on, look, football is a privilege to play this sport as an NFL player, and that if somebody could do something to not allow you to have earned that privilege anymore, certainly Watson would have been that guy. But being that he is a quarterback, being that he is a star quarterback, there only takes one team that's hot to trot for him, Paul, and I do think that there will be a team that is hot to trot for him, and I think the NFL is going to let him play eventually. So it's not what I think should happen, but more of what I think will happen. Herbicide says, I don't think our franchise quarterback's in the NFL yet. I hope not. If you move on from Russ, I hope that's the case, that he's not yet. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles, man. Killing it tonight. Says, Brando, my dad doesn't think Russ is a Hall of Famer, but when you have a relationship with Liberace like he did, I'm sure things get distorted. It is. Your whole world gets turned upside down at that point. You know what I mean, Charles? Quite literally. You know? Quite literally. And, yeah, Tim, Russell's a Hall of Famer. Russell's going to be a Hall of Famer. You better believe it. You better believe it. Mm-hmm. 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 Thank you, Charles. I appreciate you, bro. Nick says 8-9. Probably. Berg Show, rest in peace. Hawks 2021. Thanks for going live. I might be back, might not. Very upset right now. What's the point of watching these last 3 games? What's there to play for? Well, I mean, there's not a lot to play for as far as you're playing for playoffs. You're playing for the future at this point. You're playing for knowing what you got moving forward. What do we have as far as assets that we can rely upon versus what do we have to really wholly turn over here on this football team? So it's, look, it's going to be tough watching the rest. And there's going to be a lot of folks, I'm sure Berg shows we go forward into the next couple weeks that you'll see viewer counts on my channel go down, right? That's going to be a little bit of what you get as a fallout. That's going to happen, but people will get over it. We got to go through your process, the process of, the mourning process, acceptance, guilt, negotiation. You can go through all that. You eventually rely on, okay, it is so. Cons YT says also Jake Curhan is looking amazing. I don't think I saw him let up anything today against a really good defensive line. Also, no penalties. We might have a stud on our hands. Hey, good point on that, Cons. I haven't given him any props here throughout this show, and I should. Jake was really good tonight. Really good. To your point, no penalties, and there's no moment he stood out to me where I go, oh God, that's awful. As I said, every time you put him out there, every time he's been given a chance. You go back to preseason, he dominated preseason. You put him at left guard a couple of weeks ago against the Niners, and he's never played left guard in his life, and he did okay. And now you put him out at right tackle, and every time you put him out on the field, he succeeded. You look at the Pro Football Focus scores, they match right up along with what we're seeing with our eye test. I keep selling the guy short, saying, he's nothing more than a backup, career backup at best. And he comes going out there and proving me wrong at every turn, and I love seeing it happen. Herbicide says, winning, seriously, Tim, where Alexander Matthews, it's all over. There's too many teams ahead of us for that 7th seed. It is, Alexander. You couldn't lose this game. You had to win this game. We knew that they needed to take this win. You couldn't lose it. You lost it. It's kind of over as far as realistically. I don't care we're mathematically in it. We're out of it. It's like 2-3% chance you're out of it at that point. Brian says, I just got back from my hike down the river. I fooled my dog and came back with a 1 gallon of Canadian whiskey. He's so effing excited to see me. Nice. You're going out at night there, man. Of course, I guess you don't have to worry about bears or anything at this time of year, so you're good. Maybe a cougar. Herb Show says, what do you think of Russell's trade value right now? Maybe a bag of chips and a case of beer? I'd long been thinking, Berg Show, that he hadn't been hurting his value with this play recently and this bad level play recently, but boy, he is stacking up poor performance kind of on top of poor performance. And that is eventually going to lower down your value. I do still land at the fact that bare minimum you're getting is at least 2 first-round picks. I tend to think you're going to get more than that. But if Stafford last year could get 2 first-round picks with much less of a pedigree than Russell Wilson has coming into this offseason, then I would still believe that at least Russell should be able to get that, especially with a lot of teams looking at the situation. They're going, okay, you got the Seahawks with the way that offense runs isn't good. Offensive line's not great. Play calling's bad. And then he gets injured for the first time in his career. We'll give him a little bit of a pass on the back end of this year because of that. I think one team, all it takes is one team, Berg Show, at the end of the day, right? You don't need 5 teams to be in on Russell for 3 first-round picks. You need one desperate team who needs a public relation win, who's looking to give their fans a win in the offseason, essentially. That's why a lot of reason why I think the Giants are kind of that number one team to jump up there is because they check off all the boxes, so to speak. But I think he's still going to gain quite a bit as far as a return goes. Brian Koski says Kellen Moore would be way cool. Kellen Moore would be a very interesting, the tosser from Prosser would be an interesting guy to take over the duties. And he's done some awesome things offensively with that Dallas team. Cons YT says New York is desperate for some star power to fill some seats. They will gladly take them for 2 first-round picks. Yeah, I mean, that's the bare minimum on this one, Cons YT. It's the bare minimum on this one. But yeah, I think New York is the one. That's the one I've circled around for a year and a half because they are that team that needs that public relations win with their fan base. And they've been bad now for a while. And this is a proud organization, a blue blood franchise in the sport. They want to turn this thing back around to front. And, even if the Russell Wilson move doesn't work out on the field for them, it works out hugely as far as from a public relations win standpoint. Berg Show says, why would any team want Russ right now? Bottom line, he sucks. He won't command first-round picks unless the other team is crazy. Your thoughts? I know where you're coming from on this, Berg Show, so I can understand why you can kind of arrive at that. But you've got to look at, historically speaking, what quarterbacks tend to go for in trades. And then you've got to look at, historically speaking, when has a Hall of Fame quarterback ever been traded in his basically still early 30s or just heading into his, I don't know, whatever you want to put it at. There really hasn't been a baseline for this before. And look at last year, Berg Show, and Matt Stafford. Matt Stafford didn't exactly have the highest reputation league-wide out there, right? Played in Detroit, been to 1 Pro Bowl in his entire career. Known as Stat Padford, a guy who, he's put up a lot of stats, but he does it when he's losing in the game. And defenses are playing in soft zone. That guy got 2 first-round picks last year. So while, I can get what you're saying and that you think the teams will be out because he looks this bad, the thing you got to consider is those points I just rose to you. Okay, Berg Show? Teams are going to look at the Seattle Seahawks and they're going to say, for his entirety here, you built a run-first offensive line. You never built a pass-protecting first offensive line like we're going to do here, let's say in New York when we bring Russell in. First thing we're going to do when we bring him is give him that great pass-protecting first offensive line. You've not done that in his time here. Teams are going to take a measure of that. They're going to take a measure of the simplicity of our offensive nature and the fact you have a defensive-minded coach who's guiding a lot of that offensive identity and the way that they run and some of their simple schemes and some of the ways that they make it really hard on themselves to go uphill offensively because they're not inventive. I think there's a lot of teams that are going to look at that and make excuses for some of this stuff, whether it's right or wrong. And again, Berg Show, it only takes one team. And if you look at this offseason, there's a lot of teams that are going to be looking for quarterbacks. The other thing to consider on this that's going to help drive this trade, one of the reasons the Wilson trade didn't get driven last year, Berg Show, had to do with the fact that you had 5 quarterbacks that were going to go in the top 15 picks in the first round. That is not going to be the case in this particular draft with the quarterbacks coming out. You may have a couple guys picked in the first round, but that's going to be teams reaching for guys. That's going to be desperation picks, and the teams are very well aware of that. That's going to lead teams to then look to the market, look to go somewhere else. And Russell stands at the is kind of one of the best players to grab out there on the open market. Deshaun Watson, you got all that baggage. With Aaron Rodgers, you got a guy that's going to be 40 years old soon. That's not the case with Russell. So I know he's looked bad, but there will be teams that make excuses for that Berg Show. And again, it's been a long prediction of mine that I think he's going to get 2-3 first-round picks. Herbicide says, Russ going for our pick of players and number firsts. Crispy Kapari, it's hard to make next year's predictions. It's really tough because I don't know where this team's going to be, JJ says, Urban Meyer want a job here? At least we would have some entertainment. Well, he does keep it entertaining. Berg Show, can you explain to me how Frank Clark is still in the league after getting caught with an Uzi in his vehicle 2 times in 6 weeks? Plaxico Burress went to prison for a few years for his incident. Yeah, I don't know on that one. The gun laws are a little bit different, I believe, in KC than versus New York. I think New York has one of the more stricter gun laws in the entire nation, especially unregistered guns. which I believe is what Plaxico had at that time. Plaxico also shot the gun off. So he fired a gun in an actual club and shot himself, if I'm remembering the incident correctly. I didn't know that Clark got caught twice. I thought he got just once, Bergshow. I could be wrong on that, but I thought he got popped just the once. But I do believe he's going to eventually get a suspension for that. But there's also the NFL will sometimes on this, sometimes and sometimes not. They wait for the rulings of the courts before they bring down the punishment. Trip Merck says teams that are quarterback desperate or one QB away will fork up picks for Russ. Exactly, Merck. Exactly. Jason Tudor says, I don't even know who this supposedly famous dude Tom is with his 250,000 views. Well, he's got 250,000 subscribers. So he has, let's see, what is that? My math is horrible, but let's see here. So that's, he has basically 6 times, not more than that, way more than that. He's got like 100 times more subscribers than me. So he's pretty big. He's pretty big, but Jason, he came in and he rated the stream tonight. So he sent all of his subscribers over here as far as his support of the stream and sent them all in here. And, everybody was, coming on in. So he was being really kind to a much smaller YouTuber tonight. He didn't have to do that. And he did. And that's what makes Tom awesome, man. Makes him awesome. Alexander Matthews says 1 bad year in 10 seasons and people want everyone fired. I think that when you look at the situation at this point, Alexander, and you try to take something that is an eminently complicated situation with a lot of moving parts and a lot of moving parts that aren't kind of working in the right direction, simplifying that all into one sentencing and saying it's all bound to this is really throwing out a lot of the nuance that's required for this situation. And when you look at this 1 year, it's not just one bad year. You got to a division title last year, but you weren't a great team, Alexander, as evidenced by the fact that the Rams came in and beat you in your own stadium, in your own house, which in the playoffs used to be a thing that never happened, right? They came into your house last year and they beat you with a quarterback who had a pin in his finger. Okay? With a pin in his finger. The we're consistently good thing, Alexander, doesn't hold any weight to me. Since 2017, there are 17 teams in the NFC. 17 teams in the NFC, Alexander. 13 of those 17 teams have gotten to the conference championship in the last 4 years. Okay? I'm not talking about the full NFL. I'm talking about the NFC. 13 of 17. Okay? Guess what one of those 4 teams who haven't made it to the conference championship is? Your Seattle Seahawks. Since 2017, the Jacksonville Jaguars have more playoff wins than us, Alexander. Are the Jacksonville Jaguar fans lamenting the fact that people aren't appreciating those playoff wins? Saying, well, we're better than Seattle. Why you guys want all these people fired? Why you want all this turnover? No. They're going, we need turnover. We need to get this thing right. And if you ignore what's gone on in the past, Alexander, if you ignore why this thing has continued to get a little worse over the last few years, you're going to see more losing seasons. You're not going to see it turned around next year. To put it in that simple state and to frame it that way, Alexander, is really missing out on so much other information that factors into this. And it does go beyond having winning, losing records. It goes beyond how competitive are you? Are you an elite team? Are you a team on the rise? Are you stagnant? Are you starting to lose steam and get worse? And being married to what you did in the past is the worst thing you can do from an NFL standpoint. It's not the people that get married to what they did in the past, but the people that can be forward thinking. Reactive, aggressive. That's what wins in the modern NFL. Not going, remember back in 2013 and 14 when we got to the Super Bowl? Why are you guys all tripping? Missing donos. Charles Riley, another $10 donation. It says, Brando, my dad still says no Hall of Fame for Russell. Tim is crazy. He tells me Liberace was a big NFL fan and always told him volume stats are the way while my dad was naked on the piano. Well, they were doing things where I don't know if your dad had the full concentration at that point, Charles. You know what I mean? I think him and Libby were getting a little handsy at that point, and he was probably just checking out of the thought process, and it sort of just went out of mind, at that point. Thank you for the donation, though, Charles. I'm telling you, it was those rings, Charles. It was all those rings on his fingers that they're so sparkly. You know what I mean? Tim Jobs says Russ is a thug. Okay, Tim. Come on, man. You got to troll better than that. Magic Vlogs with the $5 donation. Thank you, Magic Vlogs. Appreciate you, brother. It says, I want to know what happened on that pick at the end. There was a flag and a clear defensive pass interference. So I'm confused why we didn't have the ball at the 1. They decided not to call pass interference on us for us in this whole game. I mean, the bigger play to me beyond that interception call, which I guess I didn't watch it as close at that point, Magic Vlogs, just because it was, at that point, it seemed like the game was almost done. To me, it's more of the DJ Dallas one, where he gets his arm raked down, the defender's completely right in his face. He's not looking back for the ball. It's blatant. Dean Blandino followed this up on the telecast, telling us that that's a blatant pass interference that should have been called. Why wasn't that one called? That was the one that should have been called. That was the one that would have really had an impact on the game. Even if on that last one at the end of the goal line, you get the ball at the 1 and you punch it in, you still have to get the onside kick. You don't have any timeouts left, But to me, that was more of the egregious one, Magic. But look, the officials are obviously, this is a little bit of a common denominator in this one. I don't like blaming officials. I don't want to give officials credit. But when I look at this game, I go, they certainly helped him out quite a bit. And they helped him out at key moments. They absolutely did. Brian says, I forgot my receipt, but I believe I paid over $50 for a gallon of whiskey, while it's only about $3.50 for a gallon of gas. Ryan Koski says, Charles Nelson Riley is whooping ass tonight. A hell of a lot better than DK Russell Wilson connection has been lately. That's facts. That is big facts right there. Brian A. Wilson says Pete and Russ equals Elway and Reeves of the Broncos era. Brian Wilson, very, very apropos. I like it, man. That's a great comparison. Yeah, absolutely great. And very, very similar. Reeves, very stagnant in his method and approach. Not a completely broken approach, as evidenced by the fact that Reeves went to the Atlanta Falcons and actually got them into a Super Bowl after he moved on from the Broncos. So it wasn't that Reeves was just this completely bad coach. It was just at that point in time, if it was ever really a good fit, it just wasn't a good fit between Elway and Reeves by the end. And I don't think it was ever really the best of fit between those two guys. But yeah, great comparison, man. I like it. Brian Koski says the free agent market will be interesting. I wonder if we can pick up some refs. Hey man, if it only costs a couple $100,000, let's start slipping some funds. If we got to pay the piper, we got to pay the piper. Berg Show says during the post-game press conference, Russell looks like his brains are scrambled. He has a 10-mile stare. Maybe post-concussion syndrome. He looks heavy, slow, never runs anymore. It's been something people mentioned on the chat last year. It was right around that. It was that Cardinal game mid-year where there was a safety blitz, and a lot of people thought that Russ got nailed right in the head, and that he hasn't been exactly the same since. I've never heard of that before, where a concussion did that to a quarterback in that way. But the guy's taken a lot of cumulative hits over the years. If there's any guy that's earned the right to be called somewhat of a punch-drunk fighter of the quarterbacks in the NFL, Wilson's earned that right. He's taken as many hits as any quarterback probably in NFL history, quite frankly. But yeah, he does never run anymore. I don't know why. Yeah, I especially thought with the finger injury coming back and knowing that he was not going to be as efficient and as effective as a passer, that he would lean back on his legs a little bit more, and that's just not been the case at all. Mark Hawk, prediction on what the Giants will give the Hawks for Russ seems inevitable, as this is the only move that will save Gettleman's job. I'm going to stay on my prediction on this, Mark, because I've been on this for a year and a half, and I know that with Russell's poor performance, there's people that are going to call me crazy on the chat. I hope those same people that call me crazy in the chat end up giving me props for this when I'm proven right down the road, downwind of this. But I still believe you'll get 3 first-round picks from the Giants. You're going to get probably 2 first-round picks in this draft and then 1 extra first-round pick down the road. You might have to wait all the way to 2024 to get that final 3rd first-round pick, but I do think at the end of the day you get 3 first-round picks for him. You might not get anything beyond that. That's probably where it ends. But that's about it. Merck says, I don't really care about what you did in the past. It's what you can do for me now and in the future. That's it, Merck, right? That's it. I appreciate everything Carol and Wilson have done in the past, but it's about what we're looking for in the future and what we have faith in the future to be fixed. And if we get caught up in what was done in the past, that has nothing to do necessarily with where we stand now and where we're heading in the future. And if you ignore that, you're not making the proper determination. And certainly the management isn't if they're looking through that lens for the direction of this team. Brian Koski says, yeah, I also wonder if DK and Sierra hooked up instead of a threesome thingy. Oh, goodness. Tim Jobs, so Jim Jobs, I'm going to respond to this one, Tim, because you actually are bringing at least a little bit of discussion on this one. Russell's not a Hall of Famer, laughing out loud. 6 Pro Bowls, no MVP votes. He's not in the top 10 of any all-time volume stats either. So the question then comes down to, Tim, are there any quarterbacks in the Hall of Fame that are not top 10 all-time in volume stats? Is there, let's say, a guy like Joe Namath in the Hall of Fame? Is there maybe a couple of those quarterbacks that have gotten in there? Mm-hmm. Yep. So, and again, his career is not over with, Tim. I don't think Russell Wilson's retiring after this season, is he? So even if you don't think he's going to perform at a high volume, great level over the next 6-7 years, he's going to play another 5 or 6 years. He's going to pad on those stats. He'll probably be creeping all time into top 10 in touchdowns thrown. He'll probably creep into top 10 somewhere near him, maybe in yards, but probably maybe just short of yards, but he'll do it in touchdowns thrown. He'll be top 5 all time in passer rating. So there is going to be some volume stats when it's all said and done. Mr. MJP says, Tom Grossi said you also know the way to his heart by praising his hair. Hell yeah. He's got some good hair. Merck, and now that Russ has fallen off a cliff and doesn't seem to mesh well with Pete, why would we keep him, and what is Pete giving us that is just not replaceable? I don't know. I don't see a lot that Pete gives you that you can't necessarily replace. It's great to see this defense turn things around as they have. As I've remarked on this, Merck, I think some of this defensive turnaround has happened because you're playing against lesser offenses. Some of this defensive turnaround has happened because you've invested so much damn assets into the defense that they should be giving you some returns eventually from that. You pour that much in, you spend that much money, you put that much draft capital. I should see some returns of that to some degree. I'm not you know me right now. I'm not a big Pete guy where we stand on this, Merck. I do think Pete remains, but that's not because that's necessarily what I want. Collins YT, I think Tim is just in denial. He's never gotten to see a Hall of Fame quarterback in his lifetime. No way on earth you were old enough to have seen Young or Montana. And as Herbicide says, Wilson's got more wins than Montana in his first 100 games. There you go. He's a winner, man. Don't forget that part. Bass King, another Niner fan in the chat. Okay. What's up, Bass King? Says, is this podcast from your basement? I am in the basement of this podcast, but we're moving to a new studio in a month. So I go to a new studio. I'm going to have a nice big fat green screen. I'm going to have a multi-setup going. I've got a vision, man. I got a vision. MJP says 204 likes. Is that a Hawks Nest record? It is. It is. MJP, thanks to Tom Grossi. He rated the stream earlier. He brought us in. We set a record tonight. I think we were up over 300 people in the stream at one point. So killed it tonight. Thanks to Tom. Gotta send him flowers. Mark says Pete Carroll's not throwing Pete Carroll not throwing an S storm after the call had me more pissed than Russell's atom bomb incompletion to DK down the sideline in the clutch. You can make the argument, Mark, with both Pete and Russ. It's like, where's been the fire on either of them? Where's that fire at all? Where's the? I haven't seen it from either, and that's been there in the past with both those guys. That's what's so weird about it. Bergshow says, when has a Hall of Famer quarterback ever been traded? Matt Stafford. I think Stafford is a borderline Hall of Famer. When he's done with his career, he'll have stats similar to Phillip Rivers, in my opinion. Yeah, this is a debate I got in a couple weeks ago on this Berg show. So the key on this is that there's never been a Hall of Famer traded who was a Hall of Famer at the time that they were traded. Maybe Stafford gets a little bit done over the next couple of years to propel himself just enough into Hall of Fameville, but by no means is he a certain Hall of Famer. And if you're making the bet right now between is Matt Stafford a Hall of Famer or is Russell Wilson a Hall of Famer, Russell Wilson is more likely to be the Hall of Famer than Stafford is. And of course, with Phillip Rivers, when he signed with the Colts, that was a signing, not a trade on that part, I believe. So I don't really hold Stafford in the same place as that. And again, Wilson's a lot more accomplished, to my point on this Berg show, than Stafford was when he was traded. Stafford's never won a playoff game in his life, Berg show. Wilson's won a Super Bowl. Wilson's been to multiple Super Bowls. Okay, so that's going to factor in a little bit in assessing his value, in my opinion. I could be wrong on this, but it's just kind of the way I see it. Mark Hawk says, bring in Minshew, draft one lineman and an edge rusher with the Giants picks for Russ. That's how I want to go with it, Mark. I don't want to get locked in on taking a quarterback. Let's get a placeholder in there. Let's look to the 2023 draft where I think there are going to be more talented quarterbacks available in that particular draft than this one. Jason Tudor, Stafford gets 2 first. There's no way Russell gets less than that. Thank you, Jason. Yeah, exactly. Mark says, everybody brings up the past and sports focus on the future and current events. That's what we do in everyday life. Exactly, man. I agree. Mark Hawk, by the way, is Russ never keeping it on read options when half the field is open to him for business decisions? Just saying, tape never lies. Well, it makes it part of the reason why I'm confounded of why they run so much read option, right, Mark? You ran a ton of it in this game. The majority of the carries to both DJ Dallas and Rashad Penny in this game were out of read option. But the problem is that the read option is not as effective anymore if your quarterback's never keeping it or a threat to keep it. You know, and Russ is at a place where he doesn't move fast enough to be a threat with it anymore. And we saw even from about 2015 to 2018, he wouldn't keep it through that period when he still was quick. He'd wait till the end of the game and try to just implement it in at the final point of the game when the defense wasn't expecting it. But now he can't even do that. I don't know. I don't know why they run so much read option when that is the part of that. You know, you tend, if you're going to run the read option, at least have the quarterback be a threat to hold it. Berkshire says Uzis are illegal. Frank Clark shouldn't be in the league. Yes, he was popped twice. Look it up. All right. I'm not dying on this hill. I got no love on Frank Clark with it. So, you know, Jeffrey Thistle says Tom Grossi's a Packer fan. He is. Now that's why I think it's so cool. A Packer fan came in here and rated our Seahawks channel. Helped the Seahawks channel out, man. That's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. We can't boo the Packers when they're doing that. They're doing us solid by the channel, man. I had like 15 new subscribers when he sent people in here. We had donations. The like button got clicked more than it's ever been clicked on any show we've done. I'm not a Packer fan tonight, but I appreciate their content creators. Berg Show says, do you think Gino wins this game for us? I think he's more effective than Russell at 156 yards. I think he can at least put 200 yards passing up on this Rams defense. Is that enough to get us a win at that point? I don't know, Berg Show. You know, we had the officials to play tonight on top of the Rams. So, I mean, Gino would have to play those officials as well. So, I mean, he was good enough to win it. I think he does better than Wilson did tonight. 156 yards is like league worst quarterback play. And this league is set up for you to close your eyes and throw for 200 yards. Magic Vlogs says, I want to know what happened. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I got you, man. I thought I missed you on that one. Sorry. Herbicide says, boo, Packers, boo. Packer man, I'm telling you, Herbicide, Packer fan, he got the 200,000 subscribers on his channel, said, hey, go support this Seahawks channel tonight, guys. Props to him, man. That's awesome. No booing there. Nothing but standing up and applauding on that. MJP, how many real picks do we parlay from a Russell trade? We could literally trade down into a 10 quality picks. What do you think? I always get dicey when we're trading back, MJ, especially when we had so few opportunities to pick in the top 15 picks, let's say, of the first round. And I think if you do get those picks from the Giants, 2 of those picks will be in the top 15. Now, you're right. I think I'd probably gravitate towards maybe making one of those picks and then trading back with one of those other picks. So I'd probably split the difference with you on that, MJ. You know, pick with the highest pick and then trade back on the secondary pick. Because especially once you get past like the top 10 prospects in this draft, hell, you could say that really the top tier in this draft is really the first like 7 players, maybe 8, and that might even be going too high. So once you get into those teens, it's relatively similar where you're picking in the teens in the first round, first picking in the second round, and let's say the 40s or the 50s. MSR Rook, the only person the Seahawks should keep is our special teams coach. Yeah, Larry Izzo's killing it, isn't he? Jeff Ryan says, on the Frank Clark Uzi thing, it was only a 22 LR pistol that looked like an Uzi, not an actual Uzi, just like a lot of the scary guns that are only basic plinking and varmint firearms. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Brian Koski, Tom Grossi is effing awesome. He's funny as F too. Imagine him as your school teacher, your favorite teacher. That's Tom, Green Bay's biggest fan. Well, top 10. Hey, he runs as big a channel as any Seahawks fan or any football fan on YouTube, man. He does. He kills it in a good way. Merck says, speaking of Clark, I just remembered we wasted that trade too. Kinda, yeah. I mean, you got DK on the back of that trade, and that in itself to me is a success. And I think at the end of the day, you won out on the value of that trade because Frank Clark, at least during the regular season for the Chiefs, has not been a good defensive end. He's been money for them in the playoffs, but he's given them not good play, either in stopping the run or being a consistent pass rusher as far as the defensive end goes. JJ says, is Waldron even calling offensive plays for this team, or is it Pete? I seriously can't see a difference in anything. That's part of why people have said to me when I pushed it on Pete going, man, I wonder how much it's not Pete calling plays, it's Waldron. Well, to your point on that, JJ, then why does it look the same as it's looked recently in recent history, right? Hammering the ball up the middle, where Waldron's running attack supposed to be attacking the edges, taking shot plays one after another when Waldron's attacks is supposed to be attacking in the short and intermediate game. So what's happening at that point? Waldron's tossed out everything that he brought with him here that helped him gain the success of becoming an offensive coordinator in this league, and he just threw all that away the second he arrived in Seattle, and all that he's throwing it away just happens to be in favor of the same thing Seattle had run offensively for the past 9 years before Waldron got here? Or is it more likely, on the other side of it, that Coach Carroll is having way too much say on the offensive side of things? This is a little bit of where I think we've got to apply the Occam's razor to this situation. And what's more likely? Waldron just lost his mind completely the second he walked over here from the Rams, or Carroll's doing more of the same that he's always done and implementing himself too much on the offensive side of the ball. The Berg Show says we can still make the playoffs if we go 3-0, Washington 1-2, Vikings 0-3, and Saints 0-3. So you're telling me there's a chance. Jim Carrey from Dumb and Dumber. That's right, man. There's a chance. There's a flicker left. A little flicker left. Brian Koski, Frank Clark is a fine, outstanding young man. I think he'll end up in prison by the age of 40. Matthew Vlogs, well, they threw a flag but didn't announce it. Kind of picked up the flag. That makes me annoyed, Floyd Magic, that they did that. Not surprised, but it's annoying nonetheless. Collins YT says the biggest resemblance of our situation is the Raptors a couple years back. They were winners year in and year out, but could never get over the hump. They traded their star player DeRozan for Kawhi and Danny Green while keeping the rest of their roster and fired their head coach. Guess what happens next? They win a championship. Sometimes consistent winning and winning championships are different. Wow. Really well said, Collins. You're bringing it here 4, 5, 6 hours in the stream. You are bringing it strong with that type of comment. And that is 100% correct. We can apply this across the board to all sports. Aggressiveness is being rewarded. Some of the reason why the NFC West has been one of the stronger divisions in football over the last 4 or 5 years is not just because we're good teams down the line, which we are, but also because every one of the teams in this division are as aggressive as you will find in the entire sport. Aggressiveness is rewarded. And if you stand on your hands and if you sit on what you've done in the past, that is not being aggressive. That is really the mode that leads you more often than not to failure. And it's those teams that are more willing to move and go quickly and not remain stagnant that are the ones that can get to quicker and faster success. Part of why I want to see change as much as I do Is change is more, in my opinion, rewarded than just remaining with the known quantity, the devil you know. Merck says, man, if Russ is not right in the head because of a hard hit last year, this whole organization should be ashamed. Agreed. I think the organization should be ashamed for sit on $13 million of cap space in a make or break a year with Russell. I think there's a lot of things that there should be some shame thrown at the organization for. Merck says, but the Warriors were injured, and that's that's why the Raptors won. The only reason they won. Well, remember though, Merck, they did put themselves at least in position to get to that championship and take advantage of the situation for where the Warriors were in. I mean, that's part of that though too, is that you took control of your fate if you're the Raptors. And do the Raptors get to that championship game with DeRozan there instead of going after Kawhi? I don't think they do. They probably top out at the same place that they topped out in recent history. That's where I would kind of be led to believe on that a little bit. But, they benefited absolutely from the Warriors not being at full strength. Berg Show, what do you think of the Hawks post-game show with Jordan Babineau and David Wyman? Which one do you think is a better analyst? Well, Berg Show, I'm usually doing post-game discussion when they're going on, so I don't get a chance to hear them very often. Wyman was a guy when he initially came on the scene here in Seattle as an analyst. I liked him a lot. He's been a lot more into just waving pom-poms at every turn. I don't see him being much of an analyst. I see him being more pro-team, pro every choice the team makes, being behind it, everything they do, all their crap smell golden. There's a little bit of that with Wyman, in my opinion, that bothers me a little bit, where I don't know if he's always being intellectually honest, as he knows that it's easier and it's an easy path to take as an analyst, just to be positive every turn and to be sunshine and roses. You never make any enemies. You never piss anybody off. And that seems to be the track that Dave's gone down a little bit. I mean, look at him when he talks about any linebacker the Seahawks ever draft. They're all amazing. They're all the good stalled starters. They're all blah, blah, blah. No, they're not. But I mean, Jordan's a smart guy. So I'll give the nod to Jordan, but I haven't heard a lot of their shows. Tim says Eli Manning and Big Ben were winners too, and they're not making the Hall of Fame. Big Ben's making the Hall of Fame, Tim. I hate to burst your bubble on this, my guy. I hope you come back in the chat when I'm proven right on this stuff years down the road. I'm not sure on Eli. I don't want to see Eli making it, Tim, but I do think that Eli's going to make it because he played in New York. He won 2 championships, and he's a Manning. So he's considered royalty in the NFL, and that's probably going to be enough to get him in. Merck, if the case is Pete stays, I've been a Hawks for my whole short life. They will always hold a special place in my heart, but I'm gone. I can't blame you, man. You watch something broken for years. You watch something not working right. You know your team cannot ever compete up for championships because they are being held back at the leadership position of their organization. It's hard to sign off on that. Mark Havercorn says, I call for an investigation of the NFL and the ref for game fixing. Period. That's where we landed on this with this too, Mark. And nobody wants to blame officials. Nobody wants to make excuses like that. But when it's pushed this much in your face, this is like a puppy that's crapped on the floor. You take the puppy's face and look what you did. That's what they tell you like that, to train the puppy on not to be. And this is a little bit of what we saw in the officiating in this game. It was us getting our head rammed into the poo and told to smell it. A little undeniable. Spectre7, $5 donation. Thank you, Spectre7. You are awesome. I appreciate you. He says, I have to say, Brock Heward was as good as advertised. I need you both in the booth. Oh, that'd be a dream scenario for me. I'll do the play-by-play. Brock can do the color commentating. I'm with it. I'm with it, man. Sign me up on that one, Spectre7. So Brock does a great job up in the play-by-play booth, but I'm a big Brock guy. I thought he was fantastic on the radio. Salk likes to make jokes about, Heward carrying him for years, but I mean, I'm sorry. They made a good combination before. Now when they go on, Heward's basically carrying him at any point that he goes on at this point. And Brock has remained solid. He's gotten better over the years at times where some guys don't, but Brock's awesome and should be considered absolutely a local legend in the Seattle area for all he's done in the Pacific Northwest. And if we got him every week, like I said, if we had him every week as our play-by-play man, that'd be hard for me to do my play-by-play just because I do like listening to him and how he looks at the sport. I find myself agreeing with him quite often. And Mark, if you want to put that petition up for investigation, I'll sign it. Herbicide says Eli will. Brady kryptonite. Yeah, I think he's going to eventually get there, Herbicide. I agree. I don't think he should, but I do think he will. Bergshow says, do you think Jim Plunkett should be in the Hall? A 2-time Super Bowl winner? If Eli gets in, shouldn't Jim? Obviously, Eli had huge stats, but Plunkett played in a different era. I've looked at this before, but let me double check on this, Bergshow, because I don't want to be, I even have it in my search history. Jim Plunkett stats. So I did look at this before. So Jim Plunkett threw for a total of 25,000 yards. And he had what would amount to a 15-year career, and he throws for 25,000 yards. Now, as you said, was it a different era? Yeah, it was a different era. But with that said, the most amount of yards he threw for in a given year was 2,900. He didn't even break 3,000 yards in one given year. The most amount of touchdowns he threw for in a given season was 20. That was what he topped out at. When you look at him from a touchdown interception standpoint, he threw 164 touchdowns. He threw 198 interceptions. Look, I don't think Eli Manning should get in, but if we're going to cross this up against Eli Manning stats, and we're going to look at what Eli played in a different era, a more pass-happy era, it was built for more offenses, but Eli doubled his yardage count, okay? Eli threw for 57,000 yards. Eli threw for 366 touchdowns versus 244 interceptions, which is still not a great touchdown interception range, but he's got Plunkett beat. I mean, he's just got him beat. He does. And Plunkett's got the Super Bowl wins, but that's all really Plunkett's got at the end of the day. And again, it wasn't like Plunkett played on those Oakland teams that was like he was carrying those teams. I'd reckon to guess that all those Plunkett teams, there was probably 3 or 4 other Hall of Famers playing around the time he was winning those Super Bowls. So now Plunkett should not be in the Hall of Fame. Not in my opinion. Not in my opinion. Merck says, Tom Brady, 2056 Super Bowl champion with the Seahawks. Alexander says, Russ, Pete both need to go, or just Pete, or just Russ. Yes, we need some changes, but me saying fire everyone doesn't automatically mean we win 15 games next season. No, but there is no automatic guarantees in any direction you go, right, Alexander? So remaining in the same path doesn't guarantee everything. Where I would tend to go with this is I would get an offensive-minded head coach and build around my Hall of Fame quarterback, build an offensive line that was pass protectors first, right? Give him the most amount of time to look around in that pocket. Okay, I would just try to lean more in that direction of things. That's just the path that I would go with it. No, change does not guarantee anything, but I can tell you this. We've kind of been able to see how this plays out about the last 5 or 6 years, and this is the worst end of it. But take this year out of it, Alexander. Just go from 2015 onward. The season has played out the exact same way every one of those years. And while you can tell me, well, we won more games than we lost, and we got into the playoffs. As I presented those stats to you a second ago, you're not making any noise in the playoffs. You're just barely sneaking into the back door of the playoffs, and then you're getting roundly sent home very quickly, sent on to your Cabo vacation. And that's not good enough. I don't want to see 10 years of that, Alexander, moving forward. And maybe this is where I've got to present this to you. Do you want 5 years of what we've seen the last 5 years, Alexander? If one and done is what you know you're going to get, do you want to watch that for the next 4 or 5 years? I don't. I'd rather see a team that has a chance to go up and maybe that goes down for a year and we see a season like this and it's to build up into the next year. Football's like that. You can go up and down a little bit. You can be bottom rung one year and get back to the top the next year. But I think you've got to have more of an aggressive approach and you've got to be willing to change when things grow stagnant. And I think over the last 5 or 6 years, things have grown stagnant. Have they grown stagnant to a degree it's eroded and that you've been league worst like this year? No. But have you been playing with fire? Yeah, you have been in your methodology and your approach. You just happen to get burned by it this year, but you will be burned by it again in the future. Brian Koski says, right on, a new record thanks to Tom Grossi too. I'm sure your green screen will be awesome and groovy too. Congratulations. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, I was stoked. I couldn't believe it when it first happened. I was like, really? Tom's coming in? All right. Let's have Tommy. Crispy Capri, do you think the Seattle wins the West next year? Again, it's hard to predict on this one, Crispy. Hard to predict. I think we can get the playoffs. I don't know if we can get back to win the West. It's too competitive probably right now. Just remember this, Crispy, in your questions. I'd love to give you a certain prediction on that, but I'm making that prediction completely in the dark because I don't know what's going to happen with Russ. I don't know what's going to happen with Carroll. I don't know what's going to the rest of the coaching staff. We don't know what's going to happen with DK. I don't know what the roster is going to look like next year. And so making a prediction on next year is I can give you a prediction. I can give you, 10-6, but it's not really based on a whole lot at that point. It's me just sort of pulling a record out of my butt. MJP says Pete did put shade on Russ, said we need better throws on those big plays. Well, he's not wrong. Again, it just shows we've seen him throw some shade at Russ since he's come back from the injury. Again, more proof in the pudding here that there's definitely a disconnect between these two guys as it stands right now. But he's also not wrong. You had Eskridge deep down the field in this game, which should have been a big completion down the football field. Russ really underthrew the ball. Same thing on the DK throw. You really underthrew it. I mean, not just barely, really underthrew it. So it's like that. Those are two of the bigger plays in this game. Those swing this game in a big way if Russ just puts those throws out in front. Collins YT says, I will say this is the first year I have semi-liked the Packers. Might be rooting for them to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl. Love Devontae and Rodgers. Very humble. Definitely more likable than the Rams. I appreciate what those Packers are doing. Look, they don't take shortcuts to getting done what they get done. They have to build things in the right way. They're not going to be able to go out there and make a lot of hay out there in free agency. So they've got to develop their prospects from within. They looked at their Hall of Fame quarterback and they said, hey, look, that's our most valuable asset. And even though we're putting all this money into him, rather than telling that quarterback that he now needs to overcome for all the money we're paying him, we're going to actually build a great offensive line around him and we're going to continue to sustain that offensive line. And with that approach, they've allowed Rodgers to really elevate them, to really get the most out of Rodgers. And you've got to get them props. When you see an organization doing things smartly, you got to give them props. They've been basically our biggest rival outside of our division in the last 10 years. But that doesn't mean that they're not doing things correctly and smartly. And again, as an organization, they're not in a big market. They've got to make a lot of things. They got to make a lot of right choices. And if they go wrong on those choices, it goes really wrong for them. Berg Show says, so you think the NFL goes to 18 games in 2022? If not, when will that happen? Odd numbers messed up my OCD. 18 sounds better than 17. It's true. 18 does sound better than 17. I think Berg Show, the way that this opens up is by expansion. So the NFL probably ends up adding, I think, you add two teams and you can kind of offset everything down the line a little bit, I think, with this. So expansion probably is what gets that done. I don't know if it's next year they would go to that. No. The players fought them tooth and nail for this extra game that they added. They would have to put a big carrot out to the players to add an 18th game. I can't see it. MJP says, who the hell is Dave Wyman? The Berg Show. Dave Wyman does a post-game on 710, and he also is on 710 as a radio host. Also a former Seahawks player, former linebacker, came out of Stanford, had some knee injuries that plagued him a little bit throughout his career, but solid player. I think he might have won a Super Bowl with the Broncos, or he was just out of there when they won the Super Bowl, one of the two. Because Crispy says, well, next year I'm going to say positive 13-4. I love the positivity, Crispy. Keep that, man. We need positivity in here. As Herbicide says, positivity is good. Berg Show says, what do you think was a better player, Wyman or Babineau? Good question, Berg Show. Good question. I mean, I guess I'll give it to Dave Wyman because he was a starter in this league at times. He got about 500 tackles in the sport. But boy, Big Plays Babs he was more about making the big play at just the key moment, But probably got to give it to Wyman a little bit. A few more games starting. Yami, probably talked about this already, but do we pay Quandre Diggs? I don't know how you would do so. There's no team in the NFL right now that is paying two safeties top of the market pay like the Seahawks would have to do to give Quandre that kind of money. As I've said this, if you look at this between what you'd be paying and then Quandre, Jamal, Russell, DK, and Tyler, that's 5 players on a 53-man roster, which will be eating up basically $100 million of your salary cap at that point. I don't think that you can structure your team to pay them out in that kind of way, especially when, frankly, you don't have really a dominant defense at the moment paying those 2 guys at that place. Which, you did this in the Legion of Boom era, but you did it with a historically great defense that made it worthwhile to do so. I don't know if you stand in the same I don't know if you stand in the same lane right now where this defense sits. Bergshow says Brock Heward's very good. He's articulate, smart, and his voice is soothing, not grating. Yeah, he's great. And he knows his stuff. He knows what he's talking about. Crispy says, but remember 2013, everyone said Seattle would go 6-10 and we finished 13-3 and it's the NFL. Anything can happen. You're right, Crispy. Anything can happen. I'm not selling them short. I will say, I don't know how many people were thinking we'd go 6-10 in 2013. You had a great 2012 where, you beat that Atlanta team in Atlanta. You're going on the road. You're probably beating the Niners. I think a lot of people saw us in the playoffs. In fact, a lot of people saw us along with the Niners as the creme de la creme of the NFC in 2013 because of the 2012 season. But you're right to your point on this. Anything can happen. Nothing's, nothing is absolutely in stone at this point for next season. And things can turn around quick in a heartbeat in the NFL. That is also for sure. Magic Vlog says, good night, guys. Good night, Magic Vlogs. Thanks for your donation to the channel. I appreciate you. Collins, I will say it was nice having an announcer that knew what he was talking about when I came to the Seahawks in Brock. I was a little skeptical, but he was great. Brock's awesome. Any game I've ever seen him do, he's been great. He does the preseason games for us. But Brock knows his stuff. And if we had him as an announcer in all of our games, that'd be phenomenal. Brian Koski says, Toronto is a world-class city. That was a way cool when they won the NBA championship, kind of like when the Sonics won, but without today's media hype. It was cool when they won. And again, a team that was aggressive, made a smart move, went all in on a given season, and it paid off. You got to appreciate that, You take that big risk, you go all in, and it comes through for you. That is awesome. And it is a good city up there. They've had some tough situations with sporting teams up there, but got it there. Animal Potta says, great way to enter season, right, guys? Crispy says, I know it's the NFL, but anything can happen. Anything can happen, Crispy. You are right about that. Animal Potta says, I think Carroll should be fired, but I don't think it's going to happen, unfortunately. I have no hope of Carroll getting fired. I'm starting to line up with you on this one, Animal. I thought if you talked to me 4 weeks ago, I would have said, oh man, it's almost a certainty that they'll move on from him. But with the defensive turnaround, with Russell going in the tank a little bit, it does provide Carroll a little bit of an excuse at this point to management and saying, how are you going to fire me? I wasn't the problem last year. And, might be enough to get him through. Merck says, yeah, the Lions will win the Super Bowl next year because anything can happen. Brian says, Eli can't even run for dog catches. Berkshow, do you think a team will ever go 17-0 or 18-0 when we get an 18-game schedule? No, I don't. I think in a salary cap era, it's just an impossibility because you can't build the type of team that you need to build to really get that done. You can't build it, and super teams don't really work in the NFL when you try to really build it from the outside in and go all in on a given year. So no, I don't think we're ever going to see an undefeated season again. 283-128. At this point, Gino would be playing better than Russ, and he's making $30 million less, which is crazy. Yeah, agreed. I'm paying the money. I'm paying Russ. At some point or another, you're going to need to elevate the talent around you. You have no excuses to look at any point in time as a league worst quarterback. I'm never going to hold a quarterback to saying I expect you to be playing at Hall of Fame level. I might ask if you're making $40 million that you play at a Pro Bowl level though, and that I see that week in and week out. Yet how many games this year can we look at Russ's play and say that's a Pro Bowl level of quarterback? Yeah, the Pro Bowl is going to have six quarterbacks in the Pro Bowl total on both sides. So we're not talking about being a top 3 quarterback in this league at this point. I'm talking about you being a top 6 guy in the way you play week in and week out. And I can't think of any game this year Russ has played in where he's really shown me that's a Pro Bowl level of play. I really can't. Merck says, wasn't Eli's leading receiver the turf? I think it had the most catches. Charles Riley with the $10 donation. Man, another one, brother. I appreciate you. He says, Brando, are you sure you're not thinking of Damon Heward versus Brock? Damon is a kick, whereas Brock tells you everything we already know. Nothing against Brock, because he's a good guy, but Damon is far superior. I don't know, man. Maybe it's just my, you're one brother or the other brother. You know what I mean? You lean one way or another, Maybe I just still hold it against Damon, that pick against the Oregon Ducks back in 98, where he threw a pick six. Maybe I'm never letting Damon off the hook for that one, I haven't listened to a lot of Damon do breakdowns and stuff. So I haven't heard a lot of him as far as an analysis or doing play-by-play. But I like Brock. I like him. Yovan Turner. Brendan is really hard on Russ, but gives the other guys a pass. Like Mahomes, Rodgers. Well, I mean, Hovan right now, Mahomes and Rodgers are playing so far and away above better than what Russ is playing at this year. They're on a whole different level than where he's at. And even with Mahomes' struggles this year, if you look at him statistically up against Russ, they're nowhere close to each other. I think Mahomes at times this year had a little bit of problems early in the season of falling into the same issues that have plagued Russ, being a little bit of the falling in love with too much of the deep ball. But with that said, both Rodgers and Mahomes have played at MVP level. There's no point, I was just mentioning, there's no point in time Russ has even played at Pro Bowl level. Say nothing of an MVP level this year. Brian Koski says the NHL suspended games until the new year. Vid is rampant again. Either take a shot or get infected. It's inevitable. Your choice. Well, I think eventually we got to slide back to just one way or another. We're going to have to eventually get back to just letting normal life come back at some point or another here. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. After how Russ has been playing the last couple of weeks, I think we're better off getting rid of Russ. That's the likelihood of where this is going. That's the likelihood of where this is heading to. Yo Van Turner says Aaron Rodgers will choke again and get a pass, but Russ can't. I don't know where Russ. Let's take last year with it, Van. Aaron Rodgers threw 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. I thought he played a really good game in the playoffs against the Bucs last year. I thought it was, and granted, Tom Brady did throw 3 interceptions in that game, but the Bucs also gave up a lot of yards and a lot of points, and the play calling by the Packers wasn't great. I mean, did Rodgers choke in that Packer game last year? He didn't seem like he choked to me. It wasn't his fault they didn't go for it on 4th down. I don't know. And again, it'd be one thing if Russ was playing amazingly Yovan through the regular season, then choked in the playoffs. But we're seeing bad play of Russ in the regular season, and not just over the course of one game here and one game there. You're seeing a collection of games back to back to back to back. MJ says reports say Carolina offered a second for Minshew before they signed Cam. Philly said no on trading Minshew. What does that mean? Saved for a Russ trade? I guess that's an odd deal by the Eagles to turn down that. That seems silly on their part. Doesn't that seem a little bit stupid if that's the case by them? Because you're not getting, it doesn't matter whether Jalen Hurts is here or Gardner or Minshew's here, you're not getting to a Super Bowl this year. So it's all about that point, building up assets. I mean, I don't think so, because even if you make that move of the 2nd round pick, to me, that's still going to be one more pick you can throw Seattle if that's the case. Herbicide 73 says Russ will blossom when Pete goes. Our team will be better when John goes. That's been one of the reasons why when people have asked me Herbicide, I've said, what do you want to do? What would you do if you're in charge? That where I've leaned towards is keeping Russ into moving on from Pete. Where this has kind of been from where my standpoint's been. But Russ is not making me look good with that. Kevin Kajos says, we got hosed. We got hosed 100%, Kevin. 100%. I was at that game. Terrible officiating. It was. We gravitated towards it right after the game, Kevin. There's no doubt about it, especially those pass interference calls that went uncalled. This was slanted in the direction of the Rams this game. I don't like blaming the refs, but it is what it is. It was blatant in this game. And I'm glad to hear that you being at the game and seeing it in person, you were seeing the same thing we were seeing on television. It was awful. It was just awful. Sector 7 still in here, man. Not bedtime yet, buddy. Coming in another $5 donation. Says, even in 2013 to 16, we had elite pass rush. Trenches are everything. Cliff Averill is still my favorite Seahawk. Pass rush has been just the number 2 thing right behind the offensive line that I've harped on for the last 2 years, Spectre 7, and saying that if you want this defense to work at its best, and we saw this a little bit tonight, a little bit of the reason why the defense was so effective against the Rams in this game had to do with the pass rush you were getting from the front 4 and the ability you had then to drop everybody back into coverage and really squeeze those zones, squeeze those passing lanes. It helps you in that respect. But you need the front 4 to be elite as a pass rushing group, to your point on that, to accomplish that. That has been a thing that has been missing for about the last 5 years. I call it, their approach has been the just good enough approach to the pass rush. Let's get just good enough. And then they end up having to make a desperation trade either at the start of the season or at the trade deadline to overcome that just good enough approach that they've taken towards the pass rush in the offseason. This defense starts and begins, as far as its effectiveness goes, with the front 4 able to generate pressure all on its own. That's how this defense is built. It's not built to be a defensive heavy scheme. It's not built to be really exotic. That's stuff that they can do at times, but that's not to the tenets of the defense. To be at its best, the front 4 have got to get the work done. But to your point on that, Spectre 7, that has been a little bit of a thing that has been missing in the last 5-6 years. Kevin Cajo says offense needs more creativity, more pre-snap motion. Agreed. I think they need more direction, Kevin. I need to see more of what are you guys trying to accomplish offensively? What is your real plan of attack? What is the methodology? Well, we're gonna hammer the inside runs to then get to this, or we're gonna do the short passing game to get to that. Everything instead seems, let's try this. That didn't work. Let's try that. That didn't work. Let's try this. Oh, that worked. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. Okay, it stopped. Let's try this. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, let's try that. It's a little bit more of that randomized, let's spin the wheel and see what the wheel tells us to do. 283 says not extending Brown was probably the best thing that has happened to us. Yeah, that'd make the season even look worse, wouldn't it? Knowing you've got a couple more years of Brown where he's sitting in his career and he's done. He looks done. Gave up another sack, I believe, in this game. Alexander says, no, that's not good enough. Thanks for responding to me on this, Alexander. I appreciate it, because I do like having the back and forth on this, even on if we disagree, just being able to kind of pick your mind on where you're coming from on it, because you may be able to sway me. I'm not locked in on my comments, but he says, no, that's not good enough to be the one and done. He says, being one and done every season, you're right, things have been very sluggish. Oftentimes I would lean a little bit in your direction, Alexander, where I would go, okay, well, the team's had the one bad year. And if I was just looking at the records, right? If I'm looking at online Seahawks seasons over the past 10 years and look at this season and that, and I just look at it with that sort of narrowed view, right? Where I put my blinders on and that's the only thing I'm looking at. You'd absolutely be right in your supposition that you shouldn't make a determination just then based off this one bad season. But we do have to take the blinders off and go for the 360-degree view of this. Look all the way around in a circle at what we're really viewing here. And when we do that, I think you look at something and you see, use your words, you're seeing a sluggishness, you're seeing a stagnation, you're seeing a degeneration a little bit by this football team. And those are items to me that don't indicate you're going to quickly rebound from that next year by a hope and a prayer, but that you have to enact change in order to correct them. And whatever change you need to enact it. Don't hold back from it. And I think that's where I land on that, Alexander, where I come to in wanting change. Is I just don't think that what's been broken prior, what's been broken right now, will continue to be broken in the future if you keep things as is. MJP says it's a joke. Who the hell is Mel Kiper? Smug know-it-all? That's an agenda. Yeah. Yeah. Crispy says HawksNest Super Bowl prediction this year. I think the Chiefs are rolling at the right time, and I think the rest of the AFC seems to be kind of falling back a bit at the time they're getting hot. So I'm going to go ahead and say it's the Chiefs, and I'm going to give it to the Packers this year. I think the Packers get back to the Super Bowl. I think that Godwin injury for the Buccaneers is big. They're very reliant on having the receiver packages that they do, especially going to 3 wide, especially knowing Tom likes his spread concepts. I think that's going to hurt them a little bit. It seems like, too, a little bit like the Bucs are maybe run a little bit low on their steam. Like they're not necessarily playing their best football at this time of year, whereas I really like what the Packers are showing on the field. They're looking good. Yo Van Turner says Diggs is a true ball hawk. Love his play. I do, too. Don't get me wrong with Diggs. He's earned his contract extension, and if you hadn't have paid the money you paid to Jamal Adams, I'd be at the head of the line saying you got to pay this man his money. He's earned it. He's been every bit almost as good as what we had in Earl Thomas when he was here. And You can't afford to pay two safeties that type of money. The safety is a devalued position because it doesn't have an impact on every play of every game, especially when you're a free safety, for instance, especially when you're a free safety in a single high kind of defense, which we are. That guy more often than not is going to be playing that deep center field position, sort of taking away the deep ball. It's going to be hard to pay that guy, even with the interceptions he's getting when he's got that role more often than not. When more often than not, he's completely out of the play. You don't even see him on the screen because he's doing his job. I love him. He's going to be 30 soon. You can't pay that guy 12, 13 million on top of paying 17.5 million. You just aren't able to roster balance appropriately in doing that. Merck says, I wish we didn't even look at Jamal. Yeah, me too, man. That one's hurting. That one's hurting bad. Alexander says, but I do think Russ needs to stay. Offensive coaching, I think, is a problem, and Russ doesn't run much. Why? I'm not sure why he's bailed out on it, Alexander. I thought he was going to use his legs way more than he has since he's returned from the injury, but he hasn't. And he runs less, it seems like, every single year. He's obviously got less mobile with age, but he's also just not utilizing his legs even when it's there for him to run. And where I've landed at this, Alexander, where I've said is if I'm running things, if I'm the guy in charge, then I would bring in an offensive-minded head coach with Russell Wilson. So we are in agreement on that. Yo Van Turner says, we suck at first-round picks, so why cry about Jamal? I'm not crying about it. And again, much like with DK, I don't know that Jamal is the problem at play here. We've got issues and problems with this team, but I think that they go beyond Jamal Adams and DK Metcalf. They're much bigger than beyond that, in my opinion. Brian says, Toronto needs the next NFL expansion franchise. The city is way cool. Be an interesting place to do. I mean, look, Canada supports their CFL stuff, so you certainly could get a team to work there. That's for sure, I would think. And Toronto would be one of those teams on the list. I wonder if, too, they're going to try to eventually make it work in London. I know they want to, but I don't know how they can, but I think they're going to try to. MJP says, how bad does the NFL want the Rams in the Super Bowl? Real bad. Real bad. That would be like a dream scenario for them, as much as they get. Get that LA market as enthused and electrified as absolutely possible. They're trying to kickstart the car there in LA with the franchises. Merck says Russ is just not there. He's not good enough. Berkshaw says post-game Wyman suggested that we move Jamal Adams to linebacker next year. He also said that Bobby Wagner probably won't be back. Isn't he under contract through 2023? Bobby is under contract through 2023. I do think that they're going to do something with Bobby because you can save $16.75 million by moving off from Bobby this year, and you're already sitting on his de facto replacement in Jordan Brooks. Jordan Brooks' best position would be middle linebacker when it's all said and done. He's playing out of position at the will. I don't really understand much of the Jamal Adams at the will talk, to be honest with you, Berkshaw. The guy's having problems with his shoulders. Now you're going to move him into a position where he's going to take more impact and contact on his shoulders and have to take on, let's say, guards coming into the second level. I don't think that Jamal Adams would do very well in a linebacker role. I think they're better suited to try to turn more of the defense into putting him in a position where he's going to be better successful, a lot like he did with the New York Jets. They won't do this because they're 4-3 heavy and they'd never go to a 3-4. But at the end of the day, that's really what needs to happen with Jamal Adams. He needs to be in an attacking 3-4 defense. That's not going to happen, but yeah. As Jovan says, Jamal's just too small to play the linebacker. It'd be a disaster. And again, remember those shoulders. He's had multiple times he's had shoulder injuries. Linebackers have shoulder impacts on almost every play, just taking on blockers. Brian Koski says number 92, Dave Wyman, was a badass linebacker. He's okay. He's all right. Riverside paid way too much for, but dude's a stud. Yeah, I mean, Adams hasn't been as bad as people try to sell him as being. As I've said on this, I think that a lot of people had their pitchforks sharpened and their knives ready when the trade happened because they determined that it was just way too much draft capital to give up for him and that they were going to hate him for that reason. And so anything short of him being an all-world safety for us at every turn, they were going to just hammer him for it. I've seen a little bit of that confirmation bias on Jamal Adams in the fan base, just a little bit. I think he's been solid for us. Has he been as good as he was with the Jets? No. Have we utilized him in the best of ways either? No, we haven't. At one point or another this year, you had Jamal Adams playing 40% of his snaps as a single high safety, essentially playing the Quandre Diggs role. That's not Jamal Adams' game. Jovan Turner, do you guys realize linebackers in a 3-4 defense have to be beefy, at least 250 to 260 pounds? No, Not necessarily. Not necessarily. There's been a lot of sub 6 foot, 230, 235 pound middle linebackers and 3-4 defenses. I mean, shoot, isn't Devin, isn't the Bush kid with Pittsburgh Steelers? Isn't he a little bit of an undersized guy in that realm? Your outside guys tend to need to be 6'4", maybe 250-ish. So the outside guys got to be bigger. To your point on that, Jovan, but I think your middle guys don't have to be that big. Crispy says, will Russ get his first MVP vote in 3 years? No. He's never, not in 3 years. Oh, in 3 years will he get an MVP vote? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Herbicide says, the feeling you have for Jamal, you really should be aiming at Ken and Pete. That's where I've come in. So, and you're not talking to me. I know you're talking to somebody else, Herbicide. But yeah, that's where I land. It's not, Jamal is not a problem. You know, we got enough issues with this team. We don't need to point to the things that aren't the problem on the team. If you look at Jamal and go, he's the problem because you're not utilizing him correctly. So start utilizing him correctly. But then really when you start to unwind that little spool and pull at that thread, you come back to going, well, the coaching staff is being inept by not using him appropriately prior to this point, right? So you end up getting back to Ken and Pete on this stuff a little bit. Charles Riley says, who the F cares about Pro Bowls? All pro means something. I agree with you on that. I was more just speaking about Pro Bowl level of play on the field. So if we were to say like you have a game where a quarterback played a Pro Bowl level game versus the quarterback played an MVP level game, right? You got your MVP level game here and then Pro Bowl level game here and then like a league average level of play and then below league average level of play. Like you have those different rungs of your quarterback performance ladder. And I just don't think that Russell Wilson's played at the Pro Bowl level rung at any point in time this year, which if I'm paying you $40 million a year, I better see a collection of games over the course of the season you playing at that level, not you making excuses for why you're not, which is kind of what we're seeing. Herbicide says Bobby's gone after this year. I think so. Yeah. Crispy Capri says, I can tell you for a fact we had a rough year this year, but next year we're going to make huge changes this offseason and going to be back winning. Hashtag staying positive. I love it, Crispy. Keep that positivity, man. Keep it. I love it. I'm with you. We can turn it around. You can turn it around in offseason. Nothing is set. As I often say, we had a couple years ago, the San Francisco 49ers were the worst team in the entire NFL. Had the number 1 overall pick in the draft. The very next year, they got the Super Bowl. They nearly won it. Bergshow says, why is there a salary cap in the NFL? There's not one in the Major League Baseball. They do revenue sharing. Why is there a salary cap? Before the salary cap era, you had teams that were able to buy teams and build super teams. I think the Niners' last Super Bowl championship they got in 90 was on the back of kind of building a super team up, signing Dion and getting a couple, Ken Norton, I think they brought in at that time. They did a couple little moves there where they made at that point to put them over the top. And it was in an effort to get more parity about the sport, to give everybody a chance. I'm in favor of salary caps myself. I think that they're good for the sport. I don't think that they hinder the sport. I think every team should have an opportunity to feel like their team is in it and that just because you're playing a big market, the reference I'd have to this is like in baseball, where the Yankees for years were basically winning, buying championships, and there was not a whole lot anybody else could do because they just had way more of a budget than anybody else. Merck says we are just years behind our NFC West opponents. We have to start now. We do. We do indeed. Is there a stream delay? There's a little bit of a stream delay. I'm a couple minutes behind the chat, I think. Herbicide says, I miss KJ. You wouldn't have made a difference this year, but still. Well said. I agree. Missed him too. Might have helped us with the screen game. We've been really dinged in that. Elena McCollum says, I can't stand Brock Heward. All right. I get it. I like him. Kevin Kojo says, need more Waldron influence. Offense is still being handicapped by Pete's influence. That's my take on it too, Kevin. I think when you see an offense in the same state it's been in the last 9 years, I'm going to go with the Occam's razor on this. Is it likely that the offensive coordinator, the new offensive coordinator you brought that brought his offense from the Rams here, is going to suddenly throw all that offensive away in favor of doing what you've been doing the last 9 years? Or is it more likely that your head coach has come to that new young offensive coordinator, first-time signal caller, and said, this is how you're going to do it? I think the latter is much more likely, in my opinion. Elena says, I think the NFL needs to investigate these refs. Elena, I'm with you. And I agree. I think most of this chat's with you. I mean, the fix felt like this thing was in, didn't it? Absolutely it did. Johan Turner, as a matter of fact, not only did your guy Hippie Rogers lose to Brady throwing 3 picks, he lost to Russ throwing 5s. See where I'm getting at? Well, I mean, again, does he play both offense and defense, Jovan? You know, is it Rogers' fault that on the onside kick, the guy that's not supposed to touch the ball touches the ball? Is it his fault that the defense suddenly couldn't stop Russ and company? You know, I mean, there's two sides of the football is not just about one player. There's 53 men on a roster. There's 22 men on both sides of the football. There's a kicker, there's a punter, there's holders, there's snappers. You know, it's not just, yes, I know a lot of people like to give quarterbacks all the credit or all the blame, but it doesn't really work that way. And I watched that game last year, Jovan, the Buccaneers and the Packers, and the Packers didn't lose that game because of Rodgers. Just like I honestly don't think that they lost the 2014 game because Rodgers played so poorly. Merck says they have refs to make sure players play by the rules and aren't cheating. So I propose that we get refs that ref the refs to make sure that the refs keep the refs in place. That's a tongue twister there, Merck. Andrew Logan says, good night, Hawks fans. Don't worry. We will be great again someday. Thanks, Brandon, for all the time you spend in responding to everyone. You provide great insight, and hell, at least we have that right now. Well, if I can give you at least that, Andrew, I'm happy to do so. And I love doing this, man. I love having you guys in the chat. So thank you for being a part of the chat, for the donations. And look, it's whether it's dark, whether it's light, where we're winning, whether we're losing, I'm going to be right here. I'm going to be right here. We're going to be talking it out, man. 283 says, I'm praying we don't trade for 3-game Barkley from the Giants. I believe Barkley is going to be a free agent, if I'm not mistaken, 283. I think they did not pick up his 5th-year option. So if I'm not mistaken, he will be a street free agent. Crispy says we need a better defensive coordinator. It's hard, Crispy, because it gets tough to differentiate between Ken Norton and Carroll. Really, this is as much Carroll's defense as it's Ken Norton's defense. And so differentiating one to the other, you could end up making a change of defensive coordinator and end up really in the same boat because at the end of the day, it is Carroll's defense. Jovan Turner says the Hawks will prevail. The 49ers have a bust in street clothes. The Rams gambled for nothing. And Kyler can't stay healthy. We will be back. I love it, Jovan. And to your point on this, the Rams gambled and put it all in on this year. They have almost no draft picks into next season. They have almost no cap space moving into next offseason. They're going to lose Von Miller. They're going to have to make a couple cuts probably. And then when you do look at Kyler and the Cardinals, guess who's going to have to pay Kyler this offseason? The Cardinals. Guess who's already paying a couple of big market deals already on that team? The Cardinals. Gets a little bit harder when you get to the state of actually having to pay your star quarterback and rather than having him on a cheap rookie deal. Spectre7 with a $5 donation. Thank you, Spectre. Man, hell yeah. Hell yeah. He says, I'm having crazy, depressing flashbacks of what we were just 6 years ago. What we were just 6 years ago. I know, man. The fall was quick and fast, man. We saw the Legion of Boom era end far too quickly. They hit their heights. They were one of the youngest Super Bowl winning teams in NFL history, and that thing closed up fast. And you're watching the end of an era now really sputter out in a painful way. And it's tough because this has been the most successful 10-year period in Seahawks history. We've had perhaps some of the most painful moments littered within that. And it's been a weird back and forth with that a little bit. You know, you get the height of heights on Super Bowls, then you get the 1-yard throw for an interception to cost you the next Super Bowl the very year after it. It's been a little bit of that. For any good you get, there's the bad coming up to slap you upside the head, just as you're about to smile. Berg Show says, do you think the NFL will ever expand into Canada? Every other sport, NFL, mob NBA has Canadian teams. The NFL is talking about London. Seems too far. I can't see how Berkshire, they pull off the London thing. That one just doesn't make much sense to me, just because of the travel stuff with that. But Canada makes a lot of sense. I mean, what if you just expanded to Vancouver and Toronto? Something like that. But yeah, I think Toronto's absolutely a likely place. But Canada's got a vibrant CFL there. I mean, they love football there, even though that fields look weird. They're super wide. But yeah, I could see it. I could see that being the spot, man. I could see like Toronto, Mexico City. If you want to just get around the London stuff. Crispy says LA's NFL sugar mama. I like it. Oh yeah, St. Louis is going to get a team, MJ. MJ says Toronto, St. Louis, London, San Antonio are already named in the expansion scenarios. Okay. Yeah, I think St. Louis gets one too because of the whole losing their team like they did. So I could see it. San Antonio, I don't see happening because Jerry Jones will just put the kibosh on that. They need to wait for Jerry Jones to pass before that one's going to happen. He was already up in arms with the Houston Texans coming on board. He's not going to put up with the San Antonio on top of it, divvying up his fandom that much more. Berkshire says Toronto wouldn't be a good choice. Neither would Vancouver. Toronto's too close to the Bills. Hawks too close to Vancouver. You might be right on that. It didn't stop, like you're saying, to your point, though, it didn't stop some of the NBA teams from going in that direction of things. I mean, you had Vancouver, though, let's face it, the Grizzlies didn't work. Maybe that's to your point on that, Grizzlies didn't make it in Canada. They're down in Memphis right now, so. Merck says he's supposed to be a hard hitter and he ain't got no shoulders. That's right. Being Jamal Adams. Crispy says, all right, everyone go Hawks. And there's always next year. Crispy. Herbicide's London is crazy talk. I agree, Herbicide. I don't like the fact that they play random London games as it is. I think it's silly that you force teams with the Thursday night games and the extra game in the season that you're going to force them into London and as well on top of it. I think it's silly. Berkshire says, what is Jamal's listed at? 6 feet, 200. Wags is only 6 feet. Jamal needs bigger shoulder pads. He could gain 20 pounds of muscle and play linebacker. He could do it. Paying $17.5 million for a will linebacker in a 4-3 defense is not exactly a smart way to spend money. And again, he's going to be he'll be a less effective player at the will than Jordan Brooks is. And Jordan Brooks isn't necessarily the most effective player as it stands at the will. So I can see why people think to do a move like that. But really what you got to look at with Jamal Adams is that he should be more of a chess piece that you use all over the defense rather than having him assigned to just one spot. The Jets had him at free safety, strong safety, linebacker. You move him all over the place. You don't make it easy for the offenses to realize where he's going to be playing and play out. And that's how you get the most out of Jamal Adams. John Robinson brings up a great point. He says 3-4 teams don't one gap anymore, so they don't need for the middle linebacker to be huge. Yeah, you're right. You ask more of the 3-4 defenses at the line of scrimmage to hold the point of attack, take up blockers, which then frees the middle linebackers. And then just to build on your point on that, John, you would actually want more fleet of foot linebackers, which will tend to be a little bit more undersized at that point because they know that they're going to be clean naturally because the guys up front are going to do the dirty work. Charles Riley says, Brando, Russ isn't using his legs because the grifter with the toupee, he passed on, and Mark Rogers saw money signs and exploited him. Now he's a puppet for money, and Mark thinks MVP will get him more. Well said. Well said. I mean, it absolutely could be. I do think that there's been a lack of people in Russell Wilson's ear that are giving him the true goods on the situation. There's a lot of you're amazing, you're special, your shit don't stink. A lot of that type of stuff. And I think he needs more of people being real with him. Berkshire says, can you please explain why it would help the Hawks to dump Wag's salary? Doesn't his money still count against the cap? We might as well keep him. No, Berkshire. So first off, you save $16.75 million by cutting Bobby Wagner this offseason. So I think he carries something like a cap hit of $20 million or something next year. So to keep Bobby, you're keeping him at about 20. You save $16.75 million by moving off of him. Why you would do that is that you have a lot of work on this team to do to get this team back to front, right? We can see right now as we're sitting in the cellar, there seems to be a multitude of moves that need to be done. The problem with this, of course, comes into play in that you don't necessarily have a ton of cap space to work with. You're down a first-round pick as it stands. You don't know what's going to happen with the Russell Wilson situation. And so when you look at $16.75 million that you could add on to the salary cap space you have, you could get some good players with that $16.75 million. And the thing that really pushes this to the other side of it, Berg Show, is Jordan Brooks. Jordan Brooks has been played out of position at the will linebacker through the first 2 years of his career. He's a natural middle linebacker. He is not a natural will linebacker. He's racking up tackles, yes, but he's also getting exposed in coverage at the will, which would not necessarily happen in the same way at the middle. Okay? And so when you've got the guy that could take over his job and take over it for much cheaper and give you very much similar play to what Bobby Wagner gives you right now at the middle linebacker, maybe even improved or maybe just slightly below, but similar play at much cheaper cost, plus you save the $16.75 million, that's why you would move on. Doug Kilbride, we need leadership that can pick productive players in the draft. Agreed. We need to do better in the draft. Berg Show says super teams don't always work. Look at the Yankees. They spend and spend. You can't buy championships, just like the Beatles song, Can't Buy Me Love. No, it's harder to do this in baseball now, Berg Show, but the reason that it's harder to do in baseball is now you have to be smarter in your approach. And, if you're in the 90s, for instance, there were no analytics at that time, right? Analytics were not taking hold at all. So you didn't have teams that could be smarter in their approaches in the background who could overcome a lack of a budget, let's say, that competes with the Yankees by being smart in their analytical thought process, right? You had no refuge to run to in the mid-90s when they were signing Roger Clemens to his big deal and a couple of big sluggers in there. So it doesn't always work out. But, you give people a blank check in football, you let Jerry Jones spend $400 million on his salary cap every year, he'll do so. He'll do so. So it doesn't necessarily, and super teams don't always work, but I tend to do like the parity that salary caps bring and the leveling of the field. MJP says Trey Flowers actually looks good on the Bengals. He has a big impact as a gunner on special teams. And Achille Witherspoon, as I was pointing out in the earlier stream on this MJP, Achille Witherspoon's been killing it for the Steelers this year. At least we got a pick back in that trade. We got to wait till 2023 to get it. Jose Garcia, I'm looking forward to seeing how Taylor Brooks will be next year. Hope we can extend Diggs as well. It's hard to pay two safeties at the same time, Jose. No team in the NFL right now is paying big market money to both of their two starting safeties. You'll pay 1-to-1, but you're not going to usually pay both. And have a good night, Crispy. I love your positive mentality and attitude. Love it. GoX05, if your last name is Diggs, you're pretty good at football. Yeah, man. I'll tell you, if there's a Diggs coming out of college in the next few years, I'm targeting him. Those are some good genes. Herbicide says, we must get rid of Pete and John, mainly because of the draft picks, messing up our future, and have been doing so for a while now. That's where I land as well, Herbicide. We are simpatico on this. Daniel W. says, Malik Willis would have scored more than 10 points today. I think so, Daniel. It's a poor performance. I mean, Russ throws for 150 yards. The modern game in the NFL is built to help offenses. It's built to aid offenses. You're supposed to be able in the modern NFL to basically close your eyes and throw for 200 yards. So I can't argue with you on that. You're probably got a point. GoX05 says hire Brandon as a general manager. I'll tell you this, you guys could count on me being aggressive, and I'm not going to make the same mistake twice, which has been two things our front office has continually done. Lack of aggression and making the same mistakes more than once. Bergshaw says, how come NFL coaches can't challenge pass interference non-calls or calls or holding calls, etc.? If we could, New York City would have reversed that DJ Dallas non-call. Agreed, Bergshaw. They did it for a year, 2 years ago in 2019, where you could at least challenge pass interference calls, non-calls or calls that were made on the field. But they quickly turned it away. I guess the officials didn't like being questioned, their calls being questioned on the field. It drove me crazy, though, that they took it away. I liked seeing that. I think even a guy like Belichick has called for them to be able to challenge every call. And I agree with him on this. I think you only have so many challenge flags. You don't just get to call an innumerable amount of them. But if you can use your challenge flag just as likely for a fumble that you didn't think was a fumble as you could for a holding call that you didn't think was a holding call. Herbicide says, I want to see Brown and Reed also. Think we're set at corner. I love Trey Brown's first-year herbicide. I think it's hard to rely on him going forward, though, because of that ligament surgery. And you don't know how ready he's going to be able to come back. And sometimes with those surgeries, as we saw with Penny, yeah, they can get back to the field in a year, but sometimes there's some secondary injuries that can crop up. I think you've got to look at getting another starter out there at corner going into this offseason. And DJ Reed is right now a free agent herbicide. So really, there's a question with that of, do you pay him $8 to $10 million this offseason on a multi-year deal? Because that's probably going to be the going rate for his services. Sector 7 with a $2 donation. Thank you, Spectre 7. Says, change your last name to Diggs and Coach RD. Sounds good, man. Diggs is a cool last name. Every first name goes with Diggs. Every first name. Bartholomew Diggs. See, it works. GoX05 says, I want to run the RPO. Well, if you sure do need more of a quarterback that can be a threat to carry it if you run the RPO stuff. Merck says, I'm going farewell. I kind of been checked out with this team and sick of repeating myself. Fun talking to you. See you next stream. Sounds good, Merck. I appreciate you hanging in there through the depth of the stream all the way through, man. You were awesome for doing so. And I get where you're coming from, man. Philip Scoputoletto. I'm going to go Philip. Since I just destroyed your last name, I'll stay on the front end. He says, let's face it. Wilson played like he's ready to move on. This was one of his worst games. He underthrew and overthrew his receivers and doesn't scramble. He looked old, slow, and just ready to move on. Philip very well said, and I feel very much the same way in the way that's what I'm seeing on the field too. There is a spirit that is lost in Wilson right now. It's not just the finger. It's not just the unimaginative play calling. It is Wilson here. And there's something that's been lost, and maybe the way you put it is the most succinct way to put it. But you can't play like that tonight, Philip. You know, you pay that kind of money to your quarterback. He's taking up that much resources. I don't expect a miracle worker. I don't expect Mother Teresa on the football field every week. But you can't be one of the detriments to this team. That's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Especially when you as a quarterback at both of the last two negotiations have insisted on getting every last dollar bill and diamond cent that you could grab. It's unacceptable. Charles Riley says an Oregon team. I can't see it. I can't see it. No. They barely sustained the Trailblazers in Portland. Jovan Turner Rogers was terrible versus us and choked against the Bucks. He had a chance to run, threw into double coverage. Defense gave him a chance after chance. But hey, give him and his mullet a pass. Let's take a look. Let's take a look last year at what the Packers. Let's take a look at what Aaron Rodgers did in the conference championship from a statistical standpoint, and see if that is indeed what it was, where he just choked out, where he choked up against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Let's see this choke session. I'm bringing up the box score right now. So let's take a peek here. So let me bring it up. There we go. So Aaron Rodgers in the conference championship was 33 of 48 for 346 yards, 3 touchdowns, and 1 interceptions. And that's a choke job performance. I mean, if Russell gives me that as a choke job performance every single game, I will be singing Russell's praises to the end of the world. So, I mean, his running attack got 16 carries for 67 yards. They weren't exactly lighting it up. Looks like Aaron Jones had 2 fumbles in the game. Maybe that was a little bit more of a reason why they lost. But I mean, maybe we just disagree on this. I don't think Rodgers choked though last year against the Bucs, Jovan. I think there were other factors at play as to why the Buccaneers or why the Packers lost that game. So I don't know. And he's playing at a lot better level than what Russell Wilson is right now. And Rodgers is going to be in MVP discussion. Rodgers is going to get MVP votes this year. Russell's not even going to make the Pro Bowl. Philip says the Seahawks need to trade Wilson and address their offensive line and tight end. As far as quarterback, maybe try and get Hundley from the Ravens. I mean, there's some other stopgaps. I think it'd get me a little more excited than that, Philip. But I do think that this is where this is going. I think Wilson's going to be traded at the end of the day, where we're heading. Drunk says, if we somehow can keep Russ, we should get Russ a new coach like when Rodgers didn't make the playoffs those 2 years. And then Matt LaFleur came in and turned Rodgers back into who he was. Yeah, LaFleur was able to tap back into where Rodgers looked like he was done, like he had the best days of Rodgers had been seen. We actually saw in retrospect that it was more of Mike McCarthy holding him back. And to your point on this, Drunk Squidward, this is why when everybody asked me the other day, what would you do if you're in charge? Where would you go with this? Why I do land with this is I just can't help but feel like maybe there's a little bit in these struggles with Russ that have to do with Carroll, and that you remove the Carroll aspect of things, and that maybe some of the stuff that has been what's allowed sort of Russ's game to get lodged gets dislodged. I don't know if it's going to be the case for sure. It's just my kind of gut feeling a little bit on it. And thank you again, Sector 7, for your donation, man. You're awesome. You're awesome. Philip says, yeah, it's time to move on from Pete Carroll. Need to get a young offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator like McVay. I want an offensive-minded coach, Philip, to me. I look at the teams that are at the top of their division throughout this sport this year and the last couple of years. It's more often than not offensive-minded coaches. There's some defensive guys still getting it done, but it's a much harder path to get there. It's an easier path to get there is through the offensive end of things. Give me an offensive-minded head coach. Give me a defensive coordinator who takes all that aspect off of his hands. All he's got to do is worry about the offense and the team. The defensive coordinator takes all of the defensive call duties. Yovan says, Drew Brees and Russ will be quarterbacks that will not get their due until years later. There's the reason these short guys got a chance. Yeah, maybe so. I think it took Russ a long time to be considered a legitimate quarterback in this league. He should have gotten a lot more props. It took a long time for people to kind of get around him being a game manager and more to being the impactful player that he was in 16, 17, 18. Bergshow says, interesting fact, Puna Ford is a graduate of the same high school I graduated from, Hilton Head High, Hilton Head, South Carolina. I was a class of 91. Oh, nice. A little hot connection. Yovan says, we are fifth in points allowed. That's pretty good. The downside is the time of possession for the other team, which also hurt us tonight. It is a little bit of a hard way to judge this team, isn't it, Yovan? Because you look at him and go, okay, you're fifth in points allowed, which is awesome. But you see them, I think they're last in the league in passing yards given up. You've allowed more drives, sustained drives than any team in the NFL. It makes it hard for your offense to get in any kind of rhythm when your defense is on the field as long as they are. Sometimes almost whole quarters they're on the football field, just giving up conversion after conversion after conversion. But they played really well, and they've increasingly been less the problem on this team as this year has gone along. Charles says, if Jamal Adams is a chess piece, I'll continue not to play. That's poor advertisement for chess. Fair enough, Charles. MJ says, good stream, no worries, but more cowbell. I'll give him more cowbell when I can. I'm 7 hours in this stream. I don't know if I can do walking. I don't care if we lose or win. I like us when we win. I don't like to lose. We lost today. No matter what, win, loss. One thing I'm going to bring all the time, every day, nighttime, 24/7, more cowbell. I'm going to give you the more cowbell. Bergshow says the Tampa Rays have a quarter of the Yankees payroll and are better. I just don't believe in the salary cap. I believe in Moneyball. Well, again, we're agreeing on this point with it in the respect of I think that analytics have leveled the playing field as far as the Yankees being able to outpay people in the sport. I think baseball has also changed up a little bit, Bergshow. So again, you've got to understand that there's a difference between this era right now and trying to pay for the wins versus 95 era, where Yankees were truly able to buy championships. The analytics part was not a part of the game back then, right? Moneyball didn't start getting kind of implemented into really the early 2000s with the Oakland A's. So this has made it harder. The other thing with this is that baseball's gone up and down through a steroid era, right? What did the steroid era do in the late 90s? It prolonged baseball careers. So the guy that you sign, you're bringing in to be that slugger who's 33, 34, who should really be falling off a cliff as far as his level of play goes, is actually still sustaining for a couple of years. They're still giving you that production, i.e. you're taking less of a risk by laying down that guaranteed salary to that player who's an aging veteran. Now, in this day and age, we're seeing the baseball players with the steroid era, now them testing for steroids, we're seeing baseball players not able to last quite as long, not able to be those kind of sluggers they were into those 30, 34, 35. Meaning you can't just buy players like you could in the past. It's much harder to do so in baseball. So I do think analytics have factored in. I think the steroid era factored into this. Those things come into it. The other thing you got to think about this, Burke Show, is that the analytics in football do not apply in the same way that they apply in baseball or in basketball. It is much more further advanced and along in baseball than basketball because of the fact those sports lend themselves to being more analytically driven. Whereas football, because you don't know the play, you don't know what the call was, you don't know what the player responsibility was, you have to make an educated guess in building your analytics around that oftentimes. It makes it harder to wholly just lean on analytics alone. That's why I always say you can't just go to Pro Football Focus and say, oh, the player's grade was this, so he's that player. You've got to take the analytics grade and you've got to take what your eye test is seeing on the football field and pair them together to make that kind of determination. Jovan Turner says Malik Willis played really poorly down the stretch. If you really watched Liberty's season, all hype, another bust. I'm not in on any of these quarterbacks, Jovan, so I was responding to what he was thinking on that. So he's asking me if I do think he might have given you more than 150 yards passing in this particular game. It's less me speaking to the greatness of Malik Willis and more to me speaking to the weakness of Russell Wilson's poor performance in this football game. Herbicide says Bill B played Moneyball this year. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. GoOx05 says Russ is traded for 3 firsts in 2021. First 2022, we trade up for Aiden Hutchinson, Tank, and Russ is injured with Eagles. We get pick 1 and 3, Bryce Young and Will Anderson, 3-4 pass rush of Anderson, Hutch, and a defensive tackle. All right. I'm good with it. I'm good with it. Sign me up. Sign me up, Go Hawks. I'll take Bryce Young moving forward. Burke Show, do you think that other sports general managers could translate to the NFL? Like, could Billy Bean from Oakland A's be an NFL general manager? I mean, sports are sports. It's all about analytics. I don't. For kind of just the point I was just speaking about just a moment ago, Burke Show, analytics are not as far along in football as they are in baseball and basketball. You know, but this has everything to do with it's just harder to ascertain the responsibility of a player as you kind of can in baseball. You know, you can tell a guy's range in left field and whether he should have gotten to a ball or shouldn't have gotten to a ball, you know, versus another player. It gets a little harder to me making that determination in football. It's going to get there now, Burke Show. So don't get me wrong. I do believe as football gets more refined in its analytics, and analytics have improved from 2012 to where they are now. Pro Football is better. Pro Football Focus is better now in how they gauge players than they were back then. It's getting refined, but it's going to be a little bit of a slower process, in my opinion, to get there. And no, I don't think that I don't think general managers from other sports can necessarily get it done. Can get it done in other areas. I think the only example I have of that is I think Podesta was like an executive type for the Cleveland Browns, specifically to bring in the analytics to that organization a couple of years ago. But he wasn't sitting, I don't believe, as their de facto general manager. Kitty. Yeah, Kitty's want some love. You make me wait 7 hours for my pets. Herbicide says, I'm over it. What a crappy game. What a crappy season. It's over. Hopefully next year, everybody has a good evening. Have a great Christmas. Catch you guys later. Sounds good, Herbicide. And yeah, man, well summed up. Well summed up. Crappy game, crappy season, and it's over. Thank God, at least for that. The pain at least ends for that point. Burke Show says NFL also has gone through a steroid era. Brian Bosworth, etc. Does the NFL have a steroid testing and penalties? Suspension for positive testing? Again, with these kind of arguments, Burke Show, I always try to say, let's get out of the simplified approach to things, right? Let's get more till we get to more nuance on stuff. And when you tend to simplify things down across that way. So what was the way that I just referenced how steroids impacted baseball specifically? And what steroids did is they elongated the careers of those players. I don't know that steroids for players in football elongate careers. I don't know if that's proven to be that same way. Being that when you get that torn ligament, torn ACL, when that happens for you, I think in Brian's case, Brian's a great example of this because his career was actually a heavy steroid user whose career actually was cut short. It has a little bit of a detrimental effect a little bit to NFL, the steroid usage versus baseball in that respect. So it doesn't impact the sports in the same way in utilizing it. Barry Bonds was able to hit 60 home runs at the age of 40 years old in baseball because of steroids. I don't think steroids are going to allow, I don't know if there's been an NFL player I can point to that steroids allowed him to play into being 40 years old. So they impact in different ways, in my opinion, with it. Football does have testing as well. I would argue that this has helped remove some of the steroids from the game. So we're also talking about how, again, I'm not quite understanding your point, Bergshow, so maybe you can elaborate on it a little bit. Because kind of what your statement is proving my point. The NFL used to have steroid testing, didn't used to have more of an open, not really testing for steroids. Now they are. I don't know. I guess you got to kind of expand where you're going on that. I'm not sure where you're. Maybe I'm just getting cross-eyed 7 hours in the stream. Alexander Matthews says, question, who's firing Pete? Himself. The only person that can fire Pete is Jody Allen. Correct. But Jody Allen, a couple weeks ago, it was said that there's going to be major changes coming down the pike. This was reported out. Maybe it was just a public relations show the fans something because there was a fervor and, people were bringing out their pitchforks and they were ready to see this, see Carroll off. And so it was a way to maybe relieve a little bit of that. But that was a report that came out a couple weeks ago, Alexander, is that Jody is going to be bringing in some big changes. And I don't know if that means, again, could have been all talk, but that was the talk. D-Nugget still going, D-Nugget. You know how I do. You know what I do. You know what I do, how I do. Daniel W., we have seen Russell versus Sean McVay's Rams with 3 offensive coordinators, and it looks the same. Russ needs to go because his play cannot beat the Rams. He cannot pick them apart methodically. Well said, Daniel. We certainly haven't got any proof that he can do that, have we? He hasn't shown he can do that. So that's more proof to what you're saying. Bergshow says, can you tell us about your past? What sports did you play growing up? You seem like a football savant. Did you play? I played right in the beginning of high school, but then I had reached my spot where, I was 6 foot with not a lot of natural speed or athleticism. And I went to a big high school. And so you kind of got to the spot where it's like, I'm not good enough to roll this. More of a baseball player in my background, to be honest with you, Bergshow. That's more of my history is playing baseball a bit. But I've always been into it. I always liked how it works. I've got a background in engineering. And so a little bit of what I've done in my life in that respect is sort of pull things apart and see how they work a little bit. And with the NFL, the more stuff's kind of complicated, the more it can kind of interest me a little bit. The more that there's so many different moving parts all going at once, but yet working together. That tickles my curiosity. And so I've always tried to look at football a little bit deeper than just past the surface level of looking at it as a fan would. And a part of why I had a little bit of confidence in starting up this channel 3 years ago is I would get in conversations with people and they'd go, wow, you know so much about football. You should be doing this like blah, blah, blah. And I went, well, maybe I will. Maybe I'll stop hearing all these people telling me to go do it and I'll just start doing it. But I don't know. I just always have had a deep obsession with it. I love my football. I've always followed it really closely and I've been doing it for my fandom goes back 35 years of watching it like this, even back to my childhood. So, but I don't have a past of playing in college or anything, nothing like that. And I wasn't good enough in high school. We had some dogs at my high school. Joe Van Turner, Russ has an otherworldly connection with Tyler. He's his secret weapon and they took him away. I believe the NFL made Tyler sit, which I can't explain because DK has more upside. DK not working hard. I don't go there from that standpoint of it with that. I don't. Yeah, you missed Tyler in this game. Maybe the NFL had a bit of a say in that. My thing with DK and seeing his frustration is that Russell's not throwing him a lot of on-target throws. Every game there's about three or four throws to DK that are whistled about 10 yards over his head or vastly underthrown. That's not DK's fault. He can't do anything about that. Robert Jimenez with a $2 donation. Thank you, Robert. You're awesome. He says, you are a savage. 4 hours after the game ended. Has it been 4 hours? Time flies by when I'm having fun, man. What can I say? Time flies by when I'm enjoying myself. So I love this, man. That's all I can say. I love doing this. Emmett 21 says we should trade Russ to either Philly or Denver. I think those will be 2 teams that will be interested in his services. Drunk Twitter says Jody Allen isn't happy with the current situation. I wonder if she will do anything this off season. I hope she does. I hope. And she says she has indicated she will. Bergshow says, I remember that Lyle Alzada from the NFL in the 70s was on roids and died from a brain tumor at a very young age, maybe 45. Yep. He did. And he blamed it on the roids, the cancer that he got. I've heard some back and forth about whether or not it was the roids that caused the cancer in him. But yes, very much a heavy roids user. The real ones. Bro, I was here like 3 hours ago and you're still here. Who are you neglecting right now? Well, I'm a single man. I got no children, no wife. Happy life. No, I'm kidding. Hey, when you're rolling solo, you make your own schedule. You know what I mean? So I'm beholden to no one, man. I guess my cats, real ones. I guess my cats are a little moody right now because they're not getting love, but they get plenty of love. D Nugget with the $2 donation. Thank you, D Nugget. Appreciate you. It says to this season and the great Brandino. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks, D Nugget. Thank you for your dono. I appreciate you. You're awesome. And hey, man, I love doing this. As I say, guys, I love it. The real one says, what I mean is I love the show and I'm glad you're here. Well, you can always find me here right after the games. Real one, I wish I had an explanation for it because I hear it pretty much every stream, and it's a great thing to hear. But folks will come in and they go, man, 6, 7, 8 hours into the stream. How are you still talking? How are you still going? And I don't have a great explanation for it. My eyes blink. Like somebody just said 4 hours since the game ended, and it seems to me like 15 minutes. And I don't know why. I tend to chalk it up to the fact that I do love doing this, and I enjoy this so much that, I don't want to go do other stuff. I like doing this. I like talking Hawks. I don't care if we're winning or losing or if we're bad seed or just I just like talking football. I like getting geeky about it. I like talking about all the possibilities, about all the possible changes, about all the ways we can turn this around. I enjoy that. That's why this is my favorite sport, is I think it opens that door so wide to being able to talk about all those type of concepts. But that's all I can chalk it up to. I don't know. Mr. Summer Obi. Hey all, Rams fan here. Just finished watching the replay of the game. Had to work. Hawks did get screwed on that pass interference for sure. However, the refs are against us stuff is silly. I don't know. Usually if it's a 1 call or 2 call, Mr. Summer Obi, that's one thing. In this game, there was a variety of different calls that came at real key moments of this game. You've got the pass interference at the end on the deep shot that's intercepted that goes uncalled, but they literally they throw a flag out, Mr. Summer Obi, they pick the flag back up. You've got the pass interference on DJ Dallas, which is a game-changing play. Don't undersell this, Summer Obi. That is a horrible call, the worst call of the game on the biggest play of the game. So we can't quite undersell that. And the other play you got to remember about that is let's go back to the Rams' last offensive possession, right? You're down on your end of the field. You got to drive 90 yards for a touchdown. It's 3rd down. Our cornerback chucks the guy within the first 5 yards, knocks him to the ground because it's a good press. And they call that a holding call, which it wasn't. And it happens to come on a 3rd and 12 where you weren't going to get that 3rd down conversion, gives you the instant conversion, then you're able to drive right up the field. There were a few of those calls in this game. Including the one in the key moment, which really shifted this game. And when you're fixing a game, you're not going to fix a game as an official, or you're not going to help a team out by every call is going against the opposition. You're going to pick key moments to bring those flags out. And that's what they did today, in my opinion. Did we play great? Did we play sensationally offensively? No, but it can be both things. They're not mutually exclusive. It can be both things, in my opinion. Mr. Summer, he says, we say players make boneheaded plays all the time, and the same happens with the refs. Rams went to a Super Bowl over a boneheaded missed call, most likely. Isn't it weird how many calls you guys get in your favor, Mr. Samiobi? Isn't that odd? It almost kind of seems like the NFL is trying to make sure the LA market works as a thing. It's almost a little bit, I don't know, like maybe you've had a couple of franchises come through there that have failed and left town, and the NFL's aware of that, so they're artificially just trying to make sure that the team stays in the place they want them to, kind of like Mr. Sobermobi, how they said that if your team ends up getting a COVID outbreak at the start of the season, then you're screwed, you forfeit, and now it sort of changes to where they sort of give them a couple of extra days to get right, kind of give them a couple extra days. And then if you disagree with me on that the NFL's not trying to help out LA at all, what would you need as far as proof, as far as items? What would it take for you from an evidentiary standpoint to eventually come over to that column of things where you go, oh yeah, they are trying to make sure that they win because they are aware of the fact that 2 franchises have totally failed out here twice. We might disagree on this, but bad calls in this game, and bad calls at the worst possible times. And they helped your team out substantially. I'm not one to try to blame officials, man. I'm not. But this was a bad one. And especially coming on the heels, Mr. Samiobi, of you guys, of them moving this game for you. Mr. Samiobi, do you think if it was us that had that sort of pandemic outbreak, if it was us that was having those guys tested negative, if it was us who had been going to concerts and doing things that we shouldn't have been doing, rather than sticking in our protocols, do you think that we would have been given that extra couple days? Or do you think they probably would have asked the team in Southern Alaska to forfeit? I think we probably would have been asked to forfeit. Mr. Summer says, Hawks fans will get some calls in the future too. Just keep your faith, Hawk fans. Great. I'd love to know the game that we got calls in our favor this year. What was the game that they ruled in our favor? The officials were in our boat. I'd love to know that game because I didn't see it this season. Daniel W. says, are you going to watch the new Matrix movie on HBO Max on an off note? No, I started to see the trend in Hollywood, which is that they want to take any of the heroes that we've got of our childhood and basically emasculate them and turn them into idiots and morons and all that other stuff. And I saw them do this with Luke Skywalker, and I'm now hip to the game. I'm hip to what they're doing now with this stuff, and I'm not buying it. You know, I'm not buying it. It's you know. They basically, not only do they make a bad movie, but they crap on everything that came before it too, somehow hurting and harming what came before of it, which was so great. And I think The Matrix will do that with this movie as well. Based off all the reviews I'm hearing, that's exactly what they've done here. And this is the new Hollywood standard. Yeah, this is their new model for, you know, they don't have an original bone in their body, so all they can think to do is pull up the corpses of the old great movies and then crap on the heroes of those movies. It's great. Mr. Summerobi, also your show is great. Best on YouTube by far. Well, thank you, Mr. Summerobi. And, you know, like I say, I love having Rams fans in here. I love having 49er fans in here. You know, you're going to catch me tonight a little emotional. Like, my season just got ended on this, you know. So you're going to catch me a little bit with the raw nerve, just a bit, you know. It's going to take some time for me to lick the wounds and get over this a bit. But I appreciate you having me in the chat. I love having all fans. It gives us a wider perspective. The more, you know, different opinion that we get in here, it's the better that this gets. The better the chat is, the better the show is, the better the discussion is, in my opinion. And I don't just mean that as lip service. I truly do mean that. I've seen that it play out in this chat over and over. When we've allowed more of an expansive thought. It sometimes drives people crazy because sometimes people just want those echo chambers, but that's not what I want here. I do want disagreement. I do want us to not always all of us be on the same page. I think different reasons are what helps us. Different reasons, different perspectives. The real one says, I apologize if you answered this a million times, but what is your ideal scenario in this off season? No worries on that, real ones. I don't mind answering it. My ideal would be this. I would move on from Coach Carroll and I'd move on from John Schneider. I think Schneider has a fireable offense alone for leaving $13 million of cap space on the books this season and not utilizing that. And choosing to do that in the first time in 20 years when the salary cap retracted for the first time in 20 years. I think that is ineptitude by your general manager and that you can go out on a rail on that one. So I move on from Carroll. I move on from Schneider. I go get an offensive-minded head coach. I go get a defensive-minded guy. I've long said that I might look at I'm open to a guys, people have said like a Kellen Moore that may be a first-time head coach. I'd like to go to more of a standardized known quantity. So I'll get on the horn with the New Orleans Saints and say, hey, is Sean Payton available? Is he completely happy there? Is there any kind of trade that we might be able to offer you guys? I'd go look at Mike Tomlin, even though he's not an offensive-minded head coach. I think he's a great coach who might also be a free agent coach this offseason. I think Jim Harbaugh would be interesting with the Michigan. I know that would get a lot of Seahawks fans rankled, and no, you can't do Harbaugh. No way. Not a Niner head coach. No way. I think Harbaugh's a damn good head coach. Is he a bristly guy? Is he hard to work with? Does he have a shelf life? Yeah. But could he be a really good coach for a 4 or 5 year period and might even get you a Super Bowl in that time? I think he could. But the key would be building first with an offensive-minded head coach around Russell Wilson, getting a defensive coordinator in who is completely separated the head coach. All he does is concentrate on defense like the Rams did with McVay a couple of years ago, right? You had McVay come in as a first-time head coach, a brilliant offensive-minded kid, right? A wonder kid. What did you do with the defense? You went and got Wade Phillips and you said, Sean, don't worry about the defense. That's on Wade's plate. You just get the offense taken care of. So I would look to emulate a little bit of that. Then from a personnel standpoint, the first thing that I would look to do is to attack the offensive line. Attack that offensive line. Turn that into a strength of this football team. Then I would look to address the pass rush as my secondary aspect beyond that. But some of this also depends on whether or not we go to a 3-4, which I would like to see as well. I'd love to see more of a 3-4 attacking downhill type scheme, especially because it would best suit and fit Jamal Adams' skill set. Now you could just fit him into what he does best at that point. And I think from a personnel standpoint, you could reasonably accommodate that type of transition relatively quickly. But that would be my basic plan of thought at this point. That would be my plan A, so to speak, real ones. Rasheem Green is coming into his own, says Kevin. He's looked a little bit better. Boy, consistency's been a tough thing with him this year, though. And when you look at him with the Pro Football Focus scores in particular, it's not been there. He's been right around his same score rankings for the last 4 years with them. I think that fits to what we've seen on the field with him, where at times he gives you a splash play here or a splash play there. But do you consistently see pass rush coming from over the course of a whole game at any point in time? And I don't think we've seen that in one game of Rasheem Green over 4 years. A pressure here, a sack there, but way too much inconsistency for a guy who was supposed to have first-round talent, but just be a really young player when you drafted him. I don't think he's quite shown you that first-round talent. But he's been better a little bit recently, Kevin, to your point. Alexander says, Jody Allen did, I don't know that good. I don't think she was in that much involved, but then again, I don't live her life. That's good to hear. And it was just a report, Alexander, about her wanting to implement big changes this offseason. And when you look at the Trailblazers right now, who she also is an owner of, just fired their general manager, just fired their coach. So if there's a willingness to do change there, and maybe there's a willingness to do change over here as well. And I do believe when I land on this, Alexander, the thing you have to consider with Jody is even if she's a hands-off owner, even if she doesn't care one iota about football, the thing she does care about is carrying on her brother's legacy. And if her brother's legacy is going in the crapper because she's not paying attention to it, that's not her honoring his legacy. And I think she's well aware of that. A man who's given her entire whole fortune. She is not rich, but without Paul Allen, as I understand it. So if you're going to honor that, that would be what you'd think she would do to honor that. Berkshaw says, do you think that Lawrence Taylor was the greatest linebacker in the past 40 years? Yeah, I do. It's a little tough with him calling him a linebacker at times because he's technically an outside 3-4 linebacker. That part's true, but you're really an edge rusher and you're an edge player more than a linebacker, more really. But with that said, yeah, it's still the answer to your question, in my opinion, is still a yes. There's not been a better one. Daniel W., can we start Stone Forsythe at left tackle the rest of the season? Now is the time to see what pieces we have for the future. Curhan is our right tackle of the future. If Forsythe can play left tackle, play left tackle, he could. You could. You have nothing to lose by going that route, right, Daniel? Because, I mean, you're not getting to the playoffs at this point. So there's nothing to be losing by going with the young guys and seeing what you got. I can't. Honestly, at this point, I would rest Russell Wilson the rest of the year. I'd be willing to trot out Stone for the rest of the season at this point. Can't hurt. Sure would like to know what we got in him. If he is something past what I think he is on the surface of it, which is I think he's more of going to be a backup left tackle in his best case scenario. But hey, Curran shocked me, man. So who's to say Stone can't shock me as well? And like Curran, Stone has performed at every pass. Every time you put him on the football field, he's done his job. He's gotten it done. So, and you're right. That would help you in a rebuild quite a bit, Daniel, if you could knock out left tackle and right tackle as items on the docket of what you need to address. Jovan Turner says, we were simply just not in this script. Only 3 teams repeated Super Bowls in the last 20 years. Us, the Patriots, and Chiefs. Chiefs got destroyed. It's getting hard. It's hard getting to the big one. It is. It's tough. It's a little bit why I said the measurement more for success should be looked at rather than us saying, is the team successful, and understanding, like when we're ascertaining the team where it stands right now, Jovan, it's less about saying how many Super Bowls have they gotten to the last 5 and 6 years. And it's more about saying how many conference championships have they gotten to in the last 5 or 6 years, because that's more of a keynote. That's more of a keynote important detail. Because as I was saying, 2017, you've got 17 teams in the NFC, the National Conference. There are 17 teams. Since 2017, 13 of those teams have gotten to the conference championship. Seattle is one of the 4 teams who have not. And that's not to me, that's an indicator here that you've gotten stagnant. That's in that time period, by the way, you had your Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime. In the middle of his prime. While you didn't get anywhere near, didn't even sniff a conference championship. Berg Show says, what did you think of DJ Dallas's 15-yard unsportsmanlike penalty called for kicking the ball? Maybe if he didn't do that, we could have held them for a 3 and out. I don't like players making stupid mental errors at times, but on that one, Berg Show, I didn't mind it. I felt like by that point in time, the officials were in the bag for the Rams one way or another, and they were going to make sure that they got that win one way or another, and it really wasn't going to matter. And I think that very thought was probably percolating through the mind of one DJ Dallas. But it felt good for me, him kicking that ball, because it was indicative of how frustrated I was watching the refs make those calls in this game like they were. So it at least was like, what was it? When they say something's like, what's the word I'm looking for? Where it's not ketonic, but like makes you feel a little bit better seeing it. One of you guys will know the word I'm trying to grab here, but Daniel W. says you're 100% right on the artificial inflation of the team. At the end of the day, the NFL is a business that just cares about making money. We as fans care about the integrity of the sport, but they just want to maximize dollars. It's the way it starts to feel, and it feels like it's becoming more so that way. It's getting more and more driven in that direction. And again, the problems with the ref stuff is not just beholden to our Seahawks this year. You're hearing this league-wide amongst a lot of different fan bases in the product they're watching on the football field, where there seems a little more control coming up from New York than there has been in the past. 12th North, what letter grade would you give Waldron? D-. You've implemented none of your new offense. You have not grown Russ's game in the least. Stuff was set up here for you to succeed. You have 2 great offensive receivers on the outside. You have some running backs. Offensive line wasn't amazing, but it was all right. And you basically have turned in a league worst offense with that. You've got the worst year. You've got the worst year of Russell Wilson's career. I think that if not an F, a D-. Yo Man Turner says, I'm a sports gambler, and I can testify Roger is Vince McMahon and the NFL players WWE sometimes. It's getting really bad with the officiating, not just our game tonight. That's a great point, Turner. That's what I want to say. It's not just us on this. I'm not just saying this is a Seahawks problem. This is a league-wide problem right now. And it's a this year problem. And I just can't help but feel like it's as much a problem this year because the gambling was fully embraced this offseason for the first time in NFL history across the board. They're basically in bed right now with this whole DraftKings stuff. So something just stinks to high heaven, man. Mr. Summerobi says, well, the first thing about the refs thing is I see is the refs are against us in just about every YouTube watch party. Everything you responded with, I've heard for years, but the point about the LA market is understandable. But if I thought for a second the games were geared towards certain teams, I'd be crushed as a sports fan in general. I would be too, Mr. Summerobi, and I'm hoping I'm wrong on this, okay? So I hope I'm completely wrong on this. Let's go back to let me take you back to another LA game a couple years ago, okay, Mr. Summerobi? The first game you guys played in LA. First game, right? Very first game. And I don't know if you can remember this game. You guys had you had Kenny Britt on your team as one of your main wide receivers, okay? And in that game, there's a play where you go down the football field, and Britt pushes off on the guy, okay? Pushes off on the cornerback and makes a big catch down the field. And it's called pass interference on the defensive player. You can go back and watch this game, and I'll even bring it up for you on the next stream if you want me to show you this, Summerobi. You go back later on that game. Russell throws it deep to Tyler Lockett. Same exact play. I mean, the same exact play. The defender's right with them. Lockett's trying to fight the defender off who is initiating the contact. Do they call defensive pass interference on the very same play in the very same game with the very same refereeing crew? No, they don't. It's called on Tyler Lockett on that play. It's called on Tyler on that play. And I've seen stuff like this since you guys have made this move to LA that I didn't see it in St. Louis. I didn't see it to the same degree in St. Louis. And I hope I'm wrong on it, Mr. Summerobi. I'm a guy who very often when the fans are in on this chat, if you come in here on the chat, you'll see me say, I ain't blaming this one on the officials. We lost this game. even when there are times where the officials are slanting away from us, like, for instance, the Minnesota Viking game this year or the Packer game. But I won't tend to go, it's the officials. I'll say, I don't like what the officials did in this game, but we lost this game. This is one game, though, where there were too many calls at too many key moments where I went, something stinks here with this. Something stinks here a little bit with this. And again, this is coming along right at the same time where gambling is being embraced with the NFL, where they have now an impetus, a motivation to more control things than ever before. I could be wrong on it. I hope I'm wrong on it, Mr. Summerobi. I do. I hope I'm wrong on this. But I'm getting more and more stuff on this where it's like, something's not right here. Alexander says, I'm a night owl. I hate mornings. You night owl? I'm 100% a night owl. I hate mornings. I'm the worst morning person in the world. If I could just sleep through a whole morning and just wake up early afternoon every day, I probably would. Daniel W. says, well said on the movie take. It's true. Yeah, it so saddens me to see. Like what they did to Luke Skywalker was just like, how dare you? How dare you? Got him sucking milk from a alien tit? Come on. John says that they're emasculating men in movies because they want to turn us into sexless, docile human robots. Maybe. Berg Show says, do you think steroids help MLB players more than the NFL? I do, from the standpoint of specifically, let's get specific, Berg Show, because I don't like ever getting in generalities and I don't like broad brushes. So let's get specific in this. Steroid help baseball players in recovery, and then in elongating their career because of that recovery process. One of the things that happens to you as you get older, 34, 35, 36, you don't recover as faster. And I think in baseball, playing 162 games a year, that getting those steroids kicking in on a daily basis to help you in that recovery process is huge. I think football's got a lot more higher impact situations that happen that can end up ending careers than baseball does. You don't have that same amount of blow after blow after blow after blow after blow, helmet hit after helmet hit, shoulder pad hit after shoulder pad hit, turning on ligaments at high speeds while wearing 20 pounds of pads, right? And then taking contact. They have a lot more of those higher impact situations where if even you're taking those steroids and getting the benefit of it, ligaments don't get aided by steroids, right? You know, there's only so much that the body can sustain in certain hits to certain points in the body, and it doesn't matter how muscle bound you are. Whereas the baseball players don't have that same kind of thing happening. It's more of a finesse sport, right? It's not a contact-based sport. So you are able to get a little bit longer, you're able to sustain a little bit longer on those steroids when they were rolling because of that. John Robbins says, more to your Hollywood statement, every conquering state always first gets rid of the strong alpha males. I'm definitely seeing a bit of that. You know, that definitely feels a little bit what's going on. And I don't think it's any coincidence that you're seeing some of the like Skywalker and Neo. You know, these are defining heroes of cinema, and they're tearing them down. John says, I don't understand with all the technology that they don't implement more electronics in the game for calls. I agree with you, man. I agree with you. I've always thought, for instance, baseball should do this with the strike calls. Like the umpire holds no sentimental, I want that old-timey baseball. Let's get them right. Get the calls right. It's better for the sport. At the end of the day, it's better to get the calls right than it is having your ambiance of umpires behind the plate. Kevin says, I think Pete has too much say on what the offense does game in and game out. You can see him approach Waldron in between drives, telling him presumably what he wants called on the ensuing series. Yeah, I agree, Kevin. That's been my indicator as well on this. That's been my instinct on this as well. And my proof on this is that the offense looks way more like what it's looked like the last 9 years than what it's looked than the Waldron offense he was supposedly bringing to the football team. There's got to be an explanation for that. And I can't think that Waldron just went crazy and decided all that stuff that helped make me successful and make the Rams successful for years, I'm going to throw all that away and not at my own behest. Without anybody telling me to do it, I'm just going to do it all on my own. I don't think so. I think it's more likely a coach has come in there and told them to do that. Adam Barney says, oops, at the Hawks Nest. Paulin ain't going to pay no more. That's why. Paulin's not alive anymore, Adam. Berg Show, Russell used to have the eye of the tiger. He's lost that. Is it me or does he look washed up at only 33 years of age. I don't know if he's washed up. I agree with you that he doesn't have the eye of the tiger. That's something I absolutely would say that is the case right now. He has not got the same fire we once saw as a younger player. Is he washed up? I don't know. Is it that he's checked out on the organization and he's not buying in as much? You know, he's not sold on Carroll being able to get him to the heights of heights anymore? Maybe. Mr. Summerobi, I remember the Brit play. Rams were gifted for sure. Teams get gifted all the time. For every blown call is the other side, the team that gets gifted. But I will keep my eyes even more open. Take care. Fair enough, man. Fair enough. And as I said, I'm with you. I can get the whole balancing part. But here's the thing, since you guys got into LA, I can't quite remember the last game we played against the Rams where the refs were slanting in our direction, where that balance took place, where the universe would happen on this end, now it'll happen on that end to kind of balance us all forward, right? So that's the one thing I'll say about that is if you can, and I'm open to being wrong on this, if you can remember a game that I'm forgetting on this, but that's the one thing I go to in my mind is where is it that I've seen? And then you back it up with other stuff like, for instance, that Saints matchup a couple of years ago in the playoffs where your guy goes over and absolutely decleats the running back, the wide receiver on the play as the ball is being thrown at him. And how that doesn't get called a pass interference is, that was as egregious as it gets. That's not my team. I don't care about the Saints. But that was as egregious as it gets. And on a call that got them into the Super Bowl at that point, But keep an eye out for Mr. Summerobi. I want to report if you see this in other places. John Robinson says Mark Hamill hates the new Star Wars movies. It made me appreciate Mark all that much more is when the press was coming out for it and he didn't try to doll it up. He didn't try to wipe it over. He didn't try to say, oh, well, they're doing their original take on it. He just crapped all over it as he was doing the press junkins. And I love Mark for that. I love him for doing that because, Disney and all of them can go F themselves for what they try to do with those Star Wars movies. Maybe there's some new fans out there that loved it and that's what's gotten you onto it. But, why do we got to create your fandom on the back of destroying my childhood? Why did the guys that I held to high revere and high cause and stuff? And boy, I'll tell you, as a guy that didn't have my dad around all the time, and when you had Luke growing up and your kid growing up and you're young and you see what he does and not having it, and boy, that has an effect on you as a kid. We were a lot of latchkey kids in the 80s, and that's why Skywalker had as much a mark on him as he did. And then you go and you decide to crap all over it in your silly, stupid sequel that nobody likes, so that you can make I don't know. I hated that. Yo, man, I can make the case the Rams team that went into the Super Bowl is way better than this Rams team, which is why I know Sean McVay and his clipboard will fail down the line. He played himself. You could make that argument. I think they had more, I think, cohesion on that team. They've done a little bit more of trying to part this one together, whereas that was a little bit more, you'd sort of built that all from within at that time. Yeah, I can see that. I do still think, to Mr. Summerobi's point, he may coach himself out, but I do still think McVay's a good coach. I think he still does a solid job. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. We can go 2-15 as long as we sweep the 49ers every year. I'll be happy. Fair enough. Mr. Summerobi, man, I felt guilty as F on that Saints call. Trust me. But what do I do? What would you do? Oh, you don't apologize for it, man. Take the win. You know what I mean? I ain't asking you as a Ram fan to say, you're right. We're gifted everything. I don't. But don't call me crazy for also making an observation that's pretty clear to be made as well. But I never would expect the opposition to give that inch. I wouldn't either if I was on your end of it. So it's all good. But I'm not taking crazy pills. You know what I mean? I'm not taking crazy pills. Berg Show, why do most of the teams in the NFL play an AstroTurf or field turf or whatever it's called? I believe that every team should play on natural grass. I agree. There you have, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of 38% more lower leg injuries on turf, and that those tend to be more severe lower leg injuries. The data's out there. The data shows this. I don't quite understand as much either why. What somebody mentioned in the chat before, which I think was probably the reason if you look at it, because you go, well, more injuries, that makes the product worse on the football field, less of your stars. That wouldn't seem to help the bottom line of the NFL, right? And I wondered if initially it was because it costs so much more to to treat the grass, especially in some of these tougher places like Seattle, for instance, with the winters that we get. Maybe it'll be harder to keep the grass in play, especially when you have those high school teams come in there and some of the other attractions that you have in the stadium. I think the person that made this point, and I can't give you credit for, I forget your name, who did it last show when we were talking about this, brought up a good point. You are faster on field turf than you are on natural grass. More faster players on field turf, just like if you have players in a dome stadium, you score more points in a dome. The NFL wants more points, right? So more points, the better. And if there are more points scored on AstroTurf or field turf rather than the grass, you'll see more field turf maybe because of that. I don't know if that's the reason, but that sounded pretty good to me. John Armin says, what's the least amount of draft capital they'll take for Russ next year? Also, I don't see how the Browns don't push for Russ. They'd be a Super Bowl contender immediately. Well, the thing to consider with that, John, of course, is Russ has got the no-trade clause, so he has some say as to where he goes. A guy that's talked a lot about his legacy and growing his star, does he accomplish that in Cleveland? Yeah, they've got the kind of a similar stacked team that's a reasonable comparison to what Brady got to go to with the Bucs. Not quite as talented, I would say, but reasonably close, I suppose you could say. But he has some say on that. I don't think that he thinks he's going to grow his star at its brightest in Cleveland, wearing the Browns colors, versus, let's say, going to New York or going to Philadelphia or even going to Las Vegas. I just don't know if he would think that he's going to have the same kind of a claim going there. And does any of us think, John, that Sierra's going to sign off on going to Cleveland? There is no part of Sierra that I see saying that says Cleveland to me. D-Nugget says Seattle with zero COVID having to move to Tuesday game on Christmas week with Sunday game coming is nonsense. Agreed, D-Nugget. And as I said earlier on this live stream, if it had been the Seahawks that had sustained that COVID situation, do any of you doubt at all that the league office would have had us forfeit this game? Do you think they would have given us a couple extra days? I don't. Kevin says treatment of the grass in cold weather cities. Yeah, I think that's been a part of it, I think. Yovan, hearing the fan base constantly talking about about trading you will discourage any great quarterback. That interview that Russ gave was taken completely out of context. No, this is a place we will disagree on this, Yovan. This is an argument that's been presented a couple times to me that somehow that it was the media that created this whole Russell wants to leave Seattle thing. Russell Wilson's representatives submitted a list of 4 teams that he was willing to be traded to if the Seahawks wanted to trade him. Okay? Yovan, no player does that. No quarterback who's sitting at the head of his franchise did that. And he did it on the heels of having his piss and moan tour where he talked about being hit too much and talking about wanting to have say on the coaching staff and wanting to have personnel decision making. Now, maybe he should have all of those things, but doing all of those things back to back to back to back and then submitting your list on top of that was him pushing for a trade. And when you push as a trade softly as a quarterback, even if you don't full on hard line it, you don't endear yourself to the fan base. And you're going to push the fan base to push you out the door vis-a-vis. It was a little bit of the game that Russell played, but this was not a media creation. If Russell Wilson had been silent, if Russell didn't pipe up as much, if he didn't have a representation submit the list of 4 teams, there would be way less of a clamoring for this. There'd be way less noise in this respect. He created that noise. That wasn't the media and that wasn't the front office. That was Russell Wilson and his people. And the reason he did it, Yovan, and I can understand why he did it. I can. I'm not throwing shade at Russell for doing it. Doesn't change the fact that he did it. But the reason he did it, Yovan, was to do what? Lay groundwork. Because as I just said a second ago, Russell is very, 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 very interwoven into his legacy. He's very worried about his public relations. This is why when he speaks so robotically, because he doesn't want to say the wrong thing. He's not worried about saying the right thing. He's worried about saying that wrong thing. So he's going to keep it very milquetoast. You know what I mean? So again, it might be a spot that we just disagree with on, but that was not self-created out of the ether. Russell Wilson's people created this. They created to create the baseline. Why? To save himself from a public relations standpoint. Not locally in Seattle, Yovan. He was laying the groundwork for nationally in the perspective of Russell Wilson. And what he wanted to set as a narrative was this. I'm in Seattle. They're not getting the most out of me. They're not building a team around me. They're not supporting me properly. And so it's going to be okay for me to then move on, and I'm not going to get any blowback on my Q rating because of the fact that nationally I will have laid the groundwork where people will have accepted this as this being the narrative. That's why that was released in the manner it was this offseason. It was done controlled, like a controlled demolitions, and it was done with a purpose. And he's gonna be able to bear out that. He's gonna be able to sort of reap the benefits of that foundation, not through this year, but in this offseason when he's actually able to be moved to the team that he probably wants to be moved to. Mr. Summer, are you crazy? Crazy, no way. You're the most level-headed host on the net. Oh, thank you, Mr. Summer Hobie. I was just saying, I rooted for the Hawks when the Rams moved to St. Louis, so I have a fondness for you bitter rivals. Well, hey, I got a fondness for you guys too, but it's as much as the aggressiveness. I like McVay. I do like you guys have gone for it this year. I even if it doesn't work out for you as a football team and you got to take a couple of years of taking it on the nose to pay the price for the cost of this season, at least you went all in. Which my team's sitting on $13 million of cap space right now. My team could have converted $10 million of Russell's base to bonus and created another $10 million on top of that. They're sitting on basically $23 million of cap space as we're sitting in the cellar in the first year in 20 years that the salary cap receded. That's tough. That's tough. But I got appreciation too for what the Rams are doing, man. I may sound like I'm hating, I know you know, but I do appreciate when franchises do things smart. And all three of the franchises in this division, frankly, do a lot of smart moves. They do more smart than they do stupid. I'm glad we got that fondness. John S. says half a yard. Penny is doing better. He is doing better. They're still not using him right, John. They're still hammering him up the middle, which I don't get. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Would Russ really want to go to the Giants where he's going to get compared to Eli Manning every time he plays? Yes, because I think he has, whether it's misguided or not, I think he has the confidence that he's a much better player than Eli. And I think that he thinks that they're going to build the offense around him if he made that trade, which they probably would. They'd give him a top-of-the-line offensive line. And I'm probably pretty convinced at this point that Russell Wilson thinks that if he had a top-end offensive line, that he would be able to recapture his productivity. I think Russell does believe that. And boy, that's this big a market. It's the biggest market in the country. Don't forget that as well. That's a big factor on this. Going to LA, you're going to the biggest market in the country. Jovan Turner says, Russ has always been quiet. He finally speaks up one time, but Aaron Rodgers constantly cries and comes up short. I don't get it. If you don't win the big one, MVPs don't count, no matter the player. Well, let me unpack it a little bit here and what you're saying. Yeah, Russ has always been quiet. No, last year wasn't the first time that he spoke up. He spoke up 2 years ago saying we need more superstars. He's spoken up at times. He was just at his most vocal last offseason. But Jovan, you've got to address the fact that he submitted a list of 4 teams he's willing to be traded to. Go show me a quarterback in NFL history that has ever submitted a list of teams and then wasn't traded. If you start doing that, you're telling the team to move on from me. And the thing I just mentioned about them sitting on the $13 million of cap space had everything. The reason that they're sitting on that $13 million of cap space and they didn't use it in this first year and 20 years the cap receded is because they were planning softly on moving on from Russ after this year because they knew after last season he wanted to be out of town. But they weren't willing to eat $38 million of dead money hit last season versus the $26 million of dead money minus the $13 million that you have you're rolling over from this year's cap. So it goes from $38 million of dead money last year, which is not going to happen. That's why you didn't see him traded, to $13 million this offseason, which will probably get him traded. And I don't have any love for Aaron Rodgers either. So I don't like Aaron Rodgers' whole stick either. Is he a better quarterback? Has he played better than Russell Wilson? Has he been more prolific than Russell Wilson? Yes, he has. But that's not to say I'm a big fan of Aaron Rodgers and him taking that either. I don't necessarily love these quarterbacks doing this in the way that they're doing this. I don't think it's helping things to pipe up like they are. I've certainly not been presented with a lot of evidence that it does that. Mr. Summerobi says, how would you judge the difference for Russ's trade value before this year and now after his thumb injury riddled year, or does it even matter? I tend to think that it's really not going to matter that much, Mr. Somerobi, because I think there's going to be more. I've got a variety of reasons for this. Number one, you're not looking at the situation you looked at last year. Part of what held up the trade last year was, yes, the $38 million of dead money. The other part of it was that there wasn't as many teams that were willing to trade for Russell as I think that there might be this offseason. And the reason there wasn't as many teams last offseason was because there was a guaranteed 5 quarterbacks that were going to go in the top 15 picks of last year's draft. And those were rightful first-round picks, meaning those were quarterbacks of true talent who should be picked in that range. Versus, let's say, this year, where you've got a good 10 quarterbacks who will probably be taken from the 2nd to the 4th round. But I don't know if I can even make really a stark argument for any of them being a first round pick. And so when teams look at that this year, and they're going to be very well aware of that, that's going to drive them, in my opinion, more towards looking at the quarterback. So a little bit of this is the lay of the land that we've got to take into account. And the lay of the land has changed this offseason versus offseason in that respect. I also do think, to your point on this, the teams are going to look at the fact that Russell rushed back from the finger injury too fast, that he probably was never at any point 100% in a given season. Russell probably tell this to these teams when they're having a talk in the offseason. They will also look at the Seattle Seahawks and see that in Russell's 10 years here in Seattle, we've never built a pass-protecting offensive line first and foremost for him. We've always built run blockers first, and this is no small point on this. Whenever Seattle has looked at an offensive lineman over a 10-year period, Carroll first says, what can he do first as a run blocker, and then whatever he can do as a pass blocker, great. Dwayne Brown's really the only guy who's been able to do both. But every other guy, Mike Iupati, Ethan Posick, Jermaine Effetti, Brandon Shell, Gabe Jack, go down the line. Run blockers first and foremost. Whatever you can get done pass blocking, whatever. Teams are very well aware of this as well. Very well aware of this as well. And they'll look at this. It only takes one team to talk themselves into say, hey, we'll actually build an offensive line around him. And he's not going to have his finger broken this year. And, before he broke his finger, he was playing some of his most efficient football. Was he his most productive? Was he his best version of Russell Wilson at the start of the year before the finger injury? No. But he was hitting on, 73% of his passes. He had something like a 4-to-1 touchdown interception ratio. It wasn't all bad, is that's what I'm saying. So I think teams are going to tend to give him more of a pass than they're going to hold his feet to the fire for the back end of these games. Danny W says, I think the Eagles ruined their chance at Russ with the winning they're doing. Their picks aren't very high. Giants are honestly the best scenario for all parties involved. We get a top 10 picks, a bridge quarterback. Makes sense? Makes sense. Yovan says, and Russ should have won MVP that year when Lamar won it. I agree. The Ravens had 6 All-Pro players and 15 Pro Bowl players. We had 2, Russ and Bobby. Have you seen Lamar lately? No, I agree with you. No, I agree with you on that, Yovan. That was the year Russ should have absolutely won, and it's ridiculous he didn't at least get some Pro Bowl, get some MVP votes. But yeah, for that reason almost alone. Lamar had so much more to work with on that team. Matthew Galendez says, moving forward, what should the front office do or ownership? New head coach, new quarterback, offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, et cetera, in your opinion? First and foremost, I would go with this, Matthew, is I would go with an offensive-minded head coach. I would get a defensive coach to just defensive coordinator to just take all of the defensive duties over. Essentially, you have a head coach who's an offensive coach. That's his lane. I would go for more of a certain name. I wouldn't want to gravitate really towards a guy like an Eric Bieniemy. Maybe Kellen Moore, but even that wouldn't be my first and foremost. I would take a look at guys that were known quantities out there. See if you could make a trade with the Saints to maybe pick Sean Payton up. That would be interesting, especially if in my plan, I would keep Russell Wilson. So I would hold on to Russell. I would get an offensive-minded head coach. I'd build an offensive line around Russell Wilson. I'd transition to a 3-4 defense, an attacking downhill defense. I would pull a little bit of my assets from the defensive side of the ball and put them to the offensive side of the ball, specifically those offensive lines. And then in my defense, I'd have an attacking downhill defense to where there's going to be some big plays in this defense, but there's also going to be a lot of game-changing plays because they're going to be aggressive and they're going to be coming downhill at you constantly. And so I want to build more of a format as I build my team going forward and understanding that the NFL has built this to be an offensive league. They have put defenses behind the 8 ball. So build towards the offense, get by as you can on the defensive side of the ball, and let's roll that way. A little bit like what the Chiefs have done. The Chiefs have basically run with Chris Jones, the Honey Badger, and Frank Clark, and that's been about their entire defense over the last couple of years while trying to create a super offense on the other side of things. To me, that's a model worth trying to replicate. Yovan says the game against the Cowboys in the playoffs when we decided to run 30 times against the number one run defense is another example. We could have made some noise that year. Yeah, what did we wait until halfway into the third quarter before we finally trusted Russ? I mean, even the Packers game in 2019, you almost spent most of the first half in that game trying to do the same thing. Carroll's approach to how he looks at offenses is just the same kind of approach you tend to see in defensive-minded head coaches. This is why one of the reasons I kind of gravitate towards not wanting a defensive-minded head coach moving forward. They all seem to be very much cliche in their approach. I'm going to build my super defense. I'm going to play good special teams. I'm going to really run the ball, and I just want my offense to not make mistakes. There's a little bit of a play not to lose approach towards the offense from the defensive-minded head coaches, and this annoys me a little bit. It really does, and we've really had to see sort of the detriments of that. That Cowboys game is a great example. I think the Packers game is a little more of that. It's not as bad as that Cowboys example. That's the perfect example of the Carroll, trying to run the offense and the defense at the same time. But they never trusted Russ at that time when he was in his prime, Yovan. They didn't really. And I've said again, this is a little bit of the biggest failing for Coach Carroll, is he did not make that same change that Bill Belichick did. Belichick and Carroll are the same coach, same type of coach. They play different schemes, right? Belichick wants to do more 3-4. Carroll's more of a 4-3. But they have the same kind of methodology in their base. I'm going to run the ball. I'm going to play great defense. I'm going to play great special teams. I'm not going to beat myself. But then Belichick realized halfway into his tenure with New England that, oh my God, I've got a Hall of Fame quarterback that I've lucked into in the 6th round. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. And what did he do? Did he say, I'm doubling back down into my own methodology? Sure, I got that Hall of Fame quarterback, but I don't care. I want to just do what I do. I'm going to do what I do. No, he was versatile. He was flexible. He brought in the spread concepts from college football, specifically going to Chip Kelly in Oregon and learning those concepts and implementing them in full because they built and they fit at their best to Tom Brady's skill set, being the short passing game, being his ability to process pre-snap, being his ability to throw with anticipation. So did Carroll make that same transition with Wilson halfway into his tenure? No. He doubled back down into his same methodology. And I would argue this is why we have flatlined the last 5 and 6 years overall. Nick Saban had the same choice in Alabama. Same 3 coaches, same methodology really at their base. You take these coaches when they first started as head coaches, all of them operate from the same standpoint. But Belichick, but Saban started to learn a couple years ago, and he's talked about this in multiple interviews. I can't keep getting by with the same old thing. I've got to change this up. Offense, it's not good enough to just run the football and be great defensively. Offenses are too good. They're going to score their points. I've got to get more explosive offensively. I've got to put more points on the board. I've got to start recruiting the great receiving talents. And it's helped him tap into another level of success there in Alabama. And Carroll just did not make the same kind of transition in his career that he should have made. Michael Gallandez, thank you for subscribing, sir. You are a kind man for doing so. Gentleman and a scholar. Mr. Samiobi says, you demand, I'll be back. Good luck, Hawk fans. Hey, good luck to you this year going forward too, man. Matthew Gallandez, Joe Burrow. Understood 100. I like that. Thank you. Joe Burrow's good. Solid. I've been really impressed by Joe Burrow coming off that knee injury. I mean, that was a scary knee injury, and he's bounced back this year and still played really good football. You talk about one of the best anticipating throwers in the league right now because he's not a guy with upper level arm strength. But boy, he can sure throw. He can sure throw with some timing. He really can. I think Burrow's going to be a good quarterback in this league for a very long time. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Don't forget Juan Thornhill. Kid's a beast. I did forget him. He's a good one too. But they sure get by Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish with the bare minimum there in KC. And they have success with it. Burke Show says Saints shut out the Bucks in Tampa. Very rare. Tom is finally looking his age. He looks like he has a dead arm. Can't throw it more than like 30 yards. Do you think he's hit the wall? No. I mean, as I understand it, he was down all of his wide receivers in that game, wasn't he? I mean, he was down Mike Evans. He's down Mike Godwin. He's down Antonio Brown. So you're the 4th round kid that they took and somebody else, So you remove a quarterback's top 3 receivers, he's probably going to look not very good. And they don't run the ball well enough there in Tampa Bay to be able to just lean on the running game. He may be starting to top out though. I mean, look, Father Time is eventually going to catch up to the guy. So it could be some of that coming into this too. You know, that could be a little bit of that there could be a little bit of that factoring in. It's going to hurt him with Godwin being out the rest of the year. That's a tough break for them. He's kind of their do-it-all receiver who fills in the blanks for them and gives them whatever they need in a particular game. Daniel W., we wasted Russell's youth, but he is no longer youthful. Time to trade him, rebuild with Malik Willis. I promise he will be a better pro quarterback than a college quarterback like Lamar Jackson. Give him NFL talent. I don't know. Lamar won a Heisman with Louisville. Sounds good to me, man. And I'm at that stage of things where I think it is going to be time where we probably have to move on from Russ, like it or not. So it's going to be where this plays out. Daniel W. says it's not hard to play quarterback in an RPO system when you're the most athletic player on the field, and he has a much better deep ball than Lamar. He does. He's got a little more of he got a little bit more of an over the top, more of a smoother delivery in the way the ball comes out of his hand than Lamar too. Probably a little more of a catchable ball. Adam says, "Oh, you skipped my statement about Russell moving to Las Vegas." I'm sorry, man. I thought you were just on a talking trash tip. So if you're just talking trash and riding me down 7.5 hours into my stream, you'll excuse me if I don't skip over your comment. But let me read what you had to say. He said he should have went to Las Vegas and gamble against the bookies in the hit squad that the NFL ain't talking about. Okay. Well, he might go to Las Vegas. So I could see it happen, Adam. Since gambling is ultimately the NFL prize, people need to wake up. That hit squad is real. Shark Gang. Now you're convincing me, Adam. I'm getting more and more convinced when I watch what we watched today. You know, Yovan, when Pete Carroll said he loved close games, I could have choked the gum right out of his mouth. Yeah, it's another thing. Both him and Wilson have this in common to me, Yovan. It's a little bit of what's driven me crazy with both of them, as they both end up just glossing over the mistakes in favor of being positive Pauls. And I understand the whole, keep a neutral state of mind, don't dwell on the negative, all this newfangled, new agey approach to things where you never speak negative about anything so that you never, it's like some secret crap where you're manifesting positivity into the universe. I think it's horse crap. And it's a lot of times in a way for either coach and player to make excuses for poor performance on the football field, for things that shouldn't be made excuses for, where they should just be taking responsibility for it. Berkshire says, why did Julian Edelman retire? He's only 34. He was a beast. Maybe punch drunk? I think there was just a variety of lower leg injuries that ended up catching up to him, Berkshire, and he just could not stay healthy. And when, I think we saw this a little bit with Doug Baldwin as well, where you get near the end and multiple surgeries over and over again. Your body's just beaten all to hell, and you just don't have anything else left in the tank really to go back at it again. And I mean, I can't blame it. You go through a couple of surgeries, maybe you reach a point where you're like, okay, I've done this enough now. I don't want to go back out there and take another hit and do another 6 months of rehabbing for something that the doctors are telling me there's a high likelihood that it's going to get injured again. United says, I'll miss Pete cheerleading when he leaves. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Adam says, at the Hawks Nest, the way Skip Bayless speaks of him, making average players look good, Tom Brady looks like a normal quarterback with less talented wide receivers. Yeah, at this point, Adam, he needs to have great players around him. Tom Brady is not a miracle worker at this point in time in his career by any measure, and he chose the perfect team for him with the most stacked talent, especially with him bringing in Gronkowski and Antonio Brown and Leonard Fournette to then pair with Ronald Jones. I mean, he got to put together playmakers all over on the outside that he got to throw with. And it was proven in his last year in the Patriots is if he doesn't have those prime targets to throw to, he's not going to be able to maybe overcome like he did when he's a little bit of a younger player. And I don't want it to sound like I'm coming off as some Tom Brady, fanboy. I'm not. But, he is limited even at his advanced age here. But again, you're down your top three receivers. Show me a quarterback that's going to excel in those kind of conditions. And Day Nugget says, if Russ goes, it will likely be to New York. I can tell they are done with my Daniel Jones. I think they are. Injuries and concussions. Yeah. Inconsistent play, injuries and concussions. It gets them out. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. When Pete Carroll gets fired in the offseason, I'm going to miss that gum chewing. That gum has won us a lot of games. Yeah. Especially when it's that intense chew. Like the cow chewing its cud. Berg Show, I'm tired of Pete and Russell's positivity. I miss old school coaches like Mike Ditka who would get pissed and tell off reporters. Me too. I like a little more of the fire and brimstone out of my coach. I get tired of this positive stuff in every direction of things, especially, again, when you got to call it what it is. Because I think that part of the problem with staying in that positive mindset of things, and this is the issue I have those people who say, just always stay positive. Don't ever do the negative. You don't ever fix problems, though, that are at play. You end up just glossing them over and saying the glass is actually half full. It's not completely empty when it's completely empty. And I think that that's been a place that, both Carroll and Wilson have that in common. And Dickett was awesome, Berg Show. D-Nugget, is Aaron Rodgers right now the best quarterback doing so much with so little? I mean, they built him a great offensive line. You can't undersell that. And where you have not necessarily given Rodgers the playmakers on the outside, you have always given him the great offensive line, whereas with Wilson, at times you've given him the playmakers on the outside, but then not giving him the offensive line. You've done the inverse of it. Daniel says, I can't help but think what our defense could look like if we traded 2 firsts for Jalen Ramsey and drafted Montez Sweat, which seemed like the obvious moves. I remember we as fans wanted Ramsey when he was available in a trade. Yeah, I just couldn't see the Ramsey thing happening for this reason, Daniel. The thing you always got to remember about that trade is this. The Jaguars at the time were running the Seattle Seahawks defense, and Ramsey was tired of playing off coverage, zone-based defense, which wasn't getting the most out of his skill set. He wanted to go to more of a man-based scheme, which if he came here to Seattle, he was going to go back into the same scheme that he was having problems with. I don't think you could have sold Ramsey on wanting to come here because of that. But Montez Sweat, absolutely. Absolutely, that would have been the pick that you could have went out there and grabbed, and he would have made a lot of sense. He would have been a great pass rusher for you. But I love Ramsey. I would have loved to have him here, but I don't know if he would have loved to have been here. Clara, how you doing, Clara? Good to see you on in here. Clara says, yes, Joe Biden, Russell Wilson wants to win. Once on the market, there will be other teams interested, not just New York. He fits better with the Broncos or Saints or other teams. He might. I do think there's going to be a variety of teams, Clara, that are going to be looking for his services, but I think New York is the one that makes the most aggressive, and they have the most ammunition that they're sitting on. The Broncos have some draft capital. The Saints don't have a whole lot, but they got those 2 first-round picks in this year's draft, and 2 fairly high first-round picks at that. D-Nugget says, I agree. I'm all about positivity, but at some point you need accountability. Yeah, you got to measure it, right? Positivity with some measure of accountability, right? That's our new saying on the channel. That's the slogan. Let's put that on a t-shirt. Positivity with accountability equals Super Bowl. Yo, Van Turner, Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes benefit the most from yak this year, which means a lot of dinking and dunking is going on. Literally, they are the number 1 and number 2 statistically as far as yak. That's the new NFL game. Get the ball in your players' hands. This is coming up from college and the evolution we've seen in college doing the similar stuff. It's less about your guy holding the ball, sitting back there, waiting the long developing routes take effect down the football field. When you're dinking and dunking, you're not only taking easy throws that are usually there by the defense, because a lot of defenses are protecting against the deep ball. You're getting the ball out of the quarterback's hands, so he's getting hit less often. It's harder to get a pass rush there. Burke says, I think Russ needs to bring back his beard. Can't hurt. He had a beard when we won the Super Bowl. It can't hurt, man. It can't hurt. D-Nugget says, like the chat, folks. Yes, please do hit that like button on the chat if you've not hit it already. I do appreciate it. It helps this channel grow a bunch. Burke shows his old school head coach from Baltimore Colts, Jim Mora, when he said, playoffs. I hope we could just win a game. I miss those guys. Yeah, he was a color for one. We got his son here for a year, Burke Show. His son came in head coach just for a year, but he didn't have any of that colorful nature of his father. He just had a lot of gruff. Yami says one other thing is that the Seahawks would much rather trade Russ outside of the conference, so my money is honestly on Denver. Could be Yami. Thing I always do say to consider on this, though, is don't forget Russell does have the no trade clause. Does have some say on where he goes. It's not just where they can flip him wherever they want to flip him. Matthew Gallandez says, I'll be the first to say I would campaign a Wilson-Burrow trade. Too bad we got nothing to offer Cincinnati. I don't think Russ would want to go to Cincinnati, Matthew. That's the other thing with that, though. Because as I was just saying above, the thing you got to consider with this is he's got a no-trade clause in his contract. So Russ does get some say about where his next destination is going to be. As well as I think Cincinnati's pretty happy with Burrow at this point. They're good with running with him going forward. He's played really well for them. I think he's delivered. Big Country says playoff chances are like 4%, maybe less. It feels like less, doesn't it, Big Country? It sure does feel like less right now. I'll tell you that. It feels like real close to less. Adam says, peace out. Great MF and show. Thanks, Adam. Best luck to you guys. Thanks, Big Country. I think we caught up the chat here. Amir, it only took me 8 hours. But I caught up in the chat. Jovan Turner says, Joe Burrow cannot stay healthy and hasn't done a thing. Can we stop with Joe already? And he's very inconsistent. Well, I mean, he went to a Cincinnati Bengal team too. Let's never forget that. You're going Cincinnati as a quarterback. There's not a lot of quarterbacks that succeeded with them. I think he's been the brightest guy on that team since they've had Carson Palmer there at the quarterback position. I think that they did it wrong in Cincinnati, Jovan. This is one thing, if we're going to move on from get a new quarterback going forward, this is the thing that I say is an important lesson you need to learn from football over the last 20 years. And that is that you don't go and first get the quarterback and they'll then build the offensive line. You build the offensive line and then go get the quarterback. And I think the Cincinnati Bengals, being that they're the Cincinnati Bengals and this is what they do, they of course got it opposite wrong. They went after the quarterback first and then said, we'll figure out the offensive line later. And then they got the ever-loving hell beat out of him, including having his ACL torn last year. But they didn't run the ball at all last year. They were throwing sometimes 50, 60 times a football game as he was a rookie. They set him up to get injured, in my opinion. I don't know that Joe Burrow is ever going to be a world beater or an all-pro type. He's not on the same level of Justin Herbert or Patrick Mahomes. But I do think that he is, I think he's a good player for them going forward. And he's only in his second year, too. Give him a little time. Johan Turner says, Joe's small hands can stay in Cincinnati. I'm good. I don't want Joe, so I'm with you there. I'm not trying to bring him over here, but I do think he's a good player. JJ Epperly says, it's sadder if Pete and Russ stay and we have a year like this next year, too. That would be sadder. Yeah, that would be sadder. I'd like to think if they did try to run it back with one last dance, that they would do some things vastly different than their approach to this season, but I don't have anything to back that up because they've certainly have been willing to make the same mistakes over and over for years at a time. Clara says, D Nugget, good luck in finding another franchise quarterback in the division each year. Seahawks refused to draft better and worst free agents when all their teams in the division made big changes. Very well said. And as I continue to say on this, Clara, where I stand, it is always, as I got to say, I got to make the prediction of what I think will happen versus what I want to have happen. And at the end of the day, I have my misgivings with Russ. I've got some issues with Russ. But at the end of the day, if I'm in charge and I'm running the show, I would be still riding with Russ and bringing on an offensive-minded head coach if I'm the one in charge. Of course, I'm not the one in charge, so I just don't think that that's going to be I don't think that's going to be the direction that they go. And D Nugget says, I'll be super sad if Russ leaves. Yeah, it will be sad to see Russ go. Danny W says, have a good night. Good show. You and Brandon keep the Seahawks season interesting for the more astute fans. Thank you, man. I know he's doing great. He's doing some great work over there this year, man. Brendan's been killing it. So I love doing my weekly show with him and talking Seahawks shop. And we're going to have a lot to talk about this Thursday, no doubt about it. But my pleasure, man. Thank you for watching, Daniel. I appreciate you. Burke Show says, peace out, man. You're a machine. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I'm now focused on the Mariners and hoping the Major League lockout will end. However, I don't think that they're talking to each other right now. Yeah, it's gonna be a contentious back and forth on that. They'll figure it out, I think, before the start of the season. It's just too much in their interest to get this going and get it back on the right track. But there'll probably be some tough negotiations ongoing to make it happen. No doubt about that. Gal G says, plus side, Seahawks have a lot of cap room next year. We are sitting on right now the 10th amount most of cap space. If you move on from Bobby Wagner, you'd have an increase on that 10th in position. You'd have $16.75 million. You could add in addition to that. You're going to save about $1 million on moving on from LJ Collier. I do think that you have the potential of moving on from Russ, which though you do take a $26 million dead money hit, you technically at that point still end up, I think, saving like $12 million off the cap hit this year, moving on from Russ. So if you made some real aggressive moves, you'd have to move on from two of your biggest, most important players to do so, but you would have basically essentially the de facto most amount of salary cap space in the entire NFL at that time. Berkshaw says, I'd rather blow this whole thing up than making it to the playoffs and just have a one and done. That's where I land, Berg Show. I don't one and done's, consistent winning. It just doesn't do a whole lot for me, especially when it has to be at the cost of the ultimate prize, of being truly competitive, of truly being an elite team in the NFL for a 1 or 2 given year period at the cost of being a consistent team for a 5 or 6 year period. That's not a trade that I'd like to make. Matthew says, Jesus Jovan, nothing says Russ Simp better than you. Jovan says, I had to watch Matt Hasselbeck and others play. Please no. Run it back one more time, then blow it up. Hey, it's possible to go that way. I think Russ is going to want out of town at the end of the day, though. I think he's going to drive for the end of the day. I think he's going to want to make a trade happen, and I think the Seahawks are going to be willing at that time to accommodate him. All right, reached the end of the chat here. Man, what a show today, guys. This has been a sad day in Seahawks sports. Sad day for our Seahawks. You're basically essentially knocked up out of the playoffs on this loss. It's a tough loss at the hands of certain times, some of it being the official's hand. It's been rough. But the thing that has not been rough in this, and the thing that is just I'm encouraged by and I love with you guys, is that you guys make this a little easier for me. I'd be sitting here on my own if I was just watching this game, spending all night just turning this over, pissed off. But you guys allow me to get back in here and get to laughing, get to being making jokes, just still talking Seahawks sports, talking our football team, being able to still dive in the details of this, which in somehow or another, some odd way, makes this a little bit easier. Makes it a little bit easier to sort of swallow this. It's been a tough, tough year. If I had to have watched this year and not been able to do these live streams and talk with you guys, I don't know. I might be in a corner right now just holding my knees and rocking back and forth. But you guys have made this an amazing season, even in its loss, even in being as bad as we are. You're encouraging, you're positive, you're supportive. You guys drop your money on this. You hit the like button. When I say hit the like button, you subscribe. When I ask you guys to subscribe, everything I've asked from you guys to do as an audience member, you guys have done it every step to help continue to get this channel to grow. And tonight, we had Tom Grossi come in the house. I know some of you don't know who Tom Grossi is. This guy with 250,000 subs. Coming in, and he's seen something in this channel. He's seen something in you guys in the chat and said, hey, let's encourage those people. Let's help those people out. Let's go raid those folks. And it makes my heart almost like the Grinch grow 10 sizes bigger when I see Tom do something like that. Not just because I already respected Tom, because it's just another indication we're on the right path here. We're moving in the right direction. And it ain't just me here. It's me and you. It's me and you. We are going to make this what this is. All of us are. Not just one person. And so thank you guys for everything you guys do to make this chat what it is, to make this channel what it is, with all the support you guys bring. I say it, but I don't think I say it enough at times, because I don't get anywhere without you guys out there. I don't get to talk. I don't get to discuss like we're going to discuss. I don't get to go for 8 hours at a time unless you guys have my back, unless you guys are riding there right with me. So thank you to all of you for that, man. I love you guys. You're like my family out there. We've been going now just about 3 years on this channel. We just keep going higher and higher and higher, and we're not even near halfway up yet. We're not even halfway up yet. We're just starting our rise. We're just getting there. So thank you to all of you guys out there. Brian says, Tom Grossi's way cool. You're still here, Cool Breeze. Just sign off, my guy. Just sign off. Have a beer, have a shot, have a bong hit, says Berg Show. Sounds good, man. On it. On it. Gal says, end of a dynasty. It's been fun. Just be grateful Seattle has a team. I am grateful they have a team. I'm grateful for my Seahawks. I'm grateful for the Super Bowl championship we did get, right? We're not like the Cardinals, right? Our trophy case ain't empty. We got Lombardi in there. And it feels at least good in that respect. It feels good. We'd like a little bit more, but we're not going to be greedy today. We're going to be happy with a little bit of what we got. We're going to understand this is a bad year. We're going to take our medicine, swallow it down. And you better believe NFC West, we're coming back twice as strong next year. You got a 1 year pass, but that is only going to be a 1 year pass. We will be back. We will return. This Phoenix will rise again from the ashes of death and destruction. So while it is dark now, while it looks like the odds are lying that we can return back to prominence, don't you give up, and don't you ever forget. Don't you ever forget. Happy holidays, Matthew Galladins. Don't you forget as well. Thank you for subscribing. D Nugget, I appreciate you, man. And you guys don't ever forget. Brighter days are ahead. The night is darkest just before the something or other. Please don't forget. We will return. We will be back. There is a part 2 here. There will be a remake. There will be a reboot. Believe that. Because we're riding with this team. Ride or die, don't matter. 100% of the time, win or lose, we're right here. Because that's what makes us the 12s. I love you guys. Don't forget. Stay on point. Don't give up. Don't lose the faith. And better believe